Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Unexpected Challenge. I didn't expect it to be this. How am I supposed to fight this? At that moment, a figure appeared before Jiraiya. Who are you? Jiraiya's eyes contracted. Without saying his name, Ryujiro grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder and threw him aside. Bakudo number 81. Danku. Without chanting, a barrier made of spirit particles rose abruptly in front of Ryujiro. The devastating shockwave of tailed beast bombs struck the spiritual barrier constructed by the spirit particles, but even so, it managed to hold. The tremendous impact continued to affect the surroundings. The terrain crumbled momentarily, and the shockwave behind Ryujiro caused massive destruction, instantly scorching the trees and forests due to the intense heat. Not far from Ryujiro, Jiraiya used both hands to withstand the ferocious wind, staring in horror at the scene. Such terrifying power. Ryujiro was currently facing a miniature Ninetales itself. Who would have thought that the Ninetales chakra would be so powerful? How did the first Hokage manage to subdue the Ninetales alone? The legend of the first Hokage, hailed as the god of the shinobi world, single-handedly subduing the Ninetales, yet Jiraiya's current strength was still no match for the Four-Tails transformed Naruto. Impressive, Ninetales. This attack packs more punch than the Shikaku, Ryujiro chuckled. If not for Danku being at full strength, even a slightly weaker Danku might not have been able to withstand Naruto's tailed beast bomb. Next, let me test just how strong you really are. Ryujiro's figure vanished with body flicker jutsu and reappeared in front of the transformed Naruto. The transformed Naruto roared suddenly, as if provoked. The dark red chakra surging on his body formed into another arm made of chakra. Lifting it high, the claw formed from the dark red chakra suddenly struck down. Boom. This strike was even more terrifying than the previous one, generating a surging shockwave that even formed a small mushroom cloud. Whoosh. Ryujiro's figure appeared once again behind the transformed Naruto. He looked at Naruto with amusement, stroking his chin. So, you're driven by the desire for destruction, manipulated by the Ninetales. Right now, Naruto was completely like a tailed beast without reason, only knowing destruction. In that case. Carriage of thunder, bridge of a spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 61. Rikujikoro. The 6 beams of light converged into restraints like shackles, locking Naruto's movements. Compared to Danku without chanting, Rikujikoro was on a completely different level in terms of strength. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Using a ninjutsu without hand seals. From afar, Jiraiya stared blankly at the 6 beams of light restraining Naruto's movements, realizing it wasn't standard ninjutsu. And in the shinobi world, there had never been chakra with a light attribute, nor jutsus that Ryujiro used just right now. Ryujiro had too many hidden jutsus up his sleeve. Roar. The transformed Naruto roared furiously, his body struggling non-stop to break free from Rikujikoro. However, even so, Naruto couldn't break free from the restraints of Rikujikoro. Being a transformed Four-Tails, Naruto was much stronger than an ordinary tailed beast. It could be seen Hagoromo was very biased towards the Ninetales when distributing chakra of 10 tails. But ending it like this was too boring. Ryujiro's gaze inadvertently fell on Jiraiya. The next moment, the scene before Jiraiya suddenly changed. Naruto, who had been restrained, suddenly broke free. Jiraiya, who had intended to move forward, stopped in shock and looked at the fight before him. What level of fight was this? There was absolutely no chance to intervene. However, Jiraiya didn't know that the scene before him was all an illusion. The real transformed Naruto was still under Ryujiro's restraint. Ryujiro used genjutsu on Jiraiya because some things were not suitable for him to see. Hogyoku, flowing in Ryujiro's hand, touched the dark red chakra at the moment. The Ninetales chakra on Naruto's body crazily surged towards Hogyoku, like a river pouring into a hole, absorbing the Ninetales chakra on Naruto's body completely. Gradually, the Naruto covered in tailed beast chakra was slowly exposed. The burned skin from the chakra was particularly shocking. For Naruto, who hadn't fully controlled tailed beast chakra, the burden and damage to himself were enormous. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales widened its eyes filled with hostility, unable to believe what was happening. It's impossible. What exactly is the thing in his hand that can absorb my chakra? How is it possible? How could there be such a human? Even Kurama felt a bit fearful facing Ryujiro at this moment. However, something even more unexpected happened the next moment. Ryujiro's figure suddenly appeared in the ceiling space. How could such a thing happen? Compared to just now, the expression on the Ninetales' face at this moment was even more horrified, watching memories of the Uchiha clan manipulating him in his mind. Nice to meet you, Ninetales. perhaps. Calling you Kurama might be more appropriate. A faint smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Kurama. When the Nine-Tails heard this name, its eyes suddenly contracted violently. How does this kid know this name? Kid, how do you know my name? Who exactly are you? Even without having the blood of the Uchiha clan, you can perfectly use those evil eyes. Even if it's a transplant, people without the blood of the Uchiha clan can't use those eyes perfectly. The Nine-Tails' bloodshot, crimson eyes stared firmly at Ryujiro, who had a smile on his face. Compared to before, the Nine-Tails was even more fearful of Ryujiro. Kurama, a name given to him by the old man Hagoromo. Only the other tailed beasts knew each other's name apart from their old men. But this kid doesn't have any relation to Hagoromo, so how does he know his name? It doesn't matter how I know your name. But I can tell you for sure, I'm here to save you. Save me. The Nine-Tails was stunned for a moment, and then a cold, sinister laughter echoed throughout the ceiling space. There was mockery in its eyes. A human actually says he wants to save a tailed beast. This is simply a joke. It was you humans who disrupted our peaceful lives and capture us. How dare you mention saving us? It's ridiculous. Chapter 102, Trust Me. The tailed beasts had been living peacefully in their respective territories before encountering humans. However, once humans discovered the immense power held by the tailed beasts, they realized that these creatures could tip the balance of the shinobi world. Thus, nations began capturing the tailed beasts scattered across the shinobi world, sealing them within Jinchuriki to harness their potent chakra. This was why when Ryujiro mentioned saving the Nine-Tails, it smirked mockingly. To humans, the Nine-Tails was a symbol of disgust and hatred. Presently, it hadn't been influenced by Naruto enough to rid itself of these feelings. At this point in time, Kurama remained a powerful and malevolent tailed beast. To be precise, it's not about saving just you, but saving all of you, Ryujiro said calmly. Kurama, the Ten-Tails is about to be resurrected, Ryujiro continued, his gaze fixed on the Nine-Tails. What did you say? Instantly, the Nine-Tails' expression became unsettled. Its crimson eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at Ryujiro. As tailed beasts, they were familiar with the concept of the Ten-Tails. They were originally split from the chakra of the Ten-Tails, and fundamentally, they were manifestations of its chakra. But hadn't the body of the Ten-Tails been sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths on the moon? How did this kid know about the Ten-Tails? If what this kid said was true, it posed an unprecedented crisis for them as tailed beasts. Once consumed by the Ten-Tails' body, it would mean true death for them, as they were essentially composed of the Ten-Tails' chakra. The Two Tails, Matatabi. The Three Tails, Isabu. The Four Tails, Son Goku. And the Five Tails. They have all been captured. Once all of you tailed beasts are captured and consumed, none will understand the consequences better than you, Ryujiro continued calmly, facing off with the Nine-Tails. This brat actually knew the names of the other tailed beasts. The Nine-Tails fell silent. The resurrection of the Ten-Tails wasn't just a concern for the tailed beasts, it meant the destruction of the entire shinobi world, including the world built by the Sage of Six Paths. Regarding humans, some tailed beasts liked them and some hated them, but none of them wanted this world to be destroyed. After all, this world was created by the Sage of Six Paths, and not a single tailed beast harbored ill feelings towards him. Can I trust you, brat? The Nine-Tails finally spoke after a long silence, its eyes fixed on Ryujiro. Ryujiro smiled faintly, it's not for me to decide. If you don't trust me, my words are meaningless. Suddenly, Ryujiro pointed to Naruto, who stood beside them like a puppet, lost in thought. Do you know him? Him? Isn't this kid the son of the fourth Hokage? The Nine-Tails scoffed disdainfully. The fourth Hokage sealed half of his own chakra away, so the Nine-Tails within Naruto wasn't complete. This vast difference in strength between the Nine-Tails and the other tailed beasts was evident. Even the half of the Nine-Tails was still stronger than the other 8 tailed beasts. He is indeed the son of the fourth Hokage, Ryujiro confirmed calmly. But he is also the reincarnation of Azura's chakra. Azura. The Nine-Tails stared wide-eyed at the diminutive Naruto. Meanwhile, Ryujiro's revelation left even the Nine-Tails unable to fathom or understand. Azura's chakra was something from the era of the Sage of Six Paths, and ninjas of this era shouldn't know about it. The reincarnation of Azura's chakra. If this was true, then who was the reincarnation of Indra's chakra? No, that's not the focus right now. Brat, I trust you, the Nine-Tails' voice echoed within the ceiling space. The mysterious kid before it was too strange, even for a tailed beast that had lived countless ages. Ryujiro's lips curved into a smile. He had finally convinced the Nine-Tails. It's simple. Just guide Naruto to use your power, Ryujiro said lightly. I hope you can cooperate with Naruto. Just cooperating with the kid to guide his own power. Was it really that simple? The Nine-Tails was stunned. It had thought Ryujiro would make some demands. I agree to this, the Nine-Tails responded. Since it had agreed to Ryujiro, it wouldn't be jumping around inside Naruto anymore. Moreover, if someone was truly intent on resurrecting the Ten-Tails, breaking the seal and returning to the shinobi world would be even more dangerous. As for what would happen next, Ryujiro hadn't figured it out yet. His communication with the Nine-Tails this time was simply to persuade it to cause less trouble and stay quietly within Naruto. After Ryujiro's spirit withdrew from the sealing space, Naruto, who had been harmed by the tailed beast chakra invasion, had completely recovered to his original state. It was also time for Jiraiya to return to the real world. In Jiraiya's eyes, the battle was gradually coming to an end. Finally, Ryujiro defeated the tailed beast transformed Naruto. In an instant, Jiraiya seamlessly returned to reality without any discord. Watching the unconscious Naruto, Jiraiya hurried over. Is Naruto okay? Jiraiya asked anxiously. He's fine. Although his body was affected by the tailed beast chakra, it also healed the burns on his body caused by the same chakra, Ryujiro said slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he remembered the seal on Naruto's body. He lifted Naruto's clothes, but when he saw the seal on his abdomen, he was stunned. What's going on? The seal had actually healed itself. Seeing this scene, Ryujiro couldn't help but smile. The Nine-Tails was a bit too amusing. It had reinforced the seal within its own body. After confirming that Naruto was fine, Jiraiya showed a serious expression of gratitude to Ryujiro. Ryujiro, thank you. Ryujiro waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Regardless, Naruto is my friend. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, you did take too much risk this time. You underestimated the power of the Nine-Tails. Yes, I underestimated it. Jiraiya replied, lowering his head and smiling bitterly. The power of the Nine-Tails is not comparable to that of the other tailed beasts. If Ryujiro hadn't appeared in time, he wouldn't have been able to stand here intact. Even if he didn't die, he would have been hanging by a thread. Ryujiro glanced at Jiraiya, who was blaming himself, and patted his shoulder. Don't blame yourself for what happened to Naruto. It's not your fault. Next, you can rest assured and teach Naruto to control the Nine-Tails chakra, Ryujiro said lightly. Jiraiya looked up at Ryujiro, puzzled. Why? Ryujiro smiled confidently. Because of me. Chapter 103, Awakening. Because of him. Jiraiya remained stunned for a while without coming back to his senses. As he helped Naruto, who had collapsed to the ground, and looked back to where Ryujiro had been, Ryujiro's figure had already disappeared. What kind of change will you bring to Konoha, Ryujiro? Jiraiya had always been uneasy about Ryujiro, especially now that Tsunade had unexpectedly accompanied him this time. However, Jiraiya had learned about Ryujiro's genjutsu abilities, the ability to completely manipulate all five senses, something unheard of throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, Ryujiro returned to the training ground with Hinata, watching her sitting on a rock with a smile on her face as she waited for him. Hinata. Hinata's body trembled as she jumped off the rock and smiled. Ryujiro-kun, is everything resolved? Yeah, it's settled. Suddenly, Ryujiro noticed that Hinata's Byakugan seemed different from before, with a slight but distinct bluish hue. The Tenseigan. Was it slowly awakening? This was undoubtedly a good thing for Hinata. With mastery over the Tenseigan, her strength could definitely surpass that of a high-level Kage. I really have to thank Hamura for this. Hinata, have you felt any discomfort in your eyes recently? Ryujiro asked. Hinata nodded, yes, my eyes have been feeling itchy lately, and they seem to have changed. She herself had noticed changes in her Byakugan since seeing Hamura Otsutsuki in that dream, not just in her chakra but even in her eyes. Ryujiro-kun, do you know what's going on? Hinata asked Ryujiro, as she believed he knew everything. Evolution. Hinata, your Byakugan is evolving towards its final form. Final form. Hinata looked at Ryujiro in astonishment. Ryujiro-kun. Can the Byakugan still evolve? Hinata asked in disbelief. Ryujiro nodded. The Byakugan's final form is the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan possesses powers comparable to the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. The Rinnegan. Hinata's breathing quickened involuntarily. The Rinnegan was the legendary eye that controlled life and death. Could her eyes evolve to such an extent? Could the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan evolve further? Why had she never heard of this before? And looking at Ryujiro like this, why did it seem like he understood the Byakugan better than even her own Hyuga clan? Hinata, I know you have many questions. But as long as you understand that this power belongs to you, you will be able to protect the ones you care about. Ryujiro gently stroked Hinata's hair and said tenderly. Yes. She wanted power. She wanted to keep up with Ryujiro's pace. As long as she could keep up with him, nothing else mattered. She wanted to fight alongside Ryujiro. Ryujiro-kun, let's continue. A hint of determination flashed in the girl's eyes, as if she eagerly desired to become stronger. Ryujiro defeated Naruto when he was transformed into a tailed beast. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya incredulously. Jiraiya nodded faintly, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. I underestimated the power of the 9 tails. Even Naruto with just 4 tails was already beyond my capabilities. The gap between the 9 tails and the other tailed beasts is not small. As the strongest tailed beast, the 9 tails is indeed worthy of its reputation. Jiraiya recalled the battle not long ago and still felt uneasy. It was a battle he could no longer intervene in. Jiraiya, you were too reckless this time. By releasing part of Naruto's seal without authorization, you put the village in huge danger. If Ryujiro hadn't intervened, another incident like the 9 tails rampage could have occurred and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Tsunade said seriously. Jiraiya's face showed a trace of guilt. He had indeed underestimated the power of the 9 tails this time. However, Ryujiro later assured him that he could now guide Naruto to control the 9 tails chakra, and Tsunade was thinking about this. To control the chakra meant that they would have to release part of the seal again. Otherwise, Naruto wouldn't be able to control the 9 tails chakra on his own. Should she trust Ryujiro's words? Tsunade fell into thought. But thinking about what the kid had said, it seemed to be reassuring. Let's do as Ryujiro said. If Naruto can control the power of the 9 tails, it would be a good thing for Konoha. Tsunade said slowly. Before leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. Tsunade, where do you think the kid will lead Konoha? Lead Konoha down which path? Towards destruction or back to its peak? Tsunade herself wasn't sure. But at least she believed in Ryujiro. I believe in him. I see. Jiraiya left the Hokage's office and sighed deeply. Ryujiro, since Tsunade chose to believe in you, I have no reason to remain suspicious of you. Ryujiro was not the child of prophecy, that much had been confirmed repeatedly by the Great Toad Sage. And even the Great Toad Sage couldn't see Ryujiro's future clearly. No one knew where Ryujiro's future would lead. In the cold, damp cave, Fu laid on the ground like a soulless shell. The 7 tail has been captured successfully. Now we're just missing the 1 tails, the 8 tails, and the 9 tails. Only 3 more tailed beasts until the resurrection of the demonic statue. It's really not easy. Where did the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail run off to? Capturing the 9 tails and 8 tails of Konoha and Cloud Village isn't as easy as it seems. At that moment, another figure appeared in the cave, White Zetsu. We've received news about the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail. The Jinchuriki of the 1 tails is in Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru's base? Wasn't Orochimaru killed by that swordsman from Konoha? Is he still alive? Kisame seemed surprised. If it's someone like Orochimaru, it's not surprising if he's still alive. Said Itachi indifferently. In his eyes, Orochimaru was no longer a human, and even if he were to resurrect again, it would not be surprising to Itachi. Itachi, your Konoha village has a lot of monsters. Kisame grinned. Kisame, Itachi. We leave the capture of the Jinchuriki of the 1 tail to you too. Itachi nodded calmly. Kisame had no objections. After the meeting, an unusual light flashed in Nagato's eyes hidden within the trees. Once the Jinchuriki of the 1 tails was successfully captured, the invasion of Konoha could begin. To make the world understand pain. To feel pain. To know pain. Only then could permanent peace be achieved. With these eyes that control life and death, he would become the god of the shinobi world. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Sasuke's Rage. In Orochimaru's base, only Gaara, Sasuke, and Kimimaro remained. The 3 of them stayed within the base. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had gone to the Uzumaki clan's Naka shrine to retrieve the Shinigami mask and undo the Reaper Death Seal to get back his hands. Of course, before this, Ryujiro had instructed Orochimaru not to undo the Reaper Death Seal on his own. Because Ryujiro was very interested in the Shinigami, he speculated that the Shinigami might be related to the underworld. If the Shinigami were also a spiritual entity, then considering the degree to which the Shinigami's soul had hollowed out, what level would the resultant hollow be? Kisame and Itachi arrived at Orochimaru's base, frowning as they looked out over the vast desert. Seriously, Orochimaru is hiding in a place like this. Don't underestimate him, Kisame. Orochimaru is not someone easy to deal with. Itachi frowned. Orochimaru harboring a Jinchuriki, what is he up to? Although Orochimaru was once a member of the Akatsuki, he wouldn't dare to oppose them. It's really confusing. Inside the base, Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Gaara were together. Sasuke's strength had greatly improved compared to a few months ago. Although he was still not as strong as Gaara and Kimimaro, he had reached the level of an elite jonin. At this moment, the three of them suddenly changed their expressions. Especially Sasuke, whose face immediately turned pale. This chakra. It's him. Without hesitation, Sasuke rushed out. The expression of grim hatred on his face was something neither Gaara nor Kimimaro had ever seen before. It's not Orochimaru-sama. It seems to be someone else. If Orochimaru-sama isn't here, we must protect this place. Gaara shrugged casually. Being here was already boring enough. He hoped the newcomers would bring some entertainment. As they watched the first person emerge from the base, Itachi's face changed instantly. Even Kisame's face looked strange. Itachi, this kid's eyes are just like yours. Itachi. Sasuke. Itachi looked at Sasuke with a deep gaze. Even his Sharingan eyes couldn't help but widen at Sasuke's 3-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke had actually unlocked it. His growth rate completely exceeded his expectations. But that's fine, as long as you can grow quickly, nothing else matters. Itachi, this kid seems to know you. His Sharingan is just like yours. Who is he? Kisame looked at Sasuke with interest. Itachi stared coldly at Sasuke and said coldly, he's my brother. Huh. I never thought there would still be living Uchihas. Someone like you would show mercy to his younger brother. Itachi's icy gaze turned to Kisame. Kisame realized he had said too much and closed his mouth, not saying anything more. Itachi. I'm going to kill you. Sizzle. Dazzling lightning accompanied by the sharp cries of countless birds, the dazzling Chidori appeared in Sasuke's hand. Chidori? Itachi was stunned seeing that. Did Kakashi teach him that jutsu? Sasuke, your growth is really surprising. Itachi, I'm going to avenge my father and mother. Sasuke roared angrily, rushing towards Itachi, the Chidori in his hand looking terrifyingly like a spear that could destroy everything. Seriously. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of you two brothers. Kisame hid to the side and watched. Itachi had originally planned to grab Sasuke's arm, break Sasuke's hand, and teach Sasuke a lesson. But what Itachi had never thought of was that he still underestimated Sasuke's Sharingan abilities. Sasuke had long seen through Itachi's actions. At the moment when Itachi reached out his hand, Sasuke twisted to the right side of Itachi. Oh no. Itachi's eyes contracted. Boom. Boom. The brilliant lightning suddenly erupted. Even Kisame's face became serious. Sasuke was really terrifying and was actually able to hurt Itachi. Should I? Kisame's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, but in an instant it subsided again. Forget it, if I provoke Itachi, I'm afraid he won't let me have a good time either. After all, Itachi wiped out his entire family except his little brother. It seems that his brother had a special place in his heart. The smoke cleared, and Itachi looked at Sasuke in shock. Have you already grown to this level? Sasuke. Tisk. I guess I'm still weak. Sasuke unwillingly spit out. Are you okay, Itachi? Out of comradeship, Kisame inquired. A minor injury, nothing serious. It seems you've gained quite the power, my foolish little brother. Itachi once again resumed his usual coldness. Since that's the case, let me remind you of the pain of that day. Just as Itachi was preparing to use Tsukuyomi, suddenly he felt a feeling that made him creepy and his soul tremble. Even Kisame's expression at this moment became unusually serious. In Orochimaru's base, there were actually other terrifying existences. Tap, tap, tap. Irregular footsteps echoed from deep within the base. Sasuke, you're not like yourself today. So just have some rest. It seems he's the brother you've been wanting to kill. The calm voice of Kimimaro came out. When Itachi and Kisame saw Kimimaro, their eyes suddenly contracted. What's wrong with this person? Why? Why does he have a void in his abdomen and still alive? What's the deal with those eyes in that posture? This attire, is it Akatsuki? It seems their target is you, Gaara. Akatsuki was capturing tailed beasts. Although Gaara had been staying in Orochimaru's base, he still knew some things about the ninja world. Akatsuki's large-scale capture of tailed beasts had almost spread throughout the entire ninja world. Except for some remote villages, even small countries knew about Akatsuki's actions. Boom. Kimimaro's gaze sharpened, and a terrifying Ryatsu suddenly erupted from his body. Such Ryatsu was unbearable for those who had never experienced it. Keep in mind that in these few months of training, Gaara and Sasuke have been training under such pressure. At first, they didn't even have the basic ability to fight, but now they were somewhat immune to it. So now even if Ryatsu erupted, Gaara and Sasuke were still unaffected. What is this? The bodies of Itachi and Kisame bent over, and such pressure, like mountains, suddenly came crashing down on them. They even felt their souls being torn apart. This feeling. It seems to directly affect the soul. Itachi and Kisame looked at Kimimaro with eyes filled with shock. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Kimimaro's Strike. The pressure was suffocating and heavy. What exactly was it? Oh. You can withstand my spiritual pressure. Impressive. Kimimaro looked at the two with interest. Spiritual pressure. What was that? Hey, Kimimaro. This man is my opponent. You are not allowed to touch him. Sasuke shouted fiercely. Swish. Kimimaro's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Sasuke. With a single slap, he sent Sasuke flying through the air. Sasuke tumbled across the desert like a kite with a broken string, kicking up plumes of yellow sand. Holding on to hatred is good. But if your strength falls short of your hatred, seeking revenge is just a death wish. Kimimaro's face was indifferent. He only listened and followed orders from Orochimaru and Ryujiro. Although he spent time with Sasuke and Gaara, he did not consider them friends. Sasuke. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. Such terrifying power from a casual strike. Was Kimimaro another of Orochimaru's experiments? Itachi knew well that Orochimaru had been conducting human experiments. To him, Kimimaro was no longer human but a product of Orochimaru's research. Did Orochimaru realize what a terrifying monster he had created? Akatsuki, Gaara belongs to Ryujiro-sama. I can't let you take him. Kimimaro said flatly. What? Kisame and Itachi's eyes widened in shock. Ryujiro again. Did he have ties with Orochimaru? Was he working with Orochimaru? Itachi's face remained taut with horror. Meanwhile, Sasuke crawled out of the sand, his face contorted as he glared at Kimimaro. Damn it. How dare Kimimaro treat me like this? Power. Power. What I lack is power. Why won't Ryujiro transform me into someone like Kimimaro, even if it means no longer being human? As long as he could kill Itachi and get his revenge, he was willing to pay any price. Besides, in his view, Kimimaro had only changed in appearance, but fundamentally he was still human. Itachi, what should we do now? Kisame asked deeply. The immense spiritual pressure greatly restricted their movements. That feeling was not a reaction from their bodies but their souls. Retreat. As soon as the words fell, Itachi and Kisame disappeared one after another. You're quite fast at running away. However. Kimimaro raised his fingertip and aimed in a direction, condensing a red Siro with high-density spiritual pressure. Swish. The terrifying Siro shot out as a beam, causing a violent sandstorm. The explosion in the distance shook the earth, raising a massive mushroom cloud and a burst of blinding fire. Even from kilometers away, the scorching temperature could still be felt here. Whether you survive depends on your luck. Kimimaro coldly watched the distant fire, no longer excited by releasing a Siro. He knew it was his power, so there was no need to be surprised. Sasuke stared in shock at the black smoke in the distance. Was this Kimimaro's power? Was this a human's power? That red beam wasn't a ninjutsu. TSK. Gaara also clicked his tongue and looked on in astonishment. Indeed, he's no longer a human. Even Shikaku's power was no match for this. What kind of monster was Ryujiro, and how would he change the shinobi world? The scorched earth, nearby trees, and plants had turned to ashes, with embers still burning. A massive red giant stood in the center, protecting Kisame and Itachi. In an instant, the red giant vanished. Itachi immediately knelt, coughing up blood. Itachi. Kisame hurriedly helped him up. What was that just now? At that moment, both he and Itachi felt the threat of death. If they hadn't been protected by this red giant, they would have died long ago. This is the Uchiha clan's ultimate power. But it comes at a great cost. Kisame, the situation has exceeded our expectations. We need to return to the organization. The burden brought by Susanoo was not ordinary, and Itachi had recently been using the Mangekyo Sharingan's power excessively. His vision was starting to blur. Kisame dragged Itachi away from the scorched earth. Capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki wouldn't be easy. When Itachi, who was heavily injured, was dragged back to Akatsuki's base by Kisame, all the members of Akatsuki were shocked. A man like Itachi was actually injured. Pain frowned. Kisame, what happened? Was Itachi hurt by the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Kisame shook his head. No, the one-tailed Jinchuriki is indeed at Orochimaru's base, but his power alone wasn't enough to force us to flee. There's another monster in Orochimaru's base. A monster. One whose power rivals, no even surpasses that of a tailed beast. Under his pressure, Itachi and I could hardly move. What? The Akatsuki members were horrified. Just the pressure immobilized Itachi and Kisame. How was that possible? The organization's medic ninja healed Itachi, but their expression changed instantly. Glancing at Pain, the medic whispered something to him. Pain's expression changed, looking at Itachi. Itachi, your body. Itachi, who had been treated for his injuries, stood up calmly. I can still hold on. Holding on, huh? Indeed, human life is fragile. Even a man like Itachi couldn't escape the torment of illness. Kisame and Itachi reported the mission details to Pain. Nagato, in the treehouse, was visibly shaken. How could it be? A human with a hollow void in his abdomen, yet alive. And with power rivaling a tailed beast. That's not human. What has Orochimaru done since leaving Akatsuki to create such a monster? Such a creature could disrupt the balance of the ninja world. Orochimaru was a stumbling block on Akatsuki's path to everlasting peace. Nagato, what's wrong? Konan, who was taking care of Nagato beside him, saw Nagato's face change drastically and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Nagato shook his head. I'm fine. It seems I'll have to personally deal with the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Danzo's Plan. Land of Lightning. Bang. The fourth Raikage, slammed his fist down on the table, shattering it into pieces as he roared in anger. Anoki. During the 4 Kage summit, Anoki of the Hidden Stone Village had shown no respect to him. I had hoped to become the commander of the allied shinobi forces, but Anoki had opposed him at every turn. He's just an old man with one foot in the grave. The summit had ended in discord yet again. After several shinobi world wars, the nations couldn't trust one another. Only the emergence of a figure who threatened the entire shinobi world, or Konoha becoming a threat to the other nations, might make the 4 nations trust each other temporarily. Damn it, if we declare war on Konoha alone, the land of Earth might seize this chance to attack us, the land of lightning. Moreover, A wasn't just wary of Ryujiro. He still hadn't figured out the full extent of Ryujiro's abilities. Were they some kind of illusion that deceived the senses or something more? But back then, the feeling he got from him seemed more than just an illusion. Their village's 2-Tails Jinchuriki had been captured by the Akatsuki, and the 8-Tails Jinchuriki was his brother. He couldn't let anything happen to his brother. Damn it. It wasn't the right time to start a war with Konoha. Just thinking about Darui and C's deaths, and the humiliation he had suffered in Konoha, made it grit his teeth in hatred. Damn you, Konoha. Late at night, in the Hyuga compound. A small white snake silently slithered into Ryujiro's room. Ryujiro wasn't asleep, he grabbed the snake and held it tightly in his hand. Within moments, the snake burned to ashes. Has Orochimaru already come to Konoha? The most likely place he would go was the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall, where Orochimaru had already taken the Shinigami mask. At that moment, Ryujiro's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ryujiro-kun. Orochimaru's gaze hardened as he looked at Ryujiro. The aura around Ryujiro had become even more vast and unfathomable, akin to that of the White Snake's age. Could it be that Ryujiro's life had evolved to the same as the White Snake's age? You're quite quick, Orochimaru remarked. It seems you've just knocked these ninjas unconscious. Heh, Ryujiro-kun, you're a Konoha ninja. Naturally, I had to go easy on them. TCH. Ryujiro showed a look of disdain. Orochimaru had once tried to destroy Konoha. Now, besides the Shinigami mask, he also needed a living sacrifice, and the mask had no restrictions on its wearer. Anyone who wore it could summon the Shinigami, so Orochimaru didn't need to be the sacrifice himself. He could just find some unfortunate soul. Of course, Ryujiro wouldn't let him use Konoha's ninjas for that. After all, Ryujiro was Konoha's Hokage assistant. Orochimaru had prepared for this after learning the method to break the seal. Suddenly, Ryujiro's observation haki detected 2 familiar presences. Those presences were. It seems we must cut our conversation short. Ryujiro said lightly. Orochimaru and Ryujiro both vanished in an instant, and 2 figures appeared in the Uzumaki clan's mask storage hall. Anko and Kakashi frowned as they looked at the missing mask. This aura, it's Orochimaru, Anko confirmed. And there's one mask missing, Kakashi added. So, Orochimaru is indeed still alive. Anko touched the spot on her neck where the cursed seal had disappeared. The disappearance of the seal might be related to Orochimaru's resurrection. Though she had escaped Orochimaru's control, Anko couldn't let go of her hatred for him. What is the secret of that mask? Kakashi had an uneasy feeling, as if besides Orochimaru, there was someone else who felt particularly familiar. Could there be another spy for Orochimaru in the village? Shinigami. In Ryujiro's room. Lying in bed, Ryujiro couldn't sleep. If the Shinigami could be hollowified, would it become an Ajuchas-class Minos or even higher-level hollow? Although hollows only evolved by devouring each other, the Shinigami was different from ordinary souls. Ryujiro even had thoughts of holofying the previous Hokages. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Holofying the previous Hokage might lead to them becoming uncontrollable, even though Ryujiro could destroy them. Why waste the effort? Orochimaru wanted to become an Arankar, seeking eternal life. Hollows indeed had eternal existence, and without the Shinigami, Hollows would have no natural enemies in the shinobi world. Even if injured, their rapid regeneration could allow them to regrow lost limbs. It's something to look forward to. In the root base, Danzo and Obito were gathered in the base. Here Obito was pretending to be Madara in front of Danzo. What did you say? Ryujiro is in contact with Orochimaru. Danzo frowned, finding it hard to believe. Yes. The reason there's been no news about the one-tailed Jinchuriki is that Ryujiro has hidden him with Orochimaru. Obito spoke calmly. It was hard to believe that someone like Ryujiro would actively seek out Orochimaru. Hadn't Orochimaru previously died at Ryujiro's hands? Did Ryujiro know all along that Orochimaru would resurrect? Had their previous battle been just an act? Thinking about it, even Danzo couldn't help but breathe cold air. Underestimated. I underestimated him. Ryujiro is the most dangerous enemy of Konoha. His methods and mysteries are beyond even my comprehension, Obito said heavily. Even you can't handle him. A look of shock crossed Danzo's face. Ryujiro. Danzo's eyes revealed a cold gleam. He believed that he was the true darkness of Konoha. No matter what, even if it meant cooperating with Obito, if it was for Konoha's good and if it allowed him to become Hokage, he would do it. He had always prioritized Konoha's interests and wouldn't let anyone endanger it. Should he use that eye to control Ryujiro? The power of the Uchiha clan. Koto Amatsukami, the ability to enter another's mind and alter their will, turning them into a puppet. This eye was Danzo's secret weapon. He had even considered using it on Obito but had dismissed the idea. If the person in front of him was truly Madara Uchiha, Koto Amatsukami might not work on him. Forget it. Though Shirsui's eye were precious, controlling Ryujiro would be more beneficial to his becoming Hokage. Danzo and Obito's plan was to restrain Ryujiro during Pain's invasion of Konoha and let the fifth Hokage die in battle so that Danzo could take the position of Hokage. I have a plan to deal with Ryujiro. But the Akatsuki should just proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Tenseigan. Oh. It seems you're still hiding something from me. Obito looked at Danzo with surprise, his gaze briefly shifting to the bandaged arm. For some reason, Danzo's arm gave him a particularly familiar feeling, as if he had seen it before. It was laughable to feel this way about an arm. Working with the Akatsuki doesn't mean I have to tell all my secrets to you, Danzo said coldly. Whatever, it doesn't matter anyway, Obito replied. Let's look forward to our cooperation. As he finished speaking, the space around Obito distorted once again, and with a small black dot being sucked into the different dimension, he disappeared. TCH. Space-time ninjutsu is really convenient. Danzo muttered, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Because the negotiations among the four nations had completely broken down, Konoha temporarily welcomed a brief period of peace. Tsunade wasn't sure how long this peace would last, and she knew the Raikage would never easily let go of what had happened before. However, it did give Konoha a chance to catch its breath. As for the previous news that the Land of Flower had earlier sent envoys to the Land of Fire, it had already reached the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning immediately removed the Land of Flower from the list of allied nations. Furthermore, the original envoy was still in the Land of Fire, but due to this crisis, the envoy from the Land of Flower found an excuse to leave the Land of Fire. Now, the Flower Nation was in a difficult situation, with the Land of Lightning no longer agreeing to their alliance, and the envoy from the Land of Flower being refused entry by the Land of Fire. It was all their own doing. Sis. Get up, the sun is already shining on your butt. Hanabi showed a mischievous smile, then tiptoed to Hinata's bedside. Sister. Wake up. Hanabi directly pulled off Hinata's blanket. Hinata then opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed them, and sat up. Hanabi, what are you doing? Hinata looked at Hanabi with dissatisfaction. But at this moment, the mischievous smile on Hanabi's face suddenly froze, replaced by a look of stunned shock. She pointed at Hinata's eyes with a trembling finger, her voice filled with fear. Sis, your eyes. My eyes. What's wrong with my eyes? Hinata couldn't help but frown. She picked up a mirror from her table, and when she saw her reflection, the mirror in her hand dropped to the ground in fright, shattering into pieces. My eyes. What happened to my eyes? Compared to her usual Byakugan, Hinata's eyes now looked even more beautiful and captivating, like a brilliant starry sky. The light-colored pupils had white patterns like blooming flowers, irresistibly drawing people's attention. At this moment, Hanabi was already dumbfounded. Could it be? After a brief moment of panic, Hinata remembered what Ryujiro had told her. Could it be? Have my eyes evolved into the Tensigen as Ryujiro mentioned? Snap. Hanabi grabbed Hinata's hand and hurriedly ran outside. Hinata, still in her pajamas, was dragged outside by Hanabi before she could react. Hanabi, what are you doing? Sis, father will definitely know why your eyes have changed like this. You'll be fine. Seeing Hanabi's worried expression, Hinata also showed a hint of a smile. She stopped running and seriously said to Hanabi, Hanabi, there's no need to find father. I think I know why my eyes have changed. Hanabi was stunned. Huh? Does sister know why her eyes changed? Then why did she look so panicked just now? Hanabi, Hinata, what are you two doing here? At this moment, Hayashi also walked out of the room and looked displeased when he saw Hinata in her pajamas. Hinata was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and Hayashi had already intended to hand over the Hyuga clan to Hinata in future. Now being in pajamas was quite unseemly for the future clan head. However, when Hayashi's gaze fell on Hinata's eyes, which were different from before, he suddenly froze. Hinata. Your eyes. What happened to them? Seeing Hayashi's panicked expression, Hinata also showed a helpless smile, father. Originally, after leaving Tsunade's place, Ryujiro had planned to go to Orochimaru's base. But the panicked Hyuga clan members ran to him saying that something had happened to Hinata. Upon hearing this, Ryujiro's face changed. He hurried to the Hyuga compound, pushed the door open without hesitation, and anxiously shouted. Hinata. The next second, Ryujiro froze. Hanabi. Hayashi. Hinata, they were all here. Moreover, Hinata didn't seem to be in any trouble. What on earth were the Hyuga clan members doing? Ryujiro-kun. Hinata turned her head. Seeing Hinata's eyes like a starry sky, Ryujiro's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure and hugged Hinata tightly. That's great, Hinata. Your eyes. Your eyes have finally evolved into the Tensigen. Ryujiro's hug caught Hinata off guard. Feeling the warmth from Ryujiro's embrace, her whole body went limp. Her pretty face and ears turned completely red. Young Hanabi turned her head, quietly muttering. Next to her, Hayashi had a stiff face. Although he had long regarded Ryujiro as his son-in-law, seeing him hug his daughter in front of him was still uncomfortable. This brat. Ahem. Ryujiro, explain to me what happened to Hinata's eyes. Can the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan actually evolve? I've never heard of such a thing. Hayashi looked at Ryujiro with a serious expression. Time quietly passed as Ryujiro explained everything in detail to Hayashi, except for the information about the Otsutsuki clan. After listening, Hayashi was stunned for a long time, unable to recover. He had never thought that the Byakugan of their clan could evolve any further, and that these eyes were on par with the legendary Rinnegan. Hayashi was so shocked that his mouth gaped open, unable to digest this news for a while. Chapter 108, Hinata's Determination. Hinata's strength had now completely surpassed that of her father. It's unimaginable that the Byakugan of our clan could evolve further. Ryujiro, how did you know the Byakugan could actually evolve? Hayashi's gaze fell on Ryujiro. Even as the head of the Hyuga clan, he had no knowledge that their eyes could evolve. Yet, an outsider like Ryujiro knew a secret about Byakugan that even the Hyuga clan was unaware of. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku told me, Ryujiro replied nonchalantly. Hayashi understood after hearing this. The great toad sage of Mount Myaboku was a legendary being who had lived for countless years. However, the sudden evolution of Hinata's eyes. Even Hayashi couldn't help but feel envious. However, based on what Ryujiro said, it seemed that only Hinata in the Hyuga clan could awaken the Tensigen. His daughter was truly a genius, possessing a power comparable to the Rinnegan. How powerful would that be? Hinata could not easily activate the Tensigen chakra mode yet, as her Tensigen had only just awakened. However, she could use two abilities similar to the Rinnegan. Attraction and repulsion. Although the power of the Tensigen was immense, Hinata still needed to gradually adapt to fully unleash its true power. While training with Hinata, Ryujiro also understood the immense power of the Tensigen. Just the repulsion alone could easily send an Jonin flying with a slight mishap. Of course, for Ryujiro, his own spiritual pressure could easily withstand the Tensigen's repulsive force. The Tensigen had many undeveloped abilities that Hinata needed to adapt to step by step. Shortly after, the valley where they trained was in ruins. It was pockmarked everywhere and not a single spot remained intact. This was the result of Ryujiro and Hinata's battles. Over the past few months, Hinata had become increasingly accustomed to the abilities of the Tensigen. The impacts brought about by attraction and repulsion were several times greater than before, a result of her and Ryujiro's training. Hinata had never imagined her strength would become so formidable. Without the Tensigen, her talent would have only taken her to the level of an elite Jonin. Though she couldn't yet use the Tensigen chakra mode or other abilities, her mastery of attraction and repulsion alone placed her at Superkage level shinobi. In the original anime, the Tensigen's power wasn't limited to this. The Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, which could transform truth-seeking balls into a radiant sword capable of splitting the moon, demonstrated power at the level of the 6 paths. It also granted its user truth-seeking balls, thus giving the user all 5 nature transformations and yin-yang release. People often say Naruto is an inspiring anime, and his story is indeed motivational and inspiring. But who remembers that Naruto's own bloodline is anything but ordinary? The child of the 4th Hokage and a member of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto inherited the Uzumaki bloodline, giving him immense chakra reserves, which was far from being comparable to ordinary ninjas. Additionally, he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the reincarnation of Asura, the wielder of 6 paths chakra, making his starting point unparalleled. Such a starting point is not something ordinary ninjas can compare with. Sasuke and Naruto's greatness was not just due to their efforts, their extraordinary lineage also played equally important role in that. The shinobi world revolves around bloodlines. Now, Hinata's bloodline was on par with Naruto and Sasuke's. To Ryujiro, the shinobi world was a place where power-ups and cheats reigned supreme. Even if Naruto and Sasuke had cheats, could they compare to Ryujiro's? Hinata could now switch between the Byakugan and Tensigen at will. Currently, only Hayashi and Hanabi knew about this. The Tensigen still had many abilities waiting to be developed. Besides the powers from her eyes, Hinata's overall strength had greatly improved. Even without the Tensigen's abilities, she was at least at the level of an elite jonin like Kakashi. Bang! The startled birds in the trees flew into the sky, and a sturdy tree trunk fell straight down. Not bad, Hinata. Your 8 trigrams vacuum palm now surpasses even Hayashi-sama, Ryujiro praised with a smile. Hinata shook her head as she looked at the chakra gathered in her hands. It's not enough. I still can't keep up with you, Ryujiro-kun. I want to fight alongside you. Fight by my side, huh? Right now, Hinata was not the type of woman who wanted a peaceful and happy life. She didn't want to be just a decorative vase, relying solely on Ryujiro for protection. She also wanted to have the strength to help Ryujiro. That day isn't far off. Late at night, Ryujiro left a shadow clone in Konoha while he sliced through space with his finger. A portal appeared before him in the void. Descorer. In Bleach, it was a technique used by the Aaronkar to travel from Hueco Mundo to the human world. However, in this world, there was no Hueco Mundo. Ryujiro's Descorer allowed him to tear through space and travel within the ninja world. Ryujiro stepped into the spatial portal. After his figure completely disappeared, the spatial portal slowly closed. Meanwhile, 6 figures stood in the sky above Orochimaru's base. Let's begin. From here, let the whole world know pain. Devapath's eyes glinted with cold light. At that moment, a humble red beam of Siro flew towards Devapath. The Predapath stood in front of Pain's Devapath to block the attack. Predapath's ability was to absorb any ninjutsu. However, Siro was not ninjutsu but a high-density spiritual pressure beam. What? The expression on Predapath's face instantly changed when he couldn't absorb the red beam. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, and the red Siro expanded, causing a massive shockwave. At this moment, Orochimaru, watching this, couldn't help but show an envious expression. Splendid. This power is truly fascinating. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with excitement. The power Kimimara's displayed was indeed too powerful. The rampaging energy tore through the air. Due to the immense power and high-density energy, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. The Naraka path which came in front at the last moment to protect other paths was completely destroyed by the Siro, not even leaving any residue. Though the remaining 5 puppets escaped the energy vortex, they were still severely damaged. Especially Nagato, who controlled the puppets, showed a shocked expression. How is this possible? That powerful beam wasn't ninjutsu. Chapter 109, Kimimaro vs. Pain. Nagato's face turned dark. Once Naraka path was destroyed, the other puppets couldn't be revived temporarily. This meant significant inconvenience for his plans. Gritting his teeth, Nagato's expression darkened. Damn it, what exactly is this Orochimaru researching? Are you okay, Nagato? Conan, noticing his fierce expression, grew concerned. I'm fine, Nagato replied tersely. The loss of the Naraka path puppet was beyond his expectations, but Nagato did not feel fear. After all, he possessed the Rinnegan, the power to change the world and make it understand pain. Have the others evaded it? Those eyes. Kimimaro frowned as he looked at the purple eyes in the sky, emanating a sinister aura. It's the Rinnegan. They actually managed to find this place. Orochimaru said hoarsely. The Rinnegan. Kimimaro's eyes changed involuntarily. The legendary eyes that control life and death actually existed. He hadn't expected this. Pain looked coldly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, hand over one of the Jinchuriki. Upon hearing Pain's words, Kimimara's gaze turned cold. Who dares to disrespect Lord Orochimaru? In an instant, Kimimaro appeared in front of Pain. So fast. I couldn't even react. Pain's eyes contracted, but around him, an irresistible force erupted. Caught off guard, Kimimaro's eyes contracted. Instantly knocked back by the sudden force, he was sent flying. Almighty push. A man with a hole in his abdomen. Is this the pale kid that Kisame and Itachi talked about? What exactly is that half-skull mask? Hey, it's troublesome to anger Kimimaro. Orochimaru smirked, amused at Devapath's plight. Your power is insignificant before me. Boom. A tremendous spiritual pressure descended, causing the remaining 5 Pains to involuntarily lower their waists. Even Nagato, controlling the puppets, felt an unprecedented pressure. What was this feeling? Is this what Kisame and Itachi talked about? After being blasted away by the almighty push, Kimimaro was unharmed. Hey! What did you just say? Calling yourself a god? You, with your current state, don't deserve to be called a god. There is only one person in this world who could actually be given that title. Ryujiro-sama, but he isn't arrogant like you. So, I don't know if he would take this title. Even Nagato's face twisted behind him. Ryujiro. It's Ryujiro again. What magic does Ryujiro have? Boom. The soaring spiritual pressure turned into a beam of light, bathing the liberated Kimimaro. Pain's pupils suddenly contracted, and Nagato inexplicably felt a palpitation behind him. The spiritual pressure swept over like waves, rolling up endless yellow sand. Orochimaru seemed to be watching a play and still had no intention of intervening. Liberation. According to Ryujiro, the power of Kimimaro in his usual state is not his full strength. The Zanpakuto around his waist is actually part of Kimimaro's power. After the Zanpakuto was released, Kimimaro could exert his full strength. What is that form? Devapath Pain exclaimed in shock. Kimimaro's whole body was covered with horrifyingly white bones, the terrifying skeleton wrapping around him like armor, protecting him. His feet, his hands, no longer visible flesh, only the horrifyingly white bones exposed. Kimimaro exhaled cold air and looked deeply at Devapath Pain. Pain's words touched a nerve in Kimimaro. In Kimimaro's heart, Ryujiro was the only true god, and no one was allowed to call themselves a god in front of him. Holding a bone blade, Kimimaro radiated an icy cold aura as he swung his blade horizontally. This action puzzled Pain. Clearly, the distance between them was nearly 100 meters, and the bone blade couldn't possibly reach him. However, in the next second, Nagato and Orochimaru's faces suddenly changed. The bone blade extended instantly, its terrifying impact leaving a ghastly outline in the desolate desert. A black rod appeared in Pain's hand. Clang. The blade force from Kimimaro's swing was so immense that even Nagato, controlling Devapath, found it hard to bear. Damn, how can there be such a powerful force? He has basically confirmed that the Kimimaro in front of him is no longer a human. Turning into this had already exceeded the human realm, this was purely a monster. Ka, the black rod developed many cracks. Seeing this, Pain's heart was dark. Turning around, a strong repulsive force surrounded Pain, forming an air circle. Almighty push. In an instant, the bone blade was repelled by the strong force, but just as it bounced back, the bone blade returned to its original size. Strange ability. Kimimaro frowned. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths were indeed strange. However, mere repulsive force is far from enough. In the next second, Kimimaro's face changed suddenly, as if a huge suction force had grabbed Kimimaro. His body moved forward uncontrollably. Universal pull. Kimimaro flew towards Pain's position instantly. The black rod in Pain's hand appeared again, and he looked at Kimimaro coldly. Kimimaro was just slightly surprised, but soon returned to normal. A smirk appeared on his lips. So he brought himself closer. Bone spikes. Swish. Kimimaro's white bone armor suddenly sprouted many small spears. Pain also noticed the anomaly on Kimimaro's body and suddenly had a bad feeling. Stab. Instantly, many bone spears sprouted from Kimimaro's body, wrapping him like a hedgehog. TCH. Are these bones controlled by his will? Pain's face was gloomy, and he released the suction of the universal pull. Animal Path stood in front of Pain, slamming the ground to create many summoning marks. Summoning Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a huge, ferocious stone panda appeared, blocking all of Kimimaro's bone spears. TCH. Blocked. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and a familiar feeling arose from his heart. What was this feeling? The air suddenly cracked open, and a rift appeared. Ryujiro walked out of the rift, also stunned by the scene, then showed a playful smile on his face. Chapter 110, Nagato's shock. Ryujiro-sama. Kimimaro looked in astonishment at Ryujiro as he emerged from the void. What in the world was that black portal? A space-time ninjutsu. In the distance, Deva Path's pupils shrank involuntarily. So, this was Ryujiro. He's so young. A look of seriousness flashed across Pain's face. Despite being so young, he had caused significant trouble for the Akatsuki organization. Even with so many members working together, the Akatsuki had been toyed with by Ryujiro. What secrets did this guy hold? Orochimaru also looked at Ryujiro with a face full of surprise. He hadn't expected Ryujiro to appear at this moment, it was truly surprising. However, Orochimaru looked playfully at Pain. Should he say Pain has a bad luck? Those Rinnegan. To be honest, Orochimaru knew it was impossible for so many pairs of Rinnegan to exist, and each of these people had black rods similar to the ones Pain had on his hands inserted into their bodies. These people were likely puppets. The real wielder of the Rinnegan was controlling these puppets from behind the scenes. Orochimaru's guess was indeed correct. Kimimaro, release the transformation, Ryujiro said calmly. Kimimaro nodded and returned to his original form. A faint smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Pain, this is our first meeting. Pain's expression was grim as he coldly said, I've heard of you, Ryujiro of Konoha. Hey, you came here for the One Tail, didn't you? But I'm sorry, Gaara is under my protection. I can't allow Akatsuki to take him away. Ryujiro laughed lightly. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let's see if Sword Genius of Konoha truly the strength has to back his words. I just hope you live up to your reputation. Pain retorted coldly. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Roar. A vast expanse of white smoke filled the air, and huge summoning beasts appeared before Ryujiro. A giant rhino, a massive chameleon, a huge bird soaring in the sky, and a giant multi-headed dog, none of these summoned beasts were weak. Pain was unsure of Ryujiro's strength, so to be safe, he decided to test him first. After all, even if these summoning beasts died, he had ways to revive them. Summoning beasts, huh? The faint smile never left Ryujiro's face. Only these few summoning beasts. It was an underestimation of his strength. They were nothing more than toys. Those Rinnegan they had were all fake. Nagato, you're as naive as ever, Ryujiro chuckled softly. Behind the summoning beasts, the eyes of all the paths of Pain couldn't help but contract, looking at Ryujiro with immense shock. Especially Nagato, who trembled in the treehouse upon hearing Ryujiro's words. How is it possible? He actually knows about me. Could it be that bastard? Impossible. Ryujiro. Who exactly are you? An unprecedented look of fear appeared on Nagato's face. Ever since he had obtained the power of the Rinnegan, he believed nothing in this world could stop him. Everything in this world was under his control. But Ryujiro seemed to transcend everything, with a playful smile on his face that suggested he had always known the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki. He must die. Ryujiro has to die. A chilling killing intent erupted from Nagato. Konan, standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. Nagato. Nagato now had become increasingly unfamiliar, so much so that even Konan could barely recognize him. You are indeed a great threat. You must be eliminated to bring permanent peace, Deva Path said coldly. Peace. A look of disdain appeared on Ryujiro's face. Enough with the talks, there's nothing more to say. The massive, summoned beasts charged towards Ryujiro, especially the hellhound that spewed overwhelming flames from its mouth, instantly raising the surrounding temperature. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A wall of spiritual energy easily blocked the overwhelming flames, making Nagato even more perplexed. Was this some unrecorded ninjutsu? Just how many mysterious jutsus did Ryujiro possess, as Kisame and others had mentioned? It's been a while since I used my sword. If I don't use it regularly, it will become dull. I'll use you as a whetstone. Ryujiro drew his sword, raising a huge cloud of dust. A dazzling flying slash cut through the dark night sky, an unstoppable strike charging forward. At that moment, the massive rhino charging towards Ryujiro was instantly sliced in half by the sharp slash, with a clearly visible huge bloodstain spreading across half of its body. The rhino was cut in two, its blood splattering across the surrounding ground. Such a beast was killed with one strike. A flying slash. It was real. Pain looked in shock at the scene. His strength had fully recovered, but against Ryujiro, should he really use that move? Time was running out, and using such power could deplete his life force. Soon, the Akatsuki would attack Konoha, and if he wastes all his strength here, Akatsuki wouldn't be able to win against Konoha. After much consideration, Nagato decided to use planetary devastation. Someone like Ryujiro had to die. Otherwise, with Ryujiro on Konoha's side, the Akatsuki's plans would be on danger. In an instant, all the other summoned beasts were dealt with by Ryujiro. Their corpses lay in the surrounding desert, their large bodies kicking up a cloud of sand as they hit the ground. Now, all Ryujiro saw was a sea of yellow sand. Ryujiro frowned. The other paths of pain present seemed to have vanished. Planetary devastation. While planetary devastation seemed powerful, it could be easily broken by destroying the black sphere with a strong gravitational pull. Ryujiro, you fool, you dared to stop me. Now with your own eyes see the power of a god. Pain said coldly, as his hands clasped together. The next moment, a black sphere appeared in his palm, floating slowly into the air. A cold glint flashed in Pain's eyes as he declared. Planetary devastation. Boom. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the black sphere in the sky emitted a terrifying gravitational force, as if it wanted to swallow everything. In the treehouse, Nagato's nose bled, his face twisted in pain as he exhausted his power. Nagato, stop. You'll die if this continues. Konan shouted in desperation. But Nagato was too consumed by his desire to eliminate Ryujiro. Right now, he just wanted to kill Ryujiro. The terrifying gravitational force pulled Ryujiro uncontrollably towards it. Planetary devastation, huh? It had a powerful suction force. But it wasn't something that would give any trouble to Ryujiro. Ryujiro condensed his spiritual pressure, covering his Zanpakuto, and unleashed a simple yet powerful slash with terrifying spiritual pressure. Whoosh! In the next moment, the spiritual pressure erupted instantaneously. The pressure was suffocating, and the unstoppable slash moved ahead with great force, tearing a tiny rift in space. When the slash hit the black sphere, the aftermath created a huge shockwave, sweeping the surroundings like a level 8 hurricane, stirring up a sandstorm. Crack! Boom! Under the destructive slash, visible cracks appeared on the black sphere. Seeing this, Pain's face was filled with a panic expression. It's impossible. Just as he had finished speaking, the black sphere shattered like a mirror. The moment of it shattered, the terrifying gravitational force disappeared. In the treehouse, Nagato spat a mouthful of blood, his face showing an expression of sheer terror. Chapter 111, A God in Distress. Nagato. Konan screamed in fear, her face pale with worry as she pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of Nagato's mouth. Nagato, please stop. As she wiped away the blood, Konan's hands trembled uncontrollably, as if her heart was being cut with a knife. Nagato was now her only emotional support. If something happened to him, Konan feared she would lose her will to live. Impossible. This is impossible. This can't be happening. How could this all happen? I am a god. I have the Rinnegan. Nagato roared, almost losing his mind, as Ryujiro's slash destroyed the black sphere, breaking his last line of defense. Planetary devastation was undoubtedly one of Nagato's strongest techniques. If even that couldn't do anything to Ryujiro, he had no idea what could. His power seemed insignificant in front of this man. Seeing the dull eyes of Devapath, Ryujiro's lips curled into a sneer. Is it already over? It seems I overestimated you. A coward will always be a coward. When your power is defeated, you reveal your true self. Ryujiro's words provoked Nagato. Pain's face twisted in a roar, what do you understand? You know nothing. Pain's face contorted in rage. The pain of losing his best friend, the pain of Konoha destroying his home, Konoha ninja, and those so-called great nations never cared about the harm they caused other villages and countries. He hated them. He hated the 5 great nations and this hypocritical world. At this moment, Obito appeared in the treehouse. Obito in his deep voice, said, Nagato, stop for now. You cannot overuse your power anymore. We have found a way to deal with Ryujiro. Call back all the paths. A way to deal with Ryujiro. Are you sure? Nagato asked in a hoarse voice. Obito was silent for a moment, then nodded. He wasn't sure what tricks Danzo had, but at this point, there was no other choice but to trust him. And even if the plan to invade Konoha and capture the Nine-Tails failed, it wouldn't significantly impact Obito's plans. He had other plans to disrupt the entire shinobi world. As for Nagato's life, it didn't matter much to Obito. In the end, Nagato was just a pawn with higher utility value than others, his life or death didn't matter much. A way to deal with Ryujiro. Nagato gritted his teeth. At this moment, Devapath Pain, with his cold gaze fixed on Ryujiro, said, We will meet again. In a flash, a huge cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and the bodies of Narakapath and the other summoned beasts also disappeared without a trace. Meet again. You want to invade Konoha? Let's see what you've got to deal with me. However, it's time for his organization to be known in the ninja world. A smile curved at the corner of Ryujiro's mouth. Kimimaro approached and respectfully called out. Ryujiro-sama. You've mastered your power well. It's impressive how quickly you adapted to the spiritual pressure. Ryujiro looked at Kimimaro with satisfaction. It's all thanks to the power you gave me, Ryujiro-sama, Kimimaro said respectfully, bowing his head. Ryujiro glanced at Orochimaru, as well as the stunned Gaara and Sasuke. He looked at Gaara and said slowly, it's time for you to leave as well. Huh? Gaara was momentarily taken aback. Let him go. I can leave now. Gaara asked excitedly. But. Don't forget who you are and be careful not to die. Gaara fell silent. The battle just now hadn't visually shocked him. And Pain's strength seemed ordinary, just that his abilities were strange. However, this was all Gaara's personal assessment. Just as Gaara was about to leave, Ryujiro gave a mission to him. I want you to take control of Sunagakure. Become the Kazekage of Sand Village. Gaara was even more bewildered. He left Sunagakure to avoid being bound by the title of Kazekage, which involved managing village affairs. Besides, Gaara didn't really have any good feelings about the village. I know you don't want to, but this is temporary. When I unify the shinobi world, there won't be 5 great shinobi villages or 5 great nations anymore. Ryujiro's tone was calm. But his words struck Gaara and Sasuke like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned and speechless. Unify the shinobi world. Was Ryujiro serious? Did he really intend to unify the entire shinobi world? Even Orochimaru hadn't anticipated that Ryujiro had such ambitions. Unifying the shinobi world was no easy feat, but if it were Ryujiro, it might be possible. The shinobi world was too fragmented and division of power among villages was too severe, which was why wars had erupted repeatedly throughout history. The 5 great nations were independent of each other, though there was some trade between them, they didn't trust each other. Especially the Land of Fire, which was often the target of other great nations during the ninja wars. Their ambitions to devour the Land of Fire had never waned. TSK, Ryujiro-kun. Who would have thought you harbored such ambitions, Orochimaru said with a smile. The unification of the shinobi world is inevitable. To achieve permanent peace and freedom, the ninja world must be unified. Ryujiro said calmly. Gaara fell silent after hearing Ryujiro's words. Unify the entire ninja world, Quite the bold vision. This was unprecedented. All right, I agree, Gaara nodded. After entering the base, Ryujiro was somewhat surprised by Orochimaru's choice of sacrifices. Though the appearance differed from what Ryujiro knew, it was undoubtedly Uchiha Shin. However, Shin no longer worshipped Itachi. He was simply called Shin. His body bore the marks of many of Orochimaru's experiments. The Sharingan had yet to be transplanted into his body. Let's begin, Orochimaru, Ryujiro said after a brief surprise, quickly regaining his composure. Shin's eyes were vacant, clearly under genjutsu. Shin donned the Shinigami mask, and the next moment, a vast chakra formed a terrifying Shinigami. The Shinigami slashed its own abdomen, causing a gush of blood from Shin's waist. Orochimaru sealed hands, and along with the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage, all emerged from the Shinigami's seal. Wow! Shin vomited a large amount of blood, regaining consciousness. Lord Orochimaru, why? Shin weakly raised his hand, but soon it lost strength and fell, his life fading away. They're back. Orochimaru felt the power in his hands and smiled with joy. At this moment, Ryujiro's gaze fell on the Shinigami. As expected, the Shinigami, although a chakra construct, also had a soul. Then, a black spiritual energy enveloped the Shinigami, making it roar madly as if it had lost its mind. The hollowification had begun. Chapter 112, Kira. The ghastly and sharp roar of the Shinigami was as tormenting as the sound of nails scraping on glass. Clutching its head, the Shinigami's eyes suddenly widened, and an overwhelming black aura along with an unusual chakra burst forth. But at that moment, the Shinigami's eyes briefly returned to normal, and a familiar yet strange chakra seemed to be trying to prevent its hollowification. This chakra? Ryujiro frowned. It was similar to the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan previously found in Hinata. Could it be that Hagoromo Otsutsuki has intervened? Though the Hagoromo had died, his chakra had always watched over this world from the Pure Land, monitoring the development of the shinobi world. Interesting. So, you finally made a move. Ryujiro's lips curved into a faint smile. However, such a small trick could not prevent the hollowification. In an instant, an immense spiritual pressure descended, causing the entire base to shake violently under its influence. Is this Ryujiro-sama's spiritual pressure? Incomprehensible. Outside, Kimimara's face showed a look of shock. Sasuke and Gaara immediately knelt on the ground, their souls seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by this overwhelming spiritual pressure. Was this Ryujiro's true power? The mere pressure rendered them immobile. What kind of monster had Konoha given birth to? Gaara now realized that Ryujiro's words might not be impossible to achieve. If the shinobi world was truly unified, would wars never break out again? Subarashi. Ah, so this is Ryujiro-kun's power. Orochimaru displayed an intoxicated expression. Even though his soul felt as if it was being torn apart by the spiritual pressure, his eyes still showed excitement. Because this was the power he longed for. Boom. The chakra on the Shinigami's body instantly turned into mist and dispersed, with the azure chakra dissipating before their eyes. Buzz. A black hole gradually appeared on the Shinigami's chest, with black energy transforming into a chain passing through his chest, making him roar like a beast. The white mask on his face looked even more ferocious, making him appear more like a true death god. The Shinigami was gradually transforming into a hollow. In an instant, a suffocating aura filled the entire base. Feeling the spiritual pressure, Kimimaro couldn't help but shiver. This spiritual pressure. It's not from Lord Ryujiro. Could it be from Lord Orochimaru? No, it's not. This spiritual pressure is even deeper, making it feel as though all things are heading towards death. A humanoid hollow appeared in front of Ryujiro, and unlike ordinary hollows, this spiritual pressure was many times stronger than Kimimaro. An Ajuchas. Then let me see if I can perform an Arankar transformation. Brilliant light swirled as the Hogyoku floated at Ryujiro's fingertip. Seeing the Hogyoku, Orochimaru's heart trembled. Was it this object that created monsters called hollows? Eternal life could be achieved through this treasure. Though curious, Orochimaru didn't harbor greed, knowing that having such thoughts would not only distance him from eternal life but also risk his life. Besides, he wasn't confident in dealing with Ryujiro. Roar. The hollowified Shinigami let out another deafening roar. The Hogyoku's power bestowed the hollowified Shinigami with its strength, making the massive figure undergo another transformation. His vicious eyes gradually showed a trace of confusion, and the chaotic spiritual pressure began to stabilize and converge within his body. The immense spiritual pressure turned into a curtain-like energy, enveloping the hollowified Shinigami, much like Kimimaro's Arankar transformation. What would be the abilities of the Shinigami after becoming an Arankar? Ryujiro was extremely curious. The essence of the Reaper Death Seal was to seal, but it also involved soul devouring, with the soul being permanently sealed within. Gradually, the swirling spiritual pressure stabilized, with the shroud around the Shinigami receding like a tide. A man about 1.8 meters tall, with a mask resembling the previous Shinigami on the right side of his head, looked confusedly at Ryujiro and Orochimaru before him. After a short while, a spark of clarity appeared in the Shinigami's eyes, and he knelt before Ryujiro, respectfully saying, "Master." Ryujiro looked surprised at the Arankar transformed Shinigami. He adapted to his body so quickly, truly extraordinary. It seems it was a success. Do you remember your origins? Ryujiro asked. I remember, Master. I was a Shinigami born in the Pure Land, able to manifest in the shinobi world because of ninjutsu. Our manifestation in this world requires the soul of the one who performs the ninjutsu. Pure Land. Orochimaru noted these unfamiliar words. Pure Land. Does such a place really exist as the domain of Shinigamis? Most ninjas are unaware of the Pure Land. Only someone like Ryujiro, who knows many of the shinobi world's secrets, knows that the Pure Land is where the souls of the dead belong. Moreover, the souls of previous Hokages have disappeared, indicating they have returned to the underworld. But these things weren't important since Ryujiro had no intention of hollowifying their souls. Shinigami. Ryujiro pondered something as he looked at the death god. Calling him simply Shinigami seemed odd, so Ryujiro decided to give the Arankar transformed Shinigami a name. Kira. From now on, you will be called Kira. After some thought, Ryujiro finally came up with a name. Thank you, Ryujiro-sama, for bestowing me a name. Ryujiro had already prepared clothes, similar in style to the Espada uniforms from Bleach, mostly simple white. Kira's hair was different too, after hollowification, it had turned white. Ryujiro-kun. My soul has now completely returned. Does that mean I can too? Orochimaru's eyes revealed longing. Ryujiro shook his head, it's not the right time. If you only hollowify to the Jillian level, it's meaningless. I need to prepare the nutrients you need after hollowification to allow you to evolve. So. Ryujiro patted Orochimaru's shoulder. Wait a bit longer, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face stiffened with disappointment, his ears drooping. Still not yet. Orochimaru dreamed daily of attaining immortality. Now, with his soul intact, he still couldn't hollowify immediately. Seeing Orochimaru's disappointed expression, Ryujiro sighed helplessly. It wasn't that he was stringing Orochimaru along, but for Ryujiro, a Jillian-level Arrancar was insignificant, especially for someone like Orochimaru, a Kaga-level ninja. Jillian were just lower-class hollows. If Ryujiro helped Orochimaru hollowfy at this level, it would waste his potential. Chapter 113, Danzo you fool. Who is this guy? Sasuke's eyes narrowed sharply. Seeing the void-like hole in Kira's chest, he instantly understood. Could the immense pressure from earlier have come from this person? Ryujiro, you've created another monster. Kimimaro, what's wrong? Gaara noticed something strange about Kimimaro. Kimimaro seemed different from before, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Are you afraid? Gaara asked with a frown. Even Sasuke couldn't help but look at Kimimaro and found him trembling with terror. I don't know. This feeling is like an instinctual fear, as if he and I are on completely different levels. On different levels? Seeing the fear on Kimimaro's face, Gaara fell into deep thought. Does that mean this person's strength is even more terrifying than Kimimaro's? That Shinigami mask was indeed quite intimidating. Ryujiro walked over slowly, smiling, and said, it's normal for you to be afraid. You are a Jillian-level Arrancar, while he is an Ajuchas-level Arrancar. It's normal for you to fear him. An Ajuchas Arrancar. Kimimaro gasped sharply, his face changing instantly. Ryujiro had told him about the Ajuchas-level Arrancar, which were on a completely different tier from the Jillian. The base abilities of an Ajuchas far surpassed those of a Jillian. Even the gap between a Jillian's Arrancar and an Ajuchas' Arrancar was not something that could be easily bridged. What kind of soul did Ryujiro transform, to make it immediately become an Ajuchas-level Arrancar? And what about Lord Orochimaru? Has Ryujiro-sama not yet decided to transform Lord Orochimaru? Meanwhile, in the dead of night, a mysterious figure appeared in the village of Konoha. There was still some time before dawn, and Ryujiro's clone at home had not slept. Sensing the approaching figure, the clone couldn't help but frown. This feeling. Was it Danzo? What was he doing here at this time? As Ryujiro's clone was about to act, the space in the room tore apart, and Ryujiro stepped out of a void portal. Danzo. Since Ryujiro's main body had returned, the clone was no longer needed. With a poof, the clone vanished in a puff of smoke. On the rooftop, Danzo's cloudy eyes looked particularly cold under the moonlight. At this moment, Ryujiro also reached the rooftop, looking at Danzo indifferently. What are you doing here? Ryujiro, you've deceived everyone. It seems that Orochimaru's death was all part of your plan. You knew he would come back to life, didn't you? Danzo asked in a low voice. So what if I did? Ryujiro replied calmly. Danzo's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Ryujiro to admit it directly. Does he really think that Danzo has no influence left in Konoha? Danzo's gaze turned sinister as he looked down at Ryujiro. It seems you staying in the village is dangerous. Someone like you, uncontrollable, will eventually drag Konoha into the abyss. Hey, Danzo. You speak so righteously, but isn't it all for the position of Hokage? Ryujiro mocked with a laugh. Yes, I do it for the position of Hokage. I want the position of Hokage for the entire Konoha. Konoha can only regain its former glory under my leadership as the first ninja village. I want to make Konoha great again. Someone like you, who doesn't care for the village, would never understand this. Danzo roared in anger. He tore off the bandage covering his right eye, revealing the Mangekyo Sharingan, which looked even more eerie under the moonlight. Koto Ematsukami. As soon as Koto Ematsukami activated, Ryujiro's body trembled, and his eyes gradually became dazed. Danzo, Sama. Ryujiro stiffly uttered these words. Phew. Danzo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Koto Ematsukami had succeeded. As expected of the strongest genjutsu of the Sharingan. At first, Danzo was worried that it might not work. Hey. Someone like you probably never imagined a day when you'd be controlled by me. Danzo's face showed a cold smile. Now, Ryujiro was his puppet, completely under his control. Danzo had already decided that since Ryujiro was an assistant to the Hokage, he might as well be an undercover agent next to the Hokage. From now on, stay by Tsunade's side. Report to me immediately if there's any movement among the high-ups. Yes. With that, Danzo's figure disappeared into the night. At this moment, Ryujiro's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Idiot. The so-called signs of being controlled by genjutsu were just Ryujiro pretending. His powers made him immune to genjutsu, even the strongest one like Koto Ematsukami couldn't control him. In his eyes, Danzo's earlier smug smile was nothing more than that of a clown. Be your spy. Dream on. When Danzo realizes he hasn't been controlling Ryujiro and has been played all along, who knows what kind of expression he will have. It might be quite amusing. Ryujiro's twisted sense of humor was chilling. The next day, Ryujiro took Hinata to where Naruto and Jiraiya were training. At this moment, Naruto had gradually gained control over the Nine-Tails chakra and no longer got affected by emotions when using the Tailed Beast chakra. For Jiraiya, Naruto's progress was surprising. Even more surprising was that the Nine-Tails would actively communicate with Naruto. What exactly did Ryujiro do? Now, Naruto's strength had reached a new level, probably even surpassing Sasuke's at this stage. Jiraiya-sama. Ryujiro called out. Jiraiya, who was mostly letting Naruto train on his own, quickly put away the small adult book he was holding and coughed awkwardly when he heard Ryujiro's voice. Hinata looked at Jiraiya curiously. Was this one of the legendary Sannin? Why does he seem so strange? What are you doing here? Jiraiya asked awkwardly. Ryujiro knew what book Jiraiya had been reading. As the author of the Ika Ika Paradise series, Jiraiya often indulged in these healthy books. Just came to check on Naruto. You're just letting him train on his own. Ryujiro frowned as he looked at Naruto training and then glanced at Jiraiya. Naruto can already control the Tailed Beast chakra. I have nothing more to teach him. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Ryujiro looked at Jiraiya skeptically. He didn't believe Jiraiya's nonsense for a second. Jiraiya was clearly just slacking off. Chapter 114, Hinata vs Naruto. Huh. You want Naruto and Hinata to have a real combat training session? Jiraiya said with a look of astonishment on his face. Yeah. Ryujiro nodded calmly. No, even though Naruto can control the Tailed Beast chakra, what if his power goes out of control and he hurts Hinata? Jiraiya quickly shook his head, indicating that this combat training was not feasible. Ryujiro turned his head to look at Jiraiya and said, even if Naruto's power goes out of control, it won't be much of a problem. A half-tailed beast Naruto wouldn't necessarily hurt Hinata. What? Jiraiya looked incredulous. What's wrong with Ryujiro this time? Did he take some wrong medicine? Even he, one of the Sannin, would be in danger of dying when facing a half-tailed beast Naruto. Yet Ryujiro said a half-tailed beast Naruto wouldn't hurt Hinata. Moreover, the kind of power rampaging you mentioned won't happen at all. Ryujiro added nonchalantly. Jiraiya was at a loss for words. Indeed, with Ryujiro here, even if Naruto's power went out of control, nothing would happen. But Jiraiya was worried about the damage Naruto's body would take each time his power went out of control. Ryujiro might not have expected that Jiraiya interpreted his words in a different way. After calling Naruto over, Ryujiro said, Naruto, you and Hinata will have a real combat spar. A real fight? Ryujiro, are you joking? If I accidentally hurt Hinata, will you hold me accountable and come after me? Naruto looked at Ryujiro warily. Ryujiro couldn't help but laugh. You think you can actually hurt Hinata? I think you're underestimating her. Currently, Hinata's strength has already long surpassed yours. That's impossible. Naruto didn't believe Ryujiro's words. Jiraiya had said that his current strength might surpass that of an ordinary jonin. What he lacked was merely combat experience. Moreover, he had already mastered controlling the Tailed Beast chakra. If you don't believe it, have a match with Hinata, and you'll know. Ryujiro said calmly. All right. Naruto clenched his fist and thought to himself, I must let Ryujiro know that I am not what I used to be. I will show him how much I've grown. In no time, Hinata and Naruto arrived at a vast open space. Was it necessary to come to such a large place? Jiraiya said doubtfully. Ryujiro chuckled, you won't understand Hinata's strength until you see it. This made Jiraiya even more confused. Could the little girl from the Hyuga clan possess some terrifying ninjutsu? The only thing to be proud of might be the Byakugan, but the Byakugan wasn't enough against a Jinchuriki. Naruto and Hinata formed the seal of confrontation. Instantly, it felt as if deathly silence fell around them. As a gust of wind blew past, Hinata's figure surged forward like a comet. Seeing the red-tailed beast chakra surging through Naruto's body, Hinata's face showed a hint of surprise. So, this is the tailed beast chakra. As expected, it's as powerful as Ryujiro said. Taijutsu was the Hyuga clan's specialty, and in the moment Hinata charged forward, she had already locked onto Naruto's chakra flow points. However, Naruto hadn't been training in vain these past few days. Jiraiya had noticed Naruto's weaknesses in taijutsu and focused on training him in that area. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. Boom. Smoke exploded as dozens of Naruto's clones charged at Hinata, leaping into the air. Hinata's eyes narrowed, and her body surged with chakra, spinning rapidly. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. The rotation formed a protective shield, and the charging Naruto clones disappeared into smoke upon contact. Whoosh. The moment the shield made contact, Naruto appeared behind Hinata, unnoticed. He intended to use the clones to disrupt Hinata's vision, but with her awakened Tenseigan, her perception had greatly improved, and this little trick couldn't approach her. As Naruto charged at Hinata, a terrifying invisible repulsive force erupted, sending Naruto flying. Seeing this from afar, Jiraiya immediately lost his composure. He jumped from the rocks, staring wide-eyed at Hinata. What just happened? Why did Naruto get thrown back? 8 trigrams vacuum palm. No, the Hyuga girl didn't make the hand seal for vacuum palm. What's going on? But it's too early to judge the outcome with just taijutsu. Ryujiro and Jiraiya wore slightly different expressions. Ryujiro seemed a bit displeased. Naruto still had his old habit of holding back his strength. Naruto, who had fallen to the ground, spat out sand, looking at Hinata in shock. What was that? Repulsive force? When approaching Hinata, it felt like an invisible force had repelled him. Was this a new jutsu that Ryujiro taught Hinata? Damn it. Ryujiro only taught me the Rasengan, yet he was so partial to Hinata. Why? Why he is so unfair? Naruto took a deep breath, his face showing a serious expression. He finally started to take this seriously. Boom. In an instant, the tailed beast chakra surged out of Naruto, covering him in a red cloak. 2 tails emerged behind Naruto. The chaotic tailed beast chakra burst forth, creating an oppressive feeling. Hinata frowned. So this is the tailed beast chakra. It's unimaginably vast. However, now Hinata's chakra wasn't that much inferior to Naruto's. After receiving Hamura's chakra, Hinata not only experienced changes in her eyes but also in her physique. Boom. The ground beneath Naruto's feet suddenly collapsed, and the terrifying force caused numerous cracks to form like spider webs in an instant. Naruto, like an arrow, approached Hinata in an instant, but again, an invisible force repelled him. However, this Naruto wasn't the real Naruto. Upon impact, he disappeared into smoke. Hinata's eyes shrank. Shadow clone. Since when? Rasengan. Naruto charged at Hinata with a light blue Rasengan in his hand. In that moment, Hinata did something unimaginable to Jiraiya. Instead of dodging, she extended her pale arm, opening her hand as if to block Naruto's Rasengan with one hand. What is she doing? If she takes on that Rasengan head-on, her arm will be crippled. Jiraiya exclaimed in horror, attempting to rush forward but was suddenly stopped by an arm. Just watch quietly. Ryujiro said calmly. Ryujiro, you. When Jiraiya looked again, his expression changed rapidly, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Chapter 115, Invasion of Pain. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at a pair of eyes unlike the Byakugan. Hinata's eyes had changed. What kind of eyes were these? Hinata's palm was covered with a green glow, and the Rasengan in Naruto's hand was absorbed the moment it touched Hinata's palm. How is this possible? Jiraiya cried out in disbelief, noticing Hinata's unusual eyes as well. Those weren't Byakugan. Did the Hyuga clan have another type of eye aside from the Byakugan? He shifted his gaze to Ryujiro. Seeing the faint smile on Ryujiro's face, Jiraiya instantly understood and wore a bitter smile. They said they were here to help Naruto train, but it seemed more like they were testing Naruto's strength. Poor Naruto. But how could Naruto's ninjutsu be absorbed like this? This was something Ryujiro had accidentally discovered while training with Hinata. He hadn't expected that the Tenseigan could absorb ninjutsu. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Hinata shouted, and the chakra in her palm burst forth with unmatched power. Naruto flew backward like a comet, while Hinata's power erupted, and she flew forward. The moment she touched Naruto, she locked onto his chakra points, and an invisible 8 trigrams formation seemed to appear beneath her feet. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto's main chakra points were sealed in an instant, and he let out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground. The terrifying chakra of the tailed beast within him gradually subsided. Hinata undoubtedly won this sparring match, and she had held back her strength. Of course, Ryujiro could see that this wasn't Naruto's full power. The fight ended so quickly because Naruto was too careless. Hinata's eyes returned to their normal Byakugan state, and she looked worriedly at Naruto lying on the ground. Naruto, are you alright? Naruto jumped up, dusted himself off, and smiled. I'm fine. But Hinata, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. As expected, the special training from Ryujiro is always the most effective. Naruto looked at Ryujiro in the distance with a dark expression. Hinata just smiled and didn't say much. The two of them walked towards Jiraiya and Ryujiro, with Hinata taking small steps and smiling sweetly at Ryujiro. Pervy sage. You lost fair and square. Jiraiya sighed deeply as he looked at Naruto. He had just asked Ryujiro about Hinata's eyes, and what Ryujiro told him had caused a storm in his heart. Eyes comparable to the Rinnegan. The ultimate evolution of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan could evolve into eyes comparable to the legendary Rinnegan. Why hadn't he heard of this before? Of course, Jiraiya didn't think Ryujiro was lying, he just couldn't imagine that the Byakugan could evolve. And from what Ryujiro said, it seemed he had known for a long time that the Byakugan could evolve into the so-called Tenseigan. How did Ryujiro know so much? This was what Jiraiya couldn't understand. Tenseigan. Was Naruto just sent flying by the Tenseigan's power? With eyes comparable to the Rinnegan, how strong would this little girl from the Hyuga clan become? As Jiraiya watched the backs of Ryujiro and Hinata leaving, he glanced at Naruto beside him with a complex expression. Meanwhile, outside the Konoha village, several figures were lurking, all dressed in the uniform of the Akatsuki. The six paths of pain, Kakuzu, Haiden, but Kisame and Itachi were not present. The two had already infiltrated the land of lightning, following Pain's orders. At the moment Pain decided to invade Konoha, Tsunade received a message from Itachi. However, Tsunade did not know the message came from Itachi. After all, only the third Hokage knew Itachi was the spy within the Akatsuki. To prevent any unexpected incidents, Tsunade had many ninjas scouting around Konoha, but all of them were dealt with by the six paths of pain. Kakuzu, Haiden. You two go find the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As for the ninjas of Konoha, leave them all to me. A cold light flickered in Pain's eyes. He would start with Konoha, showing them the true meaning of pain. Summoning Jutsu. Boom. Boom. In the instant the white smoke exploded, and a huge summoning beast rushed into Konoha. The plan to capture the Nine-Tails began. At the same time, the peaceful and quiet Konoha was shattered by a deafening explosion. Seeing the ferocious summoning beasts, panic instantly gripped the hearts of all Konoha villagers. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sprang from her seat upon hearing the explosion, her eyes contracting as she looked at the enormous, summoned beasts outside. Someone was really invading Konoha. Damn, who the hell are they? Tsunade gritted her teeth and said with an ugly expression. Members of the Umbu also appeared in front of Tsunade, speaking heavily. Lady Tsunade. It's the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki. Were they targeting Naruto? Find Jiraiya and have him protect Naruto. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the Umbu members vanished from the Hokage's office. Konoha had lost its usual peace and tranquility. Upon hearing the explosion, most villagers thought the four great ninja villages had united to attack Konoha. But that wasn't the case. Ninjas evacuated the villagers and took them to safety shelter. Konoha was in chaos, thick black smoke and raging flames everywhere. The giant summoned beasts trampled the land mercilessly, destroying buildings at will. At this moment, Danzo emerged from the old base of the route, looking at the chaotic Konoha in shock. This. Danzo's face turned pale as he watched the panicked villagers flee. Madara had promised not to destroy Konoha, their target was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But this didn't look like they were holding back, it looked like they were trying to destroy Konoha. Ah! Danzo roared furiously. Uchiha Madara. How dare you deceive me? His angry voice echoed in the base. Meanwhile, Obito appeared in the root's base with a mocking smile. Collaborate with you. I was just using you. Since you have already used Koto Emetsukami on Ryujiro, he wouldn't act without your orders. Thud. Danzo staggered back a few steps, glaring angrily at Obito. Now, I will kill you. Chapter 116, Ryujiro vs. Pain. At this moment, Konoha was in chaos, smoke filling the air everywhere. Hinata, who had just rushed back, was also stunned by the scene before her. What on earth was going on? Why was the village under attack again? Where did these summoning beasts come from? Seeing the villagers fleeing in terror with their children, Hinata's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. At this time, an old woman who was evacuating with her granddaughter tripped in the chaotic crowd and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hinata quickly rushed over to prevent anyone from stepping on the old woman. Hinata helped the old woman up and asked with concern, "Granny, are you all right?" The old woman gratefully held Hinata's hand. "Thank you, child. Granddaughter, let's go quickly." After thanking Hinata, the old woman once again took her granddaughter's hand and ran towards the safe house. "Ryujiro-kun, I'm going to help them." "Okay. Be careful." Ryujiro nodded and cautioned her. Hinata smiled and nodded, helping other ninjas to evacuate the crowd. Ryujiro looked at the few resurrected summoning beasts and wasn't too surprised, the Rinnegan's ability could revive them. However, he hadn't expected Nagato to invade Konoha at this moment. Was it because of Danzo? A smile appeared at the corner of Ryujiro's mouth. Meanwhile, Obito was entangled with Danzo. His goal was not to kill Danzo but merely to stall him, and he had succeeded in that aim. Danzo had no way to deal with Obito's troublesome abilities. Every attack of his passed right through Obito's body. Damn it, what kind of strange ability is this? Danzo's face was as dark as ink. Every attack of his passed right through Obito's body. This troublesome ability was impossible to deal with. More importantly, the commotion outside Konoha was growing louder, and even the base of the root was shaking constantly. If this continued, Konoha might be destroyed because of him. If Konoha suffered heavy losses because of this, he would be the village's criminal. Danzo, someone like you must hate being manipulated, said Obito beneath his mask with a mocking smile. Danzo glared at Obito, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Being manipulated by others was the most foolish thing he had ever done. At the same time, in the center of Konoha, a person with long orange hair coldly asked after defeating a Konoha Jonin and holding his head. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? The Jonin's eyes were filled with fear, and he didn't know where Naruto was. Without getting any useful information, pain directly extracted the Jonin's soul. The Jonin's lifeless body was discarded like garbage. Kakuzu and Haiden had no news yet, indicating that Konoha had hidden the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki well. The ninjas outside Konoha seemed to know they were going to invade. Had someone informed Konoha? There was only one person who could have passed on the information, and that was Itachi from the Akatsuki. Nagato had long suspected that Itachi had a hidden agenda for joining the Akatsuki. But since he hadn't shown any unusual behavior and didn't try to bring Akatsuki in danger, Nagato had temporarily put him aside. He hoped the capture of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would proceed smoothly, and he could deal with Itachi later. The other 5 paths of pains were rampaging through Konoha, and ordinary Jonin were no match for them. In a ruined area, Kakashi was panting heavily, his chakra had almost been exhausted. Pain's strength was overwhelming, and if this continued, he might lose his life. Copy Ninja Kakashi, your reputation is well deserved. Believe me, Konoha will know Pain from losing a ninja like you, Pain said with a cold voice. His gaze towards Kakashi was as if he were looking at a dead man. Moreover, Kakashi's opponent was not just Deva Path, but also Azura Path. The troublesome missiles were one of the reasons for Kakashi's headache. Where was the reinforcements? Kakashi gritted his teeth, barely holding on. If this continued, even he wouldn't be able to hold out. Universal pull. What? Kakashi's eyes contracted as a terrible force pulled him towards Deva Path, and Kakashi had no way to stop himself. Know the pain. Feel the pain. Deva Path coldly said, a black rod appearing in his hand. Just as Pain aimed to stab Kakashi in the abdomen, a dazzling lightning bolt roared like a thunder dragon. Deva Path's expression changed dramatically, dodging the lightning strike. At the same time, he looked incredulously at the familiar men before him. The fallen Kakashi looked at the figure in surprise and shouted. Ryujiro. Kakashi, leave this to me. Go and help the others. Ryujiro said calmly. Kakashi knew Ryujiro's strength and understood that with his chakra mostly depleted, he would only be a burden here. Be careful. His abilities seemed to be attraction and repulsion. Kakashi reminded Ryujiro and disappeared from his sight. Nagato, it seems you haven't learned your lesson. A mischievous smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Deva Path looked at Ryujiro with a grim expression and said gloomily. Ryujiro, why are you here? Did Danzo fail, or was this all part of Konoha's plan? A mocking smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Did you really think Danzo has the ability to restrain me? How laughable. It seems both Danzo and Akatsuki are fools. In the treehouse, Nagato's face twisted with rage, his entire body trembling with fury. Damn it. I am a god. Almighty Push. This time, Almighty Push was different. The nearby Azura Path collapsed to the ground as the terrifying shockwave swept towards Ryujiro. Of course, this was just overdrawing the power of Azura Path. Nagato wasn't foolish enough to exhaust all his power, especially against an opponent like Ryujiro. Is this all the power he can muster? It seems he still doesn't fully understand my strength. Ryujiro calmly drew his Zanpakuto. The moment he unsheathed it, a sword energy roared forward. Chapter 117, You're weak. The violent sword energy, like a tsunami, was unstoppable in its destructive force. The meager repulsive force was no match for Ryujiro's slash, which surged skyward, transforming into a sharp, radiant arc. Deva Path's face changed dramatically. He hastily dodged, but still, due to the sheer force of the sword energy, half of his arm was torn off like cotton. As the radiant arc of sword energy dissipated, the surrounding buildings were reduced to dust, and a deep, abyss-like sword mark was left on the ground. Ryujiro's slash seemed as if it could cleave the earth in two. From the sky, Deva Path looked at his severed arm in shock, his gaze fixed on the ground below. How is this possible? How could a Konoha ninja possess such power? He was a god. How could he be defeated by a human? Scenes of Yahiko's death flashed through Nagato's mind. At this moment, in the treehouse, Nagato's chakra erupted like a raging torrent. Conan beside him showed a horrified expression. Nagato. Please, stop pushing your body like this. Shut up. For the sake of achieving peace, even if it costs my life, it's worth it. Blood trickled from the corner of Nagato's mouth. Meanwhile, the pains wreaking havoc in various parts of Konoha also stopped. Deva Path landed on the ground and slammed his hand down. Summoning Jutsu. The previously defeated Azura Path Pain also reappeared. The 6 paths of pain were all assembled. Deva Path was drawn into the mouth of the King of Hell by the Naraka Path and, after being chewed, reappeared before Ryujiro, completely restored. Did Nagato really think he stood a chance by gathering the 6 paths of pain? How naive, Nagato. Ryujiro sheathed his Zanpakuto. This action made Deva Path's face darken. What do you mean by this? Ryujiro smiled and spread his hands. I don't need to use my sword to deal with you all. Because you're all too weak. Whoosh. An uncontrollable rage erupted. Deva Path roared. You're too arrogant. Arrogant or not, you'll know once you try. With Ryujiro's current strength, some of the Shinigami techniques and Haki alone were enough to handle the 6 paths of pain. The only thing he was concerned about was Nagato using the combined power of the pains to unleash the catastrophic almighty push to destroy Konoha. But Ryujiro wouldn't let Nagato do so easily. In the anime, it was clear that the skill had a cooldown. Ryujiro wouldn't foolishly wait and let pain unleash such almighty push. The people of Konoha were already scattered, and the current major issue was the several summoned beasts rampaging through Konoha. These summoned beasts were too powerful for ordinary ninjas to stop, especially the Hellhound whose scorching flames turned the surrounding area into a burning hell, making it impossible to approach. These summoned beasts were even more terrifying than the 3-headed snake during Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. Shuriken and ninjutsu had no effect on them. Instead, their attacks only further enraged the beasts. Injured ninjas had small slug-like creatures on their shoulders. Their injuries were gradually healing, thanks to these rare medical slugs signed under Tsunade's contract with the Shikatsu forest. These slugs could split themselves to help numerous injured people, but even they were struggling to cope with the sheer number of wounded. The medical ninjas were overwhelmed, and the rampaging summoned beasts continued their relentless destruction. Naruto, meanwhile, had been taken to a hidden location by Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, why won't you let me go out and fight to protect the village? Naruto glared at Jiraiya in anger, his rage fueled by the sight of the village engulfed in smoke and flames. He wanted to fight to protect the village. He was, after all, the future Hokage. How could he ignore the enemies threatening his village? Jiraiya sighed. Naruto, you're their target. You're the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. The Akatsuki has been capturing the tailed beasts, and no one knows why. The village must ensure your safety. You are not just important to the village but to the entire shinobi world. If the balance brought by the power of the tailed beasts is disturbed, it will bring unimaginable disaster to the entire shinobi world. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, but he felt no pain. Inside Naruto, the 9 tails spoke, Kid, he's right. If you get captured, the whole world is doomed. You better stay put. The lazy voice of the 9 tails echoed in Naruto's mind. Kurama, lend me your power, please. With your power, I can protect the village. At this point, Naruto was still a naive kid, far from being mature. No. I haven't forgotten about those renegades. Even with my power, you'd just be heading to your death. Besides, you can't handle all my chakra yet. The 9 tails lay in its sealed cell, its eyes glinting with a strange light. What that brat said was true. Now with the existence of the Rinnegan, it seems their goal really is to revive the 10 tails. How could someone like him know about the 10 tails? In any case, Kurama had no intention of becoming nourishment for the 10 tails revival. Besides, Naruto was still too immature in his eyes. He only started to talk with Naruto because of Ryujiro. To Kurama, Naruto was still just a childish brat. Outside, the 3 summoned beasts had destroyed a third of Konoha, leaving it in ruins. At this moment, a graceful figure leapt out, gathering chakra to unleash a powerful shockwave. 8 trigrams air palm. The chakra shockwave tore through the air, crashing into the Hellhound. With a loud boom, the Hellhound spewing flames toppled over. Hinata stood on the rubble, her beautiful eyes filled with boundless anger. The village she loved had turned into this. Unforgivable. Hinata's chakra radiated such intensity that it made those around her feel suffocated. The rescued ninjas looked on in disbelief. Is that the Lady Hinata from Hyuga clan? Her power is incredible. She is truly a genius of the Hyuga clan. But what was this suffocating feeling they felt? It was as if they were facing Ryujiro himself. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Tensigen Unleashed. Hinata turned around and said calmly to them, "Leave this to me." Several ninjas' face slightly changed, and they said in trembling voices, "Lady Hinata, do you intend to face these summoned beasts alone?" "That's impossible. We've tried every method but couldn't stop these summoned beasts. The only way now is to find Ryujiro-sama. Only he can deal with these summoned beasts." By now, Ryujiro had unknowingly become the spiritual pillar of the Konoha ninja. If these ninjas were under Ryujiro's leadership, their dissipated fighting spirit might reignite. Ryujiro has other things to do. "I can handle this alone." After saying that, the pressure of chakra emanating from Hinata once again made the few ninjas gasp in astonishment. Had the young lady of the Hyuga clan already grown to this extent? The few of them exchanged glances and finally left, entrusting the situation to Hinata. At this moment, Hinata's Byakugan switched to the Tensigen. She coldly looked at the Hellhound and the other two summoned beasts that stood up again. Green chakra covered Hinata's right hand. Although she couldn't enter chakra mode, it was enough to use some Tensigen abilities. Whoosh! From Hinata's palm, green chakra transformed into chakra energy balls, sweeping out like a storm of bullets. Roar! The Hellhound roared, spitting out scorching flames that burned everything around, but the chakra balls were unaffected by the flames. Boom! Faced with such a quantity of chakra balls, even the tough-skinned summoned beasts couldn't withstand the bombardment. Boom! Accompanied by violent explosions, the seemingly invincible summoned beasts retreated step by step, blood pouring down like rain and dyeing the surroundings red. Thick smoke rose again, turning into a mist that enveloped the surrounding ruins. The ferocious giant bird could no longer move. Hinata flew towards the giant bird, holding a black rod in her hand, and thrust it into the bird's head. This time, the summoned beast was truly dead, even Nagato couldn't revive it. Hinata frowned as she looked at the black substance in her hand. What is this? If Ryujiro were here, he would surely be surprised. Hinata had inadvertently condensed a truth-seeking ball, and the black rod was formed from it. What Nagato controlled was merely a prototype of yin-yang release, incomparable to a true truth-seeking ball. Truth-seeking balls are abilities that surpass even Kekii Genkai and Kekii Tota. The moment Hinata thrust the truth-seeking ball, the summoned beast lost its connection with Nagato. Hinata's strength had once again significantly increased. Dealing with the two summoned beasts was now a piece of cake. At this time, Kakuzu and Haiden had taken advantage of the chaos to infiltrate Konoha, and killed many Konoha ninjas but still couldn't find the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Where did they hide the Nine-Tails? Kakuzu and Haiden were getting a bit frustrated. They had wandered around Konoha for half a day, interrogating everyone but still couldn't find Naruto. "Hey, Haiden. It seems to have stopped." A solemn expression flashed across Kakuzu's face. "What stopped?" "Kakuzu, can you stop talking in riddles?" Haiden was already a bit impatient. Although he had killed a few people as sacrifices to Jashin, such low-level sacrifices wouldn't satisfy Jashin. "I mean, the noise has stopped." Kakuzu scolded again, suddenly having a bad premonition. "This is normal, it means Konoha has been completely destroyed." Haiden didn't care at all. Kakuzu looked at him deeply, "Don't you have a brain?" "Huh? Kakuzu, are you looking for a fight?" With that, the two began to argue. These two were always quarreling like an old married couple. After all, they were the immortal duo, with similar abilities, unable to kill each other and always displeased with each other. At this moment, a figure flashed past them. Their faces changed instantly when they saw this person. "Hey, was the leader lying to us? Didn't he say that Ryujiro wouldn't make a move?" Seeing Ryujiro in front of them, they both showed terrified expressions. The Ryujiro in front of them was actually a shadow clone, the only difference being that Ryujiro didn't have a sword around his waist. "No. It's not him, it's a shadow clone." Kakuzu noticed a subtle difference and spoke in a somewhat relaxed tone. "A shadow clone?" Haiden's expression gradually softened. As expected of someone who fought the first Hokage, you can tell that this is a shadow clone. Indeed, old people are different. Kakuzu, having lived since the time of the first Hokage, being called an old man was normal. Old man. Kakuzu's face twisted. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Moreover, Kakuzu hated being called old the most. Age. It was Kakuzu's biggest taboo. "It's just a shadow clone, what's the big deal?" "Kakuzu, I'll handle this shadow clone." Haiden wielded his scythe, slashing towards Ryujiro. Ding. A crisp sound rang out. Kakuzu and Haiden's faces changed drastically, their vanished fear reappearing. Hey. Is this real?" Ryujiro blocked Haiden's attack with a single finger. Seeing the red-colored bubbling aura around Ryujiro's finger, Haiden was even more shocked. He didn't know what jutsu Ryujiro had used right now. The two of them didn't know that even Ryujiro's shadow clone's strength was beyond their imagination. Soon, Kakuzu and Haiden engaged in a fierce battle with Ryujiro's shadow clone. Ugh! In the treehouse, Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Nagato. Konan worriedly wiped the blood from Nagato's mouth. She said in a trembling voice, "Nagato, stop." At this moment, Nagato's heart was gradually shaken by Ryujiro. Since mastering the Rinnegan's power, he had never been defeated. After gaining this power, Nagato saw himself as the savior of this world, bringing eternal peace to the ninja world. But in all his actions, he only brought fear and terror. After Yahiko's death, Nagato's mindset had already twisted. The so-called peace was just an excuse for revenge. In Konoha, the other 5 puppet bodies had been destroyed by Ryujiro, their limbs scattered and unable to regenerate. Under Ryujiro's simple yet violent power, Nagato was already doubting his own existence. Chapter 119 is Anaji. Damn it, to think I'd be pushed to this extent by you. Deva Path glared resentfully at Ryujiro. It's tough being defeated when you've always considered yourself a god, isn't it? Ryujiro sneered. In the tree house, Nagato's face twisted in anger, with no way to vent his fury. Even with all 6 paths of pain attacking Ryujiro, they couldn't manage to do anything to him. Ryujiro's terrifying chakra and jutsu surpassed theirs. The Naraka path puppet lost in a power struggle and was crushed by Ryujiro's overwhelming strength. I have no choice but to use that move. Nagato's expression turned incredibly somber. Planetary devastation didn't work on Ryujiro, and only a powerful almighty push might defeat him. Nagato had already overexerted his power multiple times, one more push and he probably wouldn't have many days left to live. Enough, Nagato. Stop this madness. If Yahiko were still alive, he wouldn't want to see you like this. Konan's eyes were wet with tears. Ever since Yahiko's death, she and Nagato had depended on each other. After all, Yahiko was the original leader of Akatsuki. Since Nagato listened to Uchiha Madara and was challenged by Ryujiro, Konan could clearly feel Nagato changing over the past few days. He became someone she no longer recognized. This Nagato scared her. Nagato's cold and dark gaze fell on Konan. Konan, are you trying to stop the path to peace? Konan felt a sharp pain in her heart as she looked into Nagato's cold and different eyes. But you'll die if you continue like this. Konan's voice choked with emotion. Enough. I'm not going to die that easily. People in this world can only understand peace through pain. Konoha is just the beginning. Nagato's face contorted with rage. The massive chakra within him surged again, but his internal organs were already failing. Overextending his power this time would probably be his last. Nagato slowly ascended into the air, his cold gaze fixed on Ryujiro. Ryujiro watched as Nagato got up. Let him use almighty push. No way. Do you think I'll give you time to charge up? Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Heido number 63 Raikoho. A dazzling lightning explosion erupted from Ryujiro's palm, unleashing an unparalleled destructive force that scorched the air with a sizzling sound. The lightning shot through the sky, seemingly about to engulf Deva Path. Deva Path's eyes contracted as he sensed the destructive power within the lightning, his heart filled with horror. Ninjutsu. No. This isn't ninjutsu at all. I can't absorb it. The techniques that Ryujiro used didn't belong to the shinobi world. Could it be that Ryujiro wasn't from the shinobi world? But how could such thing be possible? Damn it. Nagato hadn't gathered enough chakra to release a powerful almighty push yet. The lightning instantly engulfed Deva Path. Although the body of the Deva Path was extraordinary, it was still just a puppet made of flesh and blood. The terrifying temperature of the lightning burned his skin to a crisp. When the lightning dissipated, Deva Path's body turned to ashes. Cough. Nagato, in the treehouse, spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath weakening to the extreme. And the chakra overuse backlash was destroying his body. How is this possible? Does this mean my dream of peace can never be achieved? No. I don't believe it. What hit Nagato the most was that Yahiko's body was destroyed due to his own foolishness, his best friend. After Yahiko's death, Nagato was already somewhat unhinged and abnormal. If Yahiko was truly his friend, he shouldn't have turned him into a puppet but rather buried him in the earth to let him rest in peace. Making a puppet out of a best friend was absurd. In the end, Nagato was just trying to escape from his own powerlessness. It was all over. The bodies of the 6 paths of pain were completely destroyed. Even if Nagato wanted to revive them, it wasn't possible. Nagato. Konan looked at the unfamiliar Nagato before her, her heart feeling as though it had been slashed by a sword. Why did it come to this? All of the 6 paths of pain being destroyed by Ryujiro marked the end of this war. The casualties were much fewer compared to Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha. The reason being all 6 paths had gathered to deal with Ryujiro. At the base of root, Obito furrowed his brows tightly, a bad premonition growing within him. No more movements. Could it be that Nagato succeeded? While Obito was puzzled, Zetsu's figure appeared. Nagato has failed. Obito was stunned, his face under the mask changing instantly. Nagato actually failed. Meanwhile, Danzo, controlled by Obito, heard this and showed a joyful expression. The village won. Zetsu coldly glanced at Danzo and said, Ryujiro wasn't controlled. This failure was due to this fool being played by Ryujiro. Moreover, we underestimated Ryujiro's power. This matter needs careful planning. Let's retreat for now. What? Ryujiro wasn't controlled. How is that possible? That was Koto Amatsukami, the strongest genjutsu of the Sharingan. How did he break free? Could it be? Danzo's eyes shrank, as a terrifying realization struck him, rendering his mind blank. Was Ryujiro not under the control of Koto Amatsukami from the beginning? Ryujiro had been playing with him all along. Realizing this, Danzo's rage surged. Meanwhile, under the mask, Obito's face darkened to an extreme, almost as if it were dripping ink. In his hand, a spear appeared from nowhere, stabbing into Danzo's stomach. Danzo's eyes widened, a mouthful of blood spilling out as he collapsed to the ground. After confirming Danzo's death, Obito and Zetsu disappeared from the root base. However, after they left, Danzo stood up again, unharmed. Izanagi allowed the user to control the boundary between illusion and reality. When Danzo was in a near-death state, Izanagi activated to protect him. The price of activating Izanagi was the permanent loss of 1 Sharingan. Chapter 120, A Clone's Power. Thud. How does he know our abilities? This guy is too strange. Haiden and Kakuzu were covered in wounds, especially Kakuzu, who had already lost 2 hearts. They had paid such a huge price just to deal with a shadow clone. If it were the real body, would they even have a chance to fight back? Ryujiro's clone gazed towards the location of the real body and slowly said, "It seems everything is over." Over. Kakuzu and Haiden couldn't help but frown. What was he talking about? In fact, both Kakuzu and Haiden were so frustrated with this fight. Their mission was to find the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet they ended up entangled with Ryujiro's shadow clone. The key point was that with their combined strength, dealing with a shadow clone should have been easy, yet they weren't even a match for Ryujiro's shadow clone. Enough playing around. It's time to deal with you too, Ryujiro's clone said lightly. What? Playing around? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu and Haiden were instantly furious. Hey! There should be a limit to underestimating and looking down on others. Unable to endure any longer, Kakuzu and Haiden teamed up to fight Ryujiro's clone. However, this time, Ryujiro's clone no longer held back. Kakuzu and Haiden were simply no match for the clone. A single branch imbued with armament haki was enough to deal with the two. The branch emitted terrifying sword energy as if it were a real sword, making Kakuzu and Haiden's scalps tingle. Just having an extra branch in hand created such a huge gap in strength. This guy was a true monster. In the end, under the full strength of Ryujiro's clone, the devastating sword energy instantly engulfed the two. Even though Haiden could survive being cut in half, he couldn't keep his body intact under this sword energy. Haiden couldn't possibly survive this. The main thing was that this was just a shadow clone of Ryujiro. Haiden's abilities only worked on the real body, which greatly limited his strength. Other than Kisame and Itachi, almost everyone in the Akatsuki organization had died at Ryujiro's hands. Undoubtedly, Ryujiro demonstrated a strength that was overwhelmingly superior. Akatsuki's mission this time was a complete failure. The biggest contributors were undoubtedly Ryujiro and Hinata, and many people didn't understand why Hinata had such powerful abilities. During the meeting, Ryujiro also explained Hinata's abilities. When Tsunade and the other Jonin heard about the origin of Hinata's Tensigen, almost everyone in the hall was shocked. Especially Kakashi, who knew how terrifying the Rinnegan's abilities were after fighting pain. The Tensigen was comparable to the Rinnegan. It was truly terrifying. The Hyuga clan seemed unstoppable in becoming the top clan in Konoha village. If the third Hokage were still alive, he would have been wary of such a powerful Hyuga clan, possibly even taking restrictive measures against them like he did with the Uchiha clan. In this war, Ryujiro and Hinata were undoubtedly heroes of the village. Although some people had previously harbored dissatisfaction and opinions about Ryujiro, those feelings disappeared after he saved the village. In their hearts, Ryujiro and Hinata were heroes who saved their lives. Now, Tsunade understood that Ryujiro's words were not just empty talk. He really had the potential to lead Konoha to unprecedented heights. Although Konoha didn't suffer many casualties, rebuilding the village was still a troublesome task. However, Ryujiro thought of a quick way to rebuild the village. You want to borrow Yamato? Yes. Yamato had now left the Umbu and was a special jonin. Tsunade called Yamato over. Ryujiro, were you looking for me? Yamato said. Come with me. Wood release, serial pillar houses. On an open space in Konoha, buildings rose from the ground. Although Yamato possessed wood release, his wood release was far inferior to the first Hokage's. However, Yamato was skilled in building houses. In a short time, many new houses appeared in Konoha. Although Yamato's chakra wasn't enough to support such huge consumption, Ryujiro supplied him with chakra like a perpetual motion machine. In this village reconstruction plan, Yamato earned a new title. The Mad Builder of Konoha. People even thought of him as the strongest construction worker. In no time, the flattened buildings of Konoha stood tall once again before everyone's eyes. After Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha, the entire shinobi world seemed to be stirring again. Especially the Land of Lightning, which summoned the other four major nations to discuss important matters. This so-called important matter was something any smart person could guess. The Land of Lightning still wanted to take action against Konoha. After 2 invasions, all the major nations believed that Konoha was in a weakened state, presenting an unprecedented opportunity. The Tsunagekyu's Jinchuriki had also returned. Not only that, but his strength was now on par with a Kage-level shinobi, and he was still very young. Not long after Gaara's return, Chiyo retired and handed over the position of Kazekage to Gaara. In their eyes, Gaara had grown enough to take on the role of Kazekage. At this time, Kisame and Itachi who went to the Land of Lightning couldn't successfully capture the 8 tails. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but the 4th Raikage seemed to know their plan. He had been lurking near the 8 tails for a long time. Now, due to frequent use of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi's body was on the brink of collapse. Although it didn't show on the surface, his condition was already beyond cure. Even the leader failed. Kisame, supporting Itachi, said with a complex expression. Their leader failed, and they also failed to capture the 8 tails. The future of the Akatsuki was bleak and uncertain. Itachi remained silent. He was also considering whether to return to Akatsuki or not. He had always been a spy for Konoha within Akatsuki, though no one knew his identity. Itachi had always prioritized the village. He had inherited Shirsue's will. Moreover, Itachi had another matter to complete. Sasuke. Kisame. Ah. Kisame turned his head to look at Itachi and was stunned the next second. The Sharingan stared at Kisame, and he collapsed to the ground. Sorry. Itachi said to Kisame, then his figure disappeared into the dense forest. He could not return to Akatsuki. Due to Nagato's failure, Obito and Zetsu had to accelerate their plans. Nagato had become a useless pawn. Hence, he died at Obito's hands, unlike in the original story where he had scarified himself. As for Konan, she barely escaped from Akatsuki. She knew she wouldn't be able to kill Obito and mostly likely would die at his hands. So, she ran away. She wanted to keep her hatred and avenge Nagato. In Konan's eyes, everything they were going through was because of Obito. Ever since Nagato came into contact with Obito, he had changed completely. And those Rinnegan eyes had also been taken by Obito. If Ryujiro knew about this, he would probably be stunned for a while. The plot had now completely diverged. Chapter 121, Leisure Days. After a month, Konoha had begun to recover. However, despite this, a shadow still loomed over the village leaders, a shadow that the villagers of Konoha were unaware of. As the Hokage, Tsunade received a heavy message after dispatching the Umbu to investigate the cooperation between the major nations. This time, the negotiations between the other 4 nations went unusually smoothly compared to before. More importantly, Anoki and A did not argue, which was unprecedented. Normally, the relationship between these two was like fire and water, but under their common interest, they put aside their prejudices and focused all their attention on Konoha. If they could conquer Konoha, they would achieve a feat that had never been accomplished in the history of the Shinobi World Wars. The thought of obtaining Konoha's fertile land and other resources made the other village leaders excited. It had been a month since the Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha, and even if Konoha had won, the village would be in a weakened state. This was a rare opportunity that they were unwilling to miss. Although there might be further conflicts among the villages over the distribution of benefits, they were willing to first swallow Konoha under the common interest. As for the distribution of benefits, naturally, the strongest village would take the largest share. Within the Akatsuki, only Obito, Black Zetsu, and Kisame remained. The once powerful Akatsuki now seemed as fragile as leaves in the wind, but Obito and Zetsu had a plan. This ninja world war might be an opportunity to seize the tailed beasts from the major villages while they were vulnerable. Moreover, the one-tail's Jinchuriki had already been found, the Sand Village's Kazekage was their new target. Obito, when necessary, used this jutsu to summon Madara back. We need his power now. Black Zetsu said, having lived for countless ages, naturally possessing some forbidden jutsus. Obito's eyes narrowed sharply, and he couldn't suppress a shudder in his heart. It was actually this jutsu. Edo Tensei. With Madara's power, everything might become easier. Now they only lacked the power of the 8 tails, 9 tails, and 1 tail. If Madara appeared during the chaos of the war among the great nations, the situation would become even more chaotic. The day of peace for the entire ninja world wouldn't be far off. Obito failed to notice the hidden cold smile on Zetsu's lips at all. During this time, Ryujiro had to admit that Hinata was truly a genius. During Pain's invasion, she unexpectedly drew out the truth-seeking balls and her strength had already surpassed that of a Super Kage-level ninjas. Now, in just 1 month, Hinata's strength had improved again. Although she wasn't yet fully in control, she could now enter Tenseigen Chakra mode. Being able to enter Tenseigen Chakra mode meant that Hinata had surpassed most of the powerful individuals of this world. The truth-seeking ball possessed the power of yin-yang release and could obliterate all matter. Their existence surpassed even the power of Kekkei-genkai. Besides the truth-seeking balls, Hinata had also mastered several other abilities of the Tenseigen. Tenseigen also gave the power to control another person's will and actions, and also read their thoughts. This ability was different from Genjutsu. Unless the person's willpower was extraordinarily strong, they couldn't escape the control of Tenseigen. Once controlled, all their actions and thoughts would change according to the controller's will. Hinata also mastered the Tenseigen spatial manipulation and silver will reincarnation explosion. As for the golden will reincarnation explosion, perhaps due to her not fully mastering the Tenseigen's power, its force wasn't yet at the level that Ryujiro knew could split the moon, but it could easily cleave a mountain in two. Hinata was now close to the 6 paths level. Compared to Uchiha Madara as the 10 tails Jinchuriki, there was still a considerable gap in strength. But it was mainly due to Hinata's lack of experience. During Pain's invasion, Hinata was promoted to Jonin by the higher-ups of Konoha. Hinata's and Ryujiro's relationship was also well known in the village, and their story became popular. The other members of the Konoha 11 envied Ryujiro and Hinata. They were still Chunin while Ryujiro was the Hokage's assistant, and Hinata was a Jonin. This couple was simply incredible. At home, Ryujiro enjoyed a leisurely life, playing chess with Hayashi, gardening, and walking around the village with Hinata. It was an incredibly pleasant life. As for the meetings of the other villages, Ryujiro considered them nothing but a group of rabbles. During this month, Ryujiro wasn't idle either. He fought multiple battles in his mental space against Aizen. Ryujiro noticed that after his progress bar reached 50%, Aizen's strength in the mental space also became stronger. His use of Kido and Shinigami combat techniques became more sophisticated, they were no longer like robotic attacks. Instead, Ryujiro saw a glimmer of light in Aizen's eyes in the mental space. The dullness in his eyes gradually disappeared. This surprised Ryujiro. Could it be that the second template's Aizen would regain his battle intellect faster? However, the Aizen in the mental space was just an illusion created by the system, not the real Aizen. While playing with Hanabi in the yard, Ryujiro noticed a figure suddenly appearing in the Hyuga clan's courtyard. It was Yamato. Ryujiro, Tsunade-sama wants to see you, Yamato said respectfully. Tsunade, huh? I understand, I'll be right there. Ryujiro nodded. He wasn't particularly concerned about why Tsunade was looking for him. After hearing Ryujiro's response, Yamato disappeared again. Ryujiro smiled at Hanabi. Hanabi, I'll play with you later. Okay, brother-in-law, you should go now. Hanabi nodded. After bidding farewell to Hanabi, Ryujiro's figure also disappeared from the courtyard. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Ryujiro pushed open the door. Tsunade, who had been frowning, finally relaxed when she saw Ryujiro. You're finally here. Tsunade's face relaxed as she handed a note to Ryujiro. Ryujiro suspiciously looked at the note, a strange smile appearing on his face. Chapter 122, Tsunade's worry. Tsunade rubbed her temples, not immediately noticing the expression on Ryujiro's face. Since she took office, so many things had happened that she regretted taking the position of Hokage. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to spend every day in the casino? Although Tsunade knew that even if she went to the casino, she would probably lose all her money and end up penniless. But at least she would be happy in the casino, whereas in the Hokage's office, she had to deal with thousands of matters every day. Not to mention the Reikage visit, Pain's invasion, and the Kage summit. Perhaps Tsunade could say she was the busiest Hokage in Konoha's history, despite not being in office for long. This note appeared mysteriously on my desk before Pain's invasion. The information it revealed was accurate. According to this person, Pain did indeed invade on that day. So far, the Umbu haven't found any leads. We still haven't confirmed that if there's a spy from Konoha within the Akatsuki. Tsunade spoke wearily. It was evident that Tsunade hadn't rested well in recent days. It was rare to see dark circles under her eyes. At this moment, Tsunade's face was tired, and her beautiful eyes were filled with fatigue. The most difficult thing for Tsunade to deal with now was the Kage Summit, as war could break out at any moment. What's there to be concerned about? Konoha has already won, so there's no need to worry about these things. Ryujiro said calmly. Tsunade felt that Ryujiro's words made sense, but if there really was a spy from Konoha in the Akatsuki, who could it be? Uchiha Itachi. Although Tsunade had her suspicions, she believed it was unlikely. Someone capable of massacring their own clan couldn't possibly be a spy for Konoha. Such ruthlessness even made Tsunade shiver. She had hoped to learn something from Ryujiro, but it seemed she was overthinking. Because Ryujiro always seemed to know everything, which was one of the reasons why Tsunade called him here. Forget it, it's not important anymore. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, and her tired expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a serious look. What do you think about the 4 Kage Summit? If the 4 other great villages launched a war against Konoha, Tsunade couldn't imagine how devastating it would be. What worried her even more was that the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village had returned and had become the Kazekage. It was said that this Kazekage could fully control the power of his tailed beast, making him a formidable opponent. Ryujiro shrugged, what else can I think? I'll just stay in Konoha and watch. Hearing this, Tsunade gave Ryujiro a stern look, be serious, this is not a trivial matter. Ryujiro sat on the sofa, looking at Tsunade calmly. They're just a bunch of disorganized groups, nothing to worry about. If you're worried about Konoha's current strength, you can rest assured. Konoha is still the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Even if I don't step in, Konoha can win this war. Tsunade frowned, doubting her ears. Are you sure? Ryujiro looked at her and continued, you don't understand the power of the Tenseigan. Don't be fooled by the fact that Pain's invasion didn't cause much damage. If I weren't here, Pain would have destroyed the entire Konoha. Pain has many powerful jutsus that could destroy all of Konoha, which no Konoha ninja could withstand. What? Power that could destroy all of Konoha? Tsunade's expression instantly froze. Could such a terrifying jutsu exist? Even Ryujiro couldn't destroy all of Konoha with a single attack, could he? The Tenseigan can be compared to the Rinnegan, its abilities are not inferior to the Rinnegan. And Hinata's strength has long surpassed that of a Kage by a huge margin. Surpassed a Kage. Ryujiro's words brought a huge shock to Tsunade's heart. If what Ryujiro said was true, Konoha really didn't need to worry about the war. But the public opinion in the village could drown Ryujiro. Back then, Konoha's White Fang was overwhelmed by public opinion, leading to his tragic suicide. Tsunade's worry was unnecessary. If it was just public opinion, the outbreak of war might not have much impact on Ryujiro's reputation. After all, Ryujiro was a hero who saved Konoha, having saved the village during 2 crises, and had become an invisible pillar of strength for the villagers. As long as Ryujiro was there, the villagers felt that nothing could threaten Konoha. This was Ryujiro's personal charm. Your words put my mind at ease. After saying this, Tsunade hesitated for a moment before asking, are you really not interested in the position of Hokage? Ryujiro shook his head, the position of Hokage would only be a burden to me. Perhaps you could become the first Hokage to witness history. History? Tsunade was stunned. What was Ryujiro talking about? Witnessing history? Did he have other plans? What do you mean by that? Tsunade frowned. Ryujiro stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the scenery outside, gazing into the distance as he slowly spoke. The history of the shinobi world has seen several great wars, and there has never been true peace. The only way to end this long war is through unification. Unification? Tsunade was stunned by Ryujiro's words. Gulp. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she spoke. Are you saying you want to unify the entire shinobi world? That's right. Boom. Tsunade felt her head explode, her mind going blank, unable to think for a moment. It felt like she was dreaming. How could Ryujiro say such words so calmly? Unifying the shinobi world was a thought that no one else dared entertain. The shinobi world had never been unified in its long history. The reason for the frequent small and large-scale wars, even the great shinobi wars, was because there were too many divided forces, and conflicts of interest led to wars. There's no need to be so surprised. Unifying the shinobi world might not be an impossible task. Haven't I created enough miracles? Ryujiro looked at Tsunade with a faint smile. At that moment, Tsunade snapped out of her shock, looking at the smile on Ryujiro's face and feeling a bit lost. Indeed. Hadn't Ryujiro created enough miracles already? Moreover, he was one of the most unfathomable young men she had ever met. Unifying the entire shinobi world. Chapter 123, Last Words. Tsunade wasn't sure if Ryujiro could truly accomplish what he was proposing. Even a powerful ninja like her grandfather, the first Hokage, hadn't unified the ninja world, although Hashirama had never harbored such ambitions. However, unifying the shinobi world would require more than just sheer strength. There were many subsequent tasks to complete, including maintaining law and order, which was a significant challenge. Seeing the smile on Ryujiro's face, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh, a wry smile forming on her lips. Only you could say something like that. The previous Hokages wouldn't even dare to think about it. Ryujiro looked at Tsunade and said calmly, "It's not that they didn't dare, they just never considered it. Everyone has become accustomed to the current state of the shinobi world, which seems stable but experiences some wars every few years. To completely end the wars in the world, unification is the only way." Indeed. Each village's peace was hard-won, and such peace might last for decades or even longer after a war. But the world had never known permanent peace, with wars breaking out approximately every 50 years. Additionally, small-scale conflicts continued on the borders of the major nations. While the village appeared peaceful, the number of ninja casualties outside was not insignificant. "You should be the one to take the position of Hokage," Tsunade said, looking at Ryujiro with irritation. "No, I don't want it. After experiencing the hardships of being Hokage, you still want to trick me into it. You must be dreaming, old lady." After speaking, Ryujiro's figure disappeared from the office. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then shouted angrily, "Ryujiro, you brat." This wasn't the first time Ryujiro had called her an old lady. Although Tsunade's age was indeed no longer young, her appearance hadn't changed much over the years. Considering her youthful looks, wouldn't calling her a big sister be more appropriate? This brat was a double-edged sword for Konoha. If Danzo's root organization still existed, Tsunade would be worried about some trouble. Meanwhile, in the root base, Danzo stood with his back to a figure, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "So, you have come." Danzo turned around, his face looking haggard, staring at Ryujiro with a complex expression. "Koto Amatsukami didn't work on you from the beginning, did it?" Ryujiro nodded. "Uchiha Shursui's eye, the strongest genjutsu of the Sharingan. How does it feel to fail?" Ryujiro asked with a mocking smile. Normally, Danzo would have been infuriated by Ryujiro's words, but now he didn't seem angry, almost showing a self-mocking smile. "I was too naive. I thought I had everything under control, but I had no way to deal with you. It seems you knew about my connection with the Akatsuki from the beginning." "Of course," Ryujiro said calmly. "Danzo, any last words?" Danzo's cloudy eyes showed no hope, but for a brief moment, he looked sharply at Ryujiro. In that instant, he reverted to being the dark shadow of Konoha, the ruthless and cunning hero he once was. "Will you bring hope and prosperity to Konoha?" Danzo had always acted in Konoha's interest, but his fatal flaw was arrogance. He believed no one else could change the current state of Konoha, so he coveted the position of Hokage, perhaps also due to his obsession with power. Ryujiro's fingers touched Danzo's chest, and he spoke slowly. "Hope and prosperity doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, Konoha will always stand tall." Danzo's tense face finally relaxed. "With you here, I can be at ease. Hiruzen, my old friend, I'm coming to join you." Heido No. 4, by Akurai. In an instant, the lightning from Ryujiro's fingertips burst into a brilliant light, piercing through Danzo's chest. Danzo felt his life slipping away as he collapsed to the ground. A ninjutsu without hand seals. No. This power was different from ninjutsu. "I'm looking forward to seeing what Konoha will become under your leadership." Danzo slowly closed his eyes, his body temperature rapidly dropping, and within moments, he became a cold corpse. Ryujiro unceremoniously took Danzo's soul. At that moment, a bone bracelet resembling a hollow mask appeared on Ryujiro's arm. This wasn't an object but a transformation of Ryujiro's own body. As Ryujiro evolved, his body would change accordingly. However, what worried him was whether he would become like Aizen, no longer human. That would truly shatter Ryujiro's mindset. That form was very ugly. If that happens, he would no longer be a human. Hopefully, his worries wouldn't come true. At this moment, in the Land of Lightning, the Four Kage Summit had reached its final stage. The Four Kage planned to wage war against Konoha, with their unanimous goal being to eliminate Konoha. A's move wasn't just about revenge against Konoha, it was also a great opportunity to wage war against Konoha. Even if battles broke out with other ninja villages after the war, A had no worries. In his view, the other ninja villages were nothing compared to their Kimogakure. Anoki was already old, and despite having dust release, he couldn't sustain prolonged battles. As for the Mizukage and Kazekage, A didn't think much of their strength. It was time to dethrone Konoha as the strongest ninja village. However, shortly after the summit, a major incident erupted in Kimogakure. An unknown figure wielding a black blade engaged in a battle with the Cloud Ninjas. The Cloud Ninjas were no match for this mysterious person, and even their Jonin suffered severe injuries. Especially the opponent's swordsmanship, which had reached a terrifying level. Upon hearing this, A led his forces to confront this individual. However, by the time A arrived, the person had already disappeared. The ninja monitoring the situation were also taken down by Mihawk. This incident angered A so much that he couldn't eat for an entire day. The swordsmanship displayed by that person was beyond the capabilities of even a Jonin, and with those flying slashes no one could stop him. This technique. Isn't it the same as that brat from Konoha? Could it be? A's face twisted with rage, as he slammed the table. The recently replaced table was once again destroyed by A's immense strength. Mabui, standing nearby, couldn't bear to look and covered her face. Reikage-sama, this is the third table. Chapter 124, Brother's Destiny. Orochimaru couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the numerous Sharingan eyes. Ryujiro-kun, these Sharingan, could they be? With the Uchiha clan reduced to only Sasuke and Itachi, Orochimaru had already guessed the source of these eyes. Danzo's, Ryujiro said calmly. Orochimaru's expression changed instantly, his heart pounding wildly. Ryujiro-kun, did you kill Danzo? Yes. Ryujiro responded in a composed tone. Orochimaru, be prepared. A war is about to break out. This is the best time for you. How far you can go depends on yourself. Huh? Hearing Ryujiro's words, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. The next second, he regained his composure and looked at Ryujiro with a look of wild excitement. Ryujiro-kun, do you mean hollowification? Yes, the nutrients for hollow evolution are to devour their own kind. The souls of those who die on the battlefield will all become hollows. Except for the souls from Konoha village, Ryujiro would show no mercy to people from other villages. They would turn into mindless hollows, disrupting the chaotic battlefield. Nutrients for hollows were devouring souls, huh? This didn't matter to Orochimaru. He had long yearned to become a hollow and couldn't wait to gain that eternal life. Moreover, after witnessing Kira's power, Orochimaru could no longer believe that it was a power humans could control. A single Siro had completely evaporated a mountain. This power was beyond Orochimaru's understanding. Ryujiro was curious to see how far Orochimaru could go. Ryujiro thought it was unlikely for Orochimaru to become a Jillian-level Arrancar. As a Kage-level ninja, Orochimaru's potential was higher than that of ordinary people. A Juchi's-level Arrancar was Ryujiro's minimum expectation for Orochimaru. After all, human souls were different from Shinigami souls. It was quite surprising if someone could become an Ajuchas-level hollow right away. And Kira's potential likely didn't stop there. He definitely had the potential to evolve into a Vasto Lord-level hollow. Once he became a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar, probably no one below the level of the Sage of Six Paths could even stand against Kira. At that moment, a figure appeared outside Orochimaru's base. Sensing this presence from inside the base, a strange smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Outside the base, Uchiha Itachi, clad in his Akatsuki cloak, looked at Ryujiro with a complicated expression. Ryujiro, long time no see. Back when he hadn't left Konoha village, this boy was merely a student at the Ninja Academy. And now, Ryujiro had become a hero of Konoha. Although Itachi didn't know why Ryujiro was in contact with Orochimaru, but now the gap between him and Ryujiro seemed insurmountable. Itachi, what are you doing here? Ryujiro asked indifferently. At this moment, Sasuke ran out from the base, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Itachi. If not for Kimimaro holding him back, Sasuke would have charged at Itachi. To settle a grudge. Itachi's cold eyes fixed on Sasuke. Sasuke sneered viciously, a grudge. Itachi, we indeed have a grudge to settle. Ryujiro raised his head to look at Itachi. It seemed Itachi was prepared. Although on the surface, Itachi seemed fine, Ryujiro could clearly sense the changes in his body was no longer as strong as before. Is it for Sasuke? Ryujiro asked. Itachi nodded, Ryujiro, please do not interfere. This is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I won't interfere. I know the matters of the Uchiha clan the best. Itachi, have you really made your choice? Are you really prepared for this? Ryujiro's deep gaze fell on Itachi. Itachi's heart trembled. What did Ryujiro mean by this? Did Ryujiro know all along that he would reach this point? If that were the case, Ryujiro was too terrifying. Could he see through everything happening in the shinobi world? Ryujiro, it seems nothing can be hidden from you, Itachi sighed. Ryujiro said nothing, only gave a faint smile, then looked at Sasuke. This is a grudge between you and Itachi. You should settle it yourselves. Itachi's eyes returned to their previous coldness, as if Sasuke wasn't his brother. Sasuke, let's change the location. If you can keep up. With that, Itachi's figure disappeared, and Sasuke followed. At this moment, Ryujiro sensed a strange presence. This presence was hidden among the surrounding plants. As Itachi and Sasuke left, it followed them. Zetsu, huh? It seems you are quite concerned about Itachi's actions. Ryujiro-kun, are you really going to let Sasuke go? Orochimaru asked slowly. Even if Sasuke has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he still may not be a match for Itachi. Indeed, Sasuke had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan a month ago after fighting Kira, which even Orochimaru didn't fully understand. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, one must experience intense negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, to produce special chakra. However, nothing like that had happened to Sasuke. In that battle, Kira merely toyed with him. Sasuke's hatred for his own weakness, constantly remembering his past experiences, perhaps influenced by his emotions, led him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, the true reason might be known only to Ryujiro. Perhaps it was because of the Hogyoku. The Hogyoku could turn the desires of those around it into reality, but this required them to have the potential to acquire such power. Sasuke's strong desire for power and ability might have been heard by the Hogyoku, hence his unexpected awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A battle between two Mangekyo Sharingan users. It was indeed worth watching. Ryujiro's figure soared into the sky, creating a terrifying sonic boom as he broke the sound barrier, heading towards Sasuke and Itachi. You've changed, Sasuke, Itachi said calmly as he faced Sasuke. In the past, you would recklessly charge at me without a second thought. In his heart, he thought, Sasuke, you have matured. Itachi, just as you said, I hated you every day and now my hatred for you has brought me to this point. All my efforts until today were for this day. Sasuke's voice was cold, filled with hatred and anger like a raging river. Itachi looked at Sasuke indifferently. Is that so? All for today. Well then let's see how far can those Sharingan see. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Another Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi. What I see in my eyes is you being killed by me. Clang. In a flash, Sasuke appeared in front of Itachi, the kunai gleaming coldly as it was drawn from somewhere unknown. He thrust it fiercely towards Itachi's chest. But your brother is your brother after all. Such a small move was effortless for Itachi to counter. As the kunai clashed, a spark exploded in the air. However, in the next second, Sasuke's figure suddenly transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared with a poof. Itachi's expression changed instantly. It was a shadow clone. Feeling a chill on his back and sensing an imminent attack, Itachi leaped aside to avoid Sasuke's attack. Sasuke stood there with a cold smile, his eyes cold as he looked at Itachi. It seems you've grown, Sasuke, Itachi said, somewhat surprised. The cold smile on Sasuke's face did not diminish as he replied, all of this is just to kill you. If I will be able to kill you, everything I've endured, and all my efforts so far would not be in vain. You can't even imagine what I've gone through here, beyond what any human can bear. Although Sasuke wasn't a match for Kimimaro and Kira, his training under their hands made his growth rapid, and his strength was far more terrifying than in the original story. Not to mention, Sasuke was also hiding his Mangekyo Sharingan. And Zetsu, watching from the shadows, did not notice Ryujiro above them at all. Itachi's little brother is quite impressive. Those eyes are just like Itachi's. White Zetsu spoke in his sharp voice. Black Zetsu, however, looked at Sasuke with unknown thoughts. Those eyes filled with hatred made Black Zetsu wonder if this Uchiha boy could be used. But then he thought again and found it unlikely. Sasuke's hatred was solely directed at Itachi. Black Zetsu also knew the real reason behind Itachi's massacre of his clan and who was the mastermind behind it. If this boy could be made to hate Konoha instead, he could be a valuable asset. Boom. 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 Blinding flames exploded as both their fireball jutsus collided. With Sharingan, both could perfectly detect each other's movements. The nearby area was scorched, leaving pitted and uneven ground. Haha. Sasuke. You've finally grown to this extent. Those eyes of yours. I will take them. Itachi's face showed a crazed expression of excitement, but it was all just an act. The heavier his hand, the more his heart ached. Actually, Itachi was genuinely surprised by Sasuke's strength. Growing to such an extent in just a few short years was beyond his expectations. Itachi, if you have the power to take my eyes, come and get them. As the words fell, the two engaged in a genjutsu battle. Itachi didn't hold back much, but he underestimated Sasuke's power in the world of illusions. Ending their genjutsu clash, they coldly stared at each other. Meanwhile, Ryujiro watched the scene from above with great interest. Itachi's breathing was a bit labored. His body couldn't hold on much longer, it was nearing its limit. Itachi's death was inevitable. Everything he did up to this point was to pave the way for Sasuke. To enable Sasuke to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ryujiro wondered if making Itachi a hollow would allow him to retain his Mangekyo Sharingan powers. Just like when Madara was revived from the Edo Tensei, his Rinnegan wasn't the true Rinnegan, only possessing part of its power. Moreover, when Madara was revived using the Rinne Rebirth Jutsu, his Rinnegan fell out like shards, but he could still use Susanoo. This was the only unreasonable aspect Ryujiro found when watching the anime. If that was the case. This was the only thing that Ryujiro found unreasonable when watching the anime. If this were true, then even if Itachi became a hollow, he might retain his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Good, your eyes will become mine. 3 Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke, your progress stops here. As he spoke, Itachi's Sharingan evolved, the 3 Tomo spinning like a windmill, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Right now, Itachi's Sharingan power had greatly diminished, his vision blurred, and even Sasuke in front of him appeared shadowy. This was the side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Frequent use of its abilities drained the eye power, leading to complete blindness. Seeing Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke smirked mockingly. Itachi, did you think you're the only one with the Mangekyo Sharingan? What? Itachi's expression changed instantly as Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan rapidly spun, revealing an unusual pattern in his eyes. Seeing Sasuke's sinister eyes, Itachi was completely unsettled. Sasuke, you. Surprised, aren't you? Seeing Itachi's shocked expression, Sasuke's smug and cold smile grew more pronounced. Mangekyo Sharingan. How do you have it? As someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi knew its activation conditions. Only by witnessing the death of a loved one or a close friend, experiencing intense negative emotions, could the special chakra needed to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan be produced. But there shouldn't be such a person around Sasuke. Black Zetsu was also stunned by Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. When did that kid awaken it? He seems so young. Now, between Sasuke and Itachi, who do you favor more? White Zetsu asked. Black Zetsu remained silent. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan, he naturally favored Itachi. But unexpectedly, Sasuke also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Given Itachi's current state, he might not be Sasuke's match. The key was whether Sasuke could fully control and use the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. This is the result of my hatred for you and for my own weakness. That's why I awakened these eyes, just like yours. Amaterasu. A drop of blood flowed from Sasuke's eye. Seeing this, Itachi's eyes contracted sharply as he swiftly moved, running almost at a high speed around the area. It was the same ability as his, Amaterasu. Black flames burned, unextinguishable until the target was incinerated. Amaterasu was one of the highest level ninjutsu in the ninja world. Chapter 126, 2 Susanuos. Black flames ignited wherever the eye could see, impossible to extinguish. Dodging Amaterasu wasn't difficult, all it took was avoiding the opponent's gaze. And with so many coverings around, concealing his figure was simply too easy. The key issue was that Sasuke still couldn't fully adapt to the physical strain on his body due to Mangekyo Sharingan. Nearby, black flames were burning everywhere, but Sasuke couldn't hold out much longer. His eyes hurt painfully. Sasuke closed his eyes, dropped to one knee, and panted heavily. It seems the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan are quite severe for Sasuke. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan can't be used indefinitely. Unless it's the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, observing the intense battle, had become commentators, completely unaware that Ryujiro was watching them from above. Sasuke, that kid. He's still too reckless. Using the Mangekyo's abilities without restraint will deplete his chakra completely. In contrast, Itachi was more astute. Seeing Sasuke activate Mangekyo Sharingan surprised him, and Sasuke's abilities also caught Itachi off guard. However, despite all this, what did it matter? Although Mangekyo Sharingan was powerful, it also brought relative side effects. Watching the black flames around him, a chill crept into Itachi's heart. Sasuke's growth had exceeded his expectations. But this was enough. Itachi smiled with relief, but he quickly turned back to his usual cold expression as he stepped out. Unexpected. I didn't think you'd also awaken these eyes. Very well, these eyes will restore my sight. Tsukuyomi. As Itachi cast Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes gradually became dull. Tsukuyomi, huh? Seeing this scene from above, Ryujiro couldn't help but frown. It seemed Itachi was indeed holding back. Though Tsukuyomi was powerful, Sasuke, with his own Mangekyo Sharingan, could potentially break it. In the original anime, Sasuke had already broken Itachi's Tsukuyomi with his 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sure enough, Sasuke's dull eyes regained their luster, though his forehead was drenched in cold sweat, making him look more exhausted. Itachi, not faring much better, supported himself with one hand on the ground and covered his left eye with the other, staring in shock. You actually broke my Tsukuyomi. Itachi was astounded. Breaking free from the Tsukuyomi wasn't new, the last time he used it on Ryujiro, it backfired. But now, Sasuke had broken his Tsukuyomi as well. Was it due to the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hey, Itachi, your eyes aren't that great after all. Sasuke mocked with a cold smile. After a brief rest, they resumed their fierce battle. Fireball Jutsu, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, various fire-style jutsus clashed, dazzling to behold. Sasuke's strength seemed to be pushing Itachi back. Only Ryujiro knew that Itachi was deliberately holding back for Sasuke. Given Itachi's abilities he could defeat Sasuke. Because even if Sasuke had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had only just awakened his eyes and couldn't fully utilize its abilities. Moreover, Itachi was still holding his trump card, Susanoo. Unbelievable. Itachi is actually being pushed back by Sasuke. White Zetsu exclaimed in surprise. Black Zetsu, however, looked at Itachi strangely. Even if Itachi was sick, his strength shouldn't have declined so much. It seemed that while Itachi outwardly showed a desire to kill Sasuke, in reality, he had no killing intent at all. Conversely, Sasuke's body was filled with surging killing intent towards Itachi. Fire style. Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sasuke's chakra gathered in his throat, spewing flames shaped like a dragon's head towards Itachi. Itachi countered with his own fire-style jutsu, but blood trickled from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. Whoosh, boom. Black flames instantly engulfed the fire-style jutsu. Amaterasu could incinerate anything, not even water could extinguish it. That's why, Amaterasu was known as the inextinguishable black flames. Sasuke saw this and circled around Itachi, but even so, Itachi's black flames instantly burned onto Sasuke's body. Sasuke screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground. Compared to the experienced Itachi, Sasuke's tactics were indeed immature. Moreover, Sasuke hadn't yet created techniques like Kirin due to his recent Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Itachi wasn't doing well either, panting heavily, clutching his eyes, his face pale. At this moment, Ryujiro's gaze also focused on Itachi. Itachi's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Ryujiro could sense his weakening life force and his breath rapidly declining. Itachi was now in a critical condition. It seems I'll have to use that. Sasuke, let me show you the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. Boom. A terrifying chakra burst forth, forming an orange skeletal structure that rose from the ground. The interlocking chakra connections making it resemble added flesh, forming a giant several tens of meters tall. Susanoo, the Uchiha clan's ultimate power, was nearly synonymous with destruction. Although it wasn't the complete Susanoo, its power was still unimaginable. Susanoo. Oh. What is that? White Zetsu exclaimed in awe at the massive Susanoo. That is Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that Itachi has used this, Sasuke should have no chance of winning. Black Zetsu was all too familiar with Susanoo's power. Susanoo, huh? Not that impressive. Sasuke showed a disdainful expression. Despite only awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan a month ago, through intense training, he had awakened this ultimate power within it. Violent chakra surged, stabilizing quickly, and a purple Susanoo similar to Itachi's appeared. This. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he realized that his brother was an even greater genius than he had thought. Sasuke had even mastered Susanoo's power, making Itachi reassess him. Two towering figures stood there, standing side by side, they seemed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating all who beheld them. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Forgive Me Sasuke. Two towering giants, each tens of meters high, stood facing each other, one fiery orange-red, the other a deep purple. Both Susanoos radiated a chakra so intense that anyone nearby would feel suffocated, as if in the presence of death itself. Susanoo. You've even mastered this technique. Itachi was so surprised he didn't know what to say. Sasuke had continually amazed him, time and time again. Mastering Susanoo's power was no easy feat, and the toll it took on one's life force was not something an ordinary person could bear. My reason to obtain this power was to kill you, the traitor of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke glared at Itachi with a menacing expression. Itachi's eyes grew complicated with emotion as he looked at Sasuke. A traitor, huh? Perhaps. Sasuke, to see you grow to this extent puts my mind at ease. Seeing Sasuke like this, Itachi's last bit of worry disappeared. Words are useless. Enough talk. Now show me your true power. As the words fell, the two Susanoo clashed. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, the deafening explosion echoing loudly as the surrounding trees and vegetation were obliterated by the immense wind pressure. Zetsu repositioned himself again, knowing that in this place, they could be caught in the aftermath of the battle at any moment. So this is the power of the Uchiha clan. How terrifying. White Zetsu watched the scene unfold with shock. However, Black Zetsu, who had lived for countless ages, remained unmoved by what he saw. He had seen even perfect Susanoo before, and this was not even a complete Susanoo. The true power of Susanoo was far beyond this. Madara could destroy a mountain with a single strike. Initially, Sasuke and Itachi appeared evenly matched, but as time passed, Itachi began to show signs of being overwhelmed and pushed back. It wasn't that Itachi was holding back. The power of Susanoo itself placed an immense burden on the body, and Itachi's health had long since deteriorated to a critical state. In this condition, Itachi's strength rapidly declined, and even maintaining the Susanoo became difficult. Puffed. At the moment of impact, Itachi coughed up blood, his face growing even paler. Itachi. I will kill you. In that instant, Sasuke's years of suppressed killing intent exploded like a scene from a nightmare. Boom. The orange-red Susanoo finally crumbled. As Sasuke charged forward, a smile appeared on the corner of Itachi's mouth. Sasuke, you've finally grown up. Splut. A kusanagi pierced Itachi's chest. Feeling the piercing pain in his chest, Itachi's eyes widened, and he felt his life force draining away, his eyes losing their light. Itachi shakily raised a hand and tapped Sasuke's forehead in a familiar gesture. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. With that, Itachi's body collapsed heavily, his eyes devoid of light. Itachi died under Sasuke's kusanagi. Meanwhile, White Zetsu, who had watched the entire battle, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Incredible. Itachi is actually dead. Why did Itachi seem so different from usual? His speed and strength seemed weaker. White Zetsu muttered as he looked at Itachi's body. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought as he looked at Itachi's body, contemplating something. If he could obtain those Mangekyo Sharingan eyes. Sasuke touched his forehead as Susanoo shattered around him, the pain from his body doubling. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, looking at Itachi's body, feeling the scene before him was somewhat unreal. I did it, I really did it. Father, mother. Clan members. I've finally avenged you. Sasuke howled to the sky, years of suppressed emotions bursting forth. Whether it was the outburst of emotions or the side effects of Susanoo, Sasuke also fainted. Sasuke also passed out. Black Zetsu couldn't hold back any longer. He and Obito were the only ones who knew the truth about why Itachi became a rogue ninja. If they could use this to their advantage, perhaps Sasuke could become their pawn. However, just as Black Zetsu was about to act, he and White Zetsu suddenly sensed a hint of danger. A sharp flying slash descended, and like sinking into mud, Black Zetsu split from White Zetsu's body. White Zetsu wasn't so lucky, being sliced from head to toe by Ryujiro's Zanpakuto. White Zetsu's body split in two, and surprisingly, no blood spurted out. After all, White Zetsu was more of a puppet than a human, akin to a plant. Thus, he didn't bleed. Moreover, the death of White Zetsu's main body would not have any impact. You bastard. Black Zetsu screamed at Ryujiro. Oh. You managed to dodge. Ryujiro mocked, looking at the mud-like Black Zetsu. Although Black Zetsu was angry, he wasn't stupid. As one of the most cautious characters in the entire shinobi world, he knew he wasn't a match for Ryujiro. When did Ryujiro appear? If Ryujiro had been nearby, he and White Zetsu should have sensed him immediately. When did you get here? Black Zetsu asked seriously. Ryujiro revealed a playful smile. I've been here the whole time, just above your heads. Only then did Black Zetsu notice Ryujiro wasn't standing on the ground but floating in the air. Black Zetsu's heart pounded. This guy can fly. How could Obito not gather this intelligence? Damn it, what a useless fool. Without another word, Black Zetsu quickly fled, not even from the surface but using a special technique to escape underground. Ryujiro had no interest in Black Zetsu at the moment. If he killed Black Zetsu now, it would be too boring without many interesting things happening. Besides, killing Black Zetsu wasn't easy. He was the physical manifestation of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, an existence similar to the nature of Yin-Yang release. Removing him wouldn't be easy. Ryujiro sighed as he looked at Itachi's yet-to-disappear soul. The path you chose might have been wrong from the start. Ryujiro absorbed Itachi's soul into the Hogyoku, not to devour it, but to place it in a special space within the Hogyoku where the souls Ryujiro had collected turned into hollows and devoured each other. This space, created by Ryujiro using the Hogyoku, was akin to Hueco Mundo. When Itachi's soul was absorbed into this space, it too began to transform. Chapter 128, Troubled Konan. Because the space covered here is imbued with the power of hollows. A pure soul can be affected and turned into a hollow. Under the influence of hollowification, in this dark and hollow-filled world where light hardly reaches, Itachi's soul gradually mutates towards becoming a hollow. Roar. Before long, a new hollow is born, and the spiritual power it possesses at birth is unlike other hollows. Hollows devour each other, especially in the absence of human souls. Recently, many hollows have been devouring each other, gradually approaching Jillian, but evolving from ordinary souls into large hollows isn't that easy. However, Itachi's transformation into a hollow was different. From the beginning, his power was not on the same level as other hollows. Hollowified Itachi began to consume other hollows to enhance his own abilities. Watching the scene from a godlike perspective, Ryujiro's lips curve into a smile. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan was also collected by Ryujiro. As for Itachi's body, Ryujiro would give it a proper burial. After all, this was Itachi. Ryujiro never thought that Itachi's chosen path was correct. Killing his own parents and clan members, such actions, if Ryujiro had to choose, he would not side with the village. In truth, Itachi was more influenced by Shisui, who hoped for peace between the clan and the Konoha's higher-ups. But achieving such a thing was nearly impossible. The Konoha's leadership never trusted the Uchiha clan from the beginning, a problem left behind by the second Hokage. Because of this, the Uchiha clan received special treatment from the Konoha's leadership, which caused discontent within the Uchiha clan for the village. On the eve of the coup, Fugaku had actually anticipated this outcome. Both Itachi and Fugaku could have stabilized the situation within the Uchiha clan. But ultimately, due to their different choices, the Uchiha clan was massacred. Perhaps his speculation was also wrong, because he wasn't Itachi, and he didn't understand why Itachi made such choices. But Itachi was indeed an admirable figure, a good brother as well, though perhaps a bit inadequate in some respects. As for Sasuke, Ryujiro just glanced at Sasuke and left him there. Ryujiro would keep Itachi's eyes for Sasuke, but it was not the right time to tell Sasuke the truth. Perhaps when Itachi reappears, Sasuke will also come to know the truth. Akatsuki, Black Zetsu returned to Akatsuki and took possession of another body of White Zetsu. Where's White Zetsu? Obito looked at the disheveled Black Zetsu with a furrowed brow. He was taken out by Ryujiro. Black Zetsu's voice sounded somewhat depressed. Obito's voice gradually became heavier. How did you encounter that guy? Black Zetsu slowly recounted what had just happened to Obito. After hearing it, Obito was somewhat surprised. That Itachi actually died at the hands of his own brother. Is this your end? Itachi. It seems I overestimated you. Currently, the Akatsuki only had Kisame and a few scattered members left. Obito had no intention of recruiting new members. Their plan no longer required those people. The Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. The second Hokage had indeed invented a remarkable jutsu. These days, with the combined efforts of Black Zetsu and Obito, they have compensated for the deficiencies of the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu, and now their mastery of it is even more perfect than what Tobirama initially created. Kisame, near the village, walked in the pouring rain. A crow flew over his head. Looking at the crow, Kisame muttered to himself, Itachi, is this the ending you wanted? Itachi, you found your resting place, while I continue to walk alone. Kisame's mood at this moment was complicated. He walked through the rain with same hata on his back and a straw hat, his figure appearing somewhat lonely. At the same time, not far from Orochimaru's base, Konan leaned weakly against a large tree, her face pale. Although she seemed better than a few days ago, she was still weak. I'm almost there. Konan's only way out now was to seek refuge with Ryujiro. The Akatsuki had intelligence that Ryujiro had contact with Orochimaru, and she hoped to contact Ryujiro through Orochimaru. But as she continued forward, what greeted her eyes was a sea of black flames. Konan stared at this sea of flames blankly for a long time. Isn't this Itachi's Amaterasu? Why is it here? The path to Orochimaru's base was covered by black flames. Konan knew the nature of Amaterasu well. Unless everything in the area was completely burned, the flames would not disappear. And if she even touches a bit of black flame, she'll be engulfed and burned to ashes by Amaterasu. Konan stayed nearby for 2 days until Amaterasu finally disappeared completely, which also showed how terrifying Amaterasu's abilities were. The power of the Uchiha clan was truly unfathomable. The surrounding trees, plants, and even rocks were all burned to ashes by the black flames, turning this area into a barren wasteland. Konan was very cautious, fearing that there might still be remnants of Amaterasu. If she touched even a bit, it would be disastrous. As she neared the area of Orochimaru's base, she saw the cave-like structure. Now Konan's face was devoid of any trace of blood, her breath weakened to the extreme, and the light in her eyes flickered, as if she could collapse at any moment. Just as she took another step forward. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked her way. Those distinct emerald green eyes contained a sinister color. Under the shadow of this tall figure, Konan even felt a special pressure. In an instant, an extreme dizziness blurred Konan's mind, and at this moment, Konan actually fainted directly. Kira looked at the woman in front of him and her clothes, not knowing what he was thinking. Instead of devouring Conan's soul, he brought her to Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru looked at Conan, whom Kira had brought back, also somewhat astonished. As a former member of Akatsuki, Orochimaru naturally knew Conan's identity within Akatsuki. Realizing that Conan was brought back by Kira nearby, Orochimaru's expression revealed a hint of intriguing interest. Looking at Conan, who was weak and covered in injuries, Orochimaru also speculated that something big had happened within Akatsuki. Chapter 129, A Different Aizen. Conan groggily opened her eyes and glanced around at the unfamiliar environment. She was lying on a hospital bed. Where is this place? Just as Conan was puzzled, a young man's figure pushed the door open and entered. Conan watched the person before her warily. This person was too familiar to her. He was the kid who always followed Orochimaru. Could it be that she was already at Orochimaru's base? Just as I thought, you really did wake up. Kabuto pushed his glasses up and smiled faintly. Conan asked warily, where am I? Kabuto replied slowly, isn't it obvious? You were brought back by Kira, so naturally, you're at Lord Orochimaru's base. Kira? Who is that? At this moment, Conan recalled that just as she saw Orochimaru's base, a towering figure appeared before her. When this figure appeared, she felt an overwhelming pressure that made her feel suffocated. This pressure seemed to affect her very soul, not just her body. It was a bit of spirit pressure emanating from Kira. In her weakened state, Conan couldn't withstand it and passed out instantly. Come with me, Orochimaru-sama has something to ask you. After saying this, Kabuto turned and left the room. Conan remained vigilant. The feeling Kabuto gave her was almost the same as Orochimaru's. Especially this young man, who even in front of Orochimaru didn't evoke such a chill. When she walked out, she saw Orochimaru engrossed in studying a new ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru, I've brought the person. After speaking, Kabuto left. In the room, besides Orochimaru, there was also Kira. When Conan saw Kira's tall figure again, her eyes shrank sharply. Just by looking, she could feel the immense power contained within Kira's towering body. The key was that there was a hollow hole in Kira's chest, completely piercing through. Conan immediately understood that the person before her was not human. Nagato had also told her before that there were such figures in Orochimaru's base, whose strength was unfathomable and had surpassed Nagato's understanding of ninjutsu. The methods they used didn't seem to be ninjutsu. These people with hollow holes were not human. Orochimaru had to admit, Kira was a genius. Under the long-term drawback of not being able to perform soul transfer, Kira had helped him perfect this flaw, so he no longer needed to switch bodies every few decades. He could fully possess a body and enjoy its natural lifespan. In other words, after performing soul transfer, Orochimaru would not feel any discomfort. Continuous soul transfer could also be considered a way to achieve immortality. Although this flaw was solved, Orochimaru felt that becoming a hollow and achieving immortality seemed more beneficial. The powerful methods of becoming an Arankar fascinated Orochimaru, as it was a power that ninjas couldn't attain. Long time no see, Conan. Orochimaru looked at Conan with a smile. Seeing the smile on Orochimaru's face, Conan couldn't help but shiver. She wasn't sure if it was because she knew Orochimaru too well. Whenever she saw Orochimaru smile, it always felt like something bad was about to happen. Orochimaru, I'm not here for small talk. I want to see Ryujiro. Oh. Orochimaru looked at Conan in surprise. She wants to see Ryujiro. The relationship between the Akatsuki and Ryujiro was like fire and water, right? On the side, Kira's gaze was fixed on Conan. This woman wants to see Lord Ryujiro. Lord Ryujiro is not someone you can meet just because you want to. In the eyes of these Arankars, seeing Ryujiro, who created their existence, was akin to meeting a god. If you could see a god whenever you wanted, would he still be a god? Whether you can see Ryujiro-kun is not up to me. But I'm curious, why do you want to see him? Orochimaru asked curiously. Revenge, Conan replied. Only he can help me. Revenge. Orochimaru couldn't help but snort. At this moment, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. A bit of spirit pressure leaked from Kira, crushing down on Conan. Don't take yourself too seriously, woman, Kira said coldly. Lord Ryujiro is not some hired thug. His cold gaze was as sharp as an icy blade. Just a glance gave one the feeling of being cut by a sword. Conan widened her eyes in fear, stumbling back a few steps. Those eyes. They were like a beast's. Although he looked human, this aura was something no human could possess. Moreover, this pressure. Was this the soul pressure that Kisame and Itachi talked about? It felt like her soul was being torn apart. Soon, Conan was gasping for air. Her injuries had not fully healed, and under the influence of the spirit pressure, her face turned pale. I apologize for my earlier words, Conan said breathlessly. In any case, I want to see Ryujiro. Please, I beg you. She finally understood her position. Kira snorted coldly, withdrawing his spirit pressure. Without Ryujiro's orders, Kira wouldn't act rashly. Even Ryujiro was somewhat surprised by the ability of these Erankars. That power was indeed worthy of being called the power of a Shinigami, the power to control life and death. Hee, you finally understand your place. Orochimaru's fake smile gave off a very uncomfortable feeling. Kira is not as easy to talk to as I am. I'll convey what you said to Ryujiro. As for whether Ryujiro-kun wants to see you, that's not up to me. Kabuto, take Conan back to rest. Kabuto, who had been at the door, took Conan back to the ward. Orochimaru stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with a strange light. It seems something big has happened within the Akatsuki, otherwise, Conan wouldn't be like this. Could Nagato be dead? There was always one person in the Akatsuki that Orochimaru couldn't see through. That member named Tobi. Although he appeared to be a mischievous boy, the aura he emitted was vastly different from his behavior. Moreover, during his time in the Akatsuki, he noticed that Pain's attitude towards Tobi was somewhat unusual. It seems there are many things I don't know about. I wonder if Ryujiro knows anything. Meanwhile, Ryujiro, who had entered the spiritual space again, was stunned. Because, unlike usual, Aizen's usually stiff expression had a natural smile on it. This is our first meeting, young man. Aizen pushed his glasses and spoke with a calm voice. Chapter 130, Ryujiro vs. Aizen. He's talking. Ryujiro widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at the Aizen before him. Was this for real? His template progress was only at 60%. Aizen regained his consciousness at just 60% progress. System, say something. System. Alright, it seems the system can be unreliable at times too. However, this was incredible. The current Aizen indeed gave off a sense of oppression. As the most charismatic villain in the Bleach world, Aizen's most frightening aspect isn't his power but his intellect. When you are targeted by Aizen, that is when you truly face despair. You never know when you have fallen into his trap, and when you face reality, despair awaits you. This space is strange, neither belonging to the Soul Society nor Hueco Mundo. Truly fascinating. Aizen looked around the spiritual space, his eyes filled with curiosity. The Hogyoku, it seems, belongs to you. Although the Aizen before him wasn't the real Aizen, the presence of the Hogyoku was something he could clearly sense. When did you regain consciousness? Ryujiro asked gravely. Aizen stared at the star-like points of light in silence for a moment before looking at Ryujiro and speaking calmly. I gained control after you entered this space. This space isn't constructed from spiritual particles, nor does it belong to any world. Your spirit is connected to this space, and there is a mysterious power influencing me here. This force surpasses that of the Soul King. Young man, what would you do if you had omniscient and omnipotent power? Omniscient and omnipotent power? Ryujiro fell silent. Currently, he only wanted to protect everything he held dear. The power of omniscience and omnipotence was still far from his reach. However, with his current power, he aimed to change everything around him. The constant wars in the shinobi world were due to lack of unity. Once the ninja world was united, future wars would become history. Who knows? When you once stood at the pinnacle, what kind of scenery did you see? Ryujiro asked in return. Aizen's eyes suddenly lost a bit of their shine. Standing at the pinnacle also meant being alone at the peak. This power is strong but also lonely. When you stand at such heights, you will realize that no one in the entire world can match you. Your power then loses its meaning because you have no one to showcase it to. In the original anime, Aizen guided Ichigo Kurosaki step by step because he needed an opponent. As Ichigo Kurosaki said, when he stood at the same height as Aizen, he could also feel that loneliness. When you gain this power, it isn't to show off but to see how you can use it to change the present situation. This is what Ryujiro wants to do now. If he were to just be obsessed with his own power, he would never be able to see through the essence of things. That power is lonely. You are different from me, young man. You have already found a way to use that power. The Hogyoku in your hand has become more perfect. You have already evolved into another dimension being. Aizen looked at Ryujiro meaningfully. Back then, Aizen sought the power to surpass the limits of the Shinigami because he was inherently different. His Shinigami power had already surpassed that of the other captains, and his intellect and scheming were far beyond what other Shinigami could compare to. He refused to submit to the so-called Soul King. He wanted to transcend the boundaries between Hollows and Shinigami to see what the Soul King truly was. Although the Aizen before him is fake, he inherited everything from Aizen. Except for not being the real Aizen, the Aizen before him was no different from the real one. How to use power? Ryujiro placed his hand on his chest, feeling a flutter in his heart, and he didn't notice that the Hogyoku inside him was also shining brightly. Young man, come. As always, every time you fight me, your strength will increase, right? Aizen had already drawn his Zanpakuto, taking off his glasses. In an instant, the aura of an extraordinary being filled the entire spiritual space. That arrogant gaze, this was the Aizen Ryujiro knew. Using Shirkai was meaningless, both of them had the power of Kyoka Soijetsu, which would cancel each other out, rendering it useless. They were competing in raw strength. Accompanied by fierce sparks and residual shadows, their speed had already surpassed what the human eye could follow. The intensity of their battle was not inferior to his fight with Mihawk, perhaps even more terrifying than that. The two spiritual pressures rose without limits, and the pillars of light and pressure seemed to shake the entire spiritual space, as if it could collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, in the real world, Hinata, standing by, felt the pressure emanating from Ryujiro, her brows furrowing. Her Byakugan, which was crystal clear and had patterns, watched Ryujiro, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Unconsciously, Ryujiro had become Hinata's pillar of strength. If one day he disappeared or something happened to him, Hinata's faith would collapse. Every time he fell into this state, Hinata feared that Ryujiro would disappear from her sight one day. Time flew by, Ryujiro, with the strength of a great swordsman and spiritual pressure that was even more terrifying than Aizen's. However, despite possessing the strength and spiritual pressure similar to Aizen's, in terms of utilizing power and Kido, the gap between him and Aizen was vast. Because of this, although it looked like the two were evenly matched, Ryujiro couldn't find any opportunity to counterattack Aizen during the fight. It was already dusk outside. Finally, as the sun was about to set, Ryujiro's spiritual pressure burst out in an instant, then retracted. And the bed beneath him, unable to withstand the spiritual pressure, had several boards cracking. Just as Ryujiro moved his butt. Crack, crack. The old wooden bed, which had been around for over 20 years, finally collapsed. It was time for it to retire. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata's gentle voice reached Ryujiro's ears, and Ryujiro looked at Hinata before him, smiling. Thank you for your hard work, Hinata. Hinata always silently protected him by his side. Who wouldn't want such a woman? Hinata shook her head. As long as I can be by Ryujiro-kun's side, there's nothing difficult about it. Ryujiro embraced Hinata, quietly enjoying this moment. Chapter 131, Conan's plea. Orochimaru's base. Ryujiro had agreed to meet with Conan. It was somewhat unexpected that Conan wanted to meet him, as in the original anime, she dedicated her life to protecting the Akatsuki. However, she met her end at the hands of Obito. If Obito hadn't used Izanagi, Conan might have had a chance against him. The sight of countless explosive tags covering the area was indeed shocking to Ryujiro. Kira stood by his brow suddenly twitching. They're here. Space tore open, and a spatial portal slowly emerged. Ryujiro walked out unhurriedly. Spacetime ninjutsu. Conan was visibly surprised by this sight. Their intelligence hadn't mentioned anything about Ryujiro being capable of spacetime ninjutsu. How many more abilities was he hiding? Conan, nice to meet you. Ryujiro smiled faintly. So, this was the man who has been playing the Akatsuki for fools. Conan felt a pang of unease. The aura Ryujiro exuded wasn't even as intense as the towering creature beside him. His deep green eyes, framed by spectacles, made him look more like a gentle scholar. It's hard to imagine that Nagato lost to him. Just how terrifying was his power? With a thud, Conan dropped to her knees. Even Orochimaru, standing by, was a bit surprised. Ryujiro frowned. What are you doing? He didn't like this reaction. Although he knew Conan needed his help, she seemed to misunderstand the nature of his relationship with the Akatsuki. Did she think getting on her knees would earn his sympathy? I have no other choice. I'm no match for that guy. The organization Nagato and Yahiko founded has been taken over by him, and I can't stand it. Ever since Nagato got involved with that guy, the peace Akatsuki hoped for has been derailed. It's all my fault. If I had persuaded Nagato earlier, maybe none of this would have happened. Conan wanted to continue, but when she looked up, she was stunned. What kind of eyes are those? Ryujiro's eyes showed no emotion, instead, they were as cold as ice. Showing your weakness so easily in front of others, do you think I would sympathize with you? Ryujiro continued. All tragedies stem from one's own weakness. Asking for help and showing your weakness is just a joke. If you truly want revenge, why don't you become stronger? Strive to be stronger, to try harder. Conan, biting her lip, trembled as she spoke. It's useless. That guy isn't an ordinary person. The gap between us is insurmountable. Have you tried? Have you ever given it your all? All this time, you've been under the protection of those two. Without them, have you given up on yourself? Ryujiro was disappointed in Conan. If she had shown a desire for revenge and a thirst for power, perhaps Ryujiro might have helped her. But ultimately, their relationship was that of enemies. Why should he help her just because she showed her weakness? Indeed, the strong may help the weak, but that's based on the mood of the strong. Konan's actions did nothing to pique Ryujiro's interest. Konan hung her head low. Ryujiro's words shattered her inner defenses. She had thought about trying, even preparing tens of thousands of explosive tags, but they were useless against that guy. She lived on, bearing her hatred, hoping to get Ryujiro's help. Now she realized it was all just a joke. When she looked up, Ryujiro's figure was already gone. Orochimaru's gaze toward Konan also grew colder. Ryujiro has already left. You should leave too. If you had shown a desire for revenge and an unyielding spirit for power from the beginning, perhaps Ryujiro might have been moved by compassion. But as you are now, you don't interest Ryujiro at all. Orochimaru understood. Ryujiro admired madmen like himself, those who had an eternal desire and an unyielding spirit towards their own fate. Ryujiro despised pretentious people or those who acted weakly, and the side Konan showed was what Ryujiro disliked the most. Konan bit her lip, clearly unwilling to accept this. But what good does it do? Even if she shows a different attitude in front of Ryujiro again, the result would be the same. Deep down, Konan was still weak. Nagato and Yahiko had always been her spiritual pillars. Once they completely disappeared, her masked strength was torn apart, revealing her true weakness. She got up from the ground, her eyes staring blankly into the distance. What path should she take next? Konan walked out in a daze, her eyes losing their original shine. Find a place to hide. Soon, the shinobi world will undergo a great upheaval unlike any in the past century. Orochimaru left this sentence and turned back to the base. Konan suddenly stopped, wanting to call out to him. But in the end, she swallowed her question. A great upheaval unlike any in the past century. What were Ryujiro and Orochimaru planning? From the way that monster looked at Ryujiro, Konan already knew that it wasn't Orochimaru who created the monster. It was Ryujiro. That kind of monster definitely possesses power comparable to a tailed beast. Would he stir up the shinobi world? Would he change the entire world, for good? Land of Lightning, the four Kage gathered together. They were all renowned figures in the shinobi world, standing at the pinnacle of power, respected and feared. A Kage, the sole leader of a ninja village. Raikage, your village wants to drag us into this, simply because you can't swallow your anger from Konoha. For this war, your village should be at the forefront, taking the lead. Despite his raspy voice, Inoki, even at his advanced age, was not inferior to any Kage present in terms of power. An narrowed his eyes, glancing coldly at Inoki. This old fool, even at a time like this, didn't miss a chance to weaken the strength of the Cloud Ninja Village. No problem, but I have one condition. A agreed without hesitation. This surprised both Inoki and Mei. Was he really willing to sacrifice his village's ninjas to take the lead? What was the Raikage up to? What condition? Inoki and Mei spoke simultaneously, exchanging glances. A took a deep breath and solemnly said, I will command the allied shinobi forces in this war. What? Inoki and Mei Terumi's faces changed instantly. Among them, only Gaara remained unaffected. As the Kazekage, he mainly prioritized the interests of the Sand Village. Moreover, he had no intention of participating heavily in this war. As for his attitude, the other three Kage dismissed him as a mere naive boy, barely worth their attention. Chapter 132, War is Coming. Supreme Commander. Mei and Inoki didn't look pleased. The Supreme Commander would command not only the Cloud Village ninjas but also the ninjas of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist villages, all under A's command. As the leaders of their villages, how could they allow the leader of another village to command their ninja forces? Before Mei and Inoki could voice their objections, A continued, if you disagree, then your ninja forces can take on the vanguard role. Mei and Inoki's faces turned even grimmer. Inoki especially, as his clever plan had been turned against him by A. Kazekage, don't you have anything to say? Inoki frowned as he looked at Gaara, who seemed indifferent. What was the Hidden Sand Village thinking, appointing such a young kid as Kazekage? It seemed the Hidden Sand was truly useless now. Gaara glanced at Inoki calmly and said, I have no objections to Raikage being the Supreme Commander. This. Mei and Inoki mentally cursed Gaara numerous times. As a village leader, do you have no sense of responsibility? A was quite surprised at Gaara's response, not expecting the Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village to have no objections. This kid has his likable points after all. But ultimately, he's just a powerful kid. I saw no sense of responsibility in Gaara to carry the weight of a Kage. The Hidden Sand Village wasn't much after all. Mei and Inoki were left speechless as Gaara's lack of opposition made it harder for them to object. This kid didn't seem like a proper Kage at all. The vanguard forces. Frankly, neither Mei nor Inoki wanted to sacrifice their ninjas just for a commander position. Reikage might talk about cherishing his subordinates, but in reality, he was still sacrificing his ninjas for power. Let him have the supreme commander position. As village leaders, they could still command their ninjas. As long as no major issues arose, it didn't matter if I was the supreme commander. I have no objections, they both finally conceded, exchanging glances. A's mouth curled into a smile, which he quickly replaced with a stern expression. Then, in 3 days, the allied shinobi forces will launch an attack on Konoha. 3 days later, shocking news spread throughout the ninja world. The 4 great ninja villages had unanimously declared war on Konoha. This news caused an uproar in the shinobi world. Some were afraid, some excited, and others wanted to see Konoha destroyed. Konoha, with its fertile lands and rich resources, had long been envied. At this moment, all the jonin and elite ninjas of Konoha were gathered in a large conference room. Most wore green flak jackets, but Hinata and Ryujiro stood out in different attire. Of course, no one had any objections to them. To Konoha, Ryujiro and Hinata were their trump cards. Every face was solemn. This was the 4th Great Ninja War, and the ninja armies of the 4 great villages were already moving towards the borders of the Land of Fire. They were determined to destroy Konoha. Even if they couldn't completely destroy it, they wanted to severely weaken it. The era of Konoha being the strongest ninja village was nearing its end. Everyone should be here, Tsunade said, scanning the room seriously. The forces of the 4 great ninja villages will reach Konoha in less than 2 days. During this time, we must prepare to protect Konoha and the Land of Fire. This is the greatest crisis in Konoha's history. Except for Ryujiro, even Hinata looked uncharacteristically serious. Especially Kakashi, who knew all too well the tragedies brought by war. In the last war, he had lost his 2 best friends, one of whom died by his own hand. Kakashi clenched his fists. Such things wouldn't happen again. He was capable of protecting Konoha now. The once bustling streets of Konoha were now silent, with doors and windows shut tightly. The villagers were no longer in their homes, having been moved to safe places by the ninjas and Umbu of Konoha. In the event of war, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Konoha had to join forces and ask for help with the Land of Fire to resist the allied shinobi forces. Ryujiro, do you have anything to say? Tsunade asked, looking at Ryujiro. At that moment, all the jonin's eyes turned to Ryujiro. This young man had become a legend in Konoha, saving it time and again. Now, Konoha seemed to have an air of leadership because of him. However, when everyone was expecting Ryujiro to say something, he simply remained relaxed, arms crossed, speaking slowly. I have nothing to say, but I do have a reminder. What is it? Everyone asked curiously, looking at Ryujiro. Ryujiro's gaze sharpened, and he spoke seriously. If anything unexpected happens on the battlefield, do not panic, do not fear. Just trust me. The room fell silent as they all stared blankly at Ryujiro. Unexpected things often happen on the battlefield, but Ryujiro's words seemed to be warning them that something unpredictable would indeed happen once the war started. Why was Ryujiro reminding them? What did he intend to do? Just trust him. Ryujiro had done nothing to lose their trust. After all, he was Konoha's hero. So far, Ryujiro had done nothing to harm Konoha's interests. From the Ninja Academy to now, they had watched his growth. He was as reliable as ever. I trust Ryujiro, said Might Guy first, Ryujiro being his student. Though this kid always gave off an air of mystery, Guy trusted Ryujiro. Konoha had been saved multiple times by him. One after another, other jonins voiced their agreement. They all trusted Ryujiro. Tsunade looked at the many ninjas who trusted Ryujiro and couldn't help but sigh. This kid was very popular. In that case, everyone, be prepared. In 2 days, we will face the combined forces of the 4 great ninja villages. Tsunade said loudly, her voice heavy with the gravity of the situation. They then began formulating their strategy to deal with the unprecedented alliance of the 4 great ninja villages against Konoha. This time, it was the first time that the 4 major ninja villages had united to confront Konoha. They had to take this seriously. Chapter 133, Impending Doom. 2 days later, many tents were set up not far from the Land of Fire's border, as the united ninja forces of the 4 major ninja villages gathered, preparing to besiege Konoha. The entire Land of Fire seemed to be on the brink of an unprecedented storm, with ninjas stationed at the border ready to attack at any moment. This was an unprecedented, allied operation, unimaginable that the 4 great ninja villages would join forces against Konoha. The once strongest village of the shinobi world was now facing its end. Ultimately, they had their eyes on the fertile lands and other resource of the Land of Fire. They knew that this war would be followed by a great battle, as the hatred between the major countries was deep-rooted. This was an opportunity the Kage couldn't miss. Throughout history, in every shinobi world war, Konoha had emerged victorious. But after 2 invasions, they believed Konoha no longer had the strength to resist. This was, after all, the allied forces of 4 nations. The war was about to break out, and Konoha's ninjas could already smell it in the air. They wouldn't blindly attack and charge into battle, knowing that a reckless onslaught, while eventually leading to victory, would come at a disproportionate cost. On a towering peak, Kakashi and other Jonin looked at the dark mass of the allied forces below, feeling a chill despite their battle-hardened experiences. They had never seen such a scene before. Were these great nations really so eager to eliminate Konoha? The hope of Konoha's victory rested solely on Ryujiro. Without his power, they couldn't possibly withstand such a massive ninja army. Besides the ninjas, the samurai of the Land of Fire also joined the war, as the Land of Fire had a cooperative relationship with Konoha and was bound to provide assistance. If Konoha fell, the Land of Fire wouldn't escape unscathed either. Everyone except Ryujiro felt the heaviness of the situation. They needed to observe the movements of the allied forces, while the allied forces required intelligence on the Land of Fire and Konoha's internal status. Naturally, Konoha also had spies from other villages. This war was intriguing and Konoha didn't gather too many troops, following Ryujiro's strategy. Ryujiro knew that in the world of ninjas, numbers didn't determine advantage. Uchiha Madara, for instance, had slaughtered thousands with ease. Now, Ryujiro possessed such strength. The start of this war would be signaled by him. "Are you ready?" Ryujiro asked the group of Jonin behind him calmly. Kakashi and the others nodded heavily, their faces solemn. Swish, in an instant, Ryujiro's figure vanished. That's not the body flicker jutsu. Everyone knew Ryujiro didn't use the body flicker jutsu, as they couldn't trace his direction if he had. Leave it to him. At this point, we can only trust him. His words are indeed inspiring and desirable. If he can truly create a peaceful world, our sacrifice would be worth it. The Jonin fell silent, recalling Ryujiro's words in the meeting room, which seemed like a fantasy. Such things they never dared to imagine, not even the previous Hokages. Unifying the entire shinobi world required immense strength. When they doubted, they saw Ryujiro's unwavering eyes, and in that moment, they were convinced by him. Recalling everything Ryujiro had done for Konoha, repeatedly resolving crises, this young man had become reliable. Several shinobi world wars had broken out in history, each a tragedy for both ninjas and their families. If the current state of the shinobi world could truly change, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. In the sky, Ryujiro stood, his eyes cold and emotionless. At the same time, another figure appeared beside him. Hinata's appearance didn't surprise Ryujiro. Perhaps no one knew they would be in the sky, a power possessed only by the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Moreover, they were hidden in the clouds. Ryujiro-kun. Hinata's delicate voice reached Ryujiro's ears. Her blue eyes, with ice flower patterns, were beautiful. Ryujiro put an arm around Hinata's shoulders and said lightly, "If I become an executioner, would you be afraid?" Hinata shook her head. "No matter what Ryujiro-kun does, I will support you." Ryujiro's lips curled slightly. "Is that so?" The four-nation alliance was nothing but a joke. Let him change the history of the shinobi world. As for Obito and Black Zetsu behind the scenes, let's see what they can do. Uchiha Madara, truly exciting. Below, the ninja allied forces were preparing for an attack, scouting the surroundings. The commander of the Kirigakure forces, AO, used his Byakugan to detect no sign of Konoha ninjas. Strange. Konoha's attitude towards the war seemed odd. The surrounding environment was too quiet, as if Konoha wasn't taking the war seriously. What was Konoha planning? The intelligence department reported that although Konoha's civilians had been moved to safety, the Jonin and special forces remained in the village without any action. Facing the four-nation alliance, even a powerful village like Konoha had no solution. Just then, a sharp rainbow light pierced through the clouds, dazzling and blinding. A meteor. Or a falling star. As the Ninja Alliance watched in confusion, Ao felt a terrifying sense of crisis and shouted, "Run!" It wasn't a chakra-based ninjutsu but pure sword energy, which the sensory team didn't detect immediately. Boom. The slash pierced the ground, raising the land and creating a dust storm that swept the surroundings. The powerful slash engulfed the Ninja Alliance's camp. In an instant, the sword energy erupted, spreading around, with blood blooming in the air. The screams echoed throughout the allied camp. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle. Enemy. Where is the enemy? Chapter 134, Hell on Earth. The sword energy was immensely powerful, ruthlessly tearing through the ground. None of the ninjas caught in the sword energy survived. Such terrifying sword energy was something Ao understood as he rose from the dust. It wasn't that Konoha was unprepared, they simply hadn't detected them until now. Could it be that Konoha's lack of action was to deceive them, to set up this sudden attack? But where exactly were the enemies? Ao's Byakugan activated again, but even in the surrounding area, there wasn't a single person in sight. All he saw before him was the vivid red of blood, which had formed a channel under the power of the sword energy, merging into a small, crimson creek. The formation of the Shinobi Alliance was completely disrupted. The full forces of the 4 major ninja villages weren't here, but even the roughly 4,000 ninjas present were no small number. About 50,000 ninjas from the 4 major ninja villages had joined the war, with support troops ready to join the battlefield at any time. Ah! Screams echoed continuously as they frantically searched for the enemy's figure, never imagining the enemy was above them. This was the first time Ao had seen such a scene, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. The troops must be stabilized, otherwise, in this chaos, it would be impossible to fight the enemy. Swish. A figure appeared before Ao, bringing with it a suffocating pressure. Ao's pupils dilated as fear gradually spread, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping his throat, making it hard to breathe. Ryujiro looked coldly at Ao. In the next second, a spray of blood erupted as Ao's hoarse throat let out a terrible scream. After taking Ao's Byakugan, Ryujiro coldly looked at the kneeling Ao and said, "This eye doesn't belong to you. The eye that belonged to the Hyuga clan had to be returned. Enemy. The enemy is here." Ao trembled all over, mustering the courage to loudly alert the ninja troops. All the ninjas of the alliance turned toward the sound. Upon seeing the figure, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud village were shocked. That dress. It was Konoha's swordsman. Those cold eyes were terrifying. Useless fools, just fall already. Boom. A terrifying wave of wind and pressure instantly swept around. Under the influence of Conqueror's haki and skyrocketing spiritual pressure, most ninjas' mental fortitude was shaken. Conqueror's haki had already affected their spirits. The weaker ninjas couldn't resist the Conqueror's haki and fainted directly. Under the dual pressure, nearly half of the 4,000 troops were now unfit for battle. The ninjas trembled as they looked at Ryujiro in the center of the battlefield. He was even more terrifying than the rumors. Was this still a human? Especially the immense spiritual pressure beside Ryujiro was unbearable, completely tearing Ao's soul to ashes, leaving no chance of returning to the Pure Land. Fear spread through everyone's hearts, they couldn't even meet Ryujiro's gaze. Fight against such a monster? Can they win? Why did Konoha produce such a monster? In less than a minute since it started, the Shinobi Alliance had lost over 1,000 troops. Now, fewer than 2,000 could continue fighting. The problem was that under the dual influence of Conqueror's haki and spiritual pressure, even moving their feet was incredibly difficult. Suddenly, Ryujiro frowned, his eyes experiencing a sharp pain. His clear dark green eyes transformed instantly, the 3-tomo Sharingan spinning like a windmill, changing his perception of the world. He felt the change in his eyes. This power. The Mangekyo Sharingan. He hadn't expected the Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve at this moment. With the power of the Hogyoku, Ryujiro didn't need emotional trauma to evolve his Sharingan, the power of the Hogyoku would assist his evolution. Moreover, these eyes. Ryujiro felt that this abundant power would never deplete. These eyes were like the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, never to exhaust. However, the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan should be tested elsewhere. None of these people could bring him any fun. These souls were sufficient, it was time to harvest. The battlefield only needed him to manage. Holification. Buzz. The power of holification spread across the area, affecting the lingering souls, making them ferocious and pained, revealing their hollow forms. Sharp howls echoed across the battlefield, the chilling air extending for kilometers. The Ninja Alliance watched in terror at the black monsters, their souls trembling. Why are there so many monsters here again? Where did these monsters come from? Our weapons are useless against them. Use ninjutsu. Use ninjutsu. Endless ninjutsu bombarded the hollows. While ninjutsu could harm them, only soul-affecting methods could truly destroy them. Moreover, the number of hollows was no less than the Ninja Alliance. The only good news was that hollows would cannibalize each other, the Ninja Alliance wasn't their sole target. The hollow souls devoured one another, creating a horrifying scene. This is enough. Time to release you. A void space opened again, and 2 enormous Jillians, each dozens of meters tall, emerged. Their auras were even more terrifying. To the Ninja Alliance, these 2 Jillians felt like a flood, breaking through their defenses. This place. For them, it was hell on earth. Clean up the battlefield. 2 Jillian-class hollows, one of which was nearing the limit of spiritual power. Itachi and Orochimaru. Before the war, Ryujiro personally hollowified Orochimaru. As for their limits, both could become intermediate-level Vasto Lords. What excited Ryujiro the most was whether Itachi would retain his Sharingan after becoming an Arrancar. Though he wanted to know now, the Jillian form wasn't Itachi's limit. Keep devouring with more greed. Don't disappoint me. It was a massacre, a merciless slaughter. Facing such numbers of hollows, the Ninja Alliance had no power to resist. Ryujiro might be an executioner, but his goals were clear. He only targeted those attacking Konoha and the Land of Fire. As for the civilians in the village, Ryujiro would not harm the innocent. He wasn't a demon. Blood flowed continuously, and incomplete corpses covered the battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood, making just a deep breath nauseating. Hell on earth indeed. Chapter 135, Vasto Lord. The cries of agony and the atmosphere of despair gradually spread as the Shinobi Alliance's forces completely disintegrated. Facing the hollows, they could only impede their advance and were unable to eliminate them. The most despairing sight for them was the colossal hollow, tens of meters tall, devouring its kind with a terrifying visage and crimson eyes, like a god of death harvesting their lives. Roar. Suddenly, hollowified Itachi let out a deafening roar, causing the fleeing ninjas on the battlefield to stop and look back. What's happening now? Buzz. A red light gathered and compressed a massive amount of spiritual pressure in its mouth. In an instant, a red beam shot out, and the distant barren land exploded in a flash of red light. The ground beneath them shook continuously, as if an earthquake had occurred. A mushroom cloud slowly rose, and a massive shockwave swept across the area. The searing flames made every ninja feel the scorching heat. Watching the blinding flames in the distance, their weapons gradually fell from their hands. Is this a joke? How can we fight such monsters and have a chance to win? They had never heard of such creatures in the ninja world before. Zero. How unexpected. Although hollows possess the ability to use Zero, few actually do. Ryujiro could clearly feel the change in spiritual power emanating from Itachi. The giant hollow stopped moving, its massive body trembling. Suddenly, cracks appeared on its pitch-black body, gradually turning white. Boom. The terrifying spiritual pressure of a Vasto Lord hollow exploded instantly, especially affecting the ninjas who had lost their will. They couldn't withstand such immense spiritual pressure and fainted almost instantly, their souls being mercilessly devoured by the hollows, leaving them without even the qualification to enter the Pure Land. A slight smile appeared on Ryujiro's lips. A Vasto Lord, this is the second mid-level Vasto Lord under my command. Its size changed slightly, shrinking from over 10 meters tall to about 7 or 8 meters, and its form appeared more humanoid. As a Vasto Lord, Itachi had some intelligence, though he was still somewhat confused, looking at the desolate land and the fleeing people, and the unending flames in the distance. A splitting headache filled his mind, and with his massive form, Itachi rampaged around, driven by the pain. This situation made Ryujiro frown. What's going on? Is he losing control? Ryujiro could clearly feel Itachi's spiritual pressure rising rapidly, almost reaching the level of Kira. In the next moment, a sky-piercing blue spiritual pressure broke through the sky, obscuring Itachi's figure within. Seeing this scene, Ryujiro's face lit up with joy. Could it be self-arankarization? This was the only possibility Ryujiro could think of. With Itachi's talent, it was possible for him to self-arankar and his strength might even increase another level. Even Orochimaru, transformed into a hollow, halted his actions. The instinctive fear of a lower-ranked hollow towards an Vasto Lord made him tremble. Orochimaru's spiritual pressure hadn't reached the threshold for becoming a Vasto Lord, making it difficult for him to achieve that level. As the violent spiritual pressure gradually stabilized, Ryujiro used a flash step to appear beside the immense spiritual pressure. This spiritual pressure was indeed vast. If it were any ordinary person, their soul would be torn apart instantly. Even the Kage-level shinobi couldn't withstand it. After all, Kage-level shinobi were merely powerful ninjas. Only those who specialized in soul-related ninjutsu could possibly endure it. Even at this distance, the Kage-level shinobi would struggle to stand upright. When the spiritual pressure dissipated like mist, Itachi transformed into a human form, with a hollow void in his chest and his right arm covered by bone-like Arankar armor. Resurrected, Itachi was momentarily dazed, with the hollow memories flooding his mind. With a complex expression, Itachi looked at Ryujiro. You actually possess such power. How does it feel to be resurrected? Ryujiro asked with a smile. Resurrection. Looking at the desolate land and the marks of battle, especially the thick scent of blood that brought back unpleasant memories, Itachi sighed deeply. It's quite complicated. Why did you resurrect me? After being resurrected, I can no longer be called human, right? Itachi sighed. Resurrection, such a terrifying technique. Even the second Hokage's impure world reincarnation technique wasn't this terrifying. This technique fundamentally changed his soul, turning him into a non-human entity. Feeling the immense power within him, Itachi was even frightened by this destructive and suffocating power. No particular reason, I just thought it was a pity for someone like you to die so uselessly. Your eye's power should still be intact, Ryujiro said, noticing Itachi's Sharingan. Eye's power. Instantly, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. His Sharingan was still there. Moreover, when he switched to his Mangekyo Sharingan, the vast power was incomparable to before, seemingly inexhaustible. Wasn't this akin to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan recorded in the clan's history? What a terrifying technique. Being resurrected by you, I have nothing more to say. But what's with this scene? Itachi asked, looking at the battlefield filled with corpses. Although he accepted the memories of being a hollow, he knew nothing about this war. The 4 great ninja villages waged war against Konoha. This is the battlefield. The 4 great ninja villages waged war. A look of seriousness flashed in Itachi's eyes. Seeing the corpses and the blood-red surrounding, he sighed deeply. Life is so fragile. Why do people wage war against each other? Can't war be avoided? The struggle in the shinobi world was cruel. Regardless of whether one was a child or an elder, as long as you were a ninja, you had to be prepared to be killed. Of course, war can be avoided if Konoha unifies the entire ninja world. The great ninja wars will never happen again, Ryujiro said casually. Itachi stared at Ryujiro with wide eyes. Unify the entire ninja world. Ryujiro, you speak too lightly of such matters. Chapter 136, Dust Release. Thinking about it, Ryujiro is the only person in the history of the ninja world with such abilities. Even the first Hokage wasn't as extreme and extraordinary as Ryujiro. His method of reviving people and transforming their souls into another kind of being fundamentally alters the original rules of the world. Unifying the ninja world wouldn't stop wars. Wars are born from desire. The cause of each ninja war has always been about interests. To prevent wars, the ninja world needs a single ruler. Although it will take time, under the suppression of overwhelming power, nothing significant will arise. Power, huh? Itachi now understands that only power can change everything. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but ask, how is Sasuke? That kid seems to have been taken away by Tobi. Tobi. Oh, I almost forgot that you don't know his true identity. Tobi is the same person you know as Uchiha Madara. Itachi's pupils suddenly contracted. It's that guy. Tobi. The name sounded familiar. Why did he take Sasuke? Itachi asked with a frown. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's to shift his hatred towards Konoha. After all, you were forced to make the choice to annihilate your clan. Ryujiro said calmly. Uchiha Tobi. Back during the night of the massacre, Itachi had cooperated with Tobi. Itachi's best friend, Shisui, was captured by Tobi, and Shisui, who died by Itachi's hand, lived a happy life with Itachi in the Tsukimi space. It seems Orochimaru is about to succeed too. Detecting that Orochimaru's spiritual pressure had reached its limit, Ryujiro wondered if Orochimaru, like Itachi, would become a Vasto Lord-level hollow. In a different dimension, Ryujiro's space contained many Jillian-class hollows. If relying solely on these battlefield hollows wasn't enough to support Itachi and Orochimaru's evolution, they had consumed a lot of hollows in the space. That hollow is Orochimaru. Itachi looked incredulously at the massive figure. Was that what he transformed into earlier? That massive form was indeed terrifying. In the sky above the logistics unit of the Ninja Alliance, Hinata's cold gaze swept over the Ninja Alliance below. Sacrifices for the peace of the ninja world are inevitable, and besides, these people are enemies of Konoha. Under Ryujiro's influence, Hinata's emotional side was reserved for Ryujiro alone. To others, if they were enemies, she showed no mercy. Hinata's Byakugan switched to the pure Tensigan, and in her palm, green chakra light cannons formed. In an instant, a barrage of chakra light cannons rained down like a storm. The sensing ninjas in the logistics unit suddenly felt a massive chakra surge from above and rushed out of their tents, their scalps tingling as they saw the dense barrage of green chakra light cannons. One of the sensing ninjas shouted, "Get out of here, quick!" Boom, boom, boom. The chakra cannons mercilessly bombarded the logistics unit of the allied shinobi forces. The relentless barrage of chakra light cannons crashed down on the logistics unit, making it impossible to resist. The enemy's location was unknown. Explosions echoed continuously, the ground illuminated by bright flames, and countless Ninja Alliance members perished under the intense barrage of chakra light cannons. The allied forces were like headless flies, completely powerless to fight back. The Kages in the rear had already learned of the situation at the front lines, and when Inoki arrived at the logistics unit, the sight before him left him utterly shocked. Everywhere he looked were the corpses of ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The continuous barrage of chakra light cannons kept hammering down on the logistics unit. This direction, from the sky. A flying ninja. There shouldn't be any flying ninjas in Konoha, and in the shinobi world's knowledge, only Inoki could fly. Inoki quickly ascended into the sky. To stop all this, he had to find the one releasing the jutsu. The amount of chakra being released was enormous. Hinata, above, also halted and looked at the short Inoki with a frown. The third Tsuchikage. And you are. As the Tsuchikage, Inoki was naturally familiar with the prominent clans of Konoha. Wasn't this the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, Hinata? But her eyes weren't Byakugan, they stirred something in his heart. Hyuga's little girl, Konoha sure hit a trump card like you. I've never seen those eyes before. Inoki looked gravely at Hinata. As the Tsuchikage, Inoki wouldn't underestimate Hinata. The power she demonstrated was no less than his. Attacking my shinobis, I can't just stand by. Come with me, Hyuga girl. Swish. Inoki flew towards Hinata, but before he could get close, an immense repulsive force pushed him back. Flying several meters away, Inoki looked at Hinata in disbelief. What was that power? A force pushed him away. Was it a jutsu? What kind of eyes did she have? Besides the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan shouldn't have any other Kekkei Genkai. He had seen the events on the front lines through the sensory unit's shared vision. It was like hell on earth, those black monsters appeared out of nowhere. What were they? How many secrets was Konoha hiding? The third Tsuchikage Inoki. Ryujiro had warned her to be cautious of the third Tsuchikage dust release, but there was no need to avoid it, she just had to block it with truth-seeking balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous chakra light cannons fired again, densely covering Inoki's surroundings. Inoki's face turned grim. Don't underestimate me. Particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu. In the next moment, Inoki formed a transparent cube in his hand. The terrifying energy within seemed capable of destroying all matter. As it was released, the chakra light cannons were swallowed by the cube's energy. The white cube transformed into a rectangular beam of light, shooting towards Hinata. Chapter 137, Inoki's shock. At this moment, the rectangular transparent light pillar, containing the power to annihilate everything, instantly disintegrated the green chakra cannon. The dust release, a fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra natures, could decompose any matter into atomic state. Dust release is a Kekkei Tota, surpassing the level of a Kekkei Genkai. Inoki's pride in his power stemmed from dust release. Most would avoid it, but for Hinata, no matter how powerful dust release was, it couldn't harm her. Truth-seeking balls could nullify all ninjutsu, with the only weakness being senjutsu, which could affect the truth-seeking balls. Inoki didn't know senjutsu, so no matter how powerful his dust release was, it couldn't break through the truth-seeking ball's defense. The black truth-seeking balls transformed into a black shield that enveloped Hinata. Inoki frowned at the mysterious black material. What is that black stuff? Ninjutsu. But it didn't matter. How could such a thing withstand dust release? Konoha's little girl would be atomized. Instantly, the surrounding airflow was distorted by dust release, and waves of air exploded. Inoki was confident that all matter would turn to atoms and disappear under dust release. The power of dust release surpassed most ninjutsu, even the Raikage would tread cautiously. Though Inoki's body was old, his mastery of dust release was still formidable. Boom. The collision of dust release sounded like an explosion. However, in an instant, dust release was repelled. The black shield from the truth-seeking balls remained intact, fully protecting Hinata from harm. What? It blocked dust release. How is this possible? Inoki's confident expression changed drastically. He stared at the black material with astonishment and seriousness. What exactly was that black substance that could completely defend against dust release, a fusion of 3 chakra natures? Could it be a fusion of more than 3 chakra natures? Inoki found it hard to accept. If the girl from Konoha had merely dodged dust release, he could understand. But to actually block dust release, which can annihilate all matter, this was something he found difficult to accept. Konoha still had such a trump card hidden. Inoki suddenly felt less confident about the Ninja Alliance's attack on Konoha. In the next moment, a blue flame ignited on Hinata, with a massive amount of chakra covering her, like a burning blue flame enveloping her. Feeling the immense chakra, Inoki's face changed. What form is this? Inoki was shocked, feeling an overwhelming pressure he had felt before, in front of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Now he was feeling the same pressure from a little girl from Konoha. What a joke. As the Tsuchikage, Inoki couldn't accept this. Silver will reincarnation explosion. Hinata released several truth-seeking balls from her right palm, rotating them, with green chakra covering the truth-seeking balls, forming a silver halo, then firing a massive tornado. The terrifying storm erupted. Inoki, feeling the deadly crisis, released dust release again, but chakra couldn't decompose the truth-seeking balls, and Inoki couldn't withstand it. Seeing the black spheres approaching, Inoki broke out in a cold sweat, controlling his body to fly away. He observed the floating black spheres with a heavy heart. He needed to understand what those black spheres were. As they approached, Anoki felt a death crisis, as if touching them would end his life. Especially this terrible ninjutsu, its power no less than an S-rank ninjutsu. In an instant, the collision of two extreme powers, the white clouds in the sky disappeared without a trace due to the invisible shockwave. In Tenseigen Chakra mode, Anoki couldn't even see the expression on Hinata's face clearly. Unbelievable power. As Anoki was still marveling, Hinata's speed surpassed his understanding, and she appeared before him in an instant. Anoki's pupils shrank abruptly, and under the black staff, he instinctively used his right arm to block. In an instant, Anoki's right arm, upon touching the truth-seeking ball, fell off his body like paper. A chilling sensation enveloped Anoki, who distanced himself, horrified at his missing right arm. The key point was that his right arm had fallen off, yet he hadn't felt any pain. Was that black substance like dust release? Also possessing the ability to annihilate everything. Losing an arm greatly affected Akage's strength, especially for an aged Tsuchikage like Anoki. Losing an arm weakened his power by at least 1/3. They had underestimated Konoha's depth. Just this little girl from the Hyuga clan was enough to make them wary. If he had known Konoha had such a trump card, he would have been more cautious. But now it was too late for regrets. Anoki knew that he was not Hinata's match. So, without another word, he turned into a meteor and fled from Hinata's sight. A Tsuchikage losing an arm and being defeated by such a young girl, such news would shock the entire ninja world. Hinata didn't pursue deeply. Ryujiro's task for her was to destroy the Ninja Alliance's logistics unit. Hinata exited the Tenseigen Chakra mode and looked at the hellish scene below, feeling nauseous. It was her first time seeing such a scene. Though she had seen Ryujiro kill, those scenes couldn't compare to this hellish sight. The faint smell of blood in the air made Hinata pale and retch. After a while, she composed herself, feeling no guilt. The ninja world was like this. In war, it's either you die, or I die. When they declared war on Konoha, they should have been prepared to die at the hands of Konoha's ninjas. This war's prelude ended as a personal show of Hinata and Ryujiro, couple's performance. Chapter 138, 2 Arankar. Boom. A was filled with helpless fury as he looked at the casualty report, feeling a dizzying sensation. This was just the beginning, yet their losses were already so significant, over 8,000 people. Moreover, in the frontline troops, they hadn't even encountered Konoha's main forces. Ryujiro alone had completely crushed their advance forces. What is that black monster? Does Ryujiro possess such abilities? At that moment, A realized they had grossly underestimated Konoha's capabilities and were missing crucial information. Anoki, the old Tsuchikage, had already rushed to the front line. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any major issues. Suddenly, a cloud ninja burst in, shouting frantically at A, Reikage-sama, something terrible has happened. What is it? A's brow furrowed as he demanded an explanation. The cloud ninja swallowed nervously. You should see for yourself. Anoki staggered into the room, his appearance disheveled. All the ninjas in the room widened their eyes, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Especially A, whose pupils shrank, his face showing utter shock. Tsuchikage. What happened to you? His arm. The Tsuchikage's arm was gone. The room erupted into chaos, filled with tension and anxiety. Despite his old age, the third Tsuchikage was a formidable force. His dust release could disintegrate anything, even the most powerful ninjutsu. But despite that, the reality before them shocked everyone's hearts. With a bitter smile, Anoki said, Reikage, we underestimated Konoha. A's heart seemed to sink into a deep abyss. The Tsuchikage losing an arm was completely beyond his expectations. What could possibly have done this? Not long after, the three Kage gathered together. Gaara was absent, and even the Sand Ninja didn't know their Kazekage's whereabouts. But Tsunagakure did have a representative, Chiyo. Reikage-sama, why did you call us over at this time? Do you have a plan to discuss? When Mei Terumi and Chiyo walked in and saw Anoki's empty sleeve, their expressions were equally horrified. Tsuchikage, your arm. Aside, sit down first. Chiyo and Mei couldn't take their eyes off Anoki's missing arm. Tsuchikage, you start, A urged. After a few minutes of silence, the shock on everyone's face showed they now feared Konoha. They couldn't believe Konoha had such hidden power. The main point here was that Konoha had only sent 2 people, yet they had completely crushed the Ninja Alliance. Currently, the Alliance still had over 50,000 troops. Although the number was sufficient, knowing that the frontline and logistics troops were reduced to less than 1,000 in such a short time was demoralizing. If this news were made public, the morale of the entire Ninja Alliance would collapse. Mizukage. Your village's shinobi, Ao also died on the battlefield. Anoki sighed deeply, seemingly aging several more years in an instant. Mei's mind went blank, her body swaying as she struggled to accept this reality. Ao was an elite jonin and a trusted aide under her, helping her secure her position as Mizukage. Yet, such a crucial figure had now died on the front lines. Reikage. You must take full responsibility for this loss. Our intelligence on Konoha was clearly insufficient. Neither that little girl from the Hyuga clan nor Ryujiro's strange abilities were mentioned in the reports. May accused. A was silent, sighing deeply. I take full responsibility for this loss. We'll deal with this after the war. Right now, we must focus on defeating Konoha. Chiyo, where is your Kazekage? Why isn't he here? This war against Konoha is a collaboration. Your village's attitude makes us question your sincerity, May, and Inoki glared at Chiyo. The Kazekage had always acted indifferent, as if this cooperative war had nothing to do with him. In several meetings, the Kazekage had never given any opinions or participated in planning. Appointing such a young Kazekage had been a mistake from the start. Chiyo sighed helplessly. I apologize on behalf of Tsunegakure. Even we don't understand the Kazekage's attitude. He agreed to the war, but his behavior is strange. Since returning to the village, it seemed he knew he would become Kazekage. We don't know whom he contacted during that time. Chiyo's words carried a tone of bitterness. The other Kage frowned. Tsunegakure's leadership seemed careless, allowing such a young man to become Kazekage was a mistake. If Chiyo had taken the position, things might have been different. In that case, Chiyo, you will represent Kazekage in future meetings. As for the Kazekage, as long as he contributes on the battlefield, that's enough, said. The current situation didn't allow them to ponder further. The stakes were too high. Meanwhile, on the front line, there were no signs of life. The remaining few hollows were absorbed into Ryujiro's space. Suddenly, a figure with pale skin and snake-like eyes appeared before Ryujiro. Orochimaru, having assimilated his consciousness, took a deep breath. Splendid, this power surpasses my imagination. So, this is the power of hollows. It's beyond human reach. This is a power humans can never achieve. Orochimaru had successfully become an Arrancar. Now, Ryujiro had 2 new Arrancar under his command. Chapter 139, Mihawk vs. Killer Bee. Eternal life, the eternal life he had finally obtained. Without relying on ninjutsu, Orochimaru had gained eternal life, feeling the immense energy within him. He could not imagine the terrifying power it would unleash if released. At this moment, Orochimaru noticed Itachi beside him. With a face full of surprise, Orochimaru said, I didn't expect Itachi to be hollow-wified by Ryujiro as well. I knew Ryujiro wouldn't let you die so easily. Itachi just glanced at Orochimaru indifferently, he did not want to have much conversation with Orochimaru. Enough, Orochimaru, stop the nonsense. You'd better quickly adapt to your new power. I have tasks for you to complete. Oh. Ryujiro, do you have a plan? Looking at the devastated battlefield, Orochimaru clicked his tongue twice, it seems the war has already begun. The 4 great nations will regret their actions, especially since Konoha has Ryujiro. Previously, Orochimaru's revenge on Konoha was solely for revenge, but now Orochimaru felt nothing towards Konoha. He had gained eternal life, a lifelong dream, all thanks to Ryujiro. Orochimaru no longer had many thoughts about Konoha. Orochimaru, go to Iwagakure. Itachi, you go to Kirigakure. It's time for the ninja world to know the terror of the Godai 13. Currently, Ryujiro had 4 Arrancar under his command. It was time for the shinobi world to experience the terror of their organization. The ninja world should be lively now. Ryujiro, do you want us to destroy these 2 villages? No need, just let them experience the true fear. Itachi, can you handle it? Ryujiro gave Itachi a faint glance. Itachi nodded lightly. He had obtained a new life and different powers all thanks to Ryujiro. If Ryujiro aimed to unify the ninja world and end all wars, Itachi was willing to assist him in any way possible. At least the ninja world could usher in an unprecedented era. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, Obito and Black Zetsu looked extremely grim. In the previous war, Black Zetsu had been monitoring the battle closely, but what they didn't expect was the appearance of so many unimaginable monsters on the battlefield. Even Black Zetsu felt a twinge of fear towards those monsters, beings that ninjutsu could not harm, beyond their comprehension. Could those monsters be Ryujiro's doing? Obito's face darkened as events once again deviated from his expectations. Even Black Zetsu, who had lived for countless ages, did not know what those black creatures were. There seemed to be no record of such beings in the history of the ninja world. This era seemed to be changing gradually because of Ryujiro. Would the plan to resurrect his mother proceed smoothly? Obito, let's begin our plan. We can't wait any longer. The 1 tail, the 8 tails, the 9 tails, must be captured. The Edo Tensei, as long as we have the cells of the first Hokage, we can control those revived Hokage even if they are at their peak. At least, with Madara here, everything will be different. The Edo Tensei, huh? Because of Ryujiro, their plans had been pushed forward. Ryujiro must be eliminated, he was the only obstacle to achieving his dream world, a world with Rin. He wouldn't care even if this false world were destroyed. Damn you. What are you up to, causing chaos in our village? In front of you stands the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of Kimogakure. Killer Bee pointed at the men in front of him, holding a black sword, and questioned. Lord B. This man might be from Konoha. We're at war with Konoha now. He might be trying to invade Kimogakure while the village is vulnerable, Omoi said, looking gravely at Mihawk. A Konoha ninja? Is that so? It doesn't matter if he's from Konoha. In front of me, there's no escape. Killer Bee, known for his impeccable swordsmanship, was shocked to find that he had no advantage at all against Mihawk in a sword duel. In terms of swordsmanship, Killer Bee was like a child showing off in front of an adult compared to Mihawk. As a Jinchuriki, let me show you the true power of a Jinchuriki. Gradually, a terrifying chakra erupted from Killer Bee, and several huge octopus tentacles emerged from his body. Seeing this, Omoi quickly shouted, "Get out of here." Lord B is revealing his full beast mode. In no time, a gigantic creature resembling an octopus appeared before Mihawk. Though it had an octopus's lower body, its head resembled that of a bull, with prominent horns. Oh yeah, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is none other than Lord Killer Bee. Mihawk's expression remained unchanged as he faced the behemoth before him. So, this is a Jinchuriki. Indeed, a monster. It would be more accurate to call it a sea king rather than a monster. Who would have thought such a massive creature could be housed within a person's body? Indeed, it exuded a sense of pressure. But in front of Mihawk, even seeing Killer Bee transform into the Eight-Tails' true form didn't cause his inner calm to waver. "B, that man is not simple," the Eight-Tails' voice resonated in Killer Bee's mind. Even you say so. He's indeed powerful, with extraordinary swordsmanship. More importantly, his slashes are as powerful as A-rank ninjutsu, and judging by his previous attack, that wasn't even his full strength. The Eight-Tails' voice grew somber. In any case, we must be cautious. This is no ordinary enemy. Roar. The Eight-Tails let out an earth-shaking roar, sending waves of sound that made the surrounding buildings tremble as if they would collapse at any moment. The giant tentacles fell, crashing down on Mihawk. This attack was enough to utterly destroy the area. From a distance, Omoi watched in fear. This was Killer Bee's true power. He was the first Jinchuriki in the ninja world to perfectly control the power of the tailed beast. His strength was on par with the Raikage. However, Killer Bee, being observant, noticed that Mihawk showed no fear. Instead, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He's smiling. How can he smile in this situation? Clang. A clear sound of a sword echoed as Mihawk moved with incredible speed. His movements were too fast to follow. A green slash burst forth, far more terrifying than what Killer Bee had seen before. It seemed that everything before this slash would be cut in half. The green slash, with unmatched sharpness, appeared ready to cut through anything. A sound akin to ripping cloth was heard as the enormous tentacle was sliced off by the sharp slash. Boom. The moment the tentacle fell, the ground trembled violently. Chapter 140, Killer Bee's Struggle. This slash was so powerful that it sliced through the cloud, leaving everyone below in cold sweat at its unmatched power. Especially for Omoi, his mind went blank. Are you telling me this is possible with swordsmanship? Looking at the divided clouds, Omoi's legs were trembling. This was the true strength of Mihawk. The huge octopus tentacles fell to the ground, raising an endless cloud of dust. The entire area was covered in thick dust, and many buildings were reduced to rubble. If the villagers hadn't been evacuated before the battle began, the casualties would have been severe. Be careful. This guy is no joke. Don't underestimate him. Yeah, this slash is even stronger than the last one. Even the usually optimistic Killer Bee felt some pressure. He had never seen swordsmanship like this before. Flying slashes were supposed to be unique to Konoha's swordsmen, right? Why could this person do it too? And those eyes. This man's eyes were similar to hawk eyes. Those sharp eyes made them feel like Mihawk's prey. Moreover, in the village, many of Killer Bee's techniques were restricted. To effectively attack this man, he would at least need to use a tailed beast bomb. But the tailed beast bomb's power was too great. This was inside the village, and if it's not controlled properly, the village could be affected. No choice, I'll go full tailed beast mode. The Eight-Tails form gradually shrank, and Killer Bee returned to his original form. After a brief moment, his body was covered in a black-red tailed beast chakra. Is Lord Bee worried about the village being affected? Damn that intruder. Omoi gritted his teeth in frustration at Mihawk. He wanted to help, but this level of battle was beyond him. If he wasn't careful, he could become a burden to Killer Bee. He needed to find the right moment to ambush that man and create an opportunity for Lord Killer Bee. In his tailed beast mode, Killer Bee looked like an enraged beast. His elbows had the white bones of the tailed beast transformation, and he assumed a charging stance, moving at an incredible speed. It was almost impossible to see with the naked eye, but Mihawk had already predicted his movements with observation haki. Even Mihawk felt a bit of pressure from the immense power. Lariat. No one had ever survived this move. The terrifying power could shatter all the bones in a person's body. Boom. With the impact, a terrible storm swept through the surroundings, and the buildings in front of them instantly collapsed. Killer Bee climbed out of the rubble and looked at Mihawk with a serious expression. He dodged. Very few people had dodged this move. One of them was Konoha's Yellow Flash. He dodged. That guy's reflexes are that fast. Killer Bee had used all his techniques, confident in his taijutsu. But against Mihawk, the most troublesome thing was the opponent's slashes. In his tailed beast form, Killer Bee wasn't confident he could take on his slashes head-on. Ah! What is that? In Killer Bee's eyes, a black substance covered the hand holding the sword, turning it into something resembling iron. The black sword looked even more sinister. B, that guy seemed to predict your attack route earlier. He seems to have some kind of precognitive ability. What? Precognitive ability? Even Killer Bee couldn't help but shout in surprise. This was a troublesome enemy. It wouldn't be easy to protect the village from this guy. He had a bad feeling from the start of the battle. This war felt strange to Killer Bee. The battle continued, with invisible windstorms destroying everything around them. The sheer power was terrifying, and the surrounding slashes cut everything in their path. Omoi watched with a pale face, his legs trembling uncontrollably. There's no chance. That man didn't give him any chance to sneak attack. Has the intelligence division contacted Lord Ryujiro yet? If Ryujiro didn't return soon, the village would be in trouble. The enemy in front of them wasn't something Killer Bee could handle alone. When Ryujiro and Hinata returned to Konoha, they reported the frontline situation in detail to everyone present. They could clearly see everything happening on the battlefield from the mountain peak in Konoha. The black monsters were beyond imagination, and Ryujiro's slashes were as terrifying as ever. What shocked them even more was that the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had actually lost an arm to Hinata, a member of the Hyuga clan known for their Byakugan. Anoki was an experienced Kaga-level shinobi, and his dust release was feared for its ability to disintegrate all matter. Yet, Hinata still managed to take out Anoki's arm. Hayashi didn't know what to say. He felt proud of Hinata, she was his daughter and the pride of the Hyuga clan. Ryujiro, those black monsters that appeared on the battlefield earlier, are they related to you? What are they exactly, and why did they appear on the battlefield? From what we saw earlier, those monsters seemed to lack any rationality. Everyone's eyes focused on Ryujiro, especially now that his abilities seemed beyond what humans could achieve. He had already prepared for this when he decided to hollow out the dead. Hollows, a type of mutated soul. Hollows. Everyone frowned. They had never heard of such a thing. Did you create those monsters? Tsunade asked in a deep voice. The meeting room fell into a dead silence. It was too quiet, and everyone could hear each other's breathing. Yes. But this is also a tactic I use against enemies. Since they're enemies, there's nothing to hesitate about or be merciful. Isn't that right? Everyone exchanged glances. Ryujiro was correct, this was war, and there was no room for mercy. As veteran ninjas, they understood that mercy towards the enemy was cruelty towards themselves. If Konoha couldn't withstand the allied shinobi forces today, they would face invasion, and the villagers would suffer at the hands of those driven by desire. Ryujiro is right. The allied shinobi forces from the 4 great villages are our enemies. Their goal is to destroy Konoha. Everyone here knows Ryujiro hasn't harmed the village's interests since we've known him. Hayashi spoke up for Ryujiro. Hayashi was right. Ryujiro was on their side. Even if he used unconventional methods, he had single-handedly held off the allied shinobi forces' vanguard. Everyone looked at Hinata and Ryujiro. These two were like a powerful army themselves. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Kage's Return. Indeed, these things are not that important anymore. However, what they were concerned about now was whether Ryujiro would truly help Konoha unify the entire ninja world. This was a path that Konoha had never thought of before. Alright, that's enough about this matter. I believe the allied shinobi forces won't dare to act rashly now. After all, we only deployed 2 people from Konoha and they held back their forces, Tsunade said, her eyes fixed intently on Ryujiro. She even doubted whether they needed to send anyone else to the battlefield. Perhaps Hinata and Ryujiro alone could end this war. How could she have such an absurd thought? Even if Ryujiro and Hinata were powerful, they were still up against the elite forces of the 4 great ninja villages. "Tsunade-sama, where is Naruto now?" Ryujiro asked. While Ryujiro didn't consider the allied shinobi forces a threat, Naruto, being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, was a significant concern. He couldn't shake the feeling that Obito might try something during this war. If the Nine Tails were extracted from Naruto, it would mean certain death for him. Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. "Don't worry, he's in a safe place. But that kid keeps insisting on joining the battlefield, it's really a headache." Though Naruto had learned to control the Nine Tails' power, Tsunade still couldn't let him fight freely. The Nine Tails was too crucial for Konoha, and the immense power it wielded could change the course of history in an instant. Naruto wanted to join the battle. "Obito, Black Zetsu, what else do you have up your sleeves in this altered timeline?" In the original anime, Obito had declared the 4th Great Ninja War and used Kabuto's Edo Tensei technique to resurrect the former Kage. However, in this timeline, Kabuto was still merely a subordinate of Orochimaru and had not mastered Edo Tensei, unlike in the original story. What would happen next? Ryujiro was curious to see how things would unfold. In the Akatsuki hideout, Obito and Black Zetsu stood before several coffins. Edo Tensei required a piece of the deceased's body and a living person as a vessel to revive them. White Zetsu served as an excellent vessel, saving them the trouble of searching for other candidates. The 2nd Tsuchikage, the 3rd Mizukage, the 3rd Reikage, the 4th Kazekage. All could be resurrected, except for Itachi. Originally, Black Zetsu had planned to collect Itachi's remains, but Ryujiro's presence thwarted those plans. "Let's begin," Obito commanded, dressed in a purple outfit and wearing a white mask. One of his eyes had already been implanted with Madara's Rinnegan. He slammed his hand on the ground. "Edo Tensei." White Zetsu screamed in agony as pieces of him began to break apart, gradually transforming. The former Kage were being resurrected. Bang. The sound of a table breaking echoed as A erupted in anger. "What did you say? B got injured? Who did it?" Killer B was A's brother and the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, possessing strength rivaling that of a Kage. How could he be injured in the village? What had happened? Mabui, standing nearby, remained silent, watching the broken table. The situation in the war had become increasingly dire. Could Konoha still have enough strength to launch a surprise attack? It was that swordsman from before. A swordsman. A paused, recalling an earlier incident when a swordsman had caused a disturbance in the Cloud Village. The village's security forces were no match for him. Konoha. A clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot with anger. Konoha had hidden its strength well, or perhaps they had been too deceived by its facade. The frontline and logistic troops were wiped out one after another, with a horrifying number of casualties. Yet only 2 people from Konoha had revealed themselves with abilities similar to dust release that could obliterate matter. Was it possible that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan had evolved into a power capable of erasing matter, similar to dust release? It was an impossible thought, but the situation was frustrating. Damn it. From the beginning, they had been led by the nose by Konoha. And where was the Kazekage of the Sand Village? He hadn't been seen since the start of the war. Meanwhile, in a desolate desert near the Sound Village, Gaara tossed his Kazekage hat aside and stretched. It's finally over. He felt a sense of relief. You had the people of the Sand Village running in circles, Kimimaro remarked coolly from the side. You don't know how boring it is to be Kazekage. You have to deal with village affairs every day. Since I returned, the villagers haven't exactly welcomed me. Even though I'm Kazekage, there are still those in the village with strong opinions against me. Now that my mission is complete, whoever wants to be Kazekage can take the position. I'm not staying. Kimimaro looked at Gaara with a puzzled expression. Was being a Kage really that troublesome? If it was, why did so many people want to become the leader of their village? It was baffling. But he only cared about Orochimaru and Ryujiro. He was willing to do anything for them. By the way, where's Sasuke? Gaara suddenly realized that Sasuke had been missing since his return. Kimimaro replied indifferently, Sasuke left with someone. What? How could that be? Would Ryujiro let Sasuke leave with someone else? Gaara couldn't believe it. It was Ryujiro who intentionally let Sasuke go. We noticed it early on but didn't act. Ryujiro-sama has his own plans, Kimimaro continued, his expression unchanged. I see. Gaara thought. While Sasuke's attitude could be annoying and pretentious, they had still spent time together. Sigh. Poor Sasuke, becoming a pawn in Ryujiro's game. But on second thought, wasn't he the same? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Hopefully, Ryujiro could truly start an unprecedented era. Chapter 142, The Resurrected Hokages. At this moment, Tsunade, who was sorting through intelligence reports in the Hokage's office, suddenly stopped and stood up abruptly. Her beautiful eyes widened, displaying an expression of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? This familiar chakra, its grandfather. As the granddaughter of Hashirama, Tsunade sensed two familiar and immense chakras covering the entire village of Konoha. On Hokage Rock, 4 figures gazed at the present-day Konoha with mixed emotions. So, this is what Konoha looks like now. Tobirama, I told you your jutsu would cause trouble for future generations. This is the second time we've been summoned back from the Pure Land. Tobirama's face twitched a few times. He hadn't expected his forbidden jutsu to be misused. Ultimately, it was the village's insufficient protection of forbidden jutsus that was to blame. These 4 figures corresponded to the faces carved into the Hokage Rock. The first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage, and fourth Hokage, the once deceased former Hokages, had been resurrected through Edo Tensei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tsunade, along with Kakashi and several other jonin, stared in shock at the former Hokages. Grandfather. Tsunade was especially shocked to see Hashirama Senju before her. Sensei. Old men. Asuma and Kakashi were equally stunned, staring at Minato and Hiruzen. The deceased former Hokages had actually been resurrected. Oh. It's little Tsuna. You've grown so much over the years. Hashirama was equally surprised to see Tsunade. Now isn't the time to discuss this. This state. It's Edo Tensei. Who exactly resurrected you? Hashirama and Tobirama's faces stiffened as they sighed helplessly. The Uchiha clan. Indeed, now is not the time to discuss this. You all must be careful. Our wills have been altered, and our sole purpose here is to destroy Konoha. What? Before anyone could react, a terrifying chakra wave erupted from Hashirama. Would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Their faces turned serious. As former Hokages, they didn't want to fight their village's ninja, but they couldn't control their bodies in this state. Boom. Endless chakra burst forth from Hashirama, like a volcanic eruption, suffocating everyone with its pressure. The next moment, the ground beneath Tsunade and the others began to tremble violently. Tsunade's pupils contracted, and she shouted, "Retreat quickly." She vividly remembered her grandfather demonstrating this terrifying jutsu when she was a child. Countless twisted trees burst from the ground, as if alive, consuming everything around them. The trees connected and grew wildly, splitting the surrounding land. Would release. It had once brought peace to a war-torn ninja world during Hashirama's era. The power of wood release was universally acknowledged in the shinobi world. Seeing this, Tsunade and Kakashi were horrified. This was the true power of the first Hokage's wood release, far beyond Yamato's capabilities. Yamato himself fell into contemplation, questioning whether his wood release could even be considered the same as Hashirama's. Facing the wave of trees, everyone used their best techniques. But the trees created by wood release couldn't be easily destroyed. Various fire, water, lightning, and wind jutsu proved ineffective against the encroaching trees. The overwhelming power was similar to the feeling Ryujiro had given them. Hashirama's face darkened, he wanted to stop but couldn't control his body. Although this wasn't his full power, it was still beyond what the village's ninja could handle. Just then, a gentle repelling force pushed Tsunade and the others to a safe distance. Following that, a brilliant and invincible slash tore through the air towards the raging, twisted trees. Slash. The violent trees that Kakashi and the others couldn't stop were instantly shredded by this terrifying slash. At the same time, Hashirama's expression changed. What was that flying towards them? It didn't seem like a slash. 2 figures stood in the sky, looking down at the former Hokages, with Hinata showing a particularly shocked expression. The former Hokages were resurrected. And the third Hokage too. Ryujiro. Hinata. Tsunade got up and shouted at Hinata and Ryujiro, "Ryujiro, grandfather, and the others are being controlled. Their goal is to destroy Konoha. You must find a way to stop them." With no other options, they could only rely on Ryujiro and Hinata. To have broken through Hashirama's wood with a single attack, this young man's power was unfathomable. Even Hashirama, known as the God of Shinobi, was surprised by Ryujiro's strength. Seeing Ryujiro, Hiruzen finally sighed in relief. With Ryujiro here, the village should be safe. Lord Third, who is that young man? Minato asked, looking at the unfamiliar face. He had never seen him when he was in the village. That child is Konoha's hope. Konoha's hope? Minato was surprised that Hiruzen would give the young man such high praise. But what puzzled the third Hokage was why Ryujiro and Hinata were floating in the air. Whoosh! They knew that they were up against the past Hokages. It wasn't just Hashirama they had to deal with. Several kunai flew past Ryujiro and Hinata. In the next moment, Tobirama's figure disappeared, instantly appearing before Ryujiro and Hinata. Flying Thunder God Slash. Clang. Ryujiro blocked Tobirama's attack with his Zanpakuto. Not bad, young man. He admired Ryujiro for being able to counter his Flying Thunder God Slash. Second Hokage, your jutsu has indeed caused a lot of trouble for the future generations, Ryujiro said bluntly. Chapter 143, A Strange Feeling. Extra Chapter. Tobirama's face was ashen, unable to utter a word. When he first created this jutsu, he never imagined it would cause so much trouble for future generations. The Uchiha clan member who summoned them back from the Pure Land, did they intend for them to destroy Konoha? But on their way back, they saw countless corpses along the borders of the Land of Fire. The outside world was clearly a sea of blood and corpses. While fighting Ryujiro, both Tobirama and Hashirama learned some things from Ryujiro's words. They were extremely shocked. The 4 major ninja villages actually launched a simultaneous attack on Konoha. Did they want to break the balance of the ninja world? Ryujiro fighting both Hashirama and Tobirama alone was not an issue, and over on the other side, Hinata was handling Hiruzen and Minato. Both Hinata and Ryujiro's powers had surpassed those of past Kages. Hashirama's wood release was indeed formidable, altering the surrounding landscape with his jutsu. The second Hokage's mastery of water release was also unparalleled, capable of summoning devastating water techniques even in the absence of water, and creating a river seemed trivial for him. The fact that Konoha had become the enemy of the 4 great ninja villages was truly unimaginable. Wood release, wood human technique. Wood release, wood dragon. The ground shook violently as a massive wooden human, entwined with a colossal wooden dragon, emerged. The sight of this towering figure left everyone in awe. So, this is the wood release of the first Hokage. How terrifying. Yamato watched the first Hokage's wood release and fell into deep thought, looking at the small wooden structures his own jutsu could produce. He sighed deeply. My wood is nothing compared to the first Hokage's. I guess I'll just stick to maintaining Konoha's buildings. Yamato mused that, after this battle, he might indeed become Konoha's strongest builder. Wood release truly lives up to its reputation, Ryujiro remarked. And you're not bad yourself, young man, Hashirama replied, deeply impressed by Ryujiro's strength. Even though he wasn't at his full power due to being controlled, the current Hashirama was still a force to be reckoned with, wielding the wood release that had once brought peace to the chaotic ninja world. Water release, water shockwave. Tobirama clasped his hands together, releasing a terrifying amount of chakra. Young man, be careful. In an instant, a water vortex surrounding Tobirama shot skyward, spinning rapidly. As it reached a certain height, the water droplets cascaded down like a waterfall, flooding the area as if a tsunami had struck. The second Hokage's water release can reach this level without any water present. Minato, fighting Hinata, was filled with shock. Konoha had truly become stronger, now boasting individuals capable of standing against the first and second Hokage. And this young lady from the Hyuga clan, those eyes, I don't think I've seen them before, Hiruzen Sarutobi remarked while battling Hinata. Hinata, how is the Hyuga clan? And those eyes of yours? Third Hokage, some things are too complicated to explain right now. Please, just return peacefully to the Pure Land. In that moment, Hinata conjured a staff formed from truth-seeking orbs and thrust it into Hiruzen's chest. A tearing sound echoed as the truth-seeking orb pierced Hiruzen's chest. What shocked Hiruzen even more was that his Edo Tensei body, which could regenerate indefinitely, was starting to disintegrate irreversibly. This black substance contains all the power of yin and yang, the 5 elements. Once pierced by the truth-seeking orb, the yin-yang power destroyed the Edo Tensei body, preventing its regeneration. Hiruzen, recovering from his shock, smiled. Konoha has finally regained the strength of the strongest ninja village. My choices were not wrong after all. With a meaningful glance at Ryujiro, Hiruzen's body crumbled, and his soul returned to the Pure Land. Hashirama, watching Hiruzen turn to ashes, was profoundly shocked. That power. Could it be the legendary power of the Sage of the 6 Paths? I never thought I'd see such power in a young girl. Young man, that girl has a special connection with you, doesn't she? Ryujiro nodded slightly. First Hokage, this era is no longer yours. Your presence here is a mistake. So, let me send you back to the Pure Land. Hashirama and Tobirama had no objections. They were relics of an old era, brought back by Edo Tensei. Initially, they worried that Ryujiro might exhaust himself fighting them, trying to break the Edo Tensei. But now, seeing Hinata's overwhelming power, they saw a simpler solution. The ones who revived us were Uchiha clan members. What's the current situation of the Uchiha clan in Konoha? Tobirama asked seriously. Ryujiro stood with his hands behind his back, seemingly holding back his strength while fighting the 2 previous Hokage. The Uchiha clan was annihilated. Now, only 2 survivors remain. What? The Uchiha clan was wiped out. Who did it? Tobirama was deeply shaken by Ryujiro's words. The Uchiha clan, who had co-founded Konoha with the Senju clan, annihilated within Konoha itself. What had happened after their deaths? And the Senju clan? The Senju clan now has only Tsunade left. What? Both Tobirama and Hashirama's voices rose, unable to believe it. The once powerful Senju clan had been reduced to just one member, Tsunade. What had happened? Did one person annihilate both the Senju and Uchiha clans? While the two Hokage were deep in thought, Hinata had already finished her battle. Although Minato was known as the Yellow Flash, Hinata, with her Tensigen activated, had extraordinary sensory abilities. Each time Minato attempted to close in, a powerful repulsion force pushed him away. Minato's body gradually disintegrated. His eyes looked toward a certain direction, filled with longing. That chakra. Is it Kurama and Naruto? I wish I could see you, my son. Gradually, Minato's body completely crumbled. Meanwhile, in a secluded base, Naruto, who was with Jiraiya, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Naruto? Jiraiya asked. Naruto placed his hand on his chest and slowly said. I don't know why, but I just felt a strange feeling, as if someone familiar was watching me. Chapter 144, The Inescapable Illusion. Someone familiar? Yes. From the beginning, he had a strange feeling in his heart, as if someone familiar had appeared. The fourth great ninja war had already begun. He had to protect Naruto. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto couldn't fall into anyone else's hands. Only the Nine-Tails inside Naruto knew who had just appeared. That familiar feeling. Was it the fourth Hokage? But why couldn't he sense the other half of his chakra? The other half of his chakra had been sealed by the fourth Hokage back then. Now that the fourth Hokage's chakra had appeared, if the other half was still inside him, it wouldn't be possible not to sense it. In fact, after the fourth Hokage was revived, Obito and the others had already extracted the other half of the Nine-Tails from him. Now, with the Geto statue almost fully revived, only the Eight Tails and One Tail remained. Is that Hinata? She's completely different now. Lord Hayashi, it seems Miss Hinata has grown into an excellent ninja. The members of the Hyuga clan looked at Hinata with excitement. She had faced two Hokages alone and even sent them back to the Pure Land. Could Hinata's strength have surpassed that of the previous Hokages? With both Hinata and Ryujiro, wouldn't the Hyuga clan become the most powerful family in Konoha? Wouldn't all other clans in Konoha have to follow them? Hayashi didn't know what these people's thoughts were. Ryujiro and Hinata would inevitably bring changes to the Hyuga clan. This feeling of power was growing in the hearts of some members of the Hyuga clan. The revival of the previous Hokages was actually Obito's idea to stall Ryujiro and not interfere with their plans. In their eyes, Ryujiro was their biggest obstacle, and the war in the ninja world had become more chaotic due to Obito's involvement. Now, the situation in other villages wasn't good either. At least, besides Konoha, the other villages' leaders had also been resurrected. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Countless massive trees burst from the ground, slamming against the earth like giant octopus tentacles. At the same time, a huge flower bud grew in the center. Be careful, the pollen is poisonous, Hashirama shouted to warn everyone. Poison. Ryujiro didn't pay much attention to it. His body was no longer that of a mortal, and a little poison wouldn't affect him. There was almost nothing in this world that could harm him. Hinata smoothly entered the Tensigen chakra mode, and her immense chakra shocked even Hashirama. That girl's chakra is as strong as mine. What kind of power is that? Sage mode. No. There's no Senjutsu chakra on her. The Konoha ninjas were deeply shaken by Hinata's Tensigen form, feeling numb. They watched from afar as the wood release technique covered the entire Hokage rock, unable to say anything, especially feeling the overwhelming pressure of Hinata's chakra. Hayashi once again realized the terror of the Tensigen. As his eldest daughter, Hinata hadn't disappointed him. First Hokage, it's time to end this. Ryujiro said, standing beside Hinata, and the distant Konoha ninjas felt a deep sense of reassurance from the sight of their silhouettes. Yes, it should end now. Tobirama, it seems we're old now. It's the young people's era, we shouldn't trouble them. Hashirama smiled faintly. Tobirama, it seems we're already old. It's the era of the young now. We, from the old era, should not cause any more trouble for them, Hashirama said with a faint smile. Tobirama remained silent. Konoha's development had surpassed his expectations, and these two had already surpassed him and his brother. With these two around, he believed Konoha wouldn't have any problems in this war. Kyoka Suigetsu. As Ryujiro spoke, Hashirama and Tobirama furrowed their brows, feeling like something had changed. But it also felt like nothing had changed. Ryujiro's actions certainly had some meaning. You're now in the world I control. Ryujiro's gaze was cold as he looked at Hashirama and Tobirama. What did that mean? The fight was still ongoing, they were still battling Ryujiro and Hinata within their field of vision. However, to the outside world, it looked like the first and second Hokage were fighting the air. What are the first and second Hokage doing? Hinata and Ryujiro are right in front of them, but they're attacking in another direction. Tsunade frowned, watching her grandfather's strange behavior. Are they hypnotized? Hypnotized? Kakashi and the other Jonins were shocked, staring at Ryujiro. Even the first and second Hokage hadn't noticed they were hypnotized. How terrifying. What were the conditions for Ryujiro's genjutsu? Ryujiro looked at the completely entranced Hashirama and Tobirama and said calmly. Hinata, go ahead. It seemed that even Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't escape Kyoka Suigetsu's shuriken. Swoosh. Swoosh. The truth-seeking balls pierced through the chests of the two former Hokages, causing irreversible damage to their bodies. When Ryujiro released Kyoka Suigetsu, Hashirama and Tobirama were bewildered. Hadn't they just been fighting intensely? How could it suddenly? That was genjutsu. Even if Hashirama couldn't escape the genjutsu, he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt that something was off. Yes, it was genjutsu. First Hokage, second Hokage, Konoha will unify the entire shinobi world. Please return to the Pure Land now. Ryujiro spoke slowly. Hashirama and Tobirama's eyes widened, and just as they were about to ask something, their bodies crumbled. Their souls returned to the Pure Land. Tsunade and the others watched the scene before them in a daze. Was the fight over just like that? Were the former Hokages defeated by Ryujiro and Hinata so quickly? It felt too fast, didn't it? They felt a sense of loss as if they hadn't been of any help from the start. Now, it seemed that as long as Ryujiro and Hinata were there, they could handle everything in Konoha, including the war. The two of them were equivalent to an entire ninja village. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Cloud's Crisis. The body of White Zetsu was torn apart in anger, with terrifying lightning flashing and raging all around. The Cloud Village was engulfed in thick black smoke, reduced to ruins from its once prosperous state, with scenes of devastation everywhere. The ninja from the Cloud Village lacked any courage or spirit to face the two figures before them. Second Raikage, Third Raikage. Why are the resurrected Raikage destroying the Cloud Village? Are they being controlled? Lord Fourth and Lord B are struggling to hold on. Raikage looked around at the White Zetsu and the resurrected second and third Raikages, his expression grim. Hey. This is embarrassing. Is this all you can do? This isn't even our full strength. If you can't defeat us, how can you protect the Cloud Village? Pull yourself together. Defeat us. The second and third Raikages were also filled with rage. Seeing their revived bodies being controlled to destroy the village they built with their own hands was a deeply painful experience. The mastermind behind this must pose a threat to the entire ninja world. Because when they were resurrected, they saw that legendary figure, known as the God of Shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Konoha village might also be in a bad state. A and Killer B were panting heavily. Especially Killer B, who would have struggled to fight alongside A if he weren't a Jinchuriki, as he was using his tailed beast chakra mode just to keep up with them. Was this really not the full power of the third and second Raikages? Looking at the devastated hidden Cloud Village, Ice eyes were filled with boundless rage. This is the second Hokage's Edo Tensei. Could it be the work of the Konoha? The idea that the Konoha could be manipulating the souls of their village's past heroes was infuriating. Such a despicable act. However, the third Raikage shook his head, turning into a bolt of lightning and engaging A in close combat, saying, "It's not the Konoha. The one who resurrected us is even more terrifying. The Konoha's four Hokages were also resurrected. They might be in worse shape than us. A, why did you launch an attack on Konoha? Why do such a thing?" The third Raikage frowned and asked. There could never be mutual trust between the major ninja villages. Even if this war was won, new conflicts would arise, potentially destabilizing the ninja world, which had been stable for a few years, putting it back into a warring states era. Because of a young man from Konoha. That young man is not only a threat to the Cloud but potentially the entire shinobi world. Oh. The third Raikage's brows furrowed, wondering what kind of young man from Konoha could cause A to have such strong opinions. All the major villages had faced attacks from their past leaders, and this war was bad news for the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a figure stood. Orochimaru, now transformed into an Aaron-car, looked down at the corpses below with a cold smile. Life is so fragile. Without achieving immortality, they couldn't understand what it meant. He had transcended humanity, becoming a new life form. Fourth Raikage, second Raikage, third Raikage. Hee, the Cloud Village is quite lively. In that case, let me add some more fuel to the fire. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh, and an immense spiritual pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Cloud Village. At that moment, all the ninjas in the village felt their souls trembling. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, most people broke out in a cold sweat, instinctive fear rising within them. Especially the Raikage in battle, who suddenly stopped as the spiritual pressure affected them. What is this feeling? My soul is trembling. I was shocked, unable to comprehend the events unfolding in the village. The resurrection of the second and third Raikages, the attack by unknown creatures. Especially those white creatures, which, despite their lack of strength, were overwhelming in numbers, making it difficult for the remaining Cloud ninjas to handle. Most of the ninjas were still on standby on the front lines, and as the commander, couldn't leave them behind. Without his orders, they wouldn't leave their positions. Buzz. A blinding dark purple flash covered the entire sky. The Raikages below noticed the anomaly in the sky and couldn't help but narrow their eyes at the dark purple light. Even from a distance, it was terrifying. They were Raikages, after all. This is bad. Tailed Beast Ball. Quickly use a Tailed Beast Ball. The 8 tails inside Killer Bee felt a strong sense of danger, its voice even sounding panicked. Whoosh. Zero Oscuras. As the dark purple Zero was released, the surrounding space distorted. The destructive energy was terrifying even from a distance. Tailed Beast Killer Bee compressed his chakra, forming a high-density Tailed Beast Ball in his mouth and releasing it. But the Tailed Beast Ball couldn't compare to the Zero Oscuras, which could distort space. A Vasto Lord level Arankar was on a different level than a Jillian level, and the power of their Zero was tens of times greater. Boom. The atmosphere trembled as a powerful shockwave turned into a storm, impacting the Cloud Village. The buildings around the village couldn't withstand the shockwave, forming cracks as big as bowls, looking like they could collapse at any moment. At that moment, the Dark Zero triggered a dark purple lightning flash, and the Tailed Beast Ball was quickly consumed by the Zero. The Tailed Beast Ball couldn't withstand the devastating force of the Zero and disintegrated instantly. How could this be? Killer Bee shouted in shock. The Tailed Beast Ball was swallowed by the flash. Even the power of the Tailed Beast couldn't stand against it. If this attack had hit the Cloud Village, the resulting explosion would likely have destroyed the entire village. Roar. Killer Bee in his Tailed Beast form roared, his body exploding with even more terrifying chakra than before, the giant octopus tentacles covering the sky above the Cloud Village. What are you doing? Chapter 146, Chapter 146, A's Despair. A was shocked and shouted, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from above. Despite being the Raikage, he felt powerless under the oppressive dark purple light, like an ant facing an overwhelming force. Seeing Killer Bee fully transform into the 8 tails, A couldn't stay calm any longer. Don't be reckless. This thing is not something you can handle alone. While a tailed beast can be reborn after a few decades, a Jinchuriki's death is final. Even though Killer Bee had taken the form of the 8 tails, any pain inflicted would be borne by both the beast and A's younger brother. I'm sorry, brother. I must protect the village. If this thing goes off, the whole village will be destroyed. Killer Bee, now the 8 tails, roared and transformed one of its massive tentacles into a shield, covering everything around them, the ninjas of Cloud, and even the second and third Raikage. This was all he could do. No. A's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in despair. Above them, Orochimaru watched the scene with amusement. Protecting those people, huh? But how will you withstand it? Killer Bee fired several tailed beast bombs in an attempt to weaken the Zero's power. However, the Zero's destructive force wasn't something the tailed beast bombs could diminish. As the bombs collided with the Zero, even the air trembled. Everyone under Killer Bee's protection could feel the intense vibrations from the ground. Due to the spiritual pressure, both the second and third Raikage were temporarily immobilized. The spiritual pressure seemed to affect their souls directly, which is why they hadn't attacked A. Their hearts were filled with horror and fear, much like A's. They didn't understand what was happening to Cloud Village. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying Zero struck the massive body of the 8 tails. The devastating power exploded, enveloping the entire Cloud Village in a dazzling dark purple light. The 8 tails let out a heart-wrenching howl. The ninjas protected inside felt as if a kunai had been stabbed into their hearts. Some collapsed to their knees, their eyes brimming with tears. Lord B. A staggered back a few steps, his body trembling as he heard the 8 tails' agonized screams, which echoed Killer Bee's own excruciating pain. The third Raikage felt the same. Though Killer Bee wasn't his son, he had always regarded him as an adopted son. Seeing Killer Bee sacrifice himself to protect them deeply affected him. The Zero's residual power continued to shock the surroundings. The 8 tails' massive body was being torn apart, its pain reaching its peak. Killer Bee, in his tailed beast form, trembled constantly, holding on with sheer willpower. Boom. The Zero erupted again, annihilating everything in its path. The land, rocks, trees, buildings, and even the mountain overlooking Cloud Village were reduced to dust. Only a third of the village remained after the light dissipated. Seeing the immense spiritual energy, Orochimaru couldn't help but swallow. He wanted to devour all this energy. For a hollow, this was a feast. However, Orochimaru held back his urges. Without orders from Ryujiro, he didn't dare make decisions about these souls. Letting these souls return to the pure land would be a waste. Killer Bee's consciousness was on the verge of collapse, and the Eight Tails suffered the same damage. The massive body of the Eight Tails, burnt and scarred from the Zero, especially its arms, used to block the attack, were utterly ruined. Though tailed beasts are made of chakra, they are also living beings. The pain they endured was akin to that of humans. While tailed beasts possess vast amounts of chakra, it wasn't enough to withstand the Zero. If Killer Bee hadn't been protecting the village and its ninjas, he might not have had to pay such a terrible price. But now, Killer Bee's consciousness finally gave out, and he collapsed. With a boom, a huge cloud of smoke enveloped the area as the unconscious Killer Bee fell from the sky. Bee's eyes rolled back as he was gravely injured. If he wasn't a Jinchuriki, he would have died long ago. Bee! I shouted in despair, rushing forward frantically. At that moment. Water style, water shark bullet. A massive shark-shaped water bullet appeared, biting towards A without mercy. Get out of the way. A exploded with violent lightning-style chakra, throwing a punch at the water shark coming at him. What? A was stunned, he couldn't destroy the jutsu. The shark absorbed his chakra, swelling in size and increasing in power. Damn, I don't have time to mess around with you freaks. Kisame, sweating coldly, had been posing as a cloud ninja, waiting for a chance to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki for Akatsuki. The fearsome energy and blinding flash were more terrifying than what he and Itachi had experienced at Orochimaru's base, especially the light that seemed to annihilate everything. Kisame released all his chakra, sending the water shark bullet crashing down. Simultaneously, Kisame grabbed Killer Bee and fled Cloud Village without hesitation. Bastard! Put Bee down. A's face twisted in rage. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Kisame thought. Put him down. No way. I risked my life to come here. If you stay here, you'll all die at the hands of that monster. The shinobi world would undergo a huge change because of this. Chapter 147, Raikage's Last Stand. Under the watchful eye of A, Kisame forcibly took Killer Bee away. Orochimaru, watching from the sky, found the scene intriguing. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. I can't let you take him away so easily. A flicker of spiritual pressure condensed at Orochimaru's fingertips. Though it wasn't a Zero Ascura's, the regular Zero was still beyond what Kisame could withstand. With a high-pitched sound, the fast-approaching beam made Kisame feel a massive sense of danger. His eyes widened in shock at the pale purple Zero. So, he noticed after all. No one recognized Orochimaru because he looked different from before. Though he resembled his old self, no one believed Orochimaru, known as a mid-tier member of the Akatsuki, could wield such power. This isn't chakra. Same Hata can't block it. Earth-style, mud wall. A giant earth wall, nearly 10 meters high, rose abruptly from the ground. However, it was naive to think an earth wall could block a Zero. Even if Kisame dodged, the explosive energy following the Zero would still erode him. Killer Bee, still unconscious, was barely hanging on. Though the Eight Tails' power was healing him, he wouldn't wake up in such a short time. The earth-style wall was instantly pierced through, as fragile as paper before the Zero. Damn it! Is this the end for me? Kisame, feeling the crisis of death, was unwilling to accept it. Though called a monster, he was still just a powerful ninja compared to a real monster. Susanoo. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Kisame, releasing a violent chakra that formed a giant chakra avatar. You are. Kisame was momentarily stunned, then forced a bitter smile. Heh, I didn't expect to be saved by you. Sasuke, in his purple robe, coldly glanced at Kisame. Leave this to me. Take the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and go. Thanks, Sasuke-kun. Kisame left Cloud Village with Killer Bee without hesitation. As A, who had just torn apart Kisame's great shark bullet, looked solemnly at the purple giant before him, he remarked. This evil power, those eyes. An Uchiha. Kid, get out of my way. A activated his lightning release chakra mode again, exuding an aura not inferior to a tailed beast's. Sasuke looked impatiently at him, mocking, you guys are so annoying. A moved with the speed of lightning, a flash of unmatched speed. His hand radiated powerful lightning chakra. Liger Bomb. A's lightning-enhanced hand struck Susanoo, but Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared slightly different, with more intricate patterns. A massive shockwave erupted, but Sasuke didn't budge an inch, and A's attack failed to penetrate Susanoo's defense. How can this be? A, unable to believe it, stared at the intact Susanoo. Could his taijutsu's power have decreased due to exhaustion? Sasuke sneered, is this the power of the fourth Raikage? How disappointing. The chakra in Susanoo surged violently, transforming it into a half-body warrior, emanating a chillingly evil aura. The wind stopped, the sky cleared, and Sasuke felt invincible again. Susanoo's sword swung, and A knew he couldn't block it head-on. Using his lightning release chakra mode speed, he easily dodged. Yet, the slash destroyed countless buildings in Cloud Village, leaving the once thriving village in ruins, with collapsed structures and thick smoke everywhere. The air trembled as Orochimaru's figure appeared before Sasuke. Who are you? Orochimaru. A gasped, recognizing the face from the wanted posters. The sight of a hollow hole in Orochimaru's chest shocked him further. A normal person couldn't survive with such a hole. Where were his organs? Why did you attack Cloud Village? A roared, remembering Killer Bee's condition and unable to contain his fury. He unleashed a more terrifying version of his lightning release chakra mode, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye, a bolt of lightning charging at Orochimaru. Liger Bomb. A leaped into the air, focusing lightning chakra into his hand and diving down, aiming a powerful blow at Orochimaru. This was the same move once used to sever the Eight Tails' left horn. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered under the impact, creating a massive crater. Dust and sand filled the air, with only lightning flashes visible through the cloud. Cloud Village shinobi held their breath, hoping A had succeeded. In their eyes, Orochimaru was the demon destroying their village. Though it was fast, he couldn't escape Orochimaru's keen senses. As expected of the Raikage, impressive strength. But it's time for Yukage to leave the stage. A blinding white blade flashed through the air. Amidst the dust, A let out a harrowing scream, causing Cloud Village shinobi to pale. Raikage-sama. As the dust settled, the sight before them was something they could never have imagined. Chapter 148, Soul Feast. Drip, drip. Blood continued to flow, and A looked utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to his usual image as the Raikage. Raikage-sama. The Cloud shinobi watched in horror as A's other arm disappeared, blood dripping relentlessly from the wound. Their minds went blank, unable to process the sight before them. Where is the Raikage's arm? Where did his arm go? Seeing their leader, the Raikage, in such a state was a devastating blow to the Cloud shinobi's morale. A village's Kage is the spiritual pillar for all its shinobi, the leader of the village. This sight completely shattered the mental defenses of the Cloud shinobi. You are no longer human. A looked at Orochimaru in front of him with a deep voice. Why had Orochimaru become like this? What was this form? There were still things in the shinobi world that they didn't know about, despite its long history and many secrets. But no one had ever seen a form like Orochimaru's. Especially those in human techniques, Orochimaru's strength had surpassed even the Eight Tails, and this power was now comparable to the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. Possibly even more terrifying than the Nine Tails. A tore off a large piece of his clothing to bandage his wound. Even though it was a simple bandage, it soon turned crimson with blood. It's time to get back to the main issue. Sasuke-kun, what are you doing? Or should I say, have you betrayed Ryujiro-kun and joined Akatsuki? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Sasuke's eyes were clearly not ordinary Manjikyu Sharingan. Orochimaru had personally placed Itachi's eyes in a lab under Sasuke's watchful gaze. Since Obito wanted to take Sasuke, he would naturally mention Itachi's eyes and what power they would give to Sasuke. Sasuke had now obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, this would add considerable strength to their side. Orochimaru. Don't think I don't know, you and Ryujiro are just as conniving as Konoha. Itachi always protected such a village. You must be delighted that Itachi died at my hands. I will use Itachi's power to seek revenge on Konoha. With these eyes, I've already seen Konoha's destruction. TSK. Sasuke felt confident again, it seemed he hadn't been beaten enough by Kimimaro. Just an eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, did he really think he was invincible? Although these eyes were indeed terrifying, Orochimaru was not invincible either. Even if he somehow deals with Orochimaru, he was definitely not a match for Ryujiro. He underestimated Ryujiro's strength. However, if Sasuke knew that Ryujiro had resurrected Itachi, what kind of scene would that be? Would there be another brotherly battle? At this moment, the second and third Raikages, whose eyes had been filled with confusion, gradually regained clarity. They clenched their fists, feeling a jolt as they snapped back to reality. The two glanced at each other. Both Raikage suddenly unleashed powerful chakra, entering the lightning release chakra mode, just like A earlier. In an instant, the two Raikage leaped into action, their bodies surrounded by terrifying lightning as they charged at Orochimaru. Their target was not Sasuke, as Orochimaru was the one who had caused all the damage to Cloud Village. It was because of him that Cloud Village was now in ruins. The once proud 5 great shinobi villages were now in such a sorry state. To the second and third Raikages, Cloud Village was their former home, a place they once relied on to survive. Now, the surviving Cloud shinobi and residents of Cloud Village looked on in despair at their once safe home, now reduced to such a state. Even though their speed was fast, they couldn't escape Orochimaru's sensory perception. The sensory perception of a hollow is highly sensitive, and no matter how fast, it could still detect them. Zzz. Zzz. The firelight emitted by the powerful lightning release crackled and sparked. Really, couldn't you just stay still? Orochimaru showed an impatient expression, and as soon as he drew his Zanpakuto, a spiritual pressure at the level of a vasto Lord-class hollow erupted, freezing the two Raikages in their tracks. This spiritual pressure, full of hostility, completely suppressed their souls. Especially the Cloud Shinobis, who fainted under the influence of the spiritual pressure. What is this power? Why can't I move? Damn it, move. Orochimaru licked his lips. Since you've both died once, eating your souls shouldn't be a problem. What? Eat their souls? The second and third Raikage shivered in fear. Orochimaru took a deep breath, spiritual pressure gathering in his throat, and a massive vortex-like force pulled the souls of the second and third Raikage from their Edo Tensei bodies. What a delicious taste. Experiencing the power of consuming souls for the first time, Orochimaru showed a look of ecstasy as the Edo Tensei bodies of the two Raikage crumbled into dust. This is the taste of soul power, it's truly delicious. The sensation is so addictive that experiencing it once makes you crave it more. If it weren't for the fear of Ryujiro's reprimand, Orochimaru might have devoured the souls of everyone in Cloud Village. Of course, souls as delicious as the two Raikage are rare. After all, soul power correlates with a person's strength. The stronger and purer the soul, the more potent its power. Orochimaru, did you really devour the souls of my father and the second Raikage-sama? I screamed in horror, looking at the crumbling Edo Tensei bodies. The ability to devour souls, how could such power exist in the shinobi world? What had Orochimaru become? Didn't you see? Their Edo Tensei bodies have already crumbled, and their souls were naturally taken by me. Fourth Raikage, all of this is because of your ignorance. You had no idea what level your opponent was at. The destruction of Cloud Village was entirely your doing. Chapter 149, Orochimaru's release. What are you talking about? I questioned, completely confused. He had never realized that everything was related to Ryujiro. Besides Sasuke and Obito, no one would think that Ryujiro had anything to do with Orochimaru, the rogue ninja. Hee, as the Raikage, you're indeed not very bright. Orochimaru sneered mercilessly. But you are just a brainless gorilla. I stood up in anger, but the moment he did, a terrifying force blasted him away. He crashed heavily into the ruins and fell unconscious from the severe impact. So, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru asked, his entire being exuding a dangerous aura, what do you want to do next? However, Sasuke, who had obtained the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, paid no attention to Orochimaru. In his mind, Orochimaru was insignificant. Having gained the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke had become blindly arrogant. Orochimaru, don't worry. After you die, I'll make sure Ryujiro joins you. The humiliation and pain he caused me, I'll return it all with interest. From the beginning, Sasuke harbored resentment not only towards Itachi but also somewhat towards Ryujiro. In his view, everything he did was merely out of Ryujiro's pity for his weakness. He had always lived in Ryujiro's shadow, tormented by an inescapable nightmare. Now, with this ultimate power, Sasuke wanted to break free from his inner demons. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan was unbeatable. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh at Sasuke's words. The mockery in his laugh was clear. Sasuke-kun, it's not that I underestimate you. Even with this ultimate power, you're still no match for Ryujiro-kun. Your naive thoughts are just laughable. Boom. As Orochimaru's words fell, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted around them. The evil chakra emanating from Sasuke was cold and frightening. Then experience the despair this power brings. Sasuke's eyes were icy as he looked at Orochimaru. A fully formed Susanoo, standing 100 meters tall, loomed over Orochimaru like a giant over an ant. Sasuke looked down at Orochimaru with a cold, contemptuous smile. This height, this view, this was the power he had always desired. Finally, he had obtained it. Brother. Your eyes suit me well. Let me use this power to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru was somewhat stunned as he looked at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo in front of him. Although shocked, he wasn't overly concerned. No matter how powerful Sasuke's strength was, if it couldn't harm his soul, as a hollow, he wouldn't die. Moreover, with his accelerated regeneration ability, even a severed arm could be quickly healed. However, the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan was indeed not just talk. This chakra surpassed even that of previous Kages. Even the 3 former Raikages would be insignificant before Sasuke. Die. Sasuke commanded, controlling Susanoo to crush Orochimaru underfoot. To Sasuke, Orochimaru was now like an ant, easily crushed. Sasuke's arrogance stemmed from not witnessing Orochimaru's display of Shiro Asukuras earlier. He believed Orochimaru's strength was limited. Seriously, Orochimaru muttered to himself, if you get hurt, Itachi-kun will complain. Orochimaru unleashed his spiritual pressure for the first time, revealing his true form after becoming a hollow. A vast and overwhelming spiritual pressure blanketed the entire Cloud Village. The clouds in the sky were cut apart under its influence. The spiraling spiritual pressure stirred the wind and clouds, creating a terrifying tornado. Despite the drastic change before him, Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, confident in his own strength. No matter how Orochimaru transformed, everything seemed insignificant compared to his power. Kihihi, Orochimaru chuckled, so this is the power of release. Such exaggerated power, it's hard to believe this is my body. As the dust settled, a white, massive 8-headed serpent, only half the height of Susanoo, appeared before Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes flashed with disdain. Is this your power? It's nothing special. Orochimaru, now an 8-headed serpent, laughed menacingly. Sasuke-kun, let me show you the power I've newly acquired. Devour them, children. Hiss. Countless snakes spread around the area, splitting from Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent form. Orochimaru's ability after releasing his power was infinite division. If his main body wasn't killed, these white snakes would continue to multiply, potentially engulfing the entire Cloud Village. A mere trick, Sasuke sneered, drawing his katana with Susanoo. As he swung the sword, the surrounding space trembled. The already devastated Cloud Village suffered further damage. Boom. The chakra energy poured down, incinerating countless white snakes. Even a distant mountain in Cloud Village was completely sliced off. The power Sasuke displayed was beyond what any ninja could comprehend, proving the Uchiha bloodline's unparalleled strength. Hiss. Although Orochimaru was affected, losing 5 heads, his accelerated regeneration quickly restored them. Sasuke noticed that despite eliminating many snakes, their numbers hadn't decreased, they had only increased. Seeing Orochimaru's heads regenerate, Sasuke was shocked. He could regenerate. Such an ability existed. Besides splitting, these small snakes had another ability. They could absorb chakra from anything they touched, whether a person or an object infused with chakra. Upon reaching their limit, they would explode from absorbing too much chakra. Now, countless white snakes had climbed onto Susanoo, their small bodies swelling as if about to burst. At this moment, the snakes that had reached their limit trembled simultaneously. Then, a thunderous explosion echoed through Cloud Village, as an overwhelming blaze erupted, shaking the village. Chapter 150, Serpent vs. Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. While the small snakes didn't have much explosive power individually, the sheer number of explosions was enough to affect Susanoo to some extent. Moreover, these snakes were growing. The white snakes, which had split from the smaller ones, absorbed much more chakra than their predecessors. This meant that the later explosions would be even more powerful. Facing such relentless bombardment, even Sasuke struggled to maintain his stance with Susanoo. Though Susanoo's sturdy defense remained intact, the constant vibrations made Sasuke extremely uncomfortable. At this point, this technique couldn't completely overwhelm Sasuke, and Orochimaru never intended to do so from the start. He was merely using this opportunity to test the extent of his own liberated powers. Buzz. The violent energy friction with the air produced a sizzling sound as 8 snake heads suddenly concentrated their power into 8 dark purple Shiro blasts. These weren't Shiro Asukuras. If they were, the entire Cloud Village would likely be annihilated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 8 Shiro blasts were released simultaneously, the suffocating pressure causing even the usually composed Sasuke to feel a sense of danger. 8 blasts released all at once. Sasuke swung his sword again, trying to fend off the Shiro blasts. His eye's power had become increasingly unfathomable with each use. Boom, boom, boom. The extreme flashes twisted the space, and the violent, chaotic sounds echoed throughout Cloud Village. The invisible shockwaves were like a raging hurricane. The purple Susanoo was pushed back several steps by the impact. As the massive flames dissipated, Sasuke suddenly felt something was off with Susanoo. Looking down, he saw the lower half of Susanoo covered with dense white snakes. He could clearly feel the chakra sustaining the fully formed Susanoo was slowly draining away. Damn snakes. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. This level of attack shouldn't be enough to completely destroy Susanoo. But Sasuke-kun, don't underestimate the power of hollows. Swoosh. Orochimaru's figure disappeared from the battlefield in Cloud Village. At the same time, the snakes covering Susanoo's lower half suddenly expanded. In an instant, the entire Cloud Village was engulfed in a massive explosion of fire. The explosion rocked the entire village, the massive flames swallowing Susanoo whole. The power of Orochimaru's attack was perhaps even more terrifying than Deidara's ultimate technique. Half of Cloud Village was engulfed in the explosion, and the flames completely swallowed the fourth Raikage. Whether he survived or not was unknown. Although the village had evacuated a large number of villagers and had many shinobi on the front lines, the village itself was now in ruins, making it meaningless to talk about its existence. When Mabui and some of Cloud Village's shinobi arrived, they were shocked by the scene before them. They stared blankly at the ruins, pale-faced at the sight of their once proud village. What is this? Cloud Village? Not a single building remained intact, everything was in ruins. As they stepped into the village, they felt the scorching heat, the lingering flames suffocating them. Is this the village? Is this Cloud Village? No. This can't be real, it's all an illusion. It's a genjutsu. This is all a genjutsu. Some of the shinobi from Cloud Village had their mental defenses completely shattered at the sight. Cloud Village was utterly destroyed. Even if they wanted to rebuild, the effort and time required would be incalculable, and the impact of this disaster meant the village might lose its influence in the shinobi world. Samui looked at the ruined village in despair. Despite being protected by the Raikage, the village ended up like this. Raikage. Raikage-sama. Find the Raikage-sama immediately, dead or alive. It was then that Samui remembered the Raikage, who had been in the village. Everyone's heart sank, looking at the bodies around them and the massive flames in the distance. If this was the village protected by the Raikage, then the Raikage was likely. It wasn't pessimism but the reality of the situation that made them feel despair. Mabui's last bit of hope was that the Raikage was still alive, even if severely injured. If the village leader died, the shinobi's morale would collapse, leaving them with no will to fight. They had to find the Raikage. However, finding the Raikage amidst the devastation was no simple task. The chances of survival for the severely injured Raikage were minimal after such a massive explosion. They prayed silently. Seeing the bodies of the shinobi around them, the heavy burden of sorrow and pressure weighed heavily on their hearts. A thick cloud of despair hung over everyone. Samui, looking at her former home reduced to rubble, felt a sharp pain in her heart. She wiped the tears from her eyes and continued searching the ruins for the Raikage. Suddenly, amidst the spreading flames and smoldering debris, Samui stopped. She saw a charred figure lying amidst the rocks, with a faint rise and fall of the chest. Samui rushed forward, unable to hold back her tears when she saw the person before her. Although the face was unrecognizable, Samui was certain this charred figure was their Raikage. Raikage-sama is here. He is here. Hearing Samui's voice, the Cloud Shinobi rushed over. Upon seeing the severely burned Raikage, they felt a lump in their throats, unable to speak. The extensive burns and faint breathing indicated that the Raikage was barely clinging to life. What had Cloud Village faced for the Raikage to end up like this? Chapter 151, Uchiha Madara. Not long after the attack on Cloud Village, reports came in that other major ninja villages were also attacked by the previous Kages. This news spread like a dark cloud over the ninja world, as if a storm was imminent. In the Stone Village, aside from the attack by the second Tsuchikage, another person also attacked, none other than the missing Itachi. When Inoki saw Itachi's appearance, he was utterly shocked. Because the form Itachi exhibited no longer seemed human. Itachi revealed information about an organization called the Godii 13, and he claimed to be one of the members. The revelation that there were 10 more individuals as strong as him sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, in the Konoha village, everyone gathered, focusing their attention on Ryujiro. Since Inoki spread this news, they all felt Ryujiro had something to do with it. And if Cloud Village was attacked only by the previous Raikage, it wouldn't have been in such a dire state. Many were concerned, Ryujiro's abilities were too powerful and unknown, beyond their control. Ryujiro, did you have something to do with what happened in the Stone Village? Tsunade asked solemnly. Although the major ninja villages had waged war against the Konoha, actively attacking other villages left no room for reconciliation. And Ryujiro's unknown techniques could potentially pose a hidden threat, making everyone in the ninja world wary of the Konoha's intentions. At this point, Ryujiro decided not to hide anything anymore, everything was ready. Yes, Itachi went to Cloud Village because I sent him. Before this, Itachi had died once. I resurrected him. What? Resurrected? Everyone was stunned, looking at Ryujiro in shock. Although the Edo Tensei is also a resurrection technique, they believed the resurrection Ryujiro spoke of was different from it. Resurrected? Are you serious? Even the usually calm Tsunade was unusually agitated. Ryujiro understood Tsunade's agitation, she had her own pain. Her brother and lover, could Ryujiro's resurrection ability bring her brother back? Tsunade quickly dismissed the thought. Her brother had been dead for so many years, why disturb him? Yes, rather than resurrection, it's more like becoming a different kind of life form, but with the same consciousness, though their appearance differs slightly from humans. A different kind of life form. Their hearts trembled once more. Did this mean Ryujiro now had the ability to create life? Jiraiya looked serious. He had once believed Ryujiro could change everything in the Konoha, and even if Ryujiro wasn't the prophesied child, he didn't think Ryujiro would bring disaster. But Ryujiro's talk of resurrection was beyond his understanding. Everyone struggled to digest the information Ryujiro had shared, it was too much to take in. And now, with Itachi's attack on the Cloud and Stone villages, they believed Itachi had never really defected from the Konoha. The techniques and strength the Konoha displayed were far beyond their expectations. Was the Konoha's title of strongest ninja village really true? Peaceful negotiations. After the severe blow, Inoki had considered negotiating with the Konoha to end the war, but after the attack, he swore to make the Konoha pay dearly. However, Inoki lacked the strength, and so did the Stone Village. After a brief meeting, the Konoha's higher-ups continued to digest the information Ryujiro shared. It was unfathomable. It was like a deep abyss. Fortunately, Ryujiro was on their side. If he belonged to another village, the despair would be unimaginable. It was a feeling of utter helplessness, no matter how much one struggled. Character Template, Sosuke Aizen. Character Unlock Progress, 85%. Indeed, Ryujiro's template progress had reached 85%. In fact, at 80%, the system had indicated that he could summon Sosuke Aizen into the real world. However, Aizen refused. Even though this Aizen was a construct of system energy, his pride as Aizen wouldn't allow him to serve under anyone. Though the system could erase the consciousness of the projected Aizen, Ryujiro felt there was no need. Besides, even if Aizen were projected into the real world, it wouldn't change the current situation in the ninja world. Bringing Aizen to this world right now might create more problems for him. So, Ryujiro didn't want to take that risk. As Ryujiro and Hinata returned to the Hyuga house, Ryujiro frowned slightly. Hinata, I need to go out for a bit. Hinata paused and looked at Ryujiro, asking, can I come with you, Ryujiro-kun? Ryujiro hesitated for a moment, then took her hand with a smile, let's go. With Hinata's current strength, she shouldn't encounter any danger. Ryujiro cut through the air with his fingertips, and under everyone's gaze, he and Hinata stepped into a void pathway. The Hyuga clan members were stunned. Ryujiro-sama can also use space-time ninjutsu. At Orochimaru's base, two figures appeared nearby. A bandaged ninja and another with a massive chakra, clad in red armor over a black combat suit, with long black hair cascading down his back. His three Tomo Sharingan eyes looked coldly at Orochimaru's base. The second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the legendary figure from the Warring States period, Uchiha Madara. The second Tsuchikage, controlled by Obito, arrived at Orochimaru's base along with Uchiha Madara. I've sensed the chakra of the one-tailed beast. Once we devour it, the shinobi world will finally have eternal peace, Uchiha Madara said coldly. Inside the base, Orochimaru and Gaara felt the powerful chakra, and Gaara's forehead broke out in cold sweat. What a terrifying chakra, it was the strongest he had sensed so far. Orochimaru stepped out of the base, and upon seeing the two figures, he showed a look of disbelief. You are Uchiha Madara. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Tengai Shinsei. Ho! Recognized me at a glance. Madara looked at Orochimaru with interest. As expected, just like Obito said. The person in front of him could no longer be called human, with that hollow void in his chest still managing to sustain life. It indeed piqued some curiosity. Though Obito had warned him about their extraordinary strength, in Madara's eyes, they were merely small fry. After all, he was Uchiha Madara. The only one who could truly challenge him was his good friend, Senju Hashirama. To him, apart from Hashirama, the ninjas of this era were just a bunch of insignificant creatures. Second Tsuchikage, Uchiha Madara. A rare guest. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. It is indeed an honor to meet such a legendary figure. During the Warring States period, the battles between the Senju and Uchiha clans were infamous, with the most notable figures being Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The strength of these two made ninjas of that era feel suffocated. Madara, not one for idle chatter, dashed towards Orochimaru with a swift strike. A direct assault. This overwhelming momentum was befitting of a legendary figure, but Orochimaru could not be underestimated either. Boom. It was as if a radiant pillar of light shot into the sky, the heavy spiritual pressure erupted like a tidal wave, causing the ground to tremble. Madara's pupils shrank, momentarily losing focus before quickly regaining composure. Oh. As expected of Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru was somewhat surprised by Madara. Madara's taijutsu was formidable, and his immense strength, augmented by Hashirama's cells, made him even stronger than in life. In their taijutsu clash, Orochimaru was being pushed back, but thanks to his He arrow, despite appearing to be on the defensive, he wasn't significantly harmed. Madara showed slight displeasure. Thick-skinned fellow. Was that guy's skin made of steel? Even a kunai couldn't pierce it. Madara formed hand seals unhurriedly, gathering scorching chakra in his mouth, then spat out a flame towards Orochimaru. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom. Even though it was just a B-rank ninjutsu, in Madara's hands, its power rivaled S-rank jutsu. The blazing sea of flames surged forward, covering a vast area, making the surroundings feel like a furnace. The sea of flames shot towards Orochimaru like a massive arrow. Facing the roaring sea of flames, Orochimaru calmly drew his Zanpakuto. A sharp white flash intercepted the approaching flames, and at the same time, his other hand gathered a flickering light, the dark purple glow shining brightly. Zing! The Zero was released instantly, roaring through the air. In an instant, a blue flame rose around Madara, the violent chakra forming into the skeleton giant of Susanoo to block Orochimaru's Zero. What was that just now? Ninjutsu. No, that's not right. It didn't have chakra properties, and there were no hand seals. With his Sharingan, he definitely would have noticed any hand seals. It seemed that even the jutsus used weren't human. What exactly had happened in the ninja world during the years he was dead? As expected of Uchiha Madara, even your Susanoo's strength is different from others. Orochimaru looked at Madara with admiration. Seeing Orochimaru's appreciative expression, Madara felt a bit nauseated, like being ridiculed by an ant. Looks like I underestimated you. You are qualified to dance before me. But how will you handle this move? Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan switched to Rinnegan, and Susanoo slightly transformed, losing its frontal face while growing faces on both sides, each with arms forming seals under Susanoo's protection. Can you withstand this jutsu? Tengai Shinsei. For a brief moment, the sandy land was covered by a massive shadow. Feeling the pressure from above, Orochimaru looked up, his pupils shrinking involuntarily. A meteorite. It was a meteorite. Madara actually possessed such power, and those eyes were Rinnegan. Wasn't the Rinnegan supposed to belong to the leader of the Akatsuki? What secrets were there that he didn't know? Under the massive shadow, a suffocating aura enveloped him. Madara crossed his arms, looking at the stunned Orochimaru with interest. How will you deal with this jutsu? Seizing the moment, Obito controlled the second Tsuchikage to rush into Orochimaru's base, aiming to take Gaara away. However, it wouldn't be so easy, as inside the base was Kira, a Vasto Lord-level Arrancar. Taking Gaara away under Kira's watchful eyes was almost impossible. In the past, Orochimaru might have been terrified facing such a colossal meteorite, as the power levels were on different dimensions. But now, although feeling some pressure, he wasn't completely helpless. Buzz. Immense spiritual pressure gathered at Orochimaru's fingertips, its high density distorting the surrounding space. From a distance, Madara watched the light gathering in Orochimaru's hand, raising an eyebrow. What was that light? It even affected space. Could this guy's power be more than it seemed? Thinking this, Madara's expression turned grim. How much had he gone through to reach his current strength? Had the times really changed? Boom. Gran Ray Zero released in an instant, the terrifying impact creating a huge storm. With his Rinnegan, Madara clearly saw the surrounding space being affected by the beam. Rumble. As the Gran Ray Zero exploded, a storm descended, the dark purple light covering half the sky, blinding to the eyes. The violent energy contained within the Gran Ray Zero instantly shredded the massive meteorite into fragments. However, as Orochimaru was still reveling in his success, another meteorite appeared in his vision. There's actually two. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise. Madara's lips curled up. How will you deal with the next one? Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Requiem. Madara's face revealed a playful smile. The power just demonstrated was indeed terrifying, but he also carefully observed that such a flash required a brief time to gather. The second time Orochimaru did not have time to gather Zero. There was no choice but to release it. However, just as Orochimaru was preparing to release it, a suffocatingly terrifying aura suddenly descended, and a figure leapt out. Ryujiro made a drawing stance, covering his Zanpakuto with armament haki. This slash was too fast, seemingly transcending time and space, leaving no room for reaction. A dazzling dark red light streaked across the sky, carrying a tsunami-like momentum towards the meteorite. Boom. A deafening roar erupted instantly, an invisible shockwave exploded, the dazzling red light tore through the massive meteorite, and cracks gradually spread as the meteorite collided with the dark red light. The whole world was enveloped in that dark red slash, the sky churned, and a gale howled. The thick white clouds in the blue sky were split by the terrifying slash, creating a rift. The sky was cut open. Seeing this scene, Madara could no longer remain calm. Who is it? Orochimaru, who had been stunned for a moment, had a smile return to his face. It was Ryujiro. The void portal slowly disappeared, and two figures appeared faintly in the enveloping dust. When the dust completely dispersed, Madara frowned as he looked at the two young figures. When did these two appear? When he saw the Zanpakuto in Ryujiro's hand, his eyes suddenly contracted. The aura around him was as sharp as the red light just now. Could it be that the red light just now was released by this young man in front of him? How is this possible? How many years have passed in the ninja world? How could such a powerful monster appear? Madara, I've heard a lot about you. Let me be your opponent. Ryujiro said with a faint smile, wanting to test the legendary ninja's strength. He wouldn't use the power of the Shinigami, knowing that his Mangekyo Sharingan had not yet been tested. The presence of the legendary figure of the Uchiha clan before him was the perfect subject for his power test. Madara's face instantly darkened, and a grim voice emerged from his mouth. You little brat, you want to fight me? Do you also wish to dance in front of me? The corner of Ryujiro's mouth twitched slightly. How arrogant. In the next second, Ryujiro's eyes switched to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Both Orochimaru and Madara were taken aback when they saw Ryujiro's eyes change. Ryujiro's eyes had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. How terrifying. Orochimaru thought, shocked. Similarly, Madara looked incredulously at Ryujiro's familiar eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? He did not sense the same bloodline in this young man. Could it be that these Mangekyo Sharingan were transplanted? After a brief moment of astonishment, a disdainful look appeared on Madara's face. Is a pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan your confidence? Ryujiro smiled faintly. Who knows? Let me test the power of these eyes. Humph. Arrogant and ignorant. Madara snorted coldly, shooting out like an arrow towards Ryujiro. Suddenly, at this moment, a powerful suction force pulled Ryujiro towards Madara. Universal pull. Flying towards Madara, Ryujiro's face showed a faint smile. At this moment, Ryujiro's Mangekyo Sharingan spun like a windmill. Madara's hand pierced through Ryujiro's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Madara looked at Ryujiro's stunned expression with even more disdain. You were just talking big. Arrogance requires corresponding strength. This is the price of your ignorance. Suddenly, at this moment, everything around stopped. Madara's face revealed a disdainful look. Is a pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan your confidence? Huh. Madara's face suddenly changed. Why did he repeat the same words? Moreover, hadn't he already killed Ryujiro? Why was the other still appearing before him? Madara was certain that he was not under a genjutsu. That sensation, that bloody smell, if it were a genjutsu, he would have noticed immediately. At this moment, Ryujiro's eyes revealed excitement. So, this is his ability. Madara once again shot out. He needed to find out what had just happened. Trying again. As before, Universal Pull pulled Ryujiro's body over, and Madara once again pierced Ryujiro's chest. This was reality, without a doubt. Madara's expression changed again. But at this moment, everything around him stopped once more. Madara's face revealed a disdainful look. Is a pair of transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan. Before he could finish his words, Madara's face changed completely. What did you do? Madara nearly roared at the smiling Ryujiro. Ryujiro's face revealed a faint smile. Everything that had just happened was real, even the part where Madara pierced his chest. But due to the power of his Sharingan, everything returned to the original point when his ability was activated. The infinite time rewinding ability. His Mangekyo Sharingan had a time-related power. The moment the ability was activated, time was set to an original point, not targeting any specific person. Instead, it affected the surrounding time, and whenever Ryujiro was in mortal danger, the ability would activate, returning to the set original point in time. His ability was a time reversal power. Even Ryujiro did not expect his eyes to have a time-related ability. It was simply too overpowering. At this moment, Orochimaru and Hinata, like Madara, were equally confused. Although Hinata knew Ryujiro would not be in danger from Madara. Seeing Ryujiro's chest being pierced by Madara, her heart ached painfully. Hinata's eyes were now tinged with redness. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Clash of Ultimate Powers. Answer me. What exactly did you do? Madara roared in fury. At the same time, within Orochimaru's base, the second Tsuchikage, controlled by Obito, had already collapsed to the ground, his body gradually turning into scraps of paper. The second Tsuchikage's soul had been devoured by Kira. At this moment, cold sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Obito's forehead, revealing a look of shock. Monster. Such a power was something they could never contend with. The development of the situation had exceeded their expectations. Could the Eye of the Moon plan really be realized with such a monster in the way? After thinking for a while, Obito, without hesitation, twisted the surrounding space and entered the Kamui dimension. The monster's power was to devour souls. If that were true, then Madara was in danger. They could not afford to lose Madara in their plan. If Madara's soul was devoured, the Eye of the Moon plan would be completely thwarted. Currently, Madara no longer dared to act rashly. Was this an illusion, or some other kind of power? Ryujiro's smile faded as he said indifferently, "It seems even you can't see through the power of these eyes." Madara's brows furrowed, his inner rage burning. As an invincible figure of the Warring States period, he was being toyed with by a young man. Time. The time around us is affected by my dojutsu. No matter how many times you kill me, time will always bring us back to this point. Ryujiro's voice amplified as he spoke indifferently. Impossible. How can there be such a dojutsu? Madara could not believe it, shouting in astonishment. Manjikyu Sharingan. It was just a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. And not even Eternal Manjikyu. Even his Rinnegan did not have such an overpowered ability. Although his Rinnegan's abilities were currently limited due to his Edo Tensei body, even his previous powers could not compare to this boy's dojutsu. Moreover, what puzzled Madara the most was why Ryujiro could use those Manjikyu Sharingan without any strain or side effects. If these Sharingan were transplanted, a non-Uchiha bloodline user would pay a huge price to use them. Yet Ryujiro seemed completely at ease from start to finish. Ryujiro, nothing you do can surprise me anymore. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on Ryujiro. Manipulating time, unimaginable. And this was just the power of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Who? As the mastermind behind the shinobi world, Madara briefly adjusted his mindset. It seemed he had lost his composure because of this brat. If killing this brat would reset time, would disabling him prevent the dojutsu from activating? In the next second, Madara suddenly laughed. His long-dormant heart was once again racing with excitement. This familiar feeling, this is the battle I crave. Boy. I acknowledge you. Besides Hashirama, you are the second ninja who makes me fight seriously. What's your name? Ryujiro. The cold voice carried no emotion. Madara silently noted the name. Someone worthy of my full strength. Madara said excitedly. Immediately, a dazzling blue flame surged up, and the pressure from the rising chakra caused Madara's long black hair to stand on end. The blue giant's figure, faint and growing, gradually stabilized into a towering blue samurai giant. From the position of Susanoo's brow, Madara's domineering Rinnegan looked down at the small figure of Ryujiro below, speaking in a very calm tone. With this complete Susanoo, let's test your strength. The pressure from Madara's complete Susanoo was far greater than that of Sasuke's. Although Sasuke had Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the power of his eyes had not yet fully developed. The blue Susanoo, complete, seemed more majestic and suffocating like a towering mountain. Under this towering Susanoo, Ryujiro seemed even smaller. Complete Susanoo, huh? Then let's see whose Susanoo is stronger. Boom. A terrifying chakra pressure surged from Ryujiro, instantly breaking through the clouds. The dark red, violent chakra gradually formed a massive figure. Seeing this, Madara's face changed dramatically. Could it be? Boom. A force even more terrifying than before oppressed the surroundings, yellow sand flying everywhere. The faintly visible gigantic samurai giant brought unprecedented pressure. The power of those Manjikyu Sharingan could support him in forming a complete Susanoo. And this chakra. Senjutsu. From the beginning, the boy had given him a familiar feeling, one he had felt from Hashirama. But even Hashirama couldn't maintain Sage Mode continuously. Initially, Madara had doubts, but now he was almost certain that Ryujiro was in Sage Mode even in his normal state. Hinata, who had never seen such power, couldn't help but show some change in her expression. Such terrifying chakra pressure. Both of them are on a different level than the ninjas of this era. However, it seemed Hinata had not realized that even she had surpassed the strength of the previous generation Kages. Her full power might not be weaker than Madara. She might even surpass him. Very good. Very good. This makes it interesting. Come on. Continue to dance for me. The blue Susanoo drew its katana, flashing a dazzling blue light. The massive blade formed by condensed chakra looked extremely terrifying. Similarly, Ryujiro remained calm, also controlling his Susanoo to draw its katana. The two enormous chakra blades clashed, even affecting the surrounding space. Their immense power was enough to influence the space around them. The blue energy intertwined with the dark red energy, emitting a pressure that made all creatures within a 10-mile radius prostrate on the ground, unable to move. This clash of ultimate powers even made Orochimaru's heart palpitate. His power seemed a bit lacking right now. Boom. In the aftermath, a sharp slash of dazzling blue light cleaved half of a distant mountain. Such power had indeed surpassed that of humans. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, The Invincible Slash. The power of Susanoo had surpassed Orochimaru's imagination. Is this the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan? Terrifying indeed. As expected, the Uchiha bloodline is the most powerful in the entire shinobi world. Without someone like Ryujiro, who else could stand against Madara? TCH. Madara looked at Ryujiro in displeasure. This brat, who wasn't even from the Uchiha clan, could wield the clan's eyes to their utmost potential. Could it be that the Sharingan didn't reject him? Madara could never have imagined that these eyes weren't transplanted into Ryujiro, they had belonged to him from the beginning. His powerful visual prowess was almost indistinguishable from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. With the help of the Hogyoku's power, his eye powers were endless, and there were no side effects from using the Sharingan continuously. The sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder flashing. A blue giant and a dark red giant clashed, making it seem like the end of the world. Hinata, seeing this scene, showed no emotional fluctuation, but her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Ryujiro. How did Ryujiro obtain those eyes? Moreover, Hinata glanced at Orochimaru beside her and was even more puzzled. Ryujiro had been in contact with Orochimaru all this time. What was going on? Although Orochimaru was the one who killed the third Hokage, everyone's emotions had mostly dissipated after that day. Therefore, Hinata, right now harbored no hatred towards Orochimaru. What puzzled her was Orochimaru's current state. A hollow hole in his chest, yet he was still alive, with his internal organs missing. If it were a person, they would have long been dead. Could it be that Orochimaru was no longer human? Hinata couldn't understand. She had too many doubts in her mind. It seemed that anyone who came into contact with Ryujiro underwent some changes. Including herself. Her Tensigen was something she had never imagined. The abilities it granted made her so powerful that even the Kage couldn't be her match. Back then, she had blocked Inoki's dust release, which had surprised her quite a bit. She had never imagined that one day she would cripple Inoki's arm. Countless peaks crumbled due to their battle, and the ground beneath their feet was riddled with cracks, extending endlessly into the distance, with depths reaching tens of meters, giving the feeling of standing on a cliff edge. This is the power of the Uchiha clan. In the crystal at the forehead of the dark red Susanoo, Ryujiro stood expressionless, showing no emotion. Facing Madara, his heart remained unmoved. Madara's power was indeed the strongest in the current shinobi world. When facing Hashirama in the village, Hashirama wasn't using his full strength due to certain will influences. But now, the Madara before him was at his peak. Yet, even fighting Madara didn't bring that exhilarating feeling. Had he become too strong? Although Susanoo was powerful enough to slice off a mountain peak with one strike, Ryujiro's swordsmanship could do the same. Swordsmanship. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in Ryujiro's eyes. Indeed. Swordsmanship. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If Susanoo was combined with his swordsmanship, what kind of terrifying power would it generate? From the beginning, his blade clashes with Madara had been mere ordinary slashes, but even those simple strikes had released terrifying power waves. The dark clouds in the sky and the changing landscape around them were all influenced by their simple moves. Damn boy, are his eyes' power inexhaustible? Madara looked at Ryujiro with an unpleasant expression. He had never thought a brat could be more troublesome than Hashirama. How could such an outstanding ninja be born in this era? Even he was being pushed back. Unacceptable. Madara felt bitter inside. In the next moment, Ryujiro's movements changed. What does this brat want to do? Madara's expression shifted slightly as Ryujiro controlled Susanoo to take a sword-drawing stance. At the same time, Susanoo changed with Ryujiro's momentum. At that moment, Madara's body couldn't help but tremble. He looked at his hands in disbelief. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. I, Uchiha Madara, am actually afraid. Impossible. This can't be happening. I am Uchiha Madara. Madara couldn't accept that he felt a tinge of fear facing Ryujiro. When he looked into Ryujiro's cold eyes, Madara's pupils shrank sharply. Dark flash. Swish. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a terrifying storm erupted across the boundless land. Ryujiro's slash made it seem as if the entire shinobi world had been split in two. The dreadful dark red slash seemed to cleave the shinobi world. The strike was so fast that no one could react. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed instantly, but the oppressive atmosphere felt like a mountain pressing on one's heart. The blue Susanoo was completely engulfed by the unstoppable slash and was swallowed in an instant. The unstoppable slash extended forward, transforming the ground into a deep chasm. Compared to Ryujiro's usual slashes, this one truly defined what invincible meant. The space distorted due to the slash, and the cracks in the atmosphere seemed like the space itself would shatter at any moment. Black Zetsu, hiding nearby, was deeply shocked by this scene. The power Ryujiro displayed had surpassed Black Zetsu's imagination. How could this be? How could this era produce a ninja stronger than Madara? Would the plan to resurrect his mother be impossible? Madara, with the Rinnegan, still couldn't match Ryujiro. This was beyond Black Zetsu's expectations. These lowly creatures of the shinobi world could give birth to such a terrifying monster. In the current situation, unless Madara became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he couldn't possibly defeat Ryujiro. But to become the Jinchuriki, one more tailed beast was needed, the One Tail. The One Tail was under Ryujiro's protection, making it impossible for them to make a move. The storm raged for a long time before subsiding. The landscape around them was completely altered by Ryujiro's slash. In front of Ryujiro, the terrain created by the slash formed a valley. Looking into its depths, it felt like peering into an endless abyss. Standing on the edge, the loose soil seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Ryujiro didn't believe Madara would die just like that. After all, with his Edo Tensei body, he could revive from any lethal damage. The power of this slash was truly terrifying, it could easily destroy an entire ninja village. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Only Chance. Madara's body was gradually recovering. As an Edo Tensei body, he was practically immortal, able to revive even after such terrifying slashes. However, the once proud and imposing Madara now wore a look of shock on his face. He never expected Ryujiro's strike to be so horrifying. Looking at the destroyed landscape behind him, Madara's heart had gone numb. Even in his current state, he couldn't achieve such a devastating impact. That slash seemed like it could split the entire shinobi world in two. Madara was still human, susceptible to his emotions. Before this, he had never considered anyone in the shinobi world worth his attention, except for Hashirama. Even when Obito warned him to be cautious, he had never taken it seriously. He thought, how could a mere boy compare to him, Uchiha Madara? But now Madara understood that Obito wasn't exaggerating. Ryujiro's strength had indeed reached an unprecedented level. The Susanoo infused with Sage Chakra was something even he, with the Rinnegan, might not have been able to contend with in Hashirama's era. Everything was in chaos. The only solution now seemed to be becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, to gain the power of the legendary Sage of Six Paths. But the one-tailed Jinchuriki was being protected by Ryujiro, and there was no sign from the second Tsuchikichu who had gone in for so long. At this moment, a whirlpool appeared in the surrounding space, and Obito's figure gradually emerged. When he saw the scene before him and the terrain, he felt a deep sense of despair. If this was Ryujiro's power, how could they defeat him? How could they complete the Eye of the Moon plan? Lord Madara, we should retreat for now. We should survive this to fight another day, and we can plan further. Obito and Madara vanished from the desolate, barren earth. Their presence disappeared. Madara actually fled. This was unexpected for Ryujiro. For someone as proud as Madara to choose to retreat was a significant blow to his ego. However, Ryujiro did not look down on Madara. Sometimes, a temporary retreat under absolute power isn't shameful. At least, Madara retreating in front of him was understandable. The power of Susanoo combined with his swordsmanship was indeed unimaginable. From his perspective, the upcoming crisis was no longer a major concern. Now, it was time to unify the entire shinobi world. At the base, Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu all looked somewhat desolate. Especially Madara, who once stood above the entire shinobi world, now found himself outmatched by a shinobi of this generation. Obito scanned the area and frowned. Zetsu, where is Sasuke? Sasuke was a crucial member of their organization, a formidable force with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whose future potential might rival Madara's. But Black Zetsu brought shocking news. The White Zetsu saw Itachi at Stone Village. Sasuke left upon hearing this news. What? Itachi? How could that be possible? Wasn't Itachi already? Black Zetsu, the true mastermind behind the shinobi world, was also troubled by this unexpected turn of events. Yes, I saw Itachi die at Sasuke's hands with my own eyes. I suspect Ryujiro has some method to revive people. Revive? Obito frowned and asked in a deep voice, are you saying it's like Edo Tensei? No. Black Zetsu shook his head. Based on my information, Ryujiro's method seems to transform the original person into another type of being. Didn't Orochimaru also change? That form might no longer be human. A method to alter human beings. Hearing this, both Obito and Madara's expressions changed. The ability to alter life forms was beyond ordinary ninjutsu. Ryujiro is no longer an ordinary human. If his power rivals that of the Sage of Six Paths, and considering his abilities and those Sharingan, he undoubtedly harbors secrets we can't fathom. Indeed. Those Sharingan. Madara's eyes gleamed with a dark light. A time-manipulating Sharingan ability was never seen in Uchiha clan's history, and it appeared in a shinobi who didn't have Uchiha blood. How could it have happened? I have news as well. There's a monster at Orochimaru's base with terrifying abilities. He can decay anything. When he touched the second Tsuchikage's Edo Tensei body, even that decayed due to his power. These monsters seem capable of devouring souls as well. Devour souls. Black Zetsu and Madara's faces shifted. The ability to devour souls was truly terrifying. As someone who had died once, Madara knew of the Pure Land's existence. If the soul was devoured, there would be no entry to the Pure Land, meaning true death. The only solution now is to obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths to defeat Ryujiro. But the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The thought of the one-tailed Jinchuriki caused them great frustration. With Ryujiro protecting him, capturing the one-tail was not easy. Especially knowing Ryujiro had the power to devour souls, they had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, they could end up in a dire situation with no chance of recovery. Lord Madara, we might not be entirely without options. Oh. Black Zetsu, just say what you have in mind. Lord Madara, beneath the ancient ruins of Rorin lies the power of the Ryumayaku. Its energy is vast enough to affect time and space. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to unlock the Ryumayaku's seal and take a gamble. According to White Zetsu's investigation, the ruins of Rorin once had a ninja from the past appear there. This news was like a bombshell. Madara looked at Black Zetsu and asked in a deep voice, Black Zetsu, is this true? Ryumayaku. It can really take us back in time. This was their only chance. Black Zetsu hesitated for a moment. Lord Madara, whether it's true or not is no longer important. This is our only opportunity. Madara fell silent. Black Zetsu was right. This was their only chance to counterattack. Rorin. Madara's eyes glowed with a dark and eerie light. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Koharu's Nonsense. Apart from Konoha, the other ninja villages suffered enormous losses. Among them, Stone Village and Cloud Village were hit the hardest. Anoki was injured during his battle with the second Tsuchikage. As for Cloud Village, their situation was even more dire. Their Raikage was barely clinging to life, and the village's advanced medical facilities were completely destroyed. The returning Cloud Village shinobi, upon seeing the devastation, were utterly shocked. The entire village was almost completely destroyed, with not a single intact building left. What they couldn't accept was the disappearance of Killer Bee. The absence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki threw the entire village into panic. If Killer Bee had been present, the situation might have been more stable. But with him missing, his fate looked grim. The Cloud Village shinobi struggled to accept this devastating reality. If the destruction had been caused by a battle between the Raikage and previous Raikages, it would have been impossible. The former Raikages were all taijutsu specialists, and their impact wouldn't have led to such widespread destruction. There must have been other forces at play, but no one knew who. The only remaining body was that of the Raikage, and it was heavily damaged, turned to charcoal. In the village's center, clear signs of an explosion could be seen. No one in the shinobi world had anticipated such terrible losses. The four major ninja villages had launched a war against Konoha, but they never expected such catastrophic outcomes. The Edo Tensei, a technique invented by Konoha's second Hokage, became the focus of suspicion. Although Inoki knew that the reanimation of the previous Kages wasn't Konoha's doing, he chose to remain silent. During his battle with the second Tsuchikage, he learned that Konoha's Hokage, including the first, second, third, and fourth, had also been revived. Yet, Konoha didn't suffer significant losses, only the Hokage rock was damaged. This minor damage was negligible for Konoha. The war hadn't ended, but the other ninja villages had lost their will to fight. Sand Village was in disarray after Elder Chiyo sacrificed herself to fend off the fourth Kazekage, Raza. With Elder Chiyo gone and the fifth Kazekage missing, Sand Village lacked anyone to stabilize the situation and faced the risk of disintegration. Meanwhile, Stone Village, which had just stabilized, faced an unexpected visitor. This chakra. Itachi was indeed here. Sasuke arrived near Stone Village, sensing the familiar chakra, his expression changed. What was going on? Itachi, wasn't he already dead? Despite knowing the truth about Itachi, Sasuke felt a complex mix of emotions. Could it be Edo Tensei? But that person didn't seem to have revived his brother. Sasuke infiltrated Stone Village, capturing a ninja from stone and using Genjutsu to learn what had happened. Itachi had indeed been there, and he had destroyed the Tsuchikage's office. What was going on? Sasuke couldn't understand. He needed to find Itachi to confirm if the truth was as he was told. Days later, Konoha regained its prosperity, although the war wasn't over. The other major ninja villages were severely weakened, with Cloud Village suffering the most. The Raikage was in a coma, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki was missing, and the village was nearly destroyed. Many Cloud Village shinobi were homeless, and rebuilding would require immense resources. At this time, the old council members of Konoha, seeing the other villages' reluctance for war, decided to propose peace. Hearing this, Ryujiro couldn't help but laugh coldly. As expected of Elder Koharu, only you could suggest such an idea. Konoha is not weaker than them. Konoha is now the strongest ninja village. They attacked us first, and you still want to make peace with them. Naive. Koharu's face turned red, and she angrily yelled at Ryujiro. Ryujiro, what's wrong with seeking peace? Do you want to disrupt the balance of the shinobi world? War requires resources and manpower. Have you calculated the cost? For your selfish motives, you want to drag Konoha into the flames of war. What are your intentions? The people around couldn't help but feel a headache. No matter the time, these two always argued. Hamura sighed, Koharu, enough. Sit down. Why shouldn't I speak? Despite her age, Koharu acted like a little girl throwing a tantrum, making it baffling to everyone. Hamura looked weary, seeming to age 10 years in an instant. We're old now. It's the era of these young shinobis. We should let them take charge. He knew well that Konoha no longer needed their guidance. The current Hokage and Ryujiro were capable of making decisions. Their constant fear of war had left Konoha passive. During the third Hokage's time, they had always compromised to avoid war. What was the result? Sand Village caused enormous losses to Konoha, yet they prioritized maintaining relations instead of demanding compensation. Was Konoha really that weak? Even without the third Hokage, Konoha was stronger than Sand Village. They should have taken a firm stance. If not for Tsunade and Ryujiro, Konoha might have had to compensate Sand Village for losses. If that had happened, Konoha would have become a laughingstock. Hamura, you. Even you don't support me. Koharu couldn't believe her old friend's words. Hamura looked at her and said, we're old. It's time to retire and leave the village to the young. This is beyond our control. Let the young generation handle it. Chapter 158, Konoha's counterattack. Koharu's face alternated between shades of green and purple upon hearing these words. She hadn't expected her longtime friend to advise her to stop interfering in Konoha's affairs at such a critical moment. Was her remaining power to be stripped from her as well? In the end, Koharu had grown accustomed to influencing the Hokage. The overall situation of a village was centered on the Hokage. Even though Koharu was an elder, she could only offer suggestions, lacking the power to enact change herself. The reason she wielded such influence during the reigns of the fourth and third Hokage was partly because they respected their elders. Additionally, the third Hokage's views were similar to Koharu's due to their age. Tsunade's expression was stormy as she said in a deep voice. Elder Mitokado, please take Elder Koharu back. I don't want irrelevant people interrupting our meeting. Koharu's face turned livid. Tsunade. Don't forget who supported you in becoming Hokage. Instantly, Tsunade's face darkened. Was this a threat? Koharu, that's enough. Hamura was also shocked by Koharu's words. How could a Hokage advisor dare to threaten the Hokage? With Hamura's coaxing, Koharu was taken out of the meeting room. Tsunade's face remained icy. She coldly said, I propose to strip Elder Koharu of her position as Hokage advisor. Does anyone have any objections? Strip Elder Koharu of her position. Everyone in the room, except for Ryujiro, showed expressions of disbelief. Removing a Hokage advisor was unprecedented in the history of Konoha. However, Koharu had indeed overstepped her bounds. A Hokage advisor had no right to threaten the Hokage. A Hokage advisor's power came from the Hokage. Although those present also had some authority, none were as audacious as Koharu. If no one has any objections, I'll make it official, Tsunade said calmly. Everyone exchanged glances but said nothing. They had tacitly agreed to remove Koharu from her position. Seeing no objections, Tsunade had the decision communicated. Regardless of whether Koharu accepted it, it was beyond her control. As a Hokage advisor, she had overstepped her role. With this farce over, it was time to discuss the main issues. Ryujiro, if the other major villages seek peace talks with us, what should we do? Tsunade asked. Peace talks. Ryujiro sneered. They aren't in the position to negotiate. Unification is inevitable. Those villages have no right to negotiate. Ryujiro's domineering words left the room silent. Unification. Could Konoha really unify the shinobi world? Besides the 4 major ninja villages, there were other smaller villages. Even if Konoha demonstrated overwhelming power, those smaller villages might not surrender. Konoha had always been a peace-loving village, and this sudden shift was difficult to adapt to. Konoha had never been the aggressor. Ryujiro continued, the path to unification is bound to be bloody, but once achieved, the shinobi world will see no more wars. The new generation will grow up free from the flames of war. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of emotion. Free from the flames of war. During the Great Ninja Wars, even children as young as 12 or 13 were involved. They, who should have had a perfect childhood, had to face the harsh realities of the shinobi world due to war. War was a tragedy for everyone. Tsunade looked at Ryujiro, determination flashing in her eyes. I understand. For the new era, for lasting peace, we must press forward. As for how to govern afterwards, Tsunade believed that since Ryujiro had conceived the idea of unification, he likely had a governance plan as well. Subsequently, since the major villages no longer had the capacity to wage war against Konoha, they sought to end the war. Due to the Edo Tensei, the shinobi world believed that Konoha had used forbidden techniques to attack the other villages, manipulating the souls of the dead. This incited widespread dissatisfaction, with public opinion turning against Konoha. Inoki didn't disclose the truth, intending to leverage the shinobi world's opinion to constrain Konoha and extract compensation. However, Konoha's response to their peace overtures was unexpected. It is not the 4 major villages waging war against Konoha, but Konoha waging war against the 4 major villages. Konoha will soon launch an offensive against them and conquer these villages. This announcement shocked the entire shinobi world. Had Konoha gone mad? One village declaring war on 4 equally powerful villages was a situation in which no one would benefit. It could potentially disrupt the balance. The other major villages were severely weakened and needed time to recover. Was Konoha planning to take advantage of this to exact revenge? Had they lost their minds? In Stone Village, Konoha's response left many stunned, including Inoki, who was at a loss on how to react. If Konoha was serious, how could their village face Konoha's forces? Inoki was still recovering from his injuries, with his strength significantly reduced. Stone Village's ninjas were still healing from the previous attack. Thinking about Konoha's power filled Inoki with dread. In hindsight, they shouldn't have listened to the Reikage. Despite the Akatsuki's invasion, Konoha had suffered minimal losses, indicating that the invasion hadn't caused substantial harm. Blinded by greed, they coveted the Land of Fire's rich resources. Now, with Konoha refusing dialogue and even planning to attack, the only option was to seek help from other villages. If Konoha was serious, only a united front could withstand them. Besides Mist Village, Cloud Village, and Sand Village, they needed assistance from other places, such as the Land of Iron, a country with considerable strength. They did not wish for the balance to be disrupted. A single dominant force was of no benefit to anyone. They feared that one day, Konoha might turn its attention towards them. Chapter 159, Inoki's death. All around Konoha, enemy ninjas were watching its movements. It felt as if Konoha had become the enemy of the entire shinobi world. However, their surveillance was pointless, as Konoha did not need to mobilize a large force, nor were they aware of the changes in the leadership of the Land of Fire. Ryujiro was helping Konoha unify the shinobi world, not aiding the Land of Fire. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had sent emissaries to negotiate with Konoha, but under the immense pressure of Ryujiro's power, the daimyo conceded. Outwardly, nothing seemed to have changed, but the upper echelons of the Land of Fire were now entirely under Ryujiro's control. The Land of Fire belonged to Konoha, and Konoha was its core. Typically, the village and the nation cooperated, the nation provided funding, and the village protected it. However, in the face of absolute power, what use were these distinctions? Take Madara from the original anime, for instance. Without the overpowered assistance of Naruto and Sasuke, Madara would have easily executed his plan for the Moon's Eye. And when Black Zetsu resurrected Kaguya Otsutsuki, no one could fight her. After unification, many systems would change. The governance model of the Land of Fire was outdated in Ryujiro's eyes. At this moment, in Stone Village, the ninjas of Stone Village were completely unaware of the 2 figures hovering above. Ryujiro looked down at the village and said calmly, "Let's start here." At this moment, Ryujiro seemed even more inscrutable, exuding an aura that felt otherworldly. This was because he had mastered the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave and had integrated the Sage Modes of all the 3 places. He had now reached a state called Ascended Sage Mode. Having merged the 3 Sage Modes, he unlocked a new mode, Sage Chakra Mode. This mode was similar to Hinata's Tensigen Chakra Mode. His control over natural energy surpassed that of the 3 great sages, and even a casual attack carried immense destructive power. "Let's greet Inoki first," Ryujiro murmured. In an instant, a terrifying pressure emanated from Ryujiro, his spiritual pressure flooding Stone Village like a tsunami. The immense weight felt like 1,000 tons pressing down. At that moment, every ninja in Stone Village felt the crushing pressure. They bent under its weight, unable to stand straight, their eyes filled with terror. The village was in chaos. Anoki, who was handling official duties, felt the pressure and his face changed instantly. Even he felt suffocated by the immense force. Where was this terrifying pressure coming from? Anoki struggled to withstand it as he flew into the clouds. Seeing the two young figures, Anoki's expression turned to one of fear. One was a young girl from the Hyuga clan, and the other was Ryujiro from Konoha. Anoki's heart was filled with dread. Were those Konoha people serious all along? Are you really going to force the other villages into a corner? Anoki asked through gritted teeth. Force into a corner? Ryujiro sneered. You should have thought of the consequences when you waged war against Konoha. In war, there are no victors, only losers. Your villages are destined to be stepping stones on Konoha's path to unification. Anoki was shocked, looking at Ryujiro in disbelief. What do you mean by unification? What are you Konoha planning? Ryujiro was unfazed by Anoki's outburst. Since the establishment of ninja villages, there has been constant warfare. So-called peace is just temporary. Big nations compete, and small nations suffer. How many families have been torn apart by war? The root cause is the interests of the major villages. The only solution is unification, and Konoha is the pioneer on this path. Anoki's mind reeled as if struck by lightning. Unify the shinobi world. Konoha actually harbored such ambitions, hiding them under the guise of peace. Wolves in sheep's clothing. The entire shinobi world has been deceived by you. Anoki shouted, his voice trembling. I will never bow to Konoha. You will not succeed. The people of Stone Village have the will of stone. Heh, the will of stone. Anoki's defiance was akin to an egg striking a rock. Though he had lost an arm, he could still use his dust release, albeit less powerfully than at his peak. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The white, transparent cube of dust release was much weaker than before. Ryujiro, unwilling to waste time, disappeared from Anoki's sight in a flash. Where did he go? Anoki felt a tearing pain in his chest. Blood spurted from his chest, blooming like red flowers in the sky. His eyes widened, gradually losing their light. The glow of his dust release faded away. The will of stone. No, it's just a stepping stone on Konoha's path to unification. Anoki, trembling and voice hoarse, said, You. Konoha will not succeed. The ninjas of Stone Village are tenacious. You won't succeed. Anoki, clinging to his last breath, laughed maniacally, his crazed voice echoing in the sky. The ninjas below shuddered at the familiar voice. One felt a drop of liquid on his face, thinking it was rain, but his face paled when he wiped it and saw it was blood. Blood. Looking up, he saw a small figure falling from the sky like a comet. Lord Tsuchikage. That's Lord Tsuchikage. Catch him. Chapter 160, Sage Chakra Mode. Hearing those words, everyone was filled with fear. That falling figure was their Tsuchikage. How could it be? As they watched the figure fall straight down like a comet, everyone's hearts sank. The jonins and chunins of the village rushed over, their eyes fixed on Anoki's small figure. Suddenly, one of the jonin leapt up and caught Anoki, but his face instantly changed when he looked at the Tsuchikage in his arms. Anoki's clothes were soaked in blood, his chest a bright red. More horrifyingly, there was no movement in Anoki's chest. The jonin could feel Anoki's body temperature dropping. Boom. Seeing Anoki's lifeless body was like a thunderclap in everyone's mind. The Tsuchikage. Dead. Call the medical team, the jonin shouted, snapping out of his shock. The chunin also jolted back to reality and ran towards the medical unit. What had happened? Why was the Tsuchikage so badly injured? Just a moment ago, he was alive, but now he was a cold corpse. Despite the bleak situation, they refused to give up. Anoki was their leader, and until they were sure he couldn't be saved, they would cling to hope. The villagers of Stone Village watched in horror. How could this be? Covering their mouths, they stared wide-eyed at Anoki's body. The Tsuchikage, was he dead? The death of a village's Kage, especially an old one like Anoki, was a catastrophic blow. Anoki had always been the cornerstone of Stone Village. If something happened to him, the village would collapse. They needed to understand what had happened to him. At this moment, two figures descended from the sky. The jonin holding Anoki looked up in shock at the figures. That forehead protector. They're from Konoha. Seeing Ryujiro and Hinata, the Stone Village ninjas drew their kunai and watched them warily. That girl. The jonin recalled Anoki's description of Hinata. She was the one who crippled the Tsuchikage's arm. Anoki is dead. Stone Village will become a vassal of Konoha, Ryujiro said calmly, looking at the people below. Everyone was stunned at first, then glared at Ryujiro in rage. Stone Village, a vassal of Konoha. You're delusional. Stone Village will never be Konoha's vassal. The will of stone will never yield. Did you kill the third Tsuchikage? The Jonin holding Inoki shouted, his eyes red with fury, at the impassive Ryujiro. Ryujiro nodded without hesitation. Yes. Inoki died by my hand. Just like you, he spoke of the will of stone. But in the face of absolute power, your so-called will of stone is just a stepping stone. Stop your futile resistance. You have no chance. Admitting to the murder, Ryujiro's words ignited their fury. Countless kunai flew at Ryujiro, and various earth-style jutsus bombarded him and Hinata. It's all futile. At that moment, Ryujiro's aura changed. He entered Sage Chakra mode, his presence towering and immense. The pressure from his Sage Chakra was suffocating. With a mere flick of his finger, a condensed wave of Sage Chakra obliterated all the kunai. Stone Village will never surrender. We'll fight to the death. We will avenge the Tsuchikage. Seeing the unyielding spirit of the stone ninjas, Ryujiro's gaze grew colder. This is the so-called will of stone. They seemed to have forgotten they had started the war against Konoha. Now they were placing all the blame on Ryujiro. People often see themselves as the victims, forgetting their own actions. The blood on their hands didn't matter to them. The shinobi world was survival of the fittest. With Konoha's overwhelming power, why not unify the shinobi world? No matter how many resisted, it was futile before Ryujiro and Hinata. Let me show you how fragile your will of stone is against absolute power. The terrifying Sage Chakra crackled, making all the ninjas tremble. Despite their fear, they charged at Ryujiro, their duty to avenge the Tsuchikage and protect the village driving them. Sage Chakra condensed into a sword of pure energy, containing immense power. These people could never understand the true meaning of Ryujiro's form. Hinata watched silently, her heart unshaken. Ryujiro was right, to end the cycle of war, sacrifices had to be made. They couldn't afford mercy. If Konoha's strength weren't enough, the alliance of the four great villages would show no mercy to Konoha. War was brutal, and no one could afford compassion. Boom. The chakra sword slashed out, its light like thunder engulfing most of the ninjas present there. In that instant, the energy released made the other stone ninjas turn pale. Their legs trembled with fear. This feeling stemmed from their own terror. Chapter 161, Fall of Land of Earth. The Sage Chakra seemed stable on Ryujiro's body. However, only those who truly understood natural energy knew the terrifying power contained within the Sage Chakra surrounding him. In an instant, before the group of stone shinobis even realized what had happened, the violent energy contained in the Sage Chakra engulfed and tore them apart. A tremendous roar sounded as buildings collapsed like paper under the mighty force. Nearly 30 shinobis had no chance to resist. Even the earth flow walls they raised crumbled instantly under the attack, with countless cracks appearing in a flash. Ryujiro didn't want to waste energy. Only by demonstrating overwhelming power could he crush their will. Swish. Boom. Another slash was unleashed, its momentum as unstoppable as a primordial beast. The slash, nearly 30 meters high, towered above their buildings, distorting space. Under everyone's gaze, the slash struck the defensive wall of Stone Village. This wall, built with immense resources, was effortlessly cut through, creating a smooth plain. In an instant, the 50-meter-high wall collapsed, filling the village's outskirts with endless dust. The arriving Kuratsuchi was stunned by the scene. Before this overwhelming power, she felt everything was futile. No matter how they resisted, the outcome was already determined, they were not on the same level as Ryujiro. Ryujiro's power was unmatched. Stone Village had already lost their Tsuchikage, and their mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. Witnessing Ryujiro's strength, their fighting spirit was drowned in fear. Seeing the dazed shinobis, Ryujiro knew he had achieved his desired effect. They no longer had the will to resist, saving him the effort of dealing with them. At this moment, Ryujiro noticed the approaching Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi. Known for her long legs and black stockings, she was indeed quite alluring. But Ryujiro had no such thoughts now. As Inoki's granddaughter, if she still had the will to fight, the shinobis of stone might continue to resist. Seeing her dazed expression, Ryujiro knew his worries were unfounded. Soon, a shocking news spread through the shinobi world. The land of earth had been annexed by the land of fire, causing widespread fear. In the shinobi world's long history, wars between great nations were common, but annexation was unprecedented. This news meant the 5 great shinobi nations had become 4, with Konoha possessing absolute power to launch further offensives. The entire shinobi world was in an uproar, the balance shattered. If Konoha's intent was merely revenge, they wouldn't have gone this far. The fact that they annihilated the land of earth hinted at a terrifying ambition. The most anxious was the land of lightning. Their defenses were weak, and Cloud Village, still rebuilding, was in disarray. With the 4th Raikage in a coma and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki missing, they feared being Konoha's next target and sought an alliance with the Land of Water. The Land of Water had similar concerns. As a great nation, they couldn't sit idly by while Konoha threatened them. The annexation of the Land of Earth was just a prelude to Konoha's unification of the shinobi world. After the Land of Earth declared its fall, it became a vassal, turning into the rock city of the Land of Fire, with Orochimaru appointed as its governor. Contrary to expectations, there were no uprisings in Rock City under Konoha's rule. The villagers and shinobis lived as usual, seemingly accepting their fate. It was all too strange. In reality, Ryujiro had rewritten everyone's will using the power of the Tensigen, preventing any unrest. Under Konoha's rule, Ryujiro believed Rock City would thrive. With Orochimaru as its governor, even an attack by Kaga-level enemies posed no threat. On a mountain peak, Ryujiro looked down at the bustling Rock City. Behind him, a terrified Kuratsuchi trembled. You're a demon, she shouted in anger. Ryujiro had rewritten everyone's will except hers. Even Kuratsuchi couldn't understand why, but Ryujiro's methods filled her with despair. A demon, huh? Ryujiro said calmly. Perhaps in your eyes, I am. But everything I've done is for the future of the shinobi world. That's a lie. Kuratsuchi retorted. Konoha is just pursuing its ambition, destroying peace. You're the enemy of everyone in the shinobi world. Ryujiro's gaze turned cold. Destroying peace. Has there ever been true peace in the shinobi world? Great nations never cared for the small ones. When you waged war against Konoha, did you think of peace? If Konoha wasn't strong, it would be the one suffering now. You feel victimized, but did you consider the harm you've done to others? Maybe you felt guilt at first, but eventually, you discarded it. Just wait and see. Under Konoha's rule, a new era will dawn. Chapter 162, Sasuke's mysterious confidence. Kuratsuchi was stunned. Why did this man have such confidence? Did he truly believe that under Konoha's rule, the shinobi world would no longer erupt into wars? For a moment, Kuratsuchi's emotions were complicated. Ryujiro had killed her grandfather, and logically, she should wish for Ryujiro's death. Of course, there was still some hatred in Kuratsuchi's heart towards Ryujiro. However, when Ryujiro spoke of an unprecedented era, Kuratsuchi's eyes revealed a longing. She wanted to see if that era would indeed be as peaceful as Ryujiro claimed, with no more wars. Under absolute power, there might be issues with public order, but large-scale wars would not break out in the shinobi world. Madara's Eye of the Moon plan was also a peace plan, but it only trapped people in a false dream, without any real change. Neither Madara nor Hashirama had ever thought of this path. Perhaps it was Ryujiro's experiences in his past life that led him to the idea of unification. Kuratsuchi's figure gradually disappeared. Ryujiro did not care about Kuratsuchi's departure. Perhaps Kuratsuchi would seek revenge in the future, but if she were smart, she would know that nothing she did could affect Ryujiro. Submitting to Konoha and Ryujiro was the only way out. Gazing at the stone village, Ryujiro's eyes glinted. It was time to bring the Land of Lightning under Konoha's control. At Orochimaru's base, Kimimaro and Kira had already left. Now, only 2 figures remained. They were both out controlling other small villages in the shinobi world. They showed no mercy to rebels, knowing that at their core, they were still killing hollows. Ryujiro's offer of a way out was to submit and not be killed. Faced with their absolute power, those who resisted quickly lost their will when spiritual pressure was released. Of course, each village had a few strong-willed individuals, but they all became dust in the history of the shinobi world's unification. Kabuto looked at Itachi in his hollow form, a flash of envy in his eyes. What a perfect form. Unfortunately, he was not qualified. In fact, Kabuto was qualified but had never mentioned it. If he wanted to become a hollow, he only needed to tell Ryujiro. But the instinctive fear he had for Ryujiro made it difficult for him to speak. Kabuto had lost much of his madness due to many influences. Now, he willingly served as a henchman under Orochimaru. Soon, he would head to Stone Village as Orochimaru's assistant. Considering his strength, Ryujiro had long planned to turn Kabuto into a hollow. The base was silent. Itachi sat quietly in one place the entire time, and Kabuto did not dare disturb him. He kept busy with his own tasks. At this moment, a familiar presence appeared at the entrance of Orochimaru's base. Detecting this chakra, Kabuto's face changed. Looking at where Itachi had been, Itachi's figure had already disappeared. Sasuke's eyes were deep as he looked inside the base. This place. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes, and his chakra was about to burst out when suddenly, a figure made him freeze. Sasuke stared blankly at the figure, his heart racing, as if he had seen a ghost. No. This is impossible. Aren't you already? Sasuke's expression trembled as he looked at Itachi before him. Of course, when he noticed the hollow in Itachi's body, he instantly understood. It was Ryujiro. Did Ryujiro resurrect you? This form? Have you also become a hollow? Answer me. Itachi. Learning the truth, Sasuke seemed to lose his sanity upon seeing Itachi again. His heart was filled with fear. Because he had personally killed his beloved brother. Itachi sighed, Sasuke, you already know the truth. In this form, you should understand better than anyone. Your eyes. It seems you have taken my eyes. Thud. Sasuke felt a heavy blow to his chest, and his breathing became uneven. The next moment, Sasuke roared in fury. That guy. That guy actually toys with the souls of the dead. I will kill him. Kill him. Sasuke couldn't accept that Itachi was still alive. When a dead person appeared before him, anyone would struggle to remain calm. Itachi frowned and sternly scolded, calm down, Sasuke. This current state of mine isn't all bad. At least I can witness the new history of the shinobi world with my own eyes. Sasuke's expression changed slightly, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He looked darkly at Itachi, sensing once again the brother who had protected him. Itachi, I have many questions for you. Sasuke was mainly concerned about whether the truth Obito had told him was real. If Madara told you, then it's true. But, perhaps my choice was wrong. I was too confident and failed to recognize my own helplessness. The choice I made back then was wrong from the start. Itachi's face showed a self-deprecating smile. Sasuke angrily stared at Itachi and shouted, Father. Mother. The Uchiha clan members, were they less important than those Konoha people? To Sasuke, Konoha was the culprit behind the Uchiha clan's destruction. He couldn't understand why his brother abandoned the clan to side with Konoha. Itachi remained silent. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand the powerlessness of that choice. Whether it was the Uchiha or Konoha, conflict between the two brought no benefits. Even if the Uchiha clan won against Konoha in the end, they couldn't rule Konoha. By then, Konoha's residents already feared the Uchiha. That fear began with the Nine-Tails rampage. From the start, the Uchiha had no way out. Now that Sasuke was alive, Itachi saw hope for the Uchiha clan's revival. Seeing the helpless expression on Itachi's face, Sasuke's emotions were very complicated. He had never seen such an expression on Itachi's face. But what Sasuke said next moved Itachi's expression. For the clan, I will avenge Konoha. Itachi's face changed instantly. He said in a low voice, are you joking? Do you think having the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan makes you a match for Ryujiro? Sasuke sneered at his brother, a confident smile on his face. Itachi, you don't understand the power of these eyes at all. Why the hell does Sasuke have this kind of mysterious confidence? He clearly doesn't understand Ryujiro's power. Chapter 163, Sasuke's Delusion. Itachi was resurrected by Ryujiro. He knew Ryujiro's unfathomable abilities very well. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was nothing in front of Ryujiro. What was the ability of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan compared to resurrecting a person or transforming them into another being? To Itachi, if there was a god in this world, Ryujiro was the closest one. His foolish brother still wanted to challenge Ryujiro. Did he think his life was too long? Seeing Sasuke's inexplicable confidence, Itachi almost wanted to slap him. But he held back. Itachi looked at Sasuke solemnly. Do you think the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can make you stand above the entire shinobi world? Even if those eyes had stronger abilities, you still couldn't be a match for Ryujiro. In truth, Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan now had eye power no weaker than the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan due to the hollow's nearly infinite eye power. As for the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, they were negligible for Itachi now. Sasuke sneered, disdainfully looking at his foolish brother. My foolish brother, you won't understand the great power of these eyes. Without these eyes, you can't comprehend their greatness. Itachi was speechless. Was Sasuke completely out of his mind? Although Itachi loved his brother, his current stupidity was unacceptable. Those eyes are nothing special. After a brief emotional turmoil, Itachi calmed down and looked indifferently at Sasuke. Sasuke frowned, dissatisfied. Itachi, you haven't experienced the power of these eyes, so you won't understand. If that's the case, show me the strength you claim to have. Itachi coldly replied. Ah. Sasuke was surprised. In his impression, his brother was calm and stable. The Uchiha clan's history recorded the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If Itachi truly understood, he wouldn't say such things. Could it be? Sasuke's expression changed. He clenched his fist, anger rising within him. Itachi, in your eyes, am I so worthless? Just a Ryujiro, with these eyes, ruling the entire shinobi world wouldn't be a problem. Fine, I'll let you witness the power of these eyes. After all, part of this power belongs to you, Itachi. See our combined strength. Boom. A massive chakra surged skyward. Purple flame soared as a towering figure gradually transformed into a giant as tall as a mountain. Perfect Susanoo. From the crystal on its forehead, Sasuke looked down at his brother, like a child showing off his power. How about this, Itachi? This power, this chakra. You should clearly feel how terrifying this power is. Even after suffering under Orochimaru, Sasuke hadn't learned his lesson. Despite the explosion's immense power last time, Susanoo wasn't destroyed. Sasuke believed Ryujiro was only slightly stronger than Orochimaru. However, he completely misunderstood the concept of slightly. Itachi looked up at his childish brother and sighed helplessly. Still not mature enough. This power was nothing. But the eye power of the Mangekyo Sharingan did surprise him. Could a human body possess such immense eye power? This eye power was almost comparable to his current power. Boom. Another terrifying aura emerged. Sasuke, inside the purple crystal, was stunned. The orange flames rose to the same height as his Susanoo. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. The orange flames gradually took shape, and a giant skeleton appeared, shocking Sasuke. The next scene made Sasuke's mind go blank. The raging chakra of Susanoo stabilized and transformed into another form, identical to his perfect Susanoo. What is this? Why does Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan still work? What are those eyes? Clearly they are not Mangekyo Sharingan, yet they're stronger than the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. How is this possible? In disbelief, Sasuke couldn't accept that his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan still existed and was stronger than his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Such a thing was impossible. Sasuke was losing his sanity. For Itachi, this reaction was not unexpected. Anyone would struggle to accept this sight. Like Madara facing Ryujiro. This is what I meant when I said you don't understand Ryujiro's power. Itachi said calmly. If the Sage of Six Paths is a legendary sage, then Ryujiro is the only one who could be a god. My foolish brother, you're still the same. Your hatred is meaningless. Sasuke's expression twisted, shouting angrily, impossible. How can such absurd things happen in this world? Fake. It's all fake. You. And you. You're fake too. You're not Itachi. You can't be. Sasuke's near-mad roar echoed as he glared at Itachi with fury. Itachi's expression darkened. Still so immature. He thought Sasuke had grown, but his mind was still not fully mature. Faced with something unacceptable, he only thought of escaping. Itachi would never let Sasuke die in vain. Very well, let me show you this power. Itachi said flatly. The orange Susanoo drew its sword, and Sasuke, not to be outdone, controlled the purple Susanoo to strike at the orange one. Boom. In an instant powerful sound waves escaped the surrounding. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Collapse of Base. The power to destroy a nation erupted suddenly. The ground trembled as if two giant demons collided, their destructive force affecting everything around them. Even the clouds in the sky split apart. After a long while, Orochimaru's base miraculously survived, but the shockwave was too powerful. The base showed cracks, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. The forest where the battle took place had been flattened, with several massive craters forming dark, bottomless abysses. Sasuke lay collapsed in one of the pits, gasping for breath, staring blankly at the sky. He had lost. He had lost to his brother. Was the power he had gained so weak? The legendary power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was just this. During the Warring States period, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan could dominate all the Hokage except for Hashirama. But now, was it because the times had changed? Was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan so weak? Was his brother's immense eye power gained by becoming a hollow? Thinking back to Orochimaru, although he hadn't caused Sasuke any substantial harm, Sasuke would not have survived the explosion without Susanoo. The hope for revenge. Sasuke couldn't see it. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed in Sasuke's ears, making him anxious, unsure if it was due to instinctive fear or his fear of his brother. He quickly got up, looking fearfully at Itachi, especially at the hollow void in his chest, feeling a twinge of panic. This guy. Is he really the resurrected Itachi? Clearly, the Mangekyo Sharingan had merged with his own eyes, so why did this version of Itachi still have the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and why was it even stronger? Why? Sasuke roared in frustration internally. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was fearful of him, with a complicated expression. Do you now understand the gap in power? The power that seems grand and capable of destroying everything is nothing in front of Ryujiro. You must have seen the abyss that runs through the vicinity. That abyss was created by Ryujiro. Can you really bridge such a vast gap? That abyss. Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply. He had noticed the endless abyss before but thought it was caused by some natural disaster in the area. But now Itachi told him. It was caused by Ryujiro. The shinobi world will be ruled by Konoha in the future. No matter what you do, it's useless. Besides. Itachi's lips curled into a bitter smile. It was my wrong choice back then. Sasuke's eyes reddened, bloodshot, as he stood up angrily and questioned, then why did you choose Konoha? Is the village more important than our clan? Sasuke, who had never experienced Itachi's situation, would not understand. Now, Itachi regretted his choice back then, thinking there might have been other ways to solve it. In fact, his father was unwilling to turn against Konoha's leaders, but due to certain voices within the clan, he was pushed step by step to make that choice. His father also had Mangekyo Sharingan. Couldn't two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan intimidate those within the clan and resolve their predicament? The Uchiha clan was home, and Konoha was also home. Bearing the double agent's identity had exhausted Itachi physically and mentally. The clan is home. Konoha is also home. At that time, the Uchiha clan had long been ostracized by the villagers. Even if the coup succeeded, what we gained would be an empty shell. Sasuke, I have nothing more to say to you. Mom and Dad's last words to me were to take care of you. You are the most beloved younger brother in our family. We will always love you. So. Live well and don't do anything foolish. Thud. Sasuke looked at Itachi's serious expression and genuine emotion, memories flooding his mind. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face. He collapsed to the ground, crying out in frustration, his voice echoing around him. After his voice died down, Sasuke lay on the ground. Seeing this, Itachi tenderly picked him up. Just as he was about to take Sasuke back to the base suddenly shook violently, the cracks around it widening and spreading. Rumble. In an instant, countless stones fell, and the base, weathered by time, finally collapsed. A figure darted out of the base. Kabuto, looking back in confusion at the collapsing base, then at Itachi, stood stunned for a long time. Itachi was also dumbfounded, staring at the ruins in front of him. Meanwhile, in a certain void, a figure floated in the air, holding a truth-seeking ball staff, with captivating Rinnegan eyes and a robe of the six paths, looking like a sage. If anyone were here, they would undoubtedly exclaim, for this figure resembled the Sage of Six Paths from the legends. This person was the Sage of Six Paths, who had been watching over the shinobi world. At this moment, Hagoromo Otsutsuki frowned, watching everything happening in the shinobi world. The current development was beyond his expectations. Especially the ninja named Ryujiro, whose abilities were not from ninjutsu or the shinobi world. At one point, he saw a mysterious power in Ryujiro, creating life, and sometimes, his attempts to observe Ryujiro were ineffective, only occasionally seeing bits and pieces. What shocked him even more was that even the Shinigami broke free from the Pure Land's restraints, becoming a living being, and the will left in the Shinigami was instantly erased by Ryujiro. Such methods would definitely affect the balance of the shinobi world. Not belonging to ninjas or the shinobi world. Could it be that Ryujiro, like his mother, was an outsider? Chapter 165, Koyuki Kazahana. To the Sage of Six Paths, beings from outside the world were unpredictable factors capable of destroying the shinobi world. However, no matter how he looked at Ryujiro, he seemed human. If he was indeed like his mother, an outsider, then could there be others apart from the Otsutsuki clan? The Sage of Six Paths, born in the shinobi world, though carrying Otsutsuki blood, knew little about the Otsutsuki clan. The only member he knew was his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Now, Konoha's action seemed brutal even to the Sage of Six Paths. Changing the current state of the shinobi world without regard, could this truly bring lasting peace? Hamura, he mused, you gave your chakra to that young girl. Do you really believe the shinobi world can achieve lasting peace? Reflecting on the long history of the shinobi world, Hagoromo Otsutsuki regretted founding the Ninshu. Without it, perhaps the world wouldn't have ninjutsu. It was his son, Azura, who discovered the changes in chakra, leading to the creation of ninjutsu. Unifying the shinobi world. Hagoromo wasn't planning to interfere in the shinobi world's affairs just yet. After all, he was a deceased person. But Ryujiro's ability to alter souls was too concerning. Such methods had already severely disrupted the balance between the spiritual and physical worlds, reminiscent of the Edo Tensei created by the second Hokage of Konoha. Ryujiro's techniques were even more terrifying. However, thinking back, the Land of Earth and Stone Village, now part of the Land of Fire, hadn't suffered mass slaughter from Konoha. Ryujiro only dealt with a few rebels, indicating he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Hagoromo decided to continue observing. If things got out of hand, he would intervene. He still doubted Ryujiro's identity as an outsider, suspecting that perhaps Ryujiro had been possessed by someone else. In the Land of Lightning, Konoha's army advanced. Leading them, Hinata showcased her immense power, demoralizing the ninjas of Cloud Village. It was an unquestionable victory. Hinata demonstrated the mighty power of the Tensigen to the world. That power, surpassing human limits, split the entire Land of Lightning in two. 3 days after clashing with Konoha, the Land of Lightning surrendered, and its daimyo declared that the Land of Lightning no longer existed. Cloud Village and the Land of Lightning became Konoha's territory, renamed the Lightning City. This news spread, causing upheaval in the shinobi world. The Land of Water grew anxious, knowing they were Konoha's next target. Though aware they might not be a match for Konoha, no nation wanted to see its downfall. Konoha's actions had surpassed everyone's expectations. However, despite conquering several nations, Konoha did not slaughter the original inhabitants but integrated them into the Land of Fire, making them part of Konoha. Did Konoha intend to dominate and rule the entire shinobi world? Such grand ambition, how could Konoha harbor such thoughts? The Land of Water sought to ally with smaller nations to resist Konoha, but none wanted to be cannon fodder. Some villages even pledged allegiance to Konoha, seeking its protection, growing more trusting under Konoha's aegis. The unification trend seemed unstoppable. In the Land of Snow, a figure walked through its territory, commanding respect and fear, especially with his large black sword. The Land of Snow had transformed. The tyrant Dodo Kazahana, who seized the throne 10 years ago, fell to Mihawk's sword in a single strike. The new ruler was Koyuki Kazahana. Mihawk, whose swordsmanship was divine, had shown strength beyond the comprehension of the Land of Snow's people. Dodo's subordinates were like ants before Mihawk, falling one after another. Upon reaching the royal palace, the guards greeted Mihawk with reverence, "Lord Mihawk." Mihawk did not respond, walking straight in after the doors opened. The guards, relieved, wiped the sweat from their brows. Phew. Mihawk-sama's presence is as daunting as ever. Just one glance fills you with fear. His aura is like his black sword. He saved our Land of Snow. Dodo and his men were no match for him. Who would have known Dodo was the one who killed the previous ruler? It's tragic. 2 guards sighed in awe. Everyone greeted Mihawk respectfully as he passed, but he remained cold and silent. No one resented him for this, they were used to his silent demeanor. In a lavish room, a maid knocked gently, "Lady Koyuki, Lord Mihawk is here. Please, let him in." Koyuki Kazahana stood up, her pale face blushing slightly. Lord Mihawk. As the ruler of a nation, Koyuki still held deep respect for Mihawk. "Is there something you need from me?" Koyuki asked softly. Mihawk looked at Koyuki and said, "My leader wants to see you." Leader. Koyuki's eyes widened. When Mihawk saved her, he mentioned he wasn't acting out of sympathy but under his leader's orders. Such a powerful figure like Mihawk had a leader, an unimaginable thought for Koyuki. Her heart raced. Was Mihawk taking her to meet this leader? "Lord Mihawk, is your leader here in the Land of Snow?" Koyuki asked tentatively. Mihawk shook his head. "The leader is arriving soon." Chapter 166, Koyuki's Hope. A crack in the void slowly opened, and Koyuki looked on in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. A young figure stepped out of the void's rift. Ryujiro gazed at the blizzard outside the window and smiled faintly, "So this is the Land of Snow. It's indeed different from the weather outside." Ryujiro was lightly dressed, yet the temperature inside the room remained quite low. Aside from Ryujiro, both Koyuki and Mihawk had donned thick coats. Koyuki's eyes widened as she looked at Ryujiro before her. This was the leader Mihawk had mentioned. Koyuki never expected that the leader Mihawk spoke of would be such a young man. Despite Ryujiro's youth, she did not dare to underestimate him, especially after witnessing what was undeniably a space-time ninjutsu. "Ryujiro," Mihawk called out. Ryujiro slightly nodded and looked at Koyuki with great interest. The new ruler of the Land of Snow, Koyuki, was also the most popular actress in the Land of Snow. But now, Koyuki's expression had turned to one of shock. Ryujiro. That name resounded like thunder. Surely, no one could be unaware of it. The news of Konoha's desire to unify the shinobi world had spread throughout the land, and among them, Ryujiro was the most famous in Konoha. Countless people referred to Ryujiro as a demon, believing him to be a ruthless and cruel figure who destroyed the homes of others. Naturally, the Land of Snow had also heard of Ryujiro's name. Having ascended to the throne of the Land of Snow, Koyuki had some understanding of Ryujiro. Was the person before her really the demon Ryujiro? This was nothing like the image of a demon she had in her mind. Not only was it different, but it was unimaginable. How could such a young person be called a demon by everyone in the shinobi world? Seeing the shocked expression on Koyuki's face, Ryujiro smiled faintly, it seems my name has already reached the land of snow. Koyuki looked at Ryujiro in fear. You're the one Mihawk-sama spoke of. Her mind now cleared, Koyuki's thoughts went blank. Was Mihawk saving her because of this man? Could it be that this master swordsman was also one of Konoha's people? Just how many powerful individuals was Konoha hiding? Yes. I am the leader, he spoke of. Koyuki's face turned ashen, her fear evident as she looked at Ryujiro and shouted. Could it be, you're planning to attack the land of snow? They had no power to fight back against a giant like Konoha. Even Mihawk alone was enough to sweep through the land of snow. If Ryujiro decided to act, the land of snow was destined for tragedy. Attack. Ryujiro smiled helplessly. I wouldn't attack for no reason. Besides, I'm here to give you an opportunity. An opportunity? Koyuki paused, but she couldn't bring herself to trust Ryujiro's words. Warily, she asked, what opportunity? I offer you the chance to merge with the land of fire. Konoha's goal is to unify the shinobi world, but not necessarily through bloodshed. If the land of snow merges with the land of fire, then the land of snow won't be treated the same as other major nations. In fact, every village and small nation that has joined the land of fire is living better than before. Konoha is simply accomplishing something our ancestors never imagined. If the entire shinobi world is unified, the wars between great nations will disappear, and the shinobi world will finally see everlasting peace. Koyuki, you are a wise person. At least in the land of snow, I see you as a smart leader. Ryujiro spoke to Koyuki calmly. Koyuki's pupils contracted as she stared at Ryujiro. Merge the land of snow into the land of fire's territory. How could this be? But if they resisted, their end would still be the same, they would become part of the land of fire. Every citizen is an ordinary person seeking a better life. Konoha can give them that. Even if you merge with the land of fire, you will still be the leader here. It's just that your country will become a city, and you'll need to follow the laws of the land of fire. Daily life won't be affected much. It's up to you to decide. Will you resist stubbornly or join willingly? Koyuki glanced secretly at Mihawk, her lips curling into a bitter smile. Looking at Mihawk's indifferent expression, it was clear that he held Ryujiro in high regard. Her previous naive thoughts, the idea that she could. Because Mihawk was Koyuki's savior, she had always harbored some special feelings for him. But now, it seemed, it was all just her own wishful thinking. A man like him could never have personal emotions. Koyuki forced a bitter smile and spoke weakly, this isn't something I can decide alone. Can you give me some time? Of course. Ryujiro smiled faintly. Koyuki breathed a sigh of relief. Time was good, at least she wouldn't be pressured so quickly. She knew that even if the land of snow resisted, it would only result in a bloodbath, because the man before her was even more terrifying than Konoha's first Hokage, known as the God of Shinobi. I will do my best to persuade the others, Koyuki said earnestly. Ryujiro looked at her and said calmly, 1 week. I'll give you 1 week. That's enough. Koyuki's queenly aura suddenly emerged, the kind of confidence that came from believing in her own abilities. Ryujiro narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised by Koyuki's demeanor. She indeed had the qualities of a queen. She would make a good leader. Then I'll await your good news. Mihawk will stay in the land of snow to maintain its security. Remember, you have 1 week. I hope you'll give me a satisfactory answer. With that, Ryujiro slashed the air with his finger, opening a rift in the void. Seeing this, Koyuki couldn't help but shrink her pupils, looking in shock at the rift. Not ninjutsu. It was his own power-affecting space. Koyuki gasped in shock. Just how powerful was this Konoha ninja to influence time and space? Incredible. As she came back to her senses, Koyuki cast a complicated glance at Mihawk and forced a bitter smile. Mihawk-sama, I leave the safety of the land of snow in your hands. Mihawk nodded indifferently and walked out of the room. Koyuki, feeling exhausted, leaned back in her chair and rubbed her temples before summoning the ministers of her nation. It took her a full 5 days to persuade the ministers. In the end, they were merely trying to save their own lives. No matter how much they craved power, without life, everything was meaningless. Not long after, Konoha officially announced that the land of snow had merged into the land of fire's territory, renamed as Snow City. Chapter 167, Mei's Gamble. With both Kira and Kimimaro, various ninja villages had already fallen under Konoha's control. Even though the Land of Water tried to rally allies, their efforts were in vain since those potential allies had already pledged allegiance to Konoha. Except for the Land of Iron and a few small nations, the Land of Water had few remaining allies. The Land of Wind, the weakest among the great nations, had already been conquered by Konoha before the Land of Lightning. Without their Kage-level strongholds, the Land of Wind's forces stood no chance against Konoha. Mei, the Mizukage, wore a grave expression as she looked around at the gathered council members. They all shared the same heavy-hearted mood, knowing that Konoha's forces were marching toward the Land of Water, expected to reach the borders in 3 days. If the Land of Water fell, there would be no remaining forces in the shinobi world capable of stopping Konoha's onslaught. Despite the grim odds, these leaders could not bring themselves to abandon their homes and families, even though they knew their chances of victory against Konoha were slim. Sealing technique. Mei frowned deeply. Mifune, are you certain that a sealing technique will work against Konoha's Ryujiro? Mifune, the leader of the samurai from the Land of Iron, responded with a serious expression. There's no guarantee, but it's our only remaining chance. If we manage to seal Ryujiro, we might still have a chance to win this war. Mifune explained that the sealing technique was designed to imprison someone in a different dimension, which even someone as powerful as Ryujiro might find difficult to escape. A sealing technique that could trap someone in an alternate space. This was something Mei had never heard of before, indicating that the Land of Iron had hidden many of its trump cards. Mifune's words rang true, this was their only remaining chance. If they didn't try, there would be no other opportunities. Mei reluctantly agreed to the plan, knowing they needed every possible edge. The sealing technique requires preparation time, Mifune cautioned. It can only be used once. If we target the wrong person, we won't get another chance. The atmosphere grew even more solemn as the group understood the gravity of the situation. This was a matter of their village and nation's survival, and they could not afford any mistakes. The shinobi world was shrouded in a metaphorical dark cloud, the pressure bearing down on everyone. People wondered what the world would look like if Konoha unified the shinobi world. Would they all become slaves under Konoha's rule? Many believed this, as rumors and misconceptions painted Konoha as a nation of demons that destroyed homes and lives. However, the truth was that those under Konoha's rule were living better lives than before. Konoha's governance was gradually improving, and even the villagers from conquered territories were willingly integrating into Konoha, proud to be part of a stronger village. On the front lines, 2 figures stood in the sky, Ryujiro and Hinata. Ryujiro noticed the preparations being made by the Land of Water and smiled faintly. It seemed they had found some allies, but in the face of overwhelming power, such allies were nothing more than paper tigers. Through his heightened senses, Ryujiro detected something peculiar within the Land of Water. His smile widened with interest. It seemed they had prepared something special for him. On the Land of Water's fortress walls, countless shinobi watched Konoha's advancing forces with growing dread, their palms sweaty with fear. Among the advancing troops were not only Konoha ninjas but also former shinobi from Stone, Sand, and even Cloud Village. These were shinobi who had once fought against Konoha. Why had they now joined forces with their former enemies? Did they not harbor any resentment? Mei's face darkened as she noticed that these former enemies now wore Konoha's headbands. They had become part of Konoha and the Land of Fire. She didn't realize that these shinobi had had their wills rewritten, now believing Konoha and the Land of Fire to be their true home. Some had even chosen to join Konoha willingly, eager to witness history in the making. Mizukage-sama, we haven't spotted Ryujiro of Konoha, Mifune reported, frowning. Mei's brow furrowed as well. If he's not with the main forces, where could he be? Suddenly, she remembered something and looked up sharply. A young man floated in the air above, watching Mei and Mifune with a teasing smile. Mei's heart sank. The rumors were true, Ryujiro of Konoha could fly. Mifune. Mei shouted. Mifune looked up and immediately saw Ryujiro. His eyes contracted, and he yelled, "Sealing squad." At Mifune's command, the shinobi prepared for the sealing technique sprang into action. With a thunderous noise, a barrier-like structure enveloped Ryujiro. He frowned as he sensed the spatial changes around him. What's this? A sealing technique. Ryujiro muttered, feeling something amiss. The next moment, a blinding white light engulfed him, and in an instant, Ryujiro's figure vanished. The shinobi of the Land of Water and their allies watched anxiously as the barrier contracted. This was their only chance. If they failed, neither the Land of Water nor their allies would stand a chance against Konoha's forces. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the barrier shattered like glass. Ryujiro's figure had disappeared. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then, the shinobi of the Land of Water and their allies erupted into cheers. They had succeeded. They had successfully sealed the demon. Even Mei could hardly believe it. They had actually done it. Inside a void-like space, Ryujiro frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. An alternate dimension. This is strange, Ryujiro mused, realizing it was the result of the sealing technique. As he pondered, a bright light obscured his vision, and an elderly figure appeared before him. Ryujiro's eyes widened in shock. You are. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Hagoromo's Doubt. Ryujiro stood in the void, staring intently at the elder before him, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the legendary sage of 6 paths and eldest son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. His coffee-colored hair, the 2 distinct horns on his head, The white robes adorned with 6 black Magatama markings on his chest, and the red spiral symbol on his back were all as described in the legends. But most striking were his luminous purple Rinnegan, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Ryujiro said gravely, recognizing the figure before him. Hagoromo's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing his name. He hadn't expected anyone from this era to know his true name. Most referred to him simply as the Sage of Six Paths, unaware of his real identity. Could it be that Ryujiro truly was an outsider, as rumor suggested? Nice to meet you, Ryujiro, Hagoromo greeted him calmly. Despite the oppressive aura emanating from Hagoromo, far greater than anyone Ryujiro had encountered, Ryujiro remained unfazed. By now, Ryujiro had nearly completed his evolution to a higher life form. If anyone could sense Ryujiro's uniqueness, it would be the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, Hagoromo was equally shocked by the vast, almost boundless life force radiating from Ryujiro. Even at his peak, as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his life force hadn't been this formidable. Was this truly something a human could possess? He also sensed a mysterious power within Ryujiro, one that even he found unsettling. This only made Hagoromo more cautious. So, the sealing technique they used to bring me here was your doing, Ryujiro remarked casually. Just a small trick, Hagoromo replied with a faint smile. I simply wanted to meet someone as unique as you. Unique, huh? Ryujiro mused. You've been watching me all this time, haven't you? Hagoromo's eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise flashing across his face. How did Ryujiro know that? Had he been aware of Hagoromo's surveillance all along? Even Kaguya herself hadn't shown such keen awareness. Just who was Ryujiro? Ryujiro, I have one question for you, Hagoromo said, his expression turning serious. Do you intend to destroy the shinobi world? Ryujiro blinked in surprise, then chuckled. Of course, to Hagoromo, he must seem like a harbinger of disaster, especially given the current destabilization of the shinobi world. No, Ryujiro answered, still smiling. My goal is simply to unify the shinobi world, nothing more. Just unification. Hagoromo murmured. He understood that, in truth, he shouldn't interfere with the affairs of the living, as everything followed the natural cycle of cause and effect. Perhaps the fall of the 5 great nations was inevitable. I see, Hagoromo finally said. In that case, I will not intervene in the matters of the shinobi world. I hope you are true to your word. Hagoromo stared at Ryujiro for a long time, as if trying to decipher something deep within him. Then, the surrounding space began to shift once more. Meanwhile, back in the land of water, Mei gazed in horror at the beautiful yet terrifying figure before her, Hinata, who had entered her Tensigen mode, radiating an aura of godlike power. No one had expected that Konoha had another monster besides Ryujiro. Mei recalled Tsuchika Jinoki's warning and realized that the girl he spoke of was indeed this member of the Hyuga clan. The sheer power of her eyes, never before seen in the shinobi world, was terrifying. Where is Ryujiro? Hinata asked coldly, her gaze freezing Mei in place. A moment ago, she had sensed Ryujiro's presence vanish suddenly, leaving her uneasy. Although she believed nothing could harm Ryujiro, his sudden disappearance had unsettled her. Mei smirked, despite her fear. You'll never see him again. He's been sealed in another dimension, never to return. Boom. A wave of murderous intent erupted from Hinata, plunging the temperature around them to freezing levels. Everyone nearby felt the overwhelming pressure and fear, wondering what the Mizukage could have said to provoke such wrath. Mei trembled, her face pale as she stared at the terrifying girl before her. This girl was a monster, a young woman with such immense killing intent. How many lives had she taken? Ryujiro will return, Hinata stated firmly. You have no idea of his power. He's never considered people like you worth his time. But I won't forgive anyone who offends him. In an instant, Mei's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from her throat. Clutching at the wound, she fell to the ground, lifeless. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the battlefield. It's Ryujiro-sama. Ryujiro-sama has returned. Ha! I knew there was nothing in this world that could stop him. Lay down your weapons. The Mizukage is dead. Surrender, and you'll be spared. The Mist Shinobi and their allies stared in disbelief at Mei's lifeless body. Their leader was dead, slain so effortlessly. The battle's outcome was now clear. With the death of Mei and Mifune, the will to fight drained from their forces. Konoha, ever victorious, stood at the summit once more. The 4 great nations had fallen, and the shinobi world's unification was inevitable. Yet, despite his triumph, a lingering concern remained in Ryujiro's heart. Where had Madara and Obito disappeared to? Chapter 169, The Final Battle. The unification of the shinobi world had been completely stabilized. With the implementation of the new laws of the Land of Fire, cities everywhere had begun to strictly enforce them. Konoha, compared to before, was now even more prosperous. Among the bustling crowds, there were many people from other villages, but now they were all part of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as she looked at the flourishing village. She never imagined that Konoha would reach this state, and Ryujiro's vision had indeed come to fruition. Konoha had truly unified the entire shinobi world, becoming the undisputed ruler of it. Reflecting on her time as Hokage, Tsunade felt as though she hadn't accomplished much. Looking at the stacks of documents on her desk, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Although Konoha had become stronger, her workload had also increased. And when it came to Ryujiro, her assistant, Tsunade had no control over him whatsoever. As a result, Tsunade was considering appointing someone else as her assistant in the near future. Perhaps her beloved disciple Shizune, who had been training in the medical department, could help her significantly. It was probably time for Shizune to return to her side. Meanwhile, in the medical department, Shizune suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill down her spine. What's going on, she wondered. Poor Shizune had no idea that in the coming days, she would be living through what could only be described as hellish times. She had no clue that Tsunade's workload now included not only Konoha's documents but also those from other cities. While Konoha had unified the shinobi world, there were still issues with transportation that needed improvement. Ryujiro had already proposed some transportation concepts and handed them over to the Research and Development Department for implementation. As for the matter of public security, aside from a few minor disturbances, there were no significant issues. The entire shinobi world felt an unprecedented sense of peace. People no longer feared the outbreak of war, the destruction of their homes, or the death of loved ones in battle. Even those whose minds had not been altered began to believe that Konoha's decisions were correct. At least, they had never felt so secure before. Wars between great nations had always threatened to turn smaller nations into battlefields, but now, even if their countries had become cities, the common people cared only about their future lives. As long as no one stirred up trouble, this stability could continue indefinitely. At the Hyuga compound, Ryujiro and Hinata strolled hand in hand through the garden. Hinata's heart was as sweet as honey, quietly enjoying her days alone with Ryujiro. Ryujiro, too, savored these moments. After everything he had been through, he felt he deserved some rest. Character Template, Sosuke Aizen. Character Unlock Progress, 95%. With his progress now at 95%, Ryujiro began to wonder who the next character template would be. Once he reached 100%, Aizen would disappear entirely from his spiritual world. As for manifesting Aizen in physical form, Ryujiro decided against it. During this time, Ryujiro and Hinata traveled together, admiring flowers, gazing at the moon, exploring various cities, and enjoying the sights of the shinobi world under Konoha's rule. These were the most relaxing days Ryujiro had spent in this world. In the ancient ruins of Rorin, the vast energy of the Ryumaya caused the entire ruin to tremble. A massive energy pillar shot up into the sky, and 3 figures emerged from the light. Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu had returned from the past. After returning to the past, Madara had attempted to kill Ryujiro before he could grow stronger. However, upon arriving in Konoha's past, Madara found no trace of Ryujiro. It was as if Ryujiro had never existed. This left Madara utterly perplexed. How could there be no sign of Ryujiro in the past? What was going on? Had he miscalculated the time of Ryujiro's birth? That couldn't be right. Madara had even sought out Ryujiro's parents, only to discover that they had died long ago in the Shinobi World Wars. This only deepened Madara's confusion. Could it be that Ryujiro didn't belong to this world at all? Now, however, Madara had acquired the power he had long desired. His skin had turned black and white, and his body was wrapped in a robe formed by yin-yang chakra. In this form, Madara resembled the Sage of Six Paths himself. He had obtained the legendary power he had always sought. Now, he had reached the other shore. He was a god. It's time to settle the score for past humiliations. Upon returning to the past, Madara had used the Gedo art of Rinne rebirth through Nagato, which was why Obito was still alive. But to Madara, Obito was now just a disposable pawn. At this moment, White Zetsu appeared beside them, informing them of the current state of the shinobi world. Madara's face darkened instantly. Konoha actually unified the shinobi world. How is that possible? Are those great nations all useless? As expected, Madara believed that, aside from Ryujiro, the shinobi of this era were nothing but a bunch of weaklings. He had not expected peace-loving Konoha to take the path of unification. However, to Madara, unification alone would never bring permanent peace. As long as humans existed, there would always be conflict. Only by putting the shinobi world into an eternal dream could true peace be achieved. He saw the current state of affairs as nothing more than the fantasies of children. Now, Madara was brimming with confidence in his power. He had obtained the Rinnegan's abilities that only the Sage of Six Paths could master. From this point on, he stood above all life, at the pinnacle of existence. Back in Konoha, Ryujiro once again donned his battle attire, holding Hinata's hand as he smiled faintly. This is the final battle. While in Konoha, Ryujiro had sensed the eruption of the Ryumayaku's power in Rorin. At that moment, he knew exactly who it was, Uchiha Madara. Now, everything made sense. Madara had used the power of the Ryumayaku to travel back in time, collecting the tailed beasts and reviving the Ten Tails to seek revenge. Ryujiro surmised that although the Ryumayaku's power could send someone back in time, the past time-space had no connection with their current reality. Otherwise, nothing in their present world would have remained unchanged. This was the source of Madara's confusion as well. In that time-space, Madara had captured all the tailed beasts and even obtained power surpassing that of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 170, Madara's Desperation. The Valley of the End was engulfed in a deathly silence as four figures suddenly appeared with a swift swish. Madara coldly observed the two people before him, his gaze deep and icy. Behold, I have surpassed humanity and stand at the pinnacle. I am the god of this world. Ryujiro's expression was extremely indifferent as he faced Madara. Upon hearing Madara's words, he even sneered. A god. You think you're invincible just because you've obtained the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Why not just activate the Eye of the Moon? Why come here to die? Huh. Madara and Obito's pupils contracted sharply as they stared at Ryujiro with grave expressions. How do you know about that? The Eye of the Moon plan was supposed to be known only to him and Obito. But then again, Ryujiro had a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, capable of deciphering the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. But his Mangekyo. So, what if it can manipulate time? The power he now possessed had reached the other shore. Ryujiro was fully aware of how absurdly strong Madara's aura had become. Even the power of the Sage of Six Paths couldn't be this terrifying. It seemed that after returning to the past, Madara had captured the tailed beasts from that timeline. Seeing the mocking smile on Ryujiro's face, Madara's anger ignited, recalling the humiliating encounter he previously had at Ryujiro's hands. His body suddenly turned into a dark shadow, appearing in front of Ryujiro in an instant. At the same time, the truth-seeking balls, imbued with the power of Yin-Yang and the five elements, suddenly swung towards Ryujiro. The truth-seeking balls possessed the ability to obliterate all matter. Madara refused to believe that Ryujiro had the power to resist them. However, in the next second, boom! A massive surge of Sage Chakra erupted, and Ryujiro instantly entered Sage Chakra mode. His Zanpakuto, wrapped in Sage Chakra, blocked the truth-seeking ball's staff. Madara gazed intently at Ryujiro, now in Sage Chakra mode. What is this form? He could clearly feel the immense Sage Chakra and natural energy. Could this guy have developed a new mode of Sage arts? Impossible. Although the energy of Senjutsu could barely hold off the truth-seeking balls, what material was Ryujiro's sword made of that it couldn't even be destroyed by them? This shouldn't be possible. He had already obtained the power of the Six Paths, capable of controlling everything. How could he fail to destroy a single sword? This is absurd. Yet, in the next moment, Madara's expression drastically changed. Even as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara could still feel his heart tremble with fear under the terrifying pressure of the spiritual pressure. The spiritual pressure on the Zanpakuto suddenly erupted, unleashing a massive wave of force that swept out in all directions, causing the nearby air to surge like a tsunami. The ground, unable to withstand the intense pressure, collapsed and cracked like a spider's web. In an instant, the air solidified. Madara and Ryujiro maintained their distance, both shocked as they looked at Ryujiro. Madara's hand was trembling from the impact of the spiritual pressure. I can't believe it. I'm trembling. At that moment, he also sensed an unusual chakra. When he looked over, his expression suddenly changed, staring in shock at Hinata, who had entered Tensigen chakra mode. Is that truth-seeking balls? How can this be? The power of the Six Paths should only belong to me. Seeing Madara enveloped in green chakra, his composure faltered, especially after noticing her truth-seeking balls, and he was terrified. He had surpassed humanity. How could a mere human's power rival his own? How could there be another ninja in this world besides Ryujiro who could match his strength? And it was a little girl. Unacceptable. Madara could not accept this cruel reality. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu's eyes shifted. Could it be Tensigen? Why would a Tensigen appear in the Hyuga clan? Could it be that Hagoromo and Hamura didn't die? Impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But where did that Hyuga girl's Tensigen come from? Even Obito, who possessed Mangekyo Sharingan, was no match for Hinata, forced to retreat repeatedly with no chance to fight back. Obito had never felt such frustration. In a flash, Hinata disappeared from his sight. Obito's face drastically changed as a massive sense of crisis enveloped him. He tried to evade. But it was already too late. A cold black rod-like truth-seeking ball pierced his chest, causing Obito to spew blood as he gazed at Madara with unwillingness in his eyes. Within seconds, he became a cold corpse. Seeing Obito dead, Madara's face darkened. Useless fool. Facing both Ryujiro and this girl at the same time, even he found it challenging. However, after killing Obito, Hinata withdrew from Tensigan chakra mode and retreated far away to watch quietly. This scene ignited the fury within Madara. So that's how it is. You think there's no need to fight? You think the power of the 6 paths that I painstakingly obtained is so insignificant in your eyes? Fine. Very well. Let me show you the true power of the 6 paths. Madara roared in anger. Sage Art. Storm Release Light Fong. Madara formed hand seals and spat out a deep purple beam of light from his mouth, sweeping it towards Ryujiro's position. Clang. With a crisp sound, Ryujiro easily deflected the purple beam with his Zanpakuto. Swish. The roaring sword energy tore through the earth, like a rampaging ancient beast crushing everything in its path. Several of Madara's truth-seeking balls formed a barrier around him, shielding him from the powerful sword energy. The air around them trembled. Whoosh. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind Madara, moving at such speed that it startled him. It wasn't Shuinpa. With a single slash, Madara blocked with a truth-seeking ball, a cold smile on his face. Did Ryujiro really think he wouldn't notice such a simple attack? But just as Madara thought he had blocked Ryujiro's strike, a sudden tear ripped across his chest. Blood spurted from the wound. Madara's face suddenly changed, filled with shock. What just happened? He was certain he had blocked the attack, so how did he still get injured? Ryujiro looked at Madara indifferently and said calmly, "Let me show you what true power is." Chapter 171, 10 Tails. Are you kidding me? The power to dominate everything should be mine. Is it the power of your eyes? Genjutsu. Impossible. If it were Genjutsu, he should have noticed it by now. There shouldn't be any illusion in this world that he cannot detect. After all, he is Madara. Even as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, you're still relying on your 5 senses in battle: sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste. As long as I control your 5 senses, wouldn't it be easy to control you? Ryujiro said coldly, his expression indifferent. How could this be? Controlling the 5 senses? How is that even possible? Me, Madara, being controlled by someone else? Absolutely impossible. Madara's innate pride would never allow him to be controlled by anyone, not even at the cost of his 5 senses. If his 5 senses were controlled, wouldn't that mean he was being toyed with in someone's hands? Limbo, border jail. 4 invisible shadows appeared, launching an attack on Ryujiro from all directions. However, Ryujiro, with his keen perception, although unable to see the Limbo clones, knew their positions. A sweeping force that could pierce through everything was unleashed. An invincible sword pressure released a dazzling white light that swept across. Such power had already exceeded the limits that the Limbo clones could withstand. The 2 statues in the Valley of the End collapsed in an instant, and an endless storm surged outward. What? He actually saw through Limbo. Madara's expression froze as Ryujiro launched an attack at him. He used the truth-seeking orbs to defend himself. Yet, despite this, whether it was touch, sight, or hearing, everything made him feel as though he had blocked the attack. However, another wound appeared on his left arm. What kind of ability is this? Black Zetsu looked on in horror as 6 paths Madara was being toyed with by Ryujiro. If the infinite Tsukuyomi couldn't be activated, then his mother couldn't be resurrected. Could it be that all the plans he had prepared for so long would be in vain? This is impossible. This is impossible. You. Why does someone like you exist in this era? Madara looked at Ryujiro before him, both shocked and filled with hatred. He hated it. He hated that this world had produced a monster like Ryujiro. In the end, the power he sought was not the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Stop joking around. Madara suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, one that could destroy everything around them. His 6 paths level power exploded in an instant, and his body turned into a black shadow, rushing straight at Ryujiro. Such fearsome power even distorted the space around it. Seeing Madara lose his reason, Ryujiro disdainfully spat out, "Fool." A useless fury. In the next moment, the massive spiritual pressure within Ryujiro erupted instantly, and at the same time, the Hogyoku within him actively responded. Boom. An invisible impact sent Madara flying like a shooting star, crashing into a mountain. The immense impact destroyed the mountain, and a majestic power descended upon this world. A brilliant light enveloped Ryujiro, and in that instant, it seemed as though the entire world was trembling from Ryujiro's power. Hinata looked on in shock at Ryujiro, who was bathed in light. She could clearly sense the change in his power. The kind of power that could destroy everything with a casual strike. Ryujiro walked out from the light curtain, his long black hair flowing, his skin fair, and his eyes shining as brilliantly as the stars, as if the entire world was contained within them. I've finally reached this point. The final evolution was complete. The ultimate powers of the Shinigami and the shinobi worlds had fused under the influence of the Hogyoku, aiding his evolution. The form Ryujiro now displayed was the true form of a god. The Sage of Six Paths, who was observing everything from the void, was also filled with shock upon seeing Ryujiro's form. The power Ryujiro possessed had already surpassed that of his mother, Kaguya. What exactly did he have within him that allowed him to gain such immense power? Hagoromo could clearly feel the changes in the world, even the laws of the shinobi world were gradually altering because of Ryujiro. Whoosh! Madara's figure appeared once again. As the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, his vitality was extraordinarily strong. Even with half his body destroyed, he could still regenerate. But when he saw Ryujiro's form, his eyes widened in shock. Why? Why can't I feel anything? Earlier, he could clearly sense Ryujiro's aura, his strength, his sage chakra pressure. But now, the Ryujiro before him seemed to have turned into nothingness, as if he had returned to a state of pure simplicity. Could it be? Ryujiro had already completely transcended to another dimension from him. How could the gap be so vast? The shadows of Limbo once again flew out from Madara's body, but this time Ryujiro didn't rely on his perception to detect their positions. He could now clearly see Madara's shadows with his own eyes. Madara was now like a fish on a chopping board, powerless to fight back. Madara swapped positions with his shadow, instantly appearing to Ryujiro's left, and his truth-seeking staff slammed towards Ryujiro's forehead. Facing such a sudden attack, Ryujiro, as if expecting it, remained unfazed and slashed with his sword. The power of this strike had already surpassed the Six Paths level. Boom! A thunderous roar louder than a lightning strike resounded, and a dazzling light burst forth between heaven and earth. Its terrifying power shattered the space into pieces. The dazzling sword energy shot into the sky, piercing through the sky and leaving a massive hole, as if it was a tsunami thousands of meters high, engulfing everything, including Madara. Madara tried to dodge, but found his body unable to move, seemingly overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the sword energy. This strike completely altered the landscape of the shinobi world. Fortunately, the path of the sword energy didn't cross any village but extended straight into an uninhabited area. The sword energy had not yet dissipated, and its remnants surged like waves, tearing apart anything that came into contact with it. Roar! At this moment, a beast-like roar suddenly resounded. 10 thick tails and a monstrous body appeared. The 10 tails had separated from Madara's body. He was no longer the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Separated from the 10 tails, he was now close to death. Ryujiro's eyes gleamed coldly as he watched the roaring 10 tails. Now, it was time to clean up the final mess. Chapter 172, Black Coffin. Ryujiro, is that the 10 tails? Yes, that's correct. And because of it, Madara was able to obtain 6 paths level power. He truly is a monster. Hinata could clearly sense the overwhelming energy emanating from the 10 tails. If that energy were ever unleashed, it would be enough to destroy the world. Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu was utterly shocked by what he witnessed. Madara had failed, and the plan to revive his mother had completely fallen apart. Now, his only concern was figuring out how to transfer the 10 tails. As long as the 10 tails remained, he still had a chance to turn the tide. But just as he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Those star-like eyes filled Black Zetsu with terror. Almost forgot about you. Ryujiro spoke coldly. What are you going to do? Black Zetsu cried out in fear, his voice trembling with terror. Shoo! With a swift slash, Ryujiro's sword mercilessly cut through the air. The sheer power of the strike caused the space around it to distort, a testament to Ryujiro's terrifying strength. With one strike, Black Zetsu let out a final, agonizing scream as his very soul was obliterated. The last remnant left behind by Kaguya Otsutsuki was completely destroyed by Ryujiro. Whoosh! Ryujiro's speed broke through space itself, bringing him above the 10 tails. With the great nations gone, the power of the tailed beasts was no longer necessary. A creature like the 10 tails was a ticking time bomb that could destroy the shinobi world at any moment. It's time to end this. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Heido number 90. Black Coffin. Boom. 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 As Ryujiro chanted, the black coffin rose from the ground, enveloping the massive ten tails. The ten tails, sensing the danger, frantically tried to destroy the black coffin. However, Ryujiro's power had long surpassed the ten tails by countless levels. Moreover, this was a chanted black coffin, its power far exceeding the one Aizen used against Ichigo Kurosaki. It's useless. Watching the ten tails being slowly sealed within the eerie black coffin, Ryujiro's eyes were devoid of any emotion. He looked at the ten tails as if it were nothing but a lifeless object. Inside the black coffin, the space was warped by the overwhelming energy, twisting and tearing apart the ten tails. The violent energy within the ten tails was helpless against the crushing force. Even the ten tails Bijou Dama couldn't destroy the black coffin. The violent energy mercilessly devoured the ten tails body, gradually reducing it to fragments until it completely vanished from the shinobi world. From that moment on, the shinobi world was free of the ten tails, leaving only the nine tails and one tail. Even they couldn't have imagined that Ryujiro would annihilate all the other tailed beasts, leaving only them behind. Due to the immense disturbance caused by the battle, people from Konoha rushed to the Valley of the End. When they saw the path carved out by Ryujiro's sword, they were all filled with dread. That's a sword mark. A sword mark. Did Lord Ryujiro do this? What exactly happened here? The ninjas, especially those who tried to get closer, found themselves unable to approach due to the lingering sword intent left by Ryujiro. Just getting a bit closer made their skin feel like it was being torn apart. As they looked at the distant, destroyed mountain peaks, the massive crater below the cliff, and the still distorted space, everyone was left in stunned silence. Months later, Ryujiro and Hinata walked through the streets, greeted by many people. Ryujiro was now a prominent figure in Konoha, admired by countless people as an idol. During these months, the Land of Fire had established numerous systems and managed its cities effectively. Ryujiro merely nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the people. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, several familiar figures were present: Itachi, Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Kira, and Sasuke. Tsunade, with a helpless expression, looked at Ryujiro and sighed, "You've really given me quite a surprise." Uchiha Itachi was one thing, but even Orochimaru had changed. However, the current Orochimaru seemed different from before. Tsunade had wanted to meet the administrators of Konoha's cities, but she hadn't expected them to be her old, notorious acquaintances. "Well, you did say you wanted to meet them, so I brought them all here," Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Tsunade was momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had asked Ryujiro to bring the city lords, but she hadn't expected them to be former criminals of Konoha. Apart from Kimimaro and the unknown Kira, the rest were all familiar faces. As for Sasuke, he wasn't an administrator but merely followed Itachi. Sasuke was currently helping Itachi maintain order in the Water City, creating a department similar to the old Konoha police force. Sasuke and Itachi's ambition to restore the Uchiha clan to its former glory was not an easy task. Tsunade let out a deep sigh. If the villagers found out, there might be trouble, but with Ryujiro around, the complaints probably wouldn't be too significant. After exchanging a few words with Orochimaru, they left the Hokage's office to return to their respective duties. Since Konoha unified the shinobi world, the peace that people longed for had been realized. The villages that voluntarily joined Konoha felt that they had made the right decision after these past few months. On a certain street in Konoha, a tall figure in a black coat walked along. Looking at the prosperity of Konoha, Kuratsuchi's expression was complex. During these months, Kuratsuchi had stayed in Rock City, Water City, Lightning City, and Wind City for some time, witnessing the new era that Ryujiro had spoken of. It truly was an unimaginable new era. Such peace would have been unthinkable before. Kuratsuchi's feelings were complicated. She harbored resentment towards Ryujiro, but also something more complex. To the people of the shinobi world, Ryujiro was the hero who ushered in a new era. At least, that's what those who hadn't had their minds altered believed. Ryujiro had given them a better world. With one last look at the prosperous streets, Kuratsuchi sighed inwardly and slowly walked out of Konoha. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Journey to the Moon. As night fell, after enjoying dinner, Hinata and Ryujiro quietly sat under the eaves, gazing at the deep, high moon. Bathed in moonlight, Konoha took on a mysterious allure. "Peace is truly wonderful," Hinata said with genuine emotion. Ryujiro nodded. As someone with memories of two worlds, he knew how hard One Piece was. To achieve lasting peace, one must at least strengthen their own power. There's no such thing as a permanently peaceful world, only permanently peaceful countries. But as he gazed at the moon, Ryujiro suddenly remembered something. There was still a remnant of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This, too, could be a threat. In the future, Ryujiro planned to leave the shinobi world. His Aizen template had already reached 100%, but the system hadn't unlocked a new template. When Ryujiro inquired about this, the system explained that a new template would only be unlocked when he traveled to the next world. This answer surprised Ryujiro and piqued his curiosity about the next world he would visit. But before that, he couldn't leave any threats behind in the shinobi world. Hinata, would you like to visit the moon? Ryujiro asked with a faint smile. Hinata, who had been gazing at the moon, turned her head, her beautiful eyes widening as she looked at Ryujiro. The moon. Yes, Ryujiro replied, standing up and taking Hinata's hand as he looked at the moon. There's something I need to take care of up there. Are you saying this unresolved matter is on the moon? Hinata asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ryujiro nodded lightly. Let's go. I want you to see the bloodline of that clan. On the moon, within the Otsutsuki clan's territory, two figures suddenly appeared. Hinata covered her mouth in disbelief as she stared at the ancient, majestic palace before her. People lived on the moon. Suddenly, Hinata gasped, clutching her eyes. What's wrong, Hinata? Ryujiro asked, concern in his voice as he held her. I'm fine, it's just, it feels like something in this palace is calling out to me, Hinata replied, her brow furrowed. Ryujiro frowned as well. Could it be the giant Tensigen? But as they pondered, hundreds of puppets suddenly flew out from the ancient palace, surrounding Hinata and Ryujiro. These puppets radiated a formidable energy, indicating that they were not ordinary constructs. Ryujiro knew they were puppets of the Otsutsuki clan, devoid of emotion and thought, existing solely to serve the clan. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Ryujiro's expression remained calm. The puppets began charging up their chakra energy balls, surrounding Ryujiro and Hinata like stars around a planet. Just as Ryujiro was about to act, Hinata stopped him. Ryujiro-kun, let me handle this, Hinata said. Ryujiro looked at her for a moment before slowly lowering his hand. Hinata entered her Tensigen chakra mode, and with a swift motion, the truth-seeking orbs in her hand spun into a terrifying tornado, obliterating the hundreds of puppets in an instant. Hinata had become proficient in using the Tensigen, and these puppets were no match for her. Inside the palace, Tonari, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly stood up, his body trembling violently. He could clearly sense the presence of the Tensigen from outside. This sensation was unmistakable. Could it be an outsider with the Tensigen? No, it couldn't be. If it were an outsider, they would have known how to control the puppet mechanisms. Could it be that they were from the shinobi world? At that moment, two figures entered the palace, and Tonari clearly felt the Tensigen from Hinata. Incredible. Someone other than the Otsutsuki clan actually possesses the Tensigen. Who are you? Despite not having eyes, Tonari's keen senses allowed him to detect the presence of both Hinata and Ryujiro. But when he sensed the vast, overwhelming energy radiating from Ryujiro, his heart began to pound with fear. So, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has dwindled down to just you, Tonari, Ryujiro said calmly. Hearing his name, Tonari's face turned pale, and he stumbled back in horror. Who are you? How do you know my name? Are you not from the clan? A terrible feeling settled in Tonari's heart as the icy aura radiating from Ryujiro made him feel as though he were standing in the midst of a frozen wasteland. In the blink of an eye, without warning, Ryujiro appeared beside Tonari, placing a hand on his shoulder. His voice was cold as he said, "You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that you will die by my hand." A crushing sense of doom enveloped Tonari, and by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. Ah! Tonari screamed in agony as Ryujiro's sage chakra ruthlessly destroyed his cells. It wasn't long before Tonari was nothing more than a cold, lifeless corpse. Ryujiro looked at Tonari's corpse with cold, emotionless eyes. Now, the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline in the shinobi world had been completely eradicated. Taking Hinata's hand, Ryujiro led her to the lower level of the palace, where a massive yellow energy source was hidden. This giant yellow energy source was the Tensigen. As they approached, Hinata felt the pull even more strongly, her eyes wide with awe as she gazed at the enormous Tensigen. It was unimaginable how many Byakugan eyes were required to create this Tensigen, no wonder her eyes had felt drawn to it all along. Destroying such a giant Tensigen would be a waste. However, absorbing its energy would be too much for even Hinata to handle. Ryujiro placed his hand on the giant Tensigen, and a strange energy spread throughout his body. His hand acted like a black hole, distorting the surrounding space as it gradually absorbed the Tensigen's energy. This absorption process took a full 2 days, a testament to the terrifying amount of energy contained within the giant Tensigen. Now, the energy within Ryujiro's body was even more pure, and it seemed as though he was on the verge of breaking through some kind of barrier. The Hogyoku within him glowed brilliantly like a jewel, nourishing and strengthening his powerful body. With a deafening explosion, the Otsutsuki clan's palace crumbled into ruins. At the same time, a strange sensation rippled through the moon, as though there was still another source of life on it. Otsutsuki Kagaya had never truly disappeared, her will still lingered on the moon. However, she no longer had any chance of being revived. Perhaps this lingering life force belonged to her. After staying for a while, Ryujiro and Hinata vanished from the moon. Chapter 174, The Grand Wedding. 2 years had passed, and the shinobi world had gradually stabilized. Under the prevailing peace, more and more people believed that Konoha's choice was the right one. During this time, in the Hyuga house, countless pairs of Byakugan eyes were focused on Ryujiro. "Ryujiro, are you serious?" Hayashi asked solemnly. Not only him, but all the other Hyuga clan members also looked at Ryujiro in disbelief. "Hayashi-sama, what Hinata said is true," Ryujiro replied earnestly. "I plan to take Hinata to another world." Hearing this, the gathered Hyuga clan members gasped in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. Another world? Does that mean there are worlds beyond the shinobi world? They knew that Ryujiro had already gained power beyond any human, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a god. They couldn't comprehend Ryujiro's actions with common sense anymore. Is that so? Hayashi's heart was in turmoil. So, there are other worlds beyond this one. I can agree, Hayashi finally said. But you must promise me one thing. A few months later, Konoha celebrated a joyous occasion, Ryujiro and Hinata's wedding. The Konoha 12 all attended, offering their blessings to the couple. What Hayashi had requested was, in fact, this wedding. By now, Hinata had grown into a beautiful young woman, her development envied by both Ino and Sakura. They couldn't help but compare themselves, feeling a pang of self-consciousness. Under the gaze of many, Ryujiro held Hinata's hand as they walked down the aisle. The wedding guests applauded, offering their blessings, and even the villagers outside the Hyuga residence played music to celebrate the couple. No one was surprised that they had reached this point. "We've waited long for this day," one guest remarked. "Hinata-sama and Ryujiro-sama are finally together. They truly are a match made in heaven. If not for Ryujiro-sama and Hinata-sama, the peace we now enjoy would have been unthinkable before." Everyone saw the couple as a perfect pair, their strength enough to awe the entire shinobi world. Hinata looked at Ryujiro, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness. Ryujiro wiped away her tears with a smile, saying, "Why cry on such a beautiful day? Come on, let's go greet our old friends," he said, leading Hinata into the crowd to mingle with their friends. When Niji saw Hinata in her wedding dress, a tear of emotion escaped his eye. He had always respected Hinata, but he also regarded her as his sister. Seeing her as a beautiful bride stirred something within him. "Hinata-sama, you are more radiant today than ever before," Niji said, his voice filled with warmth. Hinata smiled at him, saying, "Thank you, Niji." At this moment, Ryujiro noticed Naruto sitting alone, quietly eating. Ryujiro sat beside him and asked, "What's wrong?" Naruto looked at Ryujiro, a bit dispirited, and said, "Ryujiro, I used to say that becoming Hokage was my dream, right?" "Yeah," Ryujiro nodded. "But now I've changed my mind. I want to be a ninja who is loved and recognized by everyone, like you," Naruto confessed. "But I find it really hard. Surpassing you is really tough," he added with a sigh. This wasn't just Naruto's sentiment, it was also Sasuke's. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Ryujiro. But just looking at this man made him feel powerless, as if there was an insurmountable chasm between them. With a sharp smack, Ryujiro lightly slapped Naruto on the back of the head. "Why did you hit me, Ryujiro?" Naruto grumbled, rubbing his head. "I did it to wake you up. If you know something is impossible, why dwell on it?" Ryujiro replied. "With your current abilities, focus on what you can do, protect Konoha, protect the villagers. Don't forget your dream. Becoming Hokage will also earn you everyone's recognition and show your worth. And besides, no one in this world can surpass me." The last statement sounded a bit boastful, but it was undeniably true. Even Naruto and Sasuke didn't believe they could surpass Ryujiro. Naruto fell silent, but he finally understood. All he ever wanted was to be a ninja recognized by everyone. Whether it was becoming someone like Ryujiro, a Hokage, or a Jonin, as long as he could help others, that would be enough. Ryujiro reminded him not to forget his original dream and to do what he could. "I've made up my mind, Ryujiro. I'm going to be the next Hokage," Naruto declared firmly, his eyes full of determination. Seeing this, Ryujiro couldn't help but smile. "That's more like it." However, shortly after Naruto's declaration, Sasuke stood up, saying coldly, "The next Hokage will be me." "You'll have to wait your turn, Naruto." "What?" Naruto exclaimed. "You arrogant jerk. You think you can be Hokage? Not for another 200 years. Watching the two bicker, Ryujiro sighed helplessly. As expected, you two are a pair of bickering rivals. The wedding lasted about 2 hours, after which most of the guests left. In a brightly lit room, Hinata sat on the bed, her face flushed as she felt Ryujiro's intense gaze, making her cheeks burn even more. Suddenly, Ryujiro jumped on bed, and the room was soon filled with soft, melodic sounds. On a certain mountaintop, Ryujiro held Hinata's hand and asked, "Are you ready?" Hinata nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hinata was filled with curiosity and excitement about the other world Ryujiro had mentioned. What would this new world be like? "System, open the dimensional gate," Ryujiro commanded. Gradually, a radiant light formed into a portal. As the portal appeared, Hinata and Ryujiro exchanged a glance and then stepped into the glowing light together. As their figures completely disappeared, the portal vanished as well. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, A New World. Extra Chapter. In the East Blue, at a floating restaurant on the sea. The crowd watched in shock as a pirate ship was split in half. The once mighty vessel now seemed tiny compared to the damage done. What happened? Hey! The Krieg pirate's ship has been sliced in half. What? Are you serious? Is that person even human, to cut a ship like that? Zoro gazed with excitement at the men sitting on a small boat resembling a coffin lid. Hey, Zoro! What are you doing? Luffy shouted. Don't stop me, Luffy. This is exactly what I'm after. At this moment, Zoro had already tied his bandana and was slowly approaching Mihawk, his swords in hand. Did you use that sword to cut the ship? Indeed, Mihawk confirmed. Facing the appearance of Zoro, Mihawk showed no sign of concern. In the weakest sea, East Blue, even renowned swordsmen were pitiably weak. I set sail for you. Let's have a duel. Mihawk's sharp eyes looked coldly at Zoro. For what? To be the strongest. Zoro's intense gaze met Mihawk's. Mihawk smirked disdainfully. A pitiable weakling. The courage to challenge me is due to your ignorance. A frog in a well, unaware of the vast world. Zoro's fighting spirit remained undiminished. He bit down on his sword and declared. If I'm a frog in a well, then show me the power of the world's greatest swordsman. Foolish. Mihawk drew a small knife from around his neck. Seeing this, Zoro became enraged. What do you mean by this? Mihawk sneered. Unfortunately, I don't have a smaller knife. Don't underestimate people. Don't regret it when you die. Zoro leaped towards Mihawk, striking with his onigiri technique. Onigiri. Zoro's signature move had never failed since he set out to sea. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, and Zoro's eyes contracted as he felt a suffocating pressure. It was blocked. I can't move at all. What did he do? A mere small knife blocked the onigiri. Such a technique couldn't possibly be seen through by anyone. The disparity in the world couldn't be this vast. How could such an absurd thing happen? Zoro continued his fierce attacks on Mihawk, but every strike was effortlessly deflected by Mihawk's small knife. Zoro. Yasaku and Johnny were sweating nervously, their fists clenched tightly. Watching Zoro's attacks be neutralized again and again made their hearts churn. Eventually, Zoro fell to Mihawk, but just then, the space around them suddenly twisted. Mihawk's observation haki detected the spatial distortion, and he looked up at the twisting space. A curtain of light slowly appeared, forming a portal. Everyone at the floating restaurant stared in disbelief. What's happening? Someone screamed in horror. Mihawk's brow furrowed. Even he couldn't understand what was going on. A devil fruit user. It didn't look like it. If it was a devil fruit ability, what kind of power was it? Boom. The portal exploded, and two figures appeared bathed in the light. As they hovered in the air, Mihawk's eyes constricted. They could stay in the air? Was it some kind of ability like the float fruit? No, it didn't seem quite right. Ryujiro-kun, where is this? Hinata looked around in shock at the unfamiliar environment. When she looked down and saw Mihawk, her expression changed. Ryujiro-kun is not. No, he's not Mihawk. Although he looks like the Mihawk you know, he's not the same Mihawk you're familiar with. Is that so? This world seems quite different from the shinobi world. There appears to be very little land, with most of it covered by the sea. The ruins below indicate something significant happened here. Hey, who are you? How dare you be on top of me? Get down here at once. Krieg, who had not yet been killed, shouted from below. As the ruler of East Blue, he had been trampled twice. But these two flying devil fruit users were nothing special. Even if he couldn't defeat that man, he could still take out his frustration on these two brash kids. As long as they dared to come down. Krieg's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. At that moment, Ryujiro casually glanced at Krieg. The next second, Krieg's body trembled violently, his eyes going blank. Boom. Before everyone's eyes, Krieg's body exploded into a spray of crimson blood, with organs and flesh scattered everywhere. Ah! The people at the floating restaurant screamed in horror, their faces pale as they looked at the bloody mess where Krieg had been. Old man, did you see what just happened? Sanji's voice trembled. Red Leg Zeph's mind was blank, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Ryujiro, who remained expressionless. No, I didn't. Ruler of East Blue Krieg had just died without any apparent reason. What exactly did that man do? Zoro. Yasaku and Johnny, supporting the severely injured Zoro, looked up at Ryujiro, their legs shaking. Though the boy hadn't done anything in front of everyone, those who witnessed the scene could only think that Krieg's death had nothing to do with Ryujiro. Don Krieg was so simply reduced to a pile of flesh. The crowd was stunned by Krieg's death, but to Ryujiro, it was no more significant than squashing a mosquito. Krieg, who had been buzzing around Ryujiro like a bothersome fly, was utterly detestable and annoying. Mihawk's eyes were filled with solemnity. As one of the few strongest people in this world, he could clearly sense the terrifying power hidden within Ryujiro. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, The Sea Splits. A strong one. Such a powerful person who has never been heard of. Both the young man and the strange-eyed girl beside him are formidable. Impressive. To be able to stay suspended in the air. I must recruit those two as my crew. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Ryujiro and Hinata. The people around him looked at him with some disbelief. Recruit these two as crew? Is something wrong with your head? These two are clearly not ordinary people. Even though they know the boy is a pirate, pirates vary in strength. Ryujiro and Hinata slowly descended. What's that? Mihawk noticed the Zanpakuto hanging from Ryujiro's waist, and his eyes immediately lit up. A swordsman. In the weakest sea, East Blue, there's actually a swordsman of this caliber. Fighting intent. Ryujiro sensed a burning gaze focused on him and glanced at Mihawk, a smile forming on his lips. Is it the instinct of a swordsman? Though he had sparred countless times with the Mihawk in his mental space, that Mihawk was merely a product of the system's energy. The person before him was the real Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world. You're a swordsman. Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he addressed the extraordinary boy before him. Sort of. The world's greatest swordsman, can't you resist the urge to make a move due to your swordsman instinct? Ryujiro replied with a faint smile. It seems you're like me. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Mihawk's eyes. He could feel that the boy possessed a talent similar to his own. The onlookers saw Mihawk's serious expression, and their eyes constricted. Does that boy intend to challenge Hawkeye? It's futile, he's the world's greatest swordsman, one of the warlords of the sea. The ship was split in half with his single strike, we all saw it. But that boy is not ordinary either. As the breeze blew at dawn, Ryujiro's black hair fluttered. How many moves can this mysterious boy last against Mihawk? Old man, how many moves do you think that boy can last? Sanji asked Zeph. He knew that this old man had once sailed the Grand Line and understood the strength of such great pirates best. Though the boy is equally mysterious, he is up against one of the few swordsmen standing at the top of this world. I don't know, that boy isn't so simple. Zeph looked solemnly at Mihawk and Ryujiro. Sanji's expression changed slightly. Not simple. In the blink of an eye, Ryujiro and Mihawk's figures suddenly vanished. All that reached the spectators' ears was the sound of clashing blades. All the onlookers' pupils suddenly constricted. So fast. Totally unseen. Boom. A sword aura was unleashed, splitting the entire sea in half. The sea roiled, ships rocked, and the people in the floating restaurant screamed in terror. Zoro widened his eyes, utterly shocked by the scene before him. The sea had been split apart. Was this something a swordsman could achieve? Zoro's lips curved into a bitter smile. He realized how immense the gap between him and the world really was. He had been looking at the sky from a well. However, rather than being disheartened, Zoro was filled with excitement. Witnessing this battle would open up a whole new world for him. The power of a swordsman that can destroy everything. Oh my god. The sea. The sea has been split. Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman? Can human strength achieve such miracles? The onlookers were filled with horror at the sight before them. They couldn't see the battle clearly, but they were shaken by the sea divided in front of them. The clash between the two was evenly matched, but Mihawk's expression gradually became unsettled. Why? Why does fighting this boy feel like a contest with myself? Whether it's the sword intent or the sword techniques, this boy is almost identical to me. What's going on? Familiar, isn't it? Boom. The clash of their blades created vertical sword auras that exploded into the sky. The clouds above vanished instantly due to the explosive force. Who exactly are you? Mihawk's gaze became increasingly serious. The boy before him was like another version of himself. Ryujiro smiled but said nothing, adopting a stance for drawing his sword. A sharp sword intent erupted from him. His figure was difficult to see, like a flash of light flying towards Mihawk. He seemed to have become a sharp sword himself. Good move. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Mihawk's keen eyes. It had been a long time since he encountered such a swordsman. Ryujiro's techniques weren't that complex, but its simpleness could provoke unpredictable powers. That was why this move was so terrifying. With armament haki covering his Zanpakuto, turning it into a black blade, Ryujiro intended to use only his swordsmanship to challenge Mihawk. Although he had gained world-shaking power, he respected Mihawk, a top swordsman of this world, and would defeat him with his swordsmanship. Mihawk swung his sword. Yura was also covered in armament haki. Boom. Kakuto Kogetsu. Mihawk's figure was also indistinct, as if he had turned into a messenger of the night. Rumble. The collision between them unleashed a powerful storm, causing the entire sea to churn. Zeph yelled in shock, "A storm is coming." Whoosh. A tsunami over 20 meters high surged, like a beast devouring everything. Everyone in the floating restaurant looked pale at the terrifying scene. Were they all going to be buried in the sea today? At this moment, Hinata on the ship extended her pale hand. A tremendous shockwave erupted, forming a powerful shockwave that pushed the tsunami away. Though the whole ship shook violently, it was nothing compared to being swallowed by the tsunami. Everyone looked at Hinata in astonishment, their faces filled with shock. The tsunami. The tsunami was pushed away. They were saved. Zeph looked in disbelief at the seemingly fragile girl, Hinata. Even this little girl possesses such terrifying power. Too frightening. Zeph's heart was unsettled, sensing that the sea would no longer remain calm because of these two. The sea would be turbulent because of them. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, World's Strongest Swordsman. Hey! The sky has been split open. One person, trembling, pointed towards the sky. Everyone's gaze turned skyward, and their expressions changed instantly. It looked as though the sky had been cleaved in two. The figures of the two combatants trembled, and the crowd felt as if the surrounding area was shaking like an earthquake. They could not see Mihawk and Ryujiro's figures with the naked eye. What kind of battle was this? Just getting close might result in being torn apart. Many people glanced at the calm Hinata. Gulp. Someone unconsciously swallowed, wondering how powerful this girl must be to stop a tsunami. Meanwhile, the ship beneath them was on the verge of collapsing and would sink into the sea after a few more storms. Since his encounter with Shanks, no opponent had excited him like this. To face such a swordsman in his lifetime was something he would die without regret. One move to decide the victor. I had the same thought. Mihawk's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, the two figures appeared in the crowd's view, and their heavy breathing could be clearly felt. Zoro, who had been dragged to the floating restaurant, was completely shocked by their duel. Is this the pinnacle of strength in the world? The boy, younger than him by quite a bit, already had the strength to fight Mihawk. And then there was himself. Zoro clenched his fists in frustration. He needed to become stronger. He would not give up on becoming the world's strongest swordsman. After this battle, the boy will become famous throughout the world. Zeph murmured gravely. Being able to stand up to Mihawk, and so young, this kind of person would definitely resonate throughout the sea. However, these two young people shouldn't be pirates. After a long silence, a never-before-seen seriousness appeared in Mihawk's eyes. This boy was undoubtedly the strongest swordsman he had faced since Shanks. He swung a dark red slash, roaring forward. Nothing could block this slash, it severed the waves and split the sky. Everything seemed insignificant in the face of this slash. The dazzling red light seemed to want to engulf the world. As expected of the world's strongest swordsman, this slash could cut through anything. Ryujiro's lips curved upward. Even Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, might not have the confidence to face this slash head-on. Zoro stared in shock at the tsunami-like slash. Is this the difference between him and the world? As Mihawk said, he had always been a frog at the bottom of the well. So how should he face this? If he couldn't block it, he might end up buried in the sea beneath this unbeatable slash. Not only was Zoro curious, but even Mihawk was interested in how Ryujiro would block his strongest move. Ryujiro sheathed his sword, and a sharp sword intent erupted from him like a tidal wave. The aura was so intense that even Zoro felt as though a blade was pressed against his neck. This sword intent. Mihawk's pupils narrowed. Clang. The crowd heard a resonant sword cry, and the blade light seemed to cut through the entire world, even the dimensions. The expressions on the faces of everyone in the floating restaurant were all identical, as if they had been stunned into silence. The dark red slash that had rolled like a tsunami vanished. Everything around them settled down instantly. No one knew what had happened. At this moment, Ryujiro had already sheathed his Zanpakuto. Had the outcome been decided? Everyone was eager to know who had won. Mihawk's face was pale, and a bloodstain appeared on his chest, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He lost. He had considered that he might lose and that there would be a swordsman who could defeat him, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Ryujiro's sword didn't injure his internal organs. It had only completely dismantled Mihawk's swordsmanship. Mihawk showed a bitter expression, looking at Ryujiro with a complicated tone as he said, "You win." He spoke just 2 words, then vanished from sight with his wounds. With the result decided, the onlookers were stunned for a long time before snapping back to reality. They all gasped at Mihawk's retreating figure. The world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, had lost. And to a young boy. Incredible. Unless seen with their own eyes, no one would believe that the warlord of the sea, Mihawk, had been defeated by a boy. In that fleeting moment, they hadn't even understood what had happened. The sea would become turbulent. Ryujiro gazed at Mihawk for a while before instantly appearing on the deck of the floating restaurant. The crowd, startled by Ryujiro's sudden appearance, stepped back in fear. How did he suddenly get to the deck? Ryujiro held Hinata's hand and addressed Zeph, "Boss, you must have something good to eat here, right?" Seeing Ryujiro smile, Zeph was momentarily stunned. This was the swordsman who had just defeated Mihawk. He seemed like a different person compared to when he was wielding his sword. "Since this is a restaurant, of course, we have food. Please come in, sir." Zeph made a gesture of invitation, and Ryujiro walked into the restaurant with a faint smile. As Ryujiro passed by Johnny and Yusaku, their legs trembled. The boy who defeated Mihawk was now the world's strongest swordsman. The entire sea would be shaken by this. "Zoro, what are you going to do?" Zoro broke free from Johnny and Yusaku's support and slowly walked toward Ryujiro, his face pale. "Zoro." Luffy watched Zoro approach Ryujiro, his wise eyes observing, seemingly contemplating something. Ryujiro looked at the approaching Zoro with interest and said meaningfully, "Roronoa Zoro, if those fatal injuries aren't treated soon, your life might not be spared." Zoro's forehead was sweaty, and he smiled arrogantly, "If I were to die from such injuries, it would mean I'm just that level of man." Hinata's brows slightly twitched. What a grand spirit he has. Interesting. If you have something to say, just say it. Ryujiro said calmly. Suddenly, Zoro bowed deeply, his voice strong and clear, "Please. Teach me swordsmanship." Chapter 178, Healing Zoro. Teach swordsmanship. Ryujiro hadn't expected his arrival to alter the storyline again. Teach Zoro swordsmanship. "Sorry, I can't teach you," Ryujiro said regretfully. "I don't take apprentices, nor do I have a habit of teaching others. You should forge your own path in swordsmanship. Besides, you're not qualified to be my disciple at the moment. This is the weakest sea, East Blue. Even if you're a notable swordsman here, such swordsmen are dime a dozen on the Grand Line. The weakest sea." Zoro clenched his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. He had once thought that even if he couldn't match the world's greatest swordsman, the gap wouldn't be too great. But after witnessing the battle between Ryujiro and Mihawk, he realized how narrow his perspective had been. He couldn't wield a slash that could destroy everything standing on his path. Seeing Zoro's disappointment, Ryujiro slowly added, "I can't take you as my disciple, but I can offer some guidance on swordsmanship." Zoro, who had initially harbored no hope, brightened up once more at these words. At that moment, Luffy dashed over with a broad grin, "I'm Luffy. You two are amazing. Interested in joining my crew? I'm always looking for crew members for adventures." Hinata, watching Luffy, couldn't help but smile helplessly. This boy seemed too naive and gave off a feeling of being not very bright. "Pirate, huh? I'm not interested. Straw Hat Kid, if your grandpa found out you became a pirate, wouldn't he kill you?" Ryujiro teased Luffy. Thud, thud, thud. Luffy stepped back in horror, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of his grandfather. "How do you know my grandpa? Are you here to bring me back at his request?" Luffy eyed Ryujiro warily. Ryujiro glanced at Luffy and said casually, "Don't worry, I'm not someone your grandpa sent. If you want strong people to join your crew, you need to be stronger than others. Otherwise, why would anyone join your crew?" At that moment, Luffy. "It's bad." The long-nosed Usopp rushed in, his gaze fearful as he glanced at Ryujiro and Hinata. "What's wrong, Usopp?" Luffy looked at Usopp in confusion. Nami took the Going Merry." "Huh? What did you say?" Luffy's eyes widened in disbelief. "It's true, Captain Luffy. But judging by Nami's sailing direction, she's headed towards Kokoyashi village. But that area..." Yusaku paused. "What about it?" "They say that area is controlled by the fishman Arlong." "Fishman? What's a fishman?" Luffy asked curiously. Having just left Fuchsia village, Luffy had never encountered fishmen before and was curious about everything. Arlong, huh? Ryujiro pondered for a moment. In the original story, Arlong was the first small boss defeated by Luffy's crew. After this battle, both Zoro and Luffy's strengths would have improved. Kokoyashi village is a nice place. After enjoying the food prepared by Sanji, Ryujiro couldn't help but marvel at its deliciousness, truly worthy of Sanji's skills. By the way. Sorry, I don't have any money on me. Can I pay with something else? Ryujiro asked politely. Zeph stepped forward, smiling awkwardly. It's an honor to have someone like you in our restaurant. There's no charge for this meal. After all, how could they charge someone who defeated Mihawk? Even if they had 100 times more courage, they wouldn't dare ask Ryujiro for money. That won't do. Even though I don't know how much this is worth, it should cover the cost of a meal. Ryujiro placed a dazzling gem on the table. The crowd was instantly captivated by the gem's brilliance. Oh my god. I've never seen such a pure gem. This gem must be worth several million berries, even tens of millions. This could cover not just a meal but possibly even buy the restaurant. Gasp. The onlookers took a deep breath. You're offering a gem worth millions of berries? Even Zeph was stunned. A gem worth millions of berries was beyond their restaurant's capacity to make change for Ryujiro. Sir, please, don't. Even if you give it to us, we can't afford to make change. Zeph said with a wry smile. Keep it. To me, this gem is nothing. I don't like being in debt. Ryujiro's words were calm but carried an undeniable authority. Under this pressure, Zeph had no choice but to accept the gem. He then thanked Ryujiro. Ryujiro glanced at the weakened Zoro, then slowly walked over to him. The crowd was sweating nervously for Zoro. Such rough treatment. Zoro's injuries had affected his internals. Although it wouldn't have an immediate impact, as he aged, the risk of these hidden injuries causing problems would increase, possibly threatening his life. Step aside. Ryujiro spoke, his immense pressure making Yusaku and Johnny struggle to breathe. But for Zoro's sake, they gathered their courage and bore the immense pressure. What are you going to do to him? Ryujiro glanced at the two of them and said slowly, don't worry. If I wanted to do something to him, no one here could stop me. Johnny, Yusaku, step aside. Luffy believed Ryujiro wouldn't harm Zoro. Moreover, Luffy would never allow Ryujiro to do anything to Zoro. Even if Ryujiro was powerful, he could not be forgiven for harming his comrade. Ryujiro knelt down, and a faint green light appeared in his palm. The crowd looked on with astonished expressions, especially Zeph, whose reaction was akin to seeing a ghost. A devil fruit user. Not only is he a great swordsman, but he's also a devil fruit user. Oh. Are you also a devil fruit user? Luffy asked excitedly, as if he had found a kindred spirit. This isn't a devil fruit ability. Ryujiro replied. Although Ryujiro wasn't very skilled with medical ninjutsu, treating Zoro's injuries was no problem. After all, he had reached another level of power. Even though he wasn't proficient, his healing abilities far surpassed most medical ninjas. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Want to Learn. Medical Ninjutsu. When did Ryujiro acquire that? Hinata looked at Ryujiro with curious eyes wide open. At that moment, the dashing Sanji walked over, his demeanor polite as he asked, Excuse me, miss, what is your relationship with that gentleman? Husband and wife. Hinata glanced at Sanji and replied. Sanji was instantly frozen into a statue, his heart shattered upon hearing the answer. They were actually married. Damn it. How lucky was that guy in his life to marry such a beautiful lady? Sanji fell into self-doubt. The green light in Ryujiro's hand gradually faded. He stood up, glanced at Zoro, and said slowly, It's done. Your injuries have healed, though the scars will remain. What? Healed? Johnny and Yusaku exclaimed in shock. You must be kidding. Zoro's injuries were fatal, they wouldn't heal in just a few months. Is this guy trying to deceive Zoro again? It's really healed. Redfoot Zeph furrowed his brows, thinking to himself. Could it be some kind of devil fruit-related ability? Zoro's complexion was gradually returning to normal. He stood up and moved his arms. The vigorous movement startled Johnny and Yusaku. Such actions could tear open the wounds. However, Zoro, fully aware of his previous fatal injuries, now felt no pain. It truly seemed healed. Zoro tore off his bandages violently, further startling everyone around. Zoro! Usopp shouted in horror. Yet, the next scene left everyone around, including Zoro himself, stunned. His injuries were genuinely healed. Even the wounds had closed up. Although scars remained, the wounds were indeed healed. There are such unbelievable things in the world. He had fatal injuries. It's terrifying. Bro, stop shouting. My ears are burning. Someone shot a disdainful glance at the person shouting and quickly moved away. Why must they hiss right next to him? This guy must have some weird habit. A devil fruit ability related to healing. Zeph gazed at Ryujiro with a deep look. Does even such a powerful person need the aid of a devil fruit? He didn't doubt Ryujiro's methods were devil fruit abilities. In this world, only devil fruit users had such incredible abilities. Regarding Ryujiro's claim that it wasn't a devil fruit ability, Zeph thought he might be hiding his special ability. Devil fruit users who could heal fatal injuries were exceptionally rare across the seas. Thank you. Zoro looked deeply at Ryujiro. This man before him not only had strength surpassing the world's greatest swordsman but also possessed many incredible abilities. A devil fruit user like Luffy. He would find a way to repay this kindness. However, Zoro was unaware that he would never have a chance to repay this favor. At Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Akiji, Kizaru, Garp, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were gathered together. At the moment, they each held a piece of paper. Sengoku's expression was somewhat grim. Young people are truly terrifying. Kizaru looked at the news with surprise. The Shichibukai, known as the world's strongest swordsman, had been defeated in the weakest sea, East Blue. The title of the world's strongest swordsman had changed hands. Impossible. Hawkeye lost. It's hard to believe. Akiji looked at the youthful photo, his expression becoming as serious as Sengoku's. Hawkeye, one of the few top-tier powers in this sea, had been defeated. The current situation in the sea was turbulent, and even the Marines were struggling to control it. Roger's words had launched an unprecedented era of piracy. Moreover, the Shichibukai, Marines, and the four emperors were crucial to maintaining balance in the sea. With Hawkeye defeated, this stable situation was likely to be disrupted. Ryujiro. Sengoku muttered the name. However, although Garp also read about Hawkeye's defeat, his attention wasn't on that. That rascal Luffy, sneaking out to become a pirate behind my back. Garp looked at Luffy's photo, his teeth grinding in frustration. It seemed Luffy had forgotten about his iron fist of love. Never thought such powerful figures were quietly emerging from the sea. Where did these two come from? Sengoku had a headache. Recently, the sea's events were coming one after another, even making the Marine Fleet Admiral feel heavy-hearted. Fleet Admiral, what should we do now? Akiji asked. Since their identities are still unclear, they may not even be pirates. Let's hold off on issuing a bounty for now. We should investigate their identities and origins secretly. Alert the Marine branches to pay attention to these two. Let's observe and understand their background first. Akiji agreed with Sengoku's suggestion. At present, their purposes were unknown. Issuing a bounty now would really put them on the opposite side. Even the Marines must be cautious when facing a strong figure with at least an admiral-level power. After reaching a consensus, everyone agreed with this observational approach. Sengoku might not know that the sea would become even more tumultuous due to Ryujiro, even threatening to engulf Marine headquarters. On the sea, aboard a medium-sized ship. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku were all aboard. This ship was bought by Ryujiro. He exchanged nearly 10 million berries worth of gems for the ship, which only cost 1 million berries. On the deck, Zoro, panting, looked at Ryujiro, who was holding a wooden sword. Zoro had thought his strength had improved, but he now found himself unable to even damage the wooden sword Ryujiro held. What is that black substance? Curious, huh? That black substance. Ryujiro noticed Zoro's intense gaze and smiled. Ah. It's indeed curious. Turning a wooden sword into a black blade would make anyone curious. Zoro, though slightly out of breath, spoke calmly. Ryujiro's lips curled into a slight smile. Want to learn? I can teach you. Chapter 180, Nozumi's Demise. On a marine warship. A marine officer who resembled a rat was lounging lazily on a recliner. Nozumi. He was the captain of the 16th Marine Division and had a despicable alliance with Arlong. His sailing route was headed towards Kokoyashi village. How long until we reach? Report, Captain, we will arrive at Kokoyashi village in 10 minutes. A hint of disgust flashed in Nozumi's eyes. Although the fishmen were his cash cow, just seeing them made him feel sick. The dirty fishmen were revolting to him. If not for the Arlong pirates being his cash cow, he wouldn't want to see Arlong or the fishmen at all. At that moment, a soldier observing the sea suddenly spotted a ship and quickly ran to report to Nozumi. Report, Captain, a ship has been spotted to the right of our ship. A pirate ship? No pirate flag was seen. Could it be a transport ship? Nozumi's brows furrowed. The only place this route could lead to was Kokoyashi village, which was already under Arlong's control. Transport ships shouldn't be going there. Nozomi was worried that his shady dealings with Arlong might be exposed, and a trace of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Fire upon them. What? The soldier looked at Nozomi in confusion and stammered, "But Captain, that ship is not a pirate ship." "You fool." Nozomi's anger flared, and he said darkly, "What if it's a transport ship disguised as a pirate ship? Can you take responsibility? Are you the captain or am I? As a soldier, you only need to follow orders." Seeing Nozomi's grim gaze, the soldier shivered at some rumors he had heard and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Ryujiro's ship had also spotted Nozomi's warship. Usopp, worried, said, "Should we avoid that warship? To avoid a conflict." "No need, keep going," Ryujiro replied. Hearing this, Usopp obediently fell silent. Ryujiro was leisurely enjoying a freshly squeezed drink made by Sanji. He was considering the possibility of bringing Sanji onto his own ship. "Ryujiro, something seems off." Yasaku and Johnny, with sharp eyes, noticed the cannons on the warship moving slowly. Suddenly, a deafening cannon shot rang out, and the dazzling fire of the cannonball lit up the scene. "Damn! Those Marines are attacking us." Johnny and Yasaku were both shocked and enraged. "What are these Marine soldiers doing? Their ship doesn't even have a pirate flag. Why are they attacking us?" The black cannonballs headed straight for their ship, and Luffy leapt up, grabbing a few ropes on the ship. Using his rubber powers, he turned himself into a giant net. When the cannonballs hit Luffy, they were instantly deflected back. On the warship, Nozomi, who had been leisurely relaxing, was startled by the cannonball explosion and fell to the ground as the ship shook violently. The soldiers rushed over to help Nozomi up. "Captain, it's bad. The enemy fired at us." "Then fire back. Fire. Fire back with everything. Make sure that ship sinks to the bottom of the sea. Anyone daring to attack the Marines must be a pirate." Nozomi raged, shouting angrily. Boom. Boom. Cannons roared as another round of attacks was fired at Ryujiro and his crew. However, this time, the cannonballs didn't land on Luffy but stayed suspended in midair. "Huh." Luffy looked at the suspended cannonballs with a puzzled expression. Then, under the influence of a repulsive force, the cannonballs were deflected and ruthlessly struck Nozomi's warship. "Useless. Useless. What are you all doing?" Nozomi was both furious and frightened. Was he going to meet his end at sea today? Did those pirates anticipate their ambush at Kokoyashi village? "Captain, it seems the enemy has a devil fruit user." "What? A devil fruit user?" Nozomi was immediately stunned. As a marine captain, he was well aware of what a devil fruit was. Devil fruits were known as treasures of the sea. Eating one granted special abilities. Currently, the 3 admirals at Marine headquarters were all devil fruit users, with powers capable of devastating destruction. How could a devil fruit user appear in such a place? Such figures should be in the Grand Line. Boom. Another cannon shot struck, tearing through Nozomi's warship. The explosion's force ripped the ship apart. Endless seawater flooded into the ship's hull, and the ship swayed precariously, on the verge of sinking. The soldiers would never understand that those cannonballs flying towards them were, in fact, their own. No matter how intense their cannon fire was, they were doomed. Thus, the warship turned into ruins under the concentrated cannon fire, sinking into the sea. Luffy jumped down and curiously asked, "What happened with those cannonballs? How did they bounce back?" "That was my ability," Hinata replied. With the sea breeze blowing, Hinata's long black hair fluttered, making her look even more beautiful. Ryujiro admired Hinata's appearance, feeling that having good wine and a wife made the voyage less dull. Luffy was curious about how Hinata and Ryujiro, who weren't devil fruit users, could use such special abilities. His curiosity was shared by everyone else on the ship. To the others on the ship, Ryujiro and Hinata were shrouded in mystery. They could hover in the air and possessed a variety of powers. Both were powerful, yet why were they here in the East Blue? Even in the Grand Line, they would be considered strong. After about 10 minutes, Luffy and Usopp finally reached the shore and saw their Mary. Great, going Mary hasn't been sold by Nami. Usopp's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed, and he sighed in relief. Luffy stretched out his hands, grabbing the Mary and bouncing over. After carefully checking the ship, nothing seemed to be missing. However, Nami was not on the ship. So, this is going Mary, the ship with a spirit. Interesting. This ship was a really important part of Luffy's crew in the original story. Most of them shed tears when it was burned and during the final farewell. Set sail. Let's go find Nami in the village. Chapter 181, Arlong Pirates. Arlong Park. Nami sat alone in her room, her brow furrowed as she recalled everything that had happened at sea. At that moment, the ocean suddenly began to churn, as if a storm was about to break out. Nami, an experienced navigator, couldn't fathom why the sea had become so restless despite the clear weather. It felt as if something, or someone, was deliberately stirring up the waters. She shook her head, trying to push the thoughts aside. A shadow crossed her face. This wasn't the time to dwell on such things. She was so close, just a little more, and she would have the 100 million berries needed to save Kokoyashi village from Arlong's tyranny. Everything she had done up to this point, all the betrayal and deception, was for that goal. Once she gathered the 100 million berries, it would all be over. Meanwhile, in Arlong Park, a man with a saw-like nose and a shark-like grin curled his lips into an evil smile. On the Arlong pirate's ship, Arlong, the most notorious pirate in the East Blue with a bounty of 20 million berries, held the map Nami had drawn. His eyes narrowed as he studied it, and a sinister light gleamed in them. Our dear Nami really does have a talent for this, he sneered, showing his jagged teeth. Arlong, are you really going to sell Kokoyashi village to Nami once she gets the 100 million berries? Asked Chu, frowning. Of course not, Arlong replied, his sneer widening. Nami will never leave the Arlong pirates. She'll be under my control for the rest of her life. These lowly humans aren't worth keeping promises with. Nozomi should be arriving soon. As long as he follows the plan, Nami will never be able to gather the 100 million berries. One of the other fishermen chuckled darkly, what a foolish woman. Neither Nozomi nor Nami can escape Arlong's grasp. At this, Arlong and the fishermen erupted in laughter. At the same time, Ryujiro and his group had entered Kokoyashi village. The village was desolate, with few people in sight, and the land looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The atmosphere was oppressive, as if weighed down by Arlong's presence. It seems the rumors were true, Yasaku said, fear in his eyes. Arlong has taken over the entire village. Around them were dilapidated houses, the walls cracked and on the verge of collapse. They were in the outskirts of the village, where few people lived anymore. What happened here? Usopp asked in horror as he surveyed the scene. Johnny took a deep breath and said, it's said that fishmen have 10 times the strength of humans. Judging by the state of this place, the rumors must be true. 10 times stronger than ordinary humans. Hinata asked curiously. Ryujiro, what exactly are these fishmen? They're just a bunch of half-human, half-fish creatures. Nothing to be concerned about, Ryujiro replied calmly. As for their supposed 10-fold strength, it's only compared to regular humans. To true warriors, these fishmen are nothing. You seem to know a lot about fishmen, Ryujiro, Johnny said. You must have been to the Grand Line, right? A strong person like you would surely make a name for yourself there. The Grand Line. At the mention of those words, Luffy's eyes lit up. The Grand Line, huh? I haven't been there yet, but that's where I'm headed, Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Luffy's desire to recruit Ryujiro into his crew had never waned. Hearing that Ryujiro's destination was also the Grand Line, he brought it up again. But before he could say more, Ryujiro's fist came crashing down on his head. Ouch. Sanji and Zoro glanced at Luffy and commented, you're made of rubber, yet a punch still hurts. Ryujiro's punches are just like Grandpa's, Luffy said, clutching his head. Of course. Armament hockey works on all devil fruit users. But it's too early for you guys to master it now. On the ship, Ryujiro had explained the principles of armament hockey to Zoro and Luffy, but even with their talents, mastering it would take time and training. Armament hockey. Zoro touched the only sword he had left at his waist. If he mastered armament hockey, any sword could become a black blade. He had to learn it. In the days of sparring with Ryujiro, Zoro's strength had increased slightly, but he knew that to truly grow stronger, he needed to experience life and death battles. Only then could he rapidly improve his abilities. Just then, a few figures appeared ahead of them. Is that someone ahead? Zoro asked. Are they villagers from Kokoyashi? But as they got closer, Yasaku and Johnny's eyes widened in shock. No. They're fishmen. These fishmen were patrolling Kokoyashi village, looking for any suspicious people to take to Arlong. Fishmen. Luffy dashed forward at once. So, these are fishmen. Amazing. Fish that can walk on land like humans. The outside world really is fascinating. Luffy circled around the fishmen, completely oblivious to the dark expressions on their faces. You damn human. How dare you belittle us fishmen? I'll kill you. One of the fishmen, a head taller than Luffy, swung a spiked club down at him. Fishmen are the greatest race on the sea. Luffy lowered his hat, a slight smile on his lips. Boom. The fishman's blow struck the ground, creating a massive crater and sending cracks spreading outwards. Luffy was already in the air above him, his arm stretching back several dozen meters before slamming into the fishman. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Bang. A burst of air erupted, and the fishman was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ruins of a building. The other fishmen were stunned. This human wasn't like the others. After that, Zoro and Sanji joined the fight, quickly dispatching the fishman's patrol squad. A mere fishman squad was no match for Luffy and his crew. Chapter 182, Nojiko and Genzo. So strong. No wonder Luffy is amazing. That cook's strength is impressive too. Johnny grumbled in frustration. How can a mere cook have strength on par with Luffy? It's really confusing. So this is a fishman. Not so impressive. Zoro sheathed his sword coldly. He wasn't interested in cutting everything in sight, and his initial anticipation for the fishman was unfounded. To ordinary people, fishmen are like monsters. But to Luffy and his crew, besides the Arlong pirates' officers, the rest of the fishmen are just minor threats. The fishmen, who were unconscious, would probably die soon, Ryujiro estimated. After entering Kokoyashi village, the commotion attracted someone's attention. A woman with blue, short, curly hair and a strikingly attractive figure, accentuated by her outfit, had a unique tattoo below her collarbone. Nojiko looked at the injured fishman with a horrified expression. Ugh! Seeing the battered fishman, Nojiko couldn't help but gasp. Who did this to the fishman? If Arlong finds out, it will be trouble. We must find them before Arlong does, otherwise. Nojiko looked at the footprints on the ground and hurried forward. She needed to stop these people before Arlong found and killed them. In East Blue, bounty hunters often came seeking a name, but those who entered Kokoyashi village always met a grim fate under Arlong's rule. This is Kokoyashi village. So desolate. Though the buildings were intact, the empty streets gave a sense of profound desolation. Hey! Who are you? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a police uniform with a windmill on his hat and several scars on his face appeared behind Ryujiro's group. Who are you, old man? Luffy walked over and asked curiously. An unfamiliar face. Is he from out of village? Genzo, the village's police officer, would know everyone in the village. You all follow me. If Arlong sees you parading around, you'll be dead. Genzo said sternly. Before Genzo could finish, another voice rang out. Genzo. Genzo turned, astonished, to see Nojiko. Nojiko glanced at Genzo and then at Luffy, saying, I saw heavily injured fishmen on the outskirts of the village. If Arlong finds out, we're doomed. What? Injured fishmen. Genzo's expression grew serious. Suddenly, Genzo's eyes darkened. Don't tell me it was you guys who did this. It was my companions and me. Luffy spoke frankly. Ryujiro, familiar with Luffy's straightforward personality, wasn't surprised. Luffy was always blunt and often single-minded. Genzo's grim gaze fixed on Luffy, but then he suddenly broke into a smile and patted Luffy's shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done. The villagers of Kokoyashi had no fondness for fishmen. They had to buy their lives with money each month, laboring under Arlong's oppression and offering tribute. If they missed a payment, death awaited them. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Come to my house. Nojiko suggested. Genzo nodded in agreement. At the location where the Nozomi's ship sank, Hachi saw the sunken warship underwater. Hachi's expression changed drastically. He dove deeper and found the bodies of the Nozomi and his marines. Realizing the situation was serious, Hachi knew something had gone wrong. The Nozomi was supposed to meet at Arlong Park at the agreed time, but they had waited for him in vain. Arlong was concerned something had happened, so he sent Hachi to investigate. It seemed things had gotten beyond their control. Back on the shore, Hachi saw Ryujiro's ship and his expression darkened. Someone had arrived. That's too much. I'm going to beat that Arlong guy to save Nami. Luffy clenched his fists in anger. Nojiko had already informed them about everything happening in Kokoyashi village. Meanwhile, Nojiko's gaze fell on Ryujiro, who remained calm, sipping his freshly brewed tea. This man's demeanor was completely different from Luffy's crew. He was calm and composed. It's impossible. Arlong is a fishman, a monster. Even the neighboring Gosa village was destroyed by Arlong's men. Genzo shook his head helplessly. Sanji puffed on a cigarette and asked, what about the Marines? Don't they know what's happening here? Marines. They're unreliable. Arlong is so audacious because he's colluded with the Marines. Arlong isn't aiming to control just this small island, he wants the entire East Blue. Usopp took a deep breath, shocked. To control the entire East Blue, Arlong had enormous ambition. By the way, you mentioned Nami. Do you know her? Nojiko asked. Luffy grinned. Nami is our crewmate. Crewmate? Nojiko's eyes widened in surprise. So Nami had been talking about these people. It's a pity. Nojiko's gaze dimmed. Under Arlong's control, escaping was like reaching for the heavens. At that moment, a voice came from outside. Arlong's people are here. Nojiko and Genzo's faces changed abruptly. They said anxiously, you must hide quickly. If Arlong finds you, you're done for. Arlong's people are already here. Luffy seemed to ignore Nojiko's warning. He pushed open the door and walked outside, with Zoro and Sanji following. What are you doing? You're no match for Arlong's crew. Those guys are monsters. Nojiko and Genzo were frightened by their actions. Just as Nojiko was about to drag Luffy and the others back, a calm voice reached her ears. Don't worry. They're weak. Arlong's crew will be handled by them. Kokoyashi village, which has been oppressed for years, should come to an end now. Ryujiro, sitting on a chair, looked at Nojiko and said calmly. Chapter 183, Luffy vs. Arlong. Arlong's face was extremely dark, his towering height of over 2 meters exuding an oppressive aura. Nezumi was a crucial part of Arlong's plan for establishing his Arlong Empire, and now he had been consigned to the depths of the sea. Inferior humans, unable to even breathe underwater. How dare they rule the land? The fishmen are the noblest race in this world. Those who disrupt his dream of the Arlong Empire are unforgivable. He will tear them to pieces. Arlong, look at those people. Hachi pointed ahead at Luffy and his crew. They don't seem to be villagers. Strangers. Are they the ones who ruined my plans? A cruel smile appeared on Arlong's face. Whether they were or weren't didn't matter anymore. At this moment, Luffy and his crew were merely tools for Arlong to vent his fury. Nami, standing to the side, felt a jolt of fear in her heart as she saw Luffy. Panic flickered in her eyes. How did they end up here? Nami didn't want Luffy and his crew to die at Arlong's hands. The time she spent with them had unconsciously affected her. Why couldn't they just take their ship and leave? Nami. Luffy's surprised shout drew Arlong's attention. He glanced at Nami and said, What? So, you know these guys? Luffy, I was right. Nami is with the Arlong pirates. Yasaku glared at Nami with anger. Hey, Yasaku. I won't allow you to talk in this way with my friend. Luffy turned with a dark expression towards Yasaku. At that moment, Luffy seemed like a different person. Even Yasaku was taken aback. Luffy. Friend. Nami said you're their friend. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of fools must have been deceived by Nami. Our dear Nami is an expert at betrayal. Arlong's crew laughed mockingly. They not only ridiculed Luffy and his friends but also mocked Nami, seeing her as unworthy of having friends. Betrayers like her could never be trusted. The mocking laughter pierced Nami's heart like knives. She clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Luffy's dark gaze was fixed on Arlong as he shouted angrily, You dare to insult my friend. Nami is our comrade. Anyone who slanders her won't be forgiven. Stop talking nonsense. You followed me here just to cause trouble. Arlong is right. You're nothing more than my prey. I was just pretending to be your friend for my own benefit. Now that I've achieved my goal, there's nothing more to say. Nami's face was expressionless, betraying no emotion. Luffy stared at Nami for a moment before slowly saying, You're lying. The eyes don't lie. Nami's body shuddered. At that moment, Arlong's cold hand landed on Nami's shoulder, causing her to shiver. Why? Why did you come all this way for someone like me? I don't want you to die because of me. Arlong's face twisted into a cruel smile. An inferior human daring to speak. Hey. Kurubi, Hachi, these people are my prey. Don't interfere. Whatever. I'm not interested in your prey. Kurubi snorted dismissively. Hachi nodded in agreement. This guy is so annoying. I want to knock him out. Zoro looked at Arlong with irritation. Sanji finished his cigarette, tossing the butt on the ground and crushing it. He said coldly, I won't spare anyone who makes Nami upset. Greenhead, that guy is my prey. Huh? Curly-browed idiot, what did you say? Do you want to die? Seeing Sanji and Zoro arguing, Arlong's disdain grew even more. Inferior humans are truly inferior, even squabbling at a time like this. I'm not interested in listening to humans bicker. Arlong grew impatient. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, leave the other fishmen to you. I'll take care of that guy. I'm going to knock him out. Luffy said in a deep voice. Luffy. It was the first time they had seen Luffy's serious expression. Sanji glanced at Luffy and said, Got it. If you lose to that guy, you won't be qualified to be on my ship. Don't worry. I won't lose. Luffy smiled confidently. Standing before Luffy, Arlong's imposing height made him look like a giant compared to the small figure of Luffy. It takes some courage for an insignificant human to stand before me. However, you'll fall soon. And so will your companions. Just as Arlong finished speaking, a powerful punch struck him in the face. Arlong's face twisted in pain as he was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. You're so annoying. I just want to knock you out. The fishmen around stared in shock, their expressions blank. The villagers peeking from their homes watched in disbelief as Arlong was sent flying. Arlong was beaten. Did they see that right? Even such a monster could be so helpless. Nami, too, was in a daze. Having been with Arlong for so long, she had never seen anyone dare to attack him like this. Hey, Nami. Do you really want to follow that guy? Luffy yelled at Nami. Damn brat. Don't get too cocky. Arlong stood up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. He resembled a man-eating shark, his brutal gaze making everyone shudder. Arlong leaped forward with powerful legs, flying toward Luffy like an arrow. Shark on darts. Arlong opened his enormous mouth, revealing sharp iron teeth as if he wanted to tear Luffy to shreds. Too slow. Luffy sidestepped effortlessly, dodging Arlong's attack. His leg stretched from behind, extending over 10 meters to deliver a whip-like kick to Arlong. Arlong was struck again, grunting in pain as he was thrown into a nearby house. The house collapsed into ruins, and Arlong was buried under the debris. Fortunately, there were no occupants inside. If there had been, they would have suffered the consequences. Chapter 184, New Template. Inside the house, Nojiko and Genzo were already stunned. So strong. That monster Arlong didn't even have a chance to fight back. Is that straw-hatted kid also a monster? His arm can stretch like rubber. Watching the shocked expressions of Nojiko and Genzo, Ryujiro didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. That's the power of the devil fruit. Luffy is a devil fruit user, having eaten the gum-gum fruit, turning him into a rubberman. Devil fruit. The legendary treasure of the sea. Genzo had heard of devil fruit users in his younger days while traveling. After all, the current 3 admirals were also devil fruit users, a testament to the terrifying power that devil fruit users possess. Yes, Ryujiro nodded slightly. Even though it had only been a few days of training, Zoro and Luffy had been sparring with Ryujiro. Despite being beaten every time, the effectiveness of their training was remarkable. Of course, the reason Arlong was getting beaten so badly now was because he underestimated Luffy's strength. If Arlong had been more serious from the start, he wouldn't have been in such a dire situation. At this moment, a rare flutter of hope emerged in Nami's long-suppressed heart. Could they really succeed? Looking at Luffy wearing the straw hat, it was as if she saw a beacon of light on a dark road, the only hope. Arlong. Damn humans. Hachi and Kurubi's fury was ignited. Just as they were about to rush to Arlong's aid, Zoro and Sanji blocked their way. We can't let you interfere with our captain. Lowly humans, you're asking for death. Hachi and Kurubi were furious, engaging in a fierce battle with Zoro and Sanji. However, the more they fought, the more alarmed they became. The overwhelming strength they usually held over humans was not even an advantage against Zoro and Sanji, and they were gradually being suppressed. The officers are being overwhelmed. Arlong. Hachi. Damn humans. A group of fishmen grunts swarmed forward to assist Arlong, but at that moment, a series of black gunpowder stars flew toward them. Kayakabashi. Boom. 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 Blinding fire instantly ignited, and the charging fishmen were engulfed in the scorching flames, turning them into roasted fish. So hot, so hot, so hot. Ayo. Usopp proudly stroked his long nose. As long as the great Captain Usopp is here, I won't let you harm my comrades. In truth, his heart was racing. Thank goodness I hit them, these fishmen are terrifying. Clang. Clang. Arlong, who was buried under the rubble, finally crawled out, sending rocks flying in all directions. Damn. Lowly humans. I'll kill you. Arlong roared, mustering all his strength as he charged fiercely at Luffy. His overwhelming killing intent signified his resolve. He was determined to tear Luffy to pieces to intimidate these damned humans. At the same time, inside the house, Ryujiro's calm expression gradually changed due to a voice. Character template successfully loaded. Please check, host. Has it finally finished loading? Ryujiro's face lit up with joy. Since arriving in the One Piece world, the system's character template had been in a loading state, and now it was finally complete. What character would it be this time? Ryujiro felt a bit of anticipation. Entering his mental space, Ryujiro was momentarily stunned by the figure in front of him. So it's him. A figure over 1.9 meters tall, dressed in a black uniform, wearing a black blindfold, with pure white hair standing upright, and a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Gojo Satoru. Ryujiro's lips curled into a slight smile. The invincible character from Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo Satoru, was the powerhouse of that world, with cursed techniques that could even interfere with matter at the atomic level and manipulate space. What a pleasant surprise. Hinata, who was beside him, noticed Ryujiro's change and asked, "Ryujiro-kun, is something wrong?" Ryujiro, brought back to reality by Hinata's voice, smiled and replied, "It's nothing, I just thought of something that made me happy." This response only confused Hinata further. "Let's go outside and take a look. We should see these so-called fishmen. They are unique creatures in this world." Nojiko, seeing that Ryujiro and Hinata were about to go outside, quickly called out, "You're going outside. The battle out there is intense right now. If you get caught up in it, you won't be able to escape." A confident smile appeared on Ryujiro's lips. "Don't worry, I'm invincible." Invincible. Nojiko's heart trembled, and she stared in a daze at Ryujiro's back. Is he really invincible? Just how much does this man trust in his own strength? At this moment, outside, Hachi and Kurubi had both been defeated by Zoro and Sanji. The two fishmen lay in pools of blood, covered in wounds and unconscious, their fates unknown. Arlong staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the unconscious Kurubi and Hachi lying in their own blood. Hachi. Kurubi. These were the brothers who had fought by his side since they left Fishman Island together. Oh. Damn it. Damn it all. If we were in the sea, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. The difference in strength between fishmen on land and in the sea was like night and day. Only the ocean was a fishman's true domain. A mere devil fruit user, nothing more than a piece of trash abandoned by the sea. If he were in the ocean, he wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. Arlong's gaze shifted to Nami, and suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Swish. Arlong's speed was lightning fast. Luffy, thinking Arlong was coming to attack him, readied himself to dodge. However, Arlong's target wasn't Luffy, it was Nami. His hand revealed a set of razor-sharp teeth, similar to his own, as he coldly threatened, "Kid, don't move, or I'll slit Nami's throat." "You bastard. Isn't Nami your comrade?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Arlong laughed wildly, "Comrade. Don't be ridiculous. You lowly humans don't even qualify to be comrades with fishmen. Nami is nothing but a tool to serve me." A cruel smile appeared on Arlong's face, and at this moment, Nami's face turned pale, her legs trembling, eyes filled with fear. "You despicable creature." Luffy gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Arlong. Just then, even Arlong himself didn't realize that a figure had suddenly appeared beside him as if out of thin air. Suddenly, Nami felt her entire body lift off the ground, and she was sent flying backward, landing in Luffy's arms. Ryujiro looked at the furious Arlong in front of him and smiled playfully. "So this is a fishman. Interesting." Arlong watched in disbelief as Nami was sent flying into Luffy's arms, his rage boiling over. "What the hell did you do?" Boom. At that moment, an immense pressure descended upon Arlong. He, who had been about to make a move, suddenly froze, his fierce gaze turning into one of sheer terror. His body trembled uncontrollably, the fear piercing through to his soul as if making a move would mean the annihilation of his very being. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Arlong. Having spent years by his side, this was the first time she had ever seen Arlong show such a terrified expression. So even a monster like Arlong can feel fear. Chapter 185, A Parting Gift. Paralyzed. Why can't I move? Indeed, a half-human, half-fish creature. Ryujiro examined Arlong with great interest. Hearing the term, half-human, half-fish, Arlong was infuriated, but despite his anger, he couldn't move a muscle. What did Ryujiro do? Why couldn't Arlong move? The onlookers were all puzzled by the scene. Why had the fearsome Arlong suddenly become immobilized? "Hey! Ryujiro. That guy is mine to beat up." Luffy shouted, visibly displeased. However, just at that moment, Luffy found that he wanted to speak but couldn't utter a word. His eyes widened in panic. Ryujiro's voice rang out slowly. "Luffy, just stay there quietly and watch. I'm quite interested in these fishmen." Suddenly, a faint green chakra blade appeared at Ryujiro's fingertips. As the blade slowly approached Arlong's chest, slicing open a wound, the onlookers turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Arlong, filled with terror, could only watch helplessly as Ryujiro dissected him. Although a deep cut appeared on Arlong's chest, with blood gushing out, he felt no pain. Even as his flesh was torn, there was no sensation. Ryujiro continued to examine Arlong's internal organs, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His organs aren't much different from those of humans, Ryujiro mused. They're just slightly larger. But Ryujiro didn't stop there. He moved to stab at Arlong's heart. Even though Arlong couldn't feel pain, watching someone dissect him was a nightmare beyond comprehension, a terror that made even death seem like a luxury. What did you do to me? Why can't I feel anything? Don't worry, Ryujiro replied indifferently. You won't feel any pain right now. I control your 5 senses. Ryujiro had fully integrated the abilities of his Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto at his waist was not the Kyoka Soijetsu, for its abilities had already merged into his body. The one at his side now was his own Zanpakuto, born from the powers of a Shinigami. Because of its immense power, Ryujiro rarely used its abilities, as even he found it difficult to fully control the strength of his Zanpakuto. With a swift slash, Ryujiro created another gash, blood flowing like a waterfall. The ground beneath Arlong turned crimson with his blood. Even Zoro, who was no stranger to bloodshed, frowned at the sight. Watching someone be dissected alive was a torment beyond imagination. So this is the heart of a fishman. A human's heart is roughly the size of a fist, but Arlong's was twice that size, beating 4 times per second. Oh. Kill me. Just kill me already. Although Arlong couldn't feel pain, the psychological torment had far exceeded his limits. Nojiko watched Ryujiro in horror, her face pale. She had never imagined that someone who seemed so cultured and refined could possess such terrifying methods. Fishmen. What interesting creatures. As the chakra blade vanished, Ryujiro released his control over Arlong's senses. In an instant, Arlong experienced pain more excruciating than being flayed alive. Arlong tore at his own lips, howling in agony. In just 2 seconds, he collapsed into a pool of his own blood, dead. Luffy approached Ryujiro, pointing to his own mouth. With a snap of Ryujiro's fingers, Luffy's voice returned. Ryujiro. Quickly, unlock it. Ah. Hearing his voice again, Luffy was overjoyed. I'm back to normal. Nami walked over to Arlong's lifeless body, dazed. As she gazed at his corpse, all her pent-up emotions erupted. Stab. Stab. Even though it was just a corpse, Nami repeatedly plunged a knife into Arlong's increasingly cold body. Nojiko ran out from the house and embraced Nami. It's over, Nami. It's all over. Clang. The knife fell from Nami's hand as she collapsed into Nojiko's arms, sobbing. The commotion is too loud. Arlong wouldn't be thinking of destroying Kokoyashi village, would he? This place is our money tree. Chu, emerging from Arlong Park, slowly approached Arlong's location with a group of fishmen underlings. Suddenly, Chu froze in his tracks. Seeing the bloody scene before him, Chu's eyes widened in terror. Is that Arlong? Hachi? Kurubi? What's happened to everyone? Damn humans. What have you done? Enraged, the fishman charged at Ryujiro, but in an instant, an invisible shockwave erupted, distorting the air and tearing the fishman apart. Before Chu could process what was happening, a shadow appeared in front of him. Condense. Release. With a single punch, Ryujiro unleashed a black flash of cursed energy, engulfing Chu. Boom. The immense impact sent Chu flying, his fate unknown, but it was certain that he had no chance of surviving under that black flash. As Ryujiro gazed at the cursed energy flowing around his fist, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The cursed energy had changed. It felt strange yet intriguing. Oh. What was that just now? A black flash. That was so cool. I want to learn it. Ryujiro, can you teach me? I want to learn it too. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he stared at Ryujiro, his desire to learn more intense than ever before. At that moment, Hinata appeared beside Ryujiro, and in the next second, an overwhelming aura of a king erupted from Ryujiro, sending shockwaves through Kokoyashi village. Everyone in the village was struck by the overwhelming haki and instantly lost consciousness. Nami and Nojiko gave Ryujiro a final, terrified glance before collapsing to the ground. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, 3 figures were sent flying, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp, knocked away by a casual strike from Ryujiro. Luffy, relying on sheer willpower, stood his ground, glaring angrily at Ryujiro. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Ryujiro gave Luffy a calm look. This is a parting gift. Understand your own powerlessness. You're all too weak right now. If I wished, they would all be dead. Remember this feeling, and never forget it. With that, Ryujiro delivered a powerful punch to Luffy's abdomen. Spurt. Luffy coughed up blood, casting a resentful glance at Ryujiro before losing consciousness. As a gentle breeze blew through the village, the figures of Ryujiro and Hinata had already disappeared from Kokoyashi village. Chapter 186, Buggy Pirates. Logue Town. Inside the office of a certain naval base, sat Smoker, an officer with the rank of captain. With his legs propped up and a cigar hanging from his lips, it was hard to imagine that this seemingly rough and thuggish man was actually a Marine captain in charge of the Logetown branch. Smoker was originally stationed at the Marine headquarters but was sent to Logetown in the East Blue due to certain circumstances. As a Logia-type Devil Fruit user, it was an easy task for him to suppress the pirates in East Blue, who hadn't even set foot on the Grand Line. Because of this, Logetown was much safer compared to other places, and many pirates didn't dare to act recklessly there. "Captain Smoker, there's an emergency." A Marine burst into the office without knocking. Smoker frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The Marine hesitated for a moment, glancing at Smoker with a hint of fear. Every Marine in the base had undergone hellish training under Smoker's command, and as a result, many had a certain degree of fear towards him. It seems that Captain Nizumi of the 16th branch was attacked by pirates and is now missing, possibly dead. The 16th branch has lost all contact with him and his ship. "What did you say?" Smoker's initial reaction was disbelief. The East Blue was known as the weakest of the four seas, so it was hard to imagine that any pirate could wipe out a Marine ship commanded by a captain. Even the so-called Great Pirates of East Blue were nothing more than fodder when they entered the Grand Line. In Smoker's eyes, they were just small fry. Suddenly, the door to the office was opened again. A tall woman with short black hair and glasses entered. "Captain Smoker, I've gathered the information you requested about the 16th branch. Take a look at these documents." A Marine captain, collaborating with pirates. This is the kind of corruption that undermines the Marines. Smoker's expression darkened as he reviewed the documents. Damn it. A bunch of scum, hiding behind the Navy's name to protect pirates. It's no wonder more and more people are losing faith in the Navy. It's because of parasites like these. A pirate had ruled over a small island for 8 years. For 8 long years, the people had lived under the oppression of pirates. Damn it. Those bastards should be exterminated. Tashigi, gather everyone and prepare the ships. We're heading to Kokoyashi village to wipe out the Arlong pirates. Ah. Tashigi hesitated and then said, "Captain Smoker, the Arlong pirates were eliminated a few days ago." Eliminated? By whom? Another Marine branch? Smoker asked with a frown. Tashigi shook her head, not by the Navy, but by another pirate crew. A pirate crew? There's a pirate crew strong enough to do that in East Blue. Tashigi, pirate crews fight for their own interests. If they've eliminated Arlong, it's only to take over his territory and continue oppressing the people of Kokoyashi village. The only way to free them is to completely eradicate all the pirates. Tashigi sighed helplessly, but those pirates have already left. They left. What about the villagers of Kokoyashi? They're unharmed, and actually, the villagers seem to be intentionally hiding the pirates' identities. It seems they don't trust the Navy. Smoker gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the desk. Damn it. If it weren't for those corrupt scum, the Marines wouldn't have lost the trust of the people. It's likely these pirates attacked them. Either way, we should issue a bounty. Even in the weakest of the four seas, things were getting out of hand. Could this be the influence of the Great Pirate era? Smoker was well aware that not long ago, the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, had appeared in East Blue. The mere presence of such a figure in the East Blue was abnormal. Moreover, Mihawk was reportedly defeated by a young man. It was hard to believe that someone so young could defeat the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. In these turbulent times, could he still maintain peace in Rogue Town? At that moment, Ryujiro and Hinata were enjoying the sea breeze on the deck of their ship. Character Template, Gojo Satoru. Character Unlock Progress, 5%. Curse Energy was indeed a fascinating power. Hinata looked at Ryujiro's snow-white hair and couldn't help but ask, "Ryujiro-kun, why did you change your hair to white?" Ryujiro smiled faintly. "Since we're in a new world, I thought I should change my appearance. It wouldn't be right if I didn't." A change of appearance. For some reason, Ryujiro-kun looked even more charming with white hair, and as she gazed at him, Hinata's face flushed. Ryujiro's course was set for Logetown. Although there was no navigator on board, by following the familiar sea routes from his memory, he could roughly guess the location of Logetown. However, Ryujiro was also considering whether he should recruit a navigator in Logetown. This ship didn't need anyone to steer it, even the wind couldn't alter its course, as the entire ship was under Ryujiro's control. After sailing for a while, a strange pirate ship suddenly appeared ahead of them. This pirate ship was much larger than Ryujiro's. The bow of the ship featured a skull that looked like a clown, and the entire vessel was decorated like a circus. The most noticeable thing about this ship was its red nose, which instantly caught one's attention. As Ryujiro stared at the ship, his eyes narrowed, and a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Buggy the Star Clown. What a coincidence. Captain Buggy, there's a ship ahead of us. A ship? Is it the Straw Hat Kid? Buggy's eyes gleamed with excitement, hoping that the ship belonged to Luffy. No, Captain Buggy, it's a man and a woman. Moji, holding a telescope, observed Ryujiro and Hinata on the deck. These two must be crazy to sail the seas alone, without a crew. Don't they fear running into pirates and meeting their doom? All right, men. We've got some work to do. Don't use the cannons, we'll board them and take all their treasure. Yes, Captain Buggy. Buggy's crew cheered excitedly. Pirates on the open sea were typically ruthless, committing all manner of atrocities. Pirates like Luffy were rare exceptions. Buggy was the more common type. Under Buggy's command, the pirate ship approached Ryujiro's, and they threw grappling hooks to latch onto it. Leading his crew, Buggy charged onto the deck. However, after boarding, Ryujiro and Hinata remained motionless, as if Buggy and his men were invisible, continuing to relax and enjoy the sea breeze. Seeing Ryujiro and Hinata's indifference, Buggy's face darkened. Damn it. Get up, you bastards. I'm the great pirate, Captain Buggy. If you want to live, hand over all your treasure. Chapter 187, Curse Technique Reversal, Red. Hey. Kid. Our captain's talking to you. Didn't you hear him? Is this kid deaf or something? One of the pirates, annoyed by Ryujiro's arrogant demeanor, strutted forward with a look of disdain. As he reached out to touch Ryujiro's shoulder, a sudden sharp pain, like needles piercing his arm, spread through his body. Ah! My arm. The pirate staggered back, and within moments, several lines of blood appeared on his arm before it exploded into chunks of flesh. His arm was completely destroyed. Ryujiro glanced at the group indifferently and said, "If you want treasure, go get it yourself. Don't use your filthy hands to touch me." Buggy's face turned pale as he looked at the pieces of flesh on the ground, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. What the hell just happened? Could it be that this guy is also a devil fruit user? Buggy, known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong, would usually run at the first sign of a more powerful opponent. He initially thought there were only 2 people on this ship. As long as they handed over their treasure quietly, he wouldn't make things difficult for them. But now, it seemed they were the ones in trouble. Buggy's crew was completely bewildered. They hadn't seen what had just happened, and the pirate whose arm was destroyed continued to wail as blood gushed out uncontrollably. What the hell did you do? Most of these pirates were ruthless criminals, and Ryujiro saw no need to show them mercy. One of the pirates rushed forward, only to be blasted away by a sudden force. Plop. The pirate fell into the sea with no further movement. All of you, stop. Buggy's eyes widened, as if he had just realized something, and he quickly shouted. Recently, there had been many rumors in the East Blue. It was said that Mihawk had been defeated by a young man, and that young man was traveling with a girl who had distinctive white eyes. And that girl had purple hair and white pupils. Damn it. Could it really be the guy who defeated Mihawk? I'm finished. I'm dead meat. Buggy, who had always relied on cunning to survive on the seas, knew he couldn't stand up to someone who had defeated the world's greatest swordsman. His pirate crew was nothing in front of this man. Captain Buggy. What's wrong with you? There's only 2 of them. No matter how strong they are, we can still take them down, right? We need to avenge our comrade, Captain Buggy. As expected, Buggy's crew was as idiotic as he was. Had they not realized the gap between them and this man? Boom. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread outwards, causing the pirates on the deck to lose their balance. Plop. Plop. One after another, the pirates were sent flying into the sea by the invisible force. Whether they could survive or not was uncertain, as the shockwave had likely caused internal injuries, leaving them with a survival chance of 0. With the deck cleared, only Buggy remained, trembling as he stood there. He fell to his knees, his voice shaking as he begged, "Please, spare me. Spare me." Several black lines appeared on Ryujiro's forehead. Do I look that old, just because I have white hairs? Ryujiro silently questioned himself. You know who I am. Gulp. Buggy swallowed nervously. Just a guess. Ryujiro glanced at Buggy again. Seems like that tiny brain of yours has some use after all. The treasure is inside. If you want it, go get it. Ryujiro said nonchalantly. These words made Buggy even more nervous. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, his expression utterly ridiculous. Please, just let me go. Buggy looked like he was about to cry. Hinata, who had been quiet all this time, hadn't moved since she first glanced at Buggy. Having followed Ryujiro for so long, even Hinata had grown accustomed to enjoying life. You know you don't dare touch it, so why aren't you leaving? Ryujiro's icy voice reached Buggy's ears. Buggy felt a surge of joy but didn't dare show it. He quickly nodded, I'll leave. I'll leave. I'll go right now. Without another word, Buggy hurried back to his ship. The remaining pirates were utterly confused as they watched Buggy. Did they just see him kneel and beg? Captain Buggy. Moji started to speak, but a bad feeling suddenly overcame him. He wasn't the only one, everyone on the ship felt it too. Hey! What's that? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the red glow at Ryujiro's fingertip. Ryujiro glanced at them casually, murmuring to himself, struggle all you want. Curse technique reversal, red. Everyone on Buggy's pirate ship felt the scorching heat as a red light engulfed them. The sea churned with massive waves as Buggy's large pirate ship was shattered into pieces, reduced to rubble in an instant. Ryujiro was still adjusting to the cursed energy surging within him. The power of the technique wasn't fully unleashed. If he had better control over his cursed energy, the power of red would have been far greater. As he looked at the burning wreckage, Ryujiro felt no emotion. Whether Buggy lived or died didn't matter to him at all. Gazing at the sun in the sky, Ryujiro frowned. The sun is a bit too bright today. During his time at sea, Ryujiro had been training his control over cursed energy. Black Flash didn't need a target to be effective, he could even strike the air with it. On the deck, Ryujiro practiced Black Flash repeatedly, managing to unleash it over 10 times in a single day. Gojo Satoru's incredible strength wasn't just due to his cursed energy but also his invincible abilities. In the mental space where Ryujiro sparred with Gojo, the most frustrating thing was the infinity between them. The same technique used by Gojo was far more powerful than when Ryujiro used it. Huff, huff. Ryujiro retreated from the mental space, panting heavily. Chapter 188, Logue Town. On their journey, aside from encountering the clown Buggy, nothing significant happened. As they sailed further, a small town appeared in the distance. A smile crept onto Ryujiro's face. We've arrived at Logue Town. Logue Town was the most famous town in the East Blue, a place many pirates had to pass through. It held the legacy of the pirate king, Roger, who was executed in this very town, marking the beginning of the Great Pirate Era. Ryujiro's ship docked at the harbor, where a few naval ships and several pirate ships were also anchored. He intended to gather supplies in Logue Town and find a cook. If he remembered correctly, there was a female chef named Carmen in this town. In the original story, she had a cooking showdown with Sanji. Though she lost to him, her skills were still commendable. Ryujiro needed both a cook and a navigator for his ship. While finding a cook wasn't difficult, locating a capable navigator was challenging, and he didn't want just any navigator. His goal was to sail through the New World eventually. If the navigator's skills were limited to the East Blue, Ryujiro wouldn't be interested. As they entered Logue Town, Ryujiro noticed that the pirates here were much more subdued compared to other towns, and the townspeople seemed less afraid of them. It appeared that Smoker had done a good job protecting this place. However, as Ryujiro and Hinata entered the town, several covert gazes locked onto them. In a discreet alleyway, a group of people was monitoring Ryujiro and Hinata. Is it them? Yes, it's them. But the intel didn't mention that guy had white hair. And the woman's eyes are white. Could she belong to some special race? These were members of CP5, the world government's secret intelligence agency. They had been dispatched specifically to monitor Ryujiro and Hinata. A person capable of defeating Mihawk and possessing admiral-level strength was not someone to be ignored. If such a person were to establish or join one of the Yonko pirate crews, it could upset the balance of the seas. They believed they were well hidden, but little did they know that Ryujiro had already noticed them the moment he stepped into Logue Town. Just a few insignificant mice, he thought. There was no rush to deal with them. If the world government wanted to monitor him, they'd have to prove themselves worthy. Logue Town was indeed impressive, offering much more than other towns. Ryujiro and Hinata bought a variety of items, mainly fruits and other provisions. They hadn't stocked up much in the previous town they stopped at. Ryujiro-kun, what is that place? Hinata asked, noticing a unique structure in the center of the town. That's the execution platform. A place to deal with criminals. Yes. A flash of regret crossed Ryujiro's face. It was a pity that Roger's soul had already vanished from this place. If Roger's soul were still present, he would have found a way to transform it into a hollow. Creating an Vasto Lord in the pirate world would add another force to disrupt the balance of the seas. Let's go, Hinata. We should check out the rest of the town. Okay. Meanwhile, at the marine base, a soldier reported the situation at the harbor. Captain Smoker, 3 pirate crews have landed in Logue Town, along with an unknown vessel. Smoker took a deep drag on his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The 3 pirate crews are not a concern. But do we have a description of the individuals from the unknown ship? The soldier nodded and relayed the details. Smoker's brow furrowed. A white-haired boy and a white-eyed girl. Why did that sound familiar? Wait a minute. Smoker suddenly remembered something. He quickly rummaged through his desk drawer and pulled out the intelligence report sent by the Marine headquarters. Wasn't the boy who defeated Mihawk described in the report as a young boy? And wasn't there a note that he was accompanied by a girl with white eyes? Smoker's expression turned serious, and a sense of gravity settled in his eyes. So, it's him. Is he also aiming to enter the Grand Line? The pressure Smoker felt was immense, a sensation he hadn't experienced in a long time. An individual with admiral-level strength showing up in Logetown was a huge cause for concern for Smoker, even if the person wasn't confirmed to be a pirate. Puru puru puru. Smoker grabbed his den mushi, intending to report this to Marine headquarters. What? That guy has landed in Logetown. Smoker, do not act rashly. We don't know his intentions yet, so don't provoke him. If he hasn't been confirmed as a pirate, we have no reason to engage. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku sternly advised Smoker on how to handle the situation. They couldn't afford to provoke such a powerful individual and risk making an unnecessary enemy for the Marines. With the Marines now focused on maintaining order against the pirate crews entering the New World, they had no resources left to deal with someone as powerful as Ryujiro. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. But if he causes trouble in Logetown, what should I do? If that happens, leave it to the headquarters. Just hope that no one is foolish enough to provoke him. After receiving Sengoku's instructions, Smoker knew how to proceed. Keep an eye on them, but make sure no one provokes them. Yes, Captain Smoker. After the soldier left, Smoker sat in his chair, rubbing his temples. The pressure weighed heavily on him. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Hopefully, no idiots would provoke that guy. Damn it. How could I forget? Smoker's face paled as he realized something. The townspeople might not provoke Ryujiro, but that didn't mean the pirates wouldn't. If any pirate angered Ryujiro, Logetown could be caught in the crossfire. Bang. Smoker rushed out of his office, startling Toshiji, who had just arrived to report on the training of the new recruits. Captain Smoker. Where are they headed? Toshiji watched as Smoker hurriedly rode off on his motorbike, a look of panic on his face. She had never seen him like this before. Something bad must be about to happen, she thought. Unable to contain her curiosity, Toshiji grabbed her sword and followed after him. Boss, I heard that Logetown is a graveyard for pirates. Won't the Marines take action if we enter so brazenly? You coward. I'm a pirate with a 23 million berries bounty. Marines. If they dare mess with me, they'll regret it. The captain of the Sawtooth Pirates grinned menacingly, his eyes filled with malice as he glared at the pirate who had spoken. If you ever say something like that again, I'll slice you in half. The pirate, sensing his captain's killing intent, turned pale and nodded fearfully. Chapter 189, The Unfortunate Guy. I found you. In a restaurant in Logetown, Ryujiro looked at the restaurant's head chef with a smile on his lips. With her striking red hair and an alluring figure, her appearance naturally drew attention. A green crystal necklace hung around her neck. Chef Carmen. Ryujiro had thought it might be a bit difficult to find her, but he was pleasantly surprised by his good luck. Although Carmen's cooking skills weren't as good as Sanji's, the fact that so many people recognized her was enough to prove her talent. Moreover, Ryujiro glanced at the empty plates on the table and smiled slightly. Carmen's cooking suited his taste. At that moment, the restaurant door was violently pushed open. The ferocious gaze from the Sawtooth Pirates made everyone in the restaurant freeze up. That person is Sawtooth, the pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. Hiss. Why is he here? Could it be that the Sawtooth Pirates plan to enter the Grand Line too? The once lively and noisy restaurant fell into a deathly silence. This is a restaurant, right? Then waiter. Bring us the best food in your restaurant, we're hungry. Please wait a moment, I'll have the head chef prepare it right away. The waiter forced a smile that was more painful than crying, his legs trembling as he stood beside Sawtooth. Bang. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. The waiter's eyes widened as a blood hole appeared in his chest. Sawtooth blew the smoke from his gun and said in a deep voice, "What's this? Why do you worthless idiots force me to take action? Can't you see we don't have enough space here?" Bang. Another shot hit the waiter's chest, and the restaurant was instantly thrown into chaos. The customers, who had been gathered in the restaurant, fled in panic. The waiter was ignored. After taking 2 shots, he was certainly not going to survive. A mere waiter meant nothing to them, their own lives were what mattered. He-ha-ha-ha. As expected of the captain, this restaurant is now ours. Hey, head chef, hurry up and serve the food. Carmen looked at the Sawtooth Pirates with a dark expression. She took a deep breath and said seriously. I refuse. You scum are not worthy of my food. Sawtooth and his subordinates exchanged glances before breaking into harsh laughter. He-ha-ha-ha. Captain, this beautiful head chef just called us scum. Hey! Do you want to die? One of the pirates drew his gun and coldly pointed it at Carmen's head. At the moment the cold gun barrel touched her, Carmen's beautiful eyes narrowed in fear. Her whole body tensed. This was her first close encounter with death. Bastard, put the gun down. Sawtooth slapped the pirate on the head and looked at Carmen with a playful smile, saying, "It's been a long time since I met such an interesting woman. How about it? Come work as my chef on my ship, and I'll spare your life." Sawtooth's subordinates were stunned to hear their captain's words. The captain actually wanted to recruit this head chef. TSK. No wonder. This head chef was indeed a beauty, the captain must have taken a liking to her. To the captain, women were merely playthings. Once the captain grew tired of her, she would belong to them. Carmen's eyes darkened as she coldly replied, "You wish. You see pests." Sawtooth's expression darkened in an instant. His already limited patience was wearing thin. "Is that so? Then die." Sawtooth drew the gun from his waist, aiming it at Carmen, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a green beam of light pierced through Sawtooth's head. No one had time to react to what was happening. Sawtooth's body slumped and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with confusion as his consciousness grew fainter. Bang. Sawtooth's subordinates stared blankly at their fallen captain in a pool of blood. Even Carmen was bewildered by what had just happened. "Captain. This must be a joke. How could this happen? Hey. Boss, don't play with us. What did you do to the captain, you woman?" At this moment, a sound of a chair being moved came from a corner of the restaurant, and everyone looked over. Ryujiro and Hinata's faces changed. There was still someone left in the restaurant who hadn't escaped. How unlucky. She's the chef I've taken a liking to. I can't just let you act recklessly. Ryujiro looked at Sawtooth's corpse with some regret. What the hell do you mean? Did you kill the captain? Of course. Ryujiro nodded with a smile. You bastard. I will avenge the captain. Bang bang bang. A pirate fired several shots at Ryujiro, but as the bullets flew out, they suddenly stopped mid-air and rapidly shot back into the pirate's own body. Outside the restaurant, Smoker's face darkened instantly when he heard the gunshots. These damned pirates actually dared to act so openly in Logetown. It had been a long time since he encountered such brazen pirates in his town. What's going on? Smoker's expression changed again as continuous screams echoed from inside the restaurant. There shouldn't be anyone left in the restaurant. Without a word, Smoker charged into the restaurant alone. Even with a bounty of 23 million berries, these pirates were insignificant to him. With his Logia-type devil fruit power, he was invincible to these East Blue pirates. Boom, with a loud crash, Smoker smashed through the restaurant's door. But when he saw the scene before him, his face instantly changed. The Sawtooth pirates lay in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. Seeing Sawtooth's corpse, Smoker's eyes widened in shock. Smoker, huh? You're too late. Seeing Ryujiro, Smoker's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. It's you. Now he understood why these pirates were lying on the ground. A group of blind fools dared to provoke this monster. This young figure was on par with a Navy admiral. So, these fools provoked you. A group of disgusting pirates, if they die, they die. However, I'm curious as to why someone like you is in the East Blue. Smoker's gaze was serious as he looked at Ryujiro. Do you believe me if I say I'm here for a vacation? Chapter 190, A Cold Warning. Smoker's face was dark with frustration. Was this guy trying to mess with him? It seemed even someone like him could have a peculiar sense of humor. At this moment, the restaurant owner was petrified with fear. Ryujiro casually tossed a gemstone, which landed precisely in the owner's hand. This will cover the damages. Ryujiro's voice reached the restaurant owner's ears. The owner stared dumbfounded at the gem in his hand. It felt like a dream to him. Not only had he recouped the losses, but it seemed he had even made a profit. Oh, I almost forgot. Your chef is also coming with me. Huh. Carmen looked at Ryujiro in shock. She seemed to not even recognize the person before her, yet he claimed he was taking her away. Ryujiro glanced at Carmen and said, I didn't say I needed your permission. Smoker carefully scrutinized Ryujiro. This guy didn't seem like a pirate. Pirates wouldn't be so generous in compensating a restaurant's losses. Noticing that Smoker hadn't left yet, Ryujiro added, What? Is the Navy still interested in me? Smoker gave one last glance and left the restaurant. At this point, Marine soldiers had arrived near the restaurant. Smoker instructed them to handle the pirates inside. Ryujiro took Hinata's hand and glanced at Carmen, saying, Come with us. Carmen hesitated before asking, Who are you? Are you a pirate? A pirate. Ryujiro smiled and said, That depends on how the world government views me. For now, I'm better described as a traveler. Don't even think about running. The person I'm interested in cannot escape my grasp. Carmen looked at Ryujiro's back as he left the restaurant, conflicted for a moment before eventually following him. Noticing Carmen's presence behind him, Ryujiro couldn't help but smile. He had found the chef. Now he just needed the navigator. It was indeed the right choice to bring you on board. Ryujiro praised Carmen's cooking, and even Hinata nodded in agreement. Seeing people enjoy her food was undoubtedly the happiest thing for Carmen. After sitting down, Carmen asked, "Ryujiro and Miss Hinata, are you also from the East Blue?" "Ah. Well." Ryujiro put down his utensils and said, "To be precise, we're not from this world." Hinata looked at Ryujiro in shock. Did Ryujiro just admit that so casually? Was their identity not meant to be concealed? Carmen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Ryujiro, such jokes are just cold humor, right?" Ryujiro only smiled and did not respond. Finished eating. "I'm going out to digest the food." When Ryujiro stood up, Hinata called out, "Ryujiro, are you going to catch rats?" Rats. Are there rats on the ship?" Carmen couldn't help but shiver. "Carmen, sometimes rats don't refer to actual rodents. People who hide behind the scenes and dare not show themselves are also rats." Carmen was confused by this vague statement and wondered what it meant. Ryujiro walked alone through the streets of Logue Town. It was nighttime, and there weren't many people around. Many doors were closed and lights turned off. Shadows flitted between buildings, and Ryujiro smirked as his figure suddenly vanished from the streets. CP5 agents suddenly stopped in their tracks, staring at the empty street with wide eyes. Where did everyone go? The CP5 agents frowned, puzzled. "Are you looking for me?" A clear voice reached the ears of the CP5 agents, and their faces changed drastically as they quickly moved back to maintain a safe distance from Ryujiro. "When did he? Didn't you notice?" "No." The CP5 agents were grave. Ryujiro's approach had been completely undetected, which was deeply unsettling. "You're here to monitor me, sent by the world government, aren't you?" Ryujiro asked. Previously, the 5 elders had specifically instructed them not to take action against Ryujiro even if discovered, as it wouldn't be wise to create a strong enemy for the Marines and world government without cause. Moreover, their strength was not a match for Ryujiro. Engaging him would only lead to their defeat. The middle-aged leader of CP5 spoke in a lowered tone, "Ryujiro, we meant no offense. We'll leave immediately." For now, it was best to show weakness. Since their mission was exposed, it was over. Monitoring such a person without being detected was already a challenge. "Want to monitor me and then just leave? Does the world government think so highly of me?" Ryujiro asked coldly. "Even if it's just to teach you a lesson." In an instant, a bone-chilling coldness emanated from Ryujiro. "Be alert. Where is he? Where did he go?" Bang. A straightforward punch covered in cursed energy sent one of the CP5 agents flying. "Damn it. Ryujiro, are you trying to make an enemy of the world government?" "Make an enemy?" A cold laugh reached the middle-aged man's ears. "Is the world government worthy of being my enemy?" The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. A short while later, all CP5 agents were lying on the rooftop, their fates uncertain. One of them was a paramecia-type hypnosis fruit user, but the hypnosis ability had no effect on Ryujiro. The devil fruit powers. The hypnosis fruit ability created light waves to hypnotize the brain, but Ryujiro's mental fortitude was so formidable that the hypnosis fruit had no effect on him. It was quite interesting. Devil fruits were known as treasures of the sea. They were called devil fruits because of rumors that demons resided within them. Whether or not real demons existed might be something Ryujiro's broken blade could unravel. Looking at the unconscious CP5 agents, Ryujiro's figure vanished from the rooftop. Now it was up to the world government to decide. Would they label him as a pirate or choose to swallow their pride for now? Whatever choice they made was irrelevant to Ryujiro. He didn't like being watched by insects, especially by these weak ones. Chapter 191, Bounty Order. On the Grand Line, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the headquarters of the world government, where the celestial dragons reside, 5 elder figures gathered in an opulent room. These 5 individuals were the highest leaders of the world government. What do you think? On the table lay 2 photographs, one of Ryujiro and one of Hinata. An elder wearing a black suit, with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on his left cheek, turned his gaze to the others. This person openly defies the world government. He is undoubtedly someone who disregards the world's order, just like a pirate. Should we issue a bounty order? CP5 is their intelligence organization, and openly attacking their people is undoubtedly a provocation. Moreover, CP represents the world government. The 5 elders were deliberating whether to classify Ryujiro as an enemy. The situation on the sea cannot be maintained solely by the navy, especially when dealing with such a powerful enemy. Issuing a bounty order would mean putting Ryujiro and the world government at odds. Considering his strength, which surpasses Mihawk's, they had to be cautious. The elder with 2 thin mustache points and a birthmark on his forehead picked up Ryujiro's photo, his expression turning somber. This guy is quite arrogant, actually saying such things. The world government is the dominant force in maintaining world order, and he dares to say that the world government is nothing. Even Whitebeard would not dare to say such things. The other 4 elders agreed. While the world government could handle Ryujiro, eradicating this threat using their resources would not be difficult. Issue the bounty order. This person is on the same level as a pirate. The world government's order does not allow anyone to provoke it. Anyone who violates the world government's order will be deemed a rebel. Even if the bounty order was issued, they did not necessarily have to deal with Ryujiro immediately. The navy could handle the follow-up issues. They would intervene only if absolutely necessary. How much should the bounty be? Although he has not yet entered the Grand Line, his strength is formidable. And the girl next to him. According to intelligence, she appears to be a devil fruit user. It said she withstood a tsunami. After much discussion, the elders set the bounty for the 2. White Demon, Ryujiro, 800 million berries. Note, defeated the warlord of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. White-eyed sorceress, unknown, 350 million berries. Note, suspected devil fruit user who once stopped a tsunami. Such a high bounty had never been seen before on the sea for new pirates. It would not be long before Ryujiro and Hinata's names echoed throughout the Grand Line. In the New World, newsbirds distributed the bounty orders to all corners of the world. A pirate who had just entered the New World looked at the bounty order with trembling hands and a face full of shock. Oh my god. This young punk actually defeated Mihawk. An 800 million bounty. Is the world government crazy? 800 million. Is this some big-time New World pirate? Bro, let me see. Oh my god. 800 million. Captain, we've got a big problem. Not only in the New World but the entire sea received the bounty order. On this day, everyone on the sea was shaken and unable to calm down for a long time. A first bounty of 800 million was unprecedented, almost setting a new precedent. A powerhouse on par with an admiral had emerged, and peace on the sea might be disrupted. On a white whale-like pirate ship in the New World, Marco handed the bounty order to a giant about 5 meters tall. Dad, something big has happened on the sea. Marco, you're so flustered. It's not like you. Let me see. Whitebeard picked up the bounty order, and upon seeing the amount, he burst into laughter. Gururera, this kid actually defeated Mihawk. It seems the sea is about to get lively. The news of Mihawk's defeat had already spread in the New World. Mihawk, who lived in the New World, was of great importance to its people. Though Mihawk was a warlord of the sea, his strength was unmatched among the warlords. He was the strongest of them all. Dad, if this guy enters the New World, the carefully maintained balance will be disrupted. Gururera, Marco, are you worried about me? Do you take me for someone random pirate? I'm Whitebeard. Indeed, Whitebeard was his father. The world's strongest man and the user of the Gura Gura no Mi. Even if this guy entered the New World, it wouldn't have a huge impact on the Whitebeard pirates. Such a figure would be enough to give the navy a headache. At this moment, Ryujiro also caught the attention of the 4 emperors of the New World. Each of the 4 sea kings took an interest in Ryujiro. At the navy headquarters, Sengoku looked at the 2 bounty orders with a headache. What are the 5 elders doing? Does the navy have the strength to deal with this guy at this time? Complaints were pointless. They had to capture Ryujiro before he entered the New World. Once he was in the New World, the sea situation would be beyond the navy's control. It was truly troubling. To imprison Ryujiro and impel down, at least an admiral-level force was needed. Who should they send? Sengoku dialed the Den Den Mushi. Soon, a middle-aged man in a yellow suit and a somewhat lecherous demeanor walked in. Sengoku glanced at Kizaru. Kizaru immediately had a bad feeling. Kizaru, take your vice-admirals and a few admirals to the entrance of the Grand Line to intercept Ryujiro. Make sure to capture him and imprison him and impel down. Damn it. Kizaru showed a reluctant expression. He was the laziest among the admirals and would avoid work whenever possible. Though unwilling, Kizaru had to follow Sengoku's orders. Understood, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Be careful, Kizaru. I have a feeling this guy is not so simple. Oh. Kizaru was surprised. Could it be intuition that made Sengoku say this? Even without Sengoku's warning, Kizaru would be cautious, considering that Ryujiro had defeated Mihawk. If he were not careful, even an admiral could fall. Chapter 192, Entering the Grand Line. Ryujiro had also learned about the world government's bounty on him. But such things were insignificant to him. What did it matter if the world government had put a price on his head? No matter the outcome, nothing would change. During this time, Ryujiro's ship had gained another member. Before leaving Logetown, he had found a navigator. The navigator's name was Kuin, and Ryujiro had already verified his abilities. This person was qualified to board his ship. Although Carmen was aware of the bounty placed on Ryujiro and Hinata by the world government, she didn't believe that Ryujiro and Hinata were bad people. From their time spent together, it was clear that while Ryujiro and Hinata were unique individuals, they didn't exhibit the cruelty often associated with pirates. Now, they were on their way to the Grand Line. As soon as they crossed the Red Line, they would officially enter the Grand Line, where the true stage of the seas awaited. Whistle, boom. Suddenly, Ryujiro and his companions were hit by cannon fire. Not far away, a pirate ship was slowly approaching them. "Captain, it's the blood-red pirates with a bounty of 16 million. It looks like they've mistaken us for a merchant ship," Kuin said, his face dark as he stared at the pirate ship ahead. This was his first encounter with a pirate attack. The blood-red pirates, huh? Ryujiro-kun, leave this to me, Hinata said, standing up with a smile. Ryujiro nodded. A mere 16 million bounty pirate crew was nothing but a toy in Hinata's hands. Miss Hinata is going to make her move. Both Carmen and Kuin were curious about Hinata's strength. The wanted poster had mentioned that she was suspected of being a devil fruit user. But they didn't think so. Recently, Ryujiro had demonstrated various abilities in front of them, and if he were a devil fruit user, it wouldn't be possible to possess so many strange powers. As everyone knew, a devil fruit user could only consume one fruit. Eating a second one would cause the person to explode, unable to withstand the power of two fruits. Kihihi. Alright boys, time to work. Same old rules, leave the treasure and women and kill the rest of the men. Aye, Captain. On the deck of the blood-red pirate's ship, Joras greedily eyed Ryujiro's ship. At this moment, he had no idea he was about to step into hell. One of the middle-aged pirates holding a telescope suddenly noticed something flying toward them and shouted. "Captain, it looks like something's flying towards us." Joras frowned and snatched the telescope away. When he saw the figure flying toward them, his pupils contracted sharply. Damn. It's a devil fruit user. Wait. Why does this person seem familiar? Bring me the latest wanted posters. Yes, Captain. Joras quickly got his hands on the wanted posters and after flipping through several, his gaze landed on one. Seeing the bounty below, Joras's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed, barely able to stand. Captain, what's wrong? Gulp. Joras felt as if something was stuck in his throat. He raised his head, staring in terror at the figure floating above them. It was Hinata. The white-eyed sorceress. Joras could already sense a deathly aura. Hinata gazed down at the pirates below with eyes filled with disgust. Ryujiro had already told her that only a small number of pirates in this world were like Luffy. Most pirates were infamous evildoers who committed countless atrocities. Hinata had no reason to show them any mercy. Countless green chakra orbs gathered in the air, surrounding the blood-red pirates. Fire. Fire. Kill that woman. Or we'll all die. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and the smell of fire and smoke filled the air, but all the bullets stopped in midair, not even touching Hinata. The blood-red pirates finally felt fear. A monster. Run. But they had nowhere to run on the open sea. The chakra orbs in the sky rained down like a storm, turning the pirate ship into a sieve. In the next moment, the pirates' screams echoed across the sea, and with a burst of green light and the splattering of blood, not a single member of the blood-red pirates managed to escape. Gradually, the sea turned red with their blood. The stench of blood filled the air. A bounty of 16 million was already considered a large pirate in the East Blue, but to Hinata, these people were no different from ants. Even pirates in the Grand Line would have faced the same fate. After returning to the ship, Carmen and Kuin were still in a daze, shocked by Hinata's power. The 16 million bounty pirates were like toys in her hands, completely unable to resist. How strong were Ryujiro and Miss Hinata? Could they be on par with a marine admiral? After half a month of sailing, they finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. This is Reverse Mountain, truly a marvel. The seawater flows upward. Hinata looked at the upward-flowing seawater in disbelief. She had never seen such a strange sight before. Once we cross the Red Line, we'll enter the Grand Line. What could the Grand Line be like? Kuin's eyes were filled with anticipation. As a navigator, his greatest wish was to complete his sea chart. He wanted to draw a map that spanned the entire sea. This had been his dream since childhood. We're about to enter the Grand Line. It's exciting. Ryujiro squinted, seemingly anticipating something. Entering the Grand Line wouldn't be easy. The Navy would surely take action. If he were the Navy, he would do everything in his power to stop himself from entering the New World. But none of that mattered. Whatever came their way, they would deal with it as it happened. Nothing could stop him. Kuin, there's no need to make things so complicated, Ryujiro said. He knew they had to ride the final current to enter the Grand Line, but for him, that wasn't necessary at all. Captain. Just as Kuin was still confused, he suddenly realized that their surroundings were rising. Kuin and Carmen's eyes widened as they watched the sea cliffs gradually rise. It wasn't the cliffs that were rising, they were flying. Was Ryujiro making the ship fly? Such an incredible ability. Just who was Ryujiro, to be able to command so many mystical powers? Even devil fruit users paled in comparison to him. Controlling gravity made it easy for him to make the ship fly. Let's not forget that he had absorbed the giant Tensigen. Now, Ryujiro's eyes had already awakened. Not only did he possess the power of the Tensigen, but he also had the abilities of the Rinnegan. He had evolved once again. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, The Navy Strikes. Crossing the Red Line, they finally reached the Grand Line. A new adventure begins. However, Ryujiro stared straight ahead as dozens of Navy warships slowly sailed toward them. It seemed the Navy had been prepared. Captain. It's the Navy. Kuin's face turned pale at the sight of the massive number of warships. It was the first time he had seen so many Navy ships. Had the Navy been waiting for them all along? Carmen, Kuin, go hide in the cabin. Leave the Marines to Hinata and me. Carmen and Kuin exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. Somehow, they felt like a burden. Boom. 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 The Navy's cannon fire rained down, covering the entire ship, a clear sign of their determination. They intended to block Ryujiro completely at the entrance of the Grand Line. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Rumble. The cannon fire echoed, the sea trembled, and the calm ocean surged, sending waves crashing against Ryujiro's ship. Despite the fierce waves, the ship remained unmoved. It was under Ryujiro's control, and if the waves could capsize it, it would only mean his power was insufficient to sink the ship under the ocean's onslaught. In this world, such a thing would never happen. Whoosh. A high-speed movement sound pierced the air, and as soon as it was heard, Ryujiro disappeared from the ship. Hinata stayed behind to guard it. Admiral Kizaru, our cannon fire has been intercepted by something. Oh. Is there a devil fruit user on the ship? Kizaru squinted, his lewd expression resembling a sly man. Perhaps it was that white-eyed girl. Rumor had it that she had intercepted a tsunami before. If it were her, it wouldn't be surprising. Continue firing and approach. Even if it doesn't work, we can still limit their movement. Yes, Admiral. This time, the Navy had dispatched its strongest force to intercept Ryujiro, 3 vice-admirals, 1 admiral, and 1,000 elite soldiers from the headquarters. Even a buster call paled in comparison to this. Kizaru gazed at the ship in the distance and frowned. Why was there no movement at all? Could it be that Ryujiro didn't want to engage in a direct confrontation with the Navy? At that moment, a massive sense of danger enveloped Kizaru. The surrounding space suddenly trembled, and a terrifying pressure made his body feel heavy. Kizaru looked up in shock, his pupils narrowing as he saw Ryujiro floating in the sky with a faint smile, staring down at the Navy. Doberman. Continue to approach the pirate ship. Leave the people on board to me. Yes, Admiral Kizaru. Vice Admirals Doberman, Onigimo, and Yamakaji all looked up at the sky with grim expressions, feeling a sinking sensation in their hearts. Ryujiro, was he also a devil fruit user? This intelligence was completely unknown to them. A great swordsman and a devil fruit user. How did he defeat Mihawk? Could he have used his devil fruit powers? As a swordsman, Onigimo knew better than anyone that to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, one couldn't rely on external abilities. A swordsman influenced by external powers could never reach the highest level of swordsmanship. But what was going on with Ryujiro? In the sky, Kizaru's usual playful smile disappeared as he gazed solemnly at Ryujiro. I miscalculated. I didn't expect you to be a devil fruit user. Heh, what you define might be a devil fruit power, but what I possess is far beyond that. Ryujiro smiled faintly. The Navy really thinks highly of me, even sending Admiral to deal with us. Dispatching an Admiral had indeed caught Ryujiro off guard. Admirals, as the Navy's top combat force, usually didn't make casual appearances. It seemed that, in the Navy's eyes, he posed an extraordinary threat. Do me a favor and come quietly to impel down. I don't want to fight with you. Kizaru spoke in his usual sarcastic tone. By now, the Marines had dispersed. They knew that if a battle broke out between Ryujiro and Admiral Kizaru, they needed to stay far away to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. After all, Ryujiro was a powerhouse on par with an admiral. Let me see how strong an admiral truly is. A terrifying aura erupted from Ryujiro, overwhelming everyone. Kizaru's expression changed abruptly. It was Conqueror's Haki. It seems I can't just stand by. A man like you is better off living in Impel Down for everyone's sake. Is that so? Let's see if you're capable of it. Kizaru shrugged, but his expression grew serious. In the next moment, Kizaru's body suddenly vanished, and a golden light condensed behind Ryujiro, his calm voice echoing. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's right foot rose, his toe glowing with a dazzling light, and shot forward. Boom. At the instant the golden light exploded, the terrifying blast shook the air, making the sea even more turbulent. The waves surged like wild beasts, swallowing everything around. The brilliant beam pushed Ryujiro all the way to a small island, the ground shattering into pieces with a thunderous roar. Kizaru's body reappeared on the island. He gazed at the smoke-filled sky with a strange look in his eyes. Ryujiro hadn't defended himself at all, taking the full brunt of the attack. What was this guy up to? Kizaru couldn't figure out what Ryujiro was planning. Cough, cough. So much dust. As expected of an admiral, truly remarkable. Ryujiro waved his hand, trying to clear the rising smoke. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and asked in a serious tone, "What's going on with you?" Despite taking his light-speed kick head-on, Ryujiro was completely unscathed. Even Kaido, a monster like him, wouldn't be unhurt if he took that blow without any defense. A playful smile appeared on Ryujiro's face. Don't worry, the game's more fun when it's played slowly. You're terrifying, a monster like you. Fleet Admiral Sengoku has underestimated you. If you're left unchecked, the entire sea will become even more chaotic. That's just your speculation. Ryujiro wasn't bothered by Kizaru's words. Kizaru's body flickered as he transformed into a blinding light in midair. Yasukani no Magatama. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Terrified Kizaru. In the sky, a golden, diamond-shaped light shone, its dazzling brilliance almost blinding. Dense beams of light rained down, and an oppressive pressure descended. Hey, it's not even dark yet. Ryujiro's figure vanished suddenly. Using observation haki, Kizaru already knew Ryujiro's next position. Don't think you can escape. Kizaru leaped again. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated across the island. The island's creatures, terrified by the enormous blast, scattered wildly through the forest. Thick smoke enveloped the area once more. At that moment, Kizaru sensed a new danger. A tiny black dot was flying towards him. Kizaru's body disappeared instantly, reappearing on the land. In that instant, the black dot expanded suddenly, its terrifying gravitational pull distorting the space around it. The immense energy created a storm of sand and dust. Kizaru's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and a chill ran down his back. What was this thing? Even if he transformed into light, he might still get hurt if caught in it. What kind of devil fruit did Ryujiro consume? I still need more control over my power. Ryujiro emerged unscathed from the deep pit. Kizaru's expression was no longer calm. He could be 100% sure that his light beams had hit Ryujiro, but Ryujiro seemed unharmed. Confused. What you attacked was merely the infinite space between us. Your attacks never made direct contact. Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Kizaru didn't understand what Ryujiro meant, but he was clear that direct ability seemed ineffective against Ryujiro. Was Ryujiro's power an ability that neutralized devil fruits? In an instant, Ryujiro's figure flashed, and a sharp sound came from behind Kizaru. Without hesitation, Kizaru conjured a light sword in his hand. Boom. How is this possible? Use your fists directly. Energy and shockwaves roared around. Ryujiro's body sank, and the ground beneath him began to collapse under the immense force. Kizaru retreated again, staring at Ryujiro in horror. Ryujiro had taken the punch directly, and notably, he hadn't used haki. His physical strength was extraordinary. Kizaru now realized that Ryujiro might be an even more terrifying monster than Kaido. Both the world government and the five elders had underestimated Ryujiro. At this moment, the explosions from the distant sea caught Kizaru's attention. Kizaru's face changed drastically. Marine ships were collapsing one after another, their wreckage being torn apart by a storm-like vortex. On the deck, the three vice-admirals watched in horror as Hinata effortlessly broke their weapons with her gray staff. What material was that black weapon made of? Just one glance and their swords felt as fragile as paper. Especially since this woman's ability was strange and versatile, they hadn't even touched her before being pushed away by a powerful repulsive force. The three vice-admirals had never felt so frustrated. As Marine Vice Admirals, they were being toyed with by these evil intruders. How could they uphold justice in such a situation? Hinata glanced coldly at the three men. Suddenly, she began to float. The three Vice Admirals gaped in shock. The white-eyed sorceress could also fly. Was she a devil fruit user? The three Vice Admirals began to doubt their judgment. What Ryujiro and Hinata displayed didn't seem like devil fruit abilities. But if it wasn't devil fruit powers, could such strange and powerful abilities be controlled by a human? Silver will rebirth explosion. Hinata's palms gathered several terrifying tornadoes that wreaked havoc on the Navy ships. Several ships were dismembered by the storm, and the cries of the sailors echoed throughout the sea. Under Hinata's divine-like powers, they had no chance to fight back. The three Vice Admirals attempted to use Jeppo to approach Hinata, only to be repelled again and smashed onto the deck. Seeing the destroyed ships, Kizaru decided to support them without hesitation. However, a black flash intercepted him. Ryujiro gazed at Kizaru indifferently. "You're not going anywhere." Kizaru's expression grew grimmer. He still had no way to deal with Ryujiro's troublesome abilities. The two resumed their fierce battle. Golden light and black flashes appeared endlessly, and the land had been left scarred and broken. Nearby rocks were reduced to powder, and the surrounding coastal life was turned into blood mist by the shockwaves. Boom. Amidst the roaring explosions, Kizaru was increasingly shocked by the battle with Ryujiro. This guy had been able to counter him entirely with physical prowess. The intelligence they had received said Ryujiro was a great swordsman who defeated Mihawk. Ryujiro had never even drawn his sword during the fight, and he seemed to handle the battle effortlessly. Kizaru alone could not defeat Ryujiro. But due to his position, Kizaru couldn't just ask Ryujiro to stop. With no other choice, he could only endure. To Ryujiro, Kizaru was just an experience provider, helping him progress. His mastery of cursed energy was still imperfect, so he had been using it in every attack since the beginning. Each attack was enhanced with cursed energy. Indeed, fighting is the best way to improve. Ryujiro's control over cursed energy was growing more adept, and with each enhanced attack, his understanding of cursed energy deepened. The Hogyoku was also evolving due to Ryujiro's new strength, promising dramatic changes when Ryujiro evolved again. Seeing that Hinata had nearly finished her task, Ryujiro knew it was time to end this. It's time to finish this. Ryujiro slowly drew his Zanpakuto. Finally drawing your sword. Kizaru's gaze sharpened, his vigilance heightened. He was ready for Ryujiro's next attack. In that instant, Kizaru felt as if time had briefly stopped. When he came to his senses, Ryujiro had vanished. At the same time, a sharp pain erupted in Kizaru's chest, blood spraying out like blossoms. Ryujiro, now behind Kizaru, wiped the blood from his sword and sheathed it. You. Kizaru struggled to turn around, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Ryujiro. Chapter 195, Shocked Sengoku. Kizaru, I advise you not to move. Ryujiro's voice was cold, as if made of ice, making Kizaru feel as though he had fallen into an ice cavern. Kizaru, terrified and unable to act rashly, was overwhelmed by confusion. What had just happened? Had he lost consciousness or had the environment around him changed? Now, Kizaru had no time to think. He regretted taking this assignment from Sengoku. Wouldn't it have been better to stay quietly at Navy headquarters? As the Navy ships continued to sink, Kizaru was paralyzed by a growing sense of helplessness. Frustration. For the first time, as an admiral, he felt such frustration. Standing at the top of the Navy, he found himself restrained by Ryujiro alone, unable to do anything while watching his subordinates suffer. At this moment, Ryujiro had already disappeared. Kizaru looked at the terrifying wound on his chest, his face pale. A monster. The weight of the situation made Kizaru's eyes flicker with unprecedented seriousness. The Navy's defeat would shake the entire sea, and Sengoku would have a severe headache. Kizaru's injuries would not heal for at least 10 days or so. Whoosh! Ryujiro's figure appeared on the deck as if teleporting. Looking at the sinking ships, his heart remained unmoved. Carmen, Kuin, it's over. You can come out now. Ryujiro called out to the cabin. Carmen and Kuin looked around before emerging from the room. Is it all over? Carmen and Kuin glanced at the sea. Their expressions gradually turned blank. Their mouths slightly opened as they took in the shocking scene, speechless. The sea was littered with the wreckage of Navy ships. The surviving Navy personnel showed no defiance, their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the ship. Carmen's hands trembled slightly. All these Navy ships, completely destroyed. When did the Navy become so vulnerable? And all of this was the work of Ryujiro and Hinata alone. How powerful were these two? With just their combined strength, they had annihilated the Navy. Kuin noticed the three vice admirals rescuing Navy personnel from the ruins. His pupils shrank, and his voice trembled. 3 vice admirals. Carmen gasped upon hearing this. Indeed. Even vice admirals had been defeated. What kind of ship did they board? Carmen and Kuin realized they should not only worry about their appearance being seen by the Navy but also that the Navy had discovered there were 2 more people on Ryujiro's ship. After this incident, Carmen and Kuin would be wanted by the Marines, and their bounty would likely be substantial because they were associated with Ryujiro's crew. The Marines watched as Ryujiro's ship departed, powerless to stop him. Damn pirates. The 3 vice admirals clenched their fists, their nails digging into their flesh, glaring at the retreating pirate ship with frustration. Meanwhile, Kizaru had quickly bandaged his injuries. As an admiral, his physical resilience was far from ordinary. A bitter smile appeared on Kizaru's face. The Navy had suffered a crushing defeat, an admiral and 3 vice admirals had been thoroughly beaten by just 2 individuals. This was a pirate crew comparable to the Yonko. At present, they didn't even know the name of Ryujiro's pirate crew. To classify Ryujiro as a pirate was merely a one-sided assumption. Puru puru puru. Den Den Mushi's voice sounded, and Kizaru knew things were about to get worse. He would rather not answer the call if possible. Kizaru, did you intercept them? Kizaru remained silent for a long time. Hello. Kizaru. Is something wrong? The lack of response from Kizaru made Sengoku anxious. He knew that if an admiral was in trouble, it would shake the entire sea. The 3 admirals were the cornerstone of maintaining peace in the sea. Any issues with them were disastrous for the Navy. Listening to Sengoku's words, Kizaru showed a helpless expression. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the mission failed. We couldn't intercept Ryujiro at the entrance of the Grand Line. We have too little information about Ryujiro. The ships were all destroyed, and I'm seriously injured. Please send reinforcements as soon as possible to mitigate the damage. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku stiffened, his breathing quickened. What did Kizaru just say? The Navy was completely destroyed. Kizaru was gravely injured. Kizaru was an admiral. To fail to intercept Ryujiro with such a formidable lineup was even worse. The key was that Ryujiro and Kizaru were both admiral-level powers. Even if Kizaru was defeated, he should have been injured, not defeated so completely. Kizaru, a Logia-type user with speed comparable to light, should not have suffered such a crushing defeat, even if they had underestimated Ryujiro's strength. Kizaru detailed the events to Sengoku. Sengoku was deeply shaken, his hands stiff as he held the Den Den Mushi. Ryujiro had various strange abilities. He's not just a great swordsman or a devil fruit user. And he could use multiple abilities. How is that possible? How could there be such absurdity in this world? Sengoku couldn't afford to be careless. If Kizaru's injuries worsened, leaving permanent damage, it would be a significant blow to the Navy. Sengoku contacted the nearest Navy branch to send immediate support to Kizaru and his crew. After hanging up, Sengoku's expression remained as grim as ever. The White Demon Pirates' threat was now comparable to the Yonko, but the main combatants on this ship were only 2 people, Ryujiro and the White-Eyed Sorceress. Sengoku still had no clear information on the White-Eyed Sorceress. Even the world government hadn't uncovered any details about Ryujiro or the White-Eyed Sorceress. It seemed as if these 2 had appeared out of thin air. Damn Roger. Since Roger's last words before his death, the Navy's control over the sea had weakened, and now the number of pirates had reached terrifying levels. Though there weren't many powerful pirates, those who joined the Yonko in the New World would be troublesome enemies for the Navy. Boom. Sengoku's face darkened as he slammed his fist on the desk. Crack, crack. The desk cracked and collapsed under the force. Conqueror's Haki, another king. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, New Bounties. The next day, news spread across the entire sea, sending shockwaves throughout. The headlines in the newspapers were jarring. White Demon, Ryujiro, bounty of 1.53 billion. White-Eyed Sorceress, bounty of 870 million. Chef, Carmen, bounty of 80 million. Navigator, Kuin, bounty of 50 million. The Navy's deployment of such powerful forces had undoubtedly drawn the attention of other sea dwellers. Even if they had tried to keep it hidden, it wouldn't have been a secret for long. Furthermore, Sengoku was no longer worried about Ryujiro joining any of the Yonko's crews. Those with Conqueror's Haki were rulers themselves and wouldn't rely on anyone else. Ryujiro's entry into the New World would inevitably lead to clashes with other Yonko. The Navy could use the turmoil in the New World as an opportunity to establish a foothold and restrain the Yonko crew's actions. On the red-haired pirate's ship in the New World, Vice Captain Ben Beckman was stunned as he read a newspaper. Hey. Is this a joke? Beckman's eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the shocking news on the paper. The rest of the crew was drawn to Beckman's shocked expression. Known for his calm and composed demeanor, Beckman's reaction indicated something monumental had occurred. Yo. Beckman. What's going on? Shanks approached with a smile. Without waiting for an answer, Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. Shanks took the newspaper, still puzzled. As he read the news, his expression turned grave. White Demon, truly frightening. Even Kizaru couldn't handle the White Demon pirates, resulting in the sinking of 10 Navy ships. The White Demon should not be underestimated. Shanks knew well that Admiral Kizaru, a Logia user with light-speed abilities, was among the top fighters on the sea. The fact that he couldn't subdue Ryujiro was astonishing. Shanks was also aware that Ryujiro had defeated his friend, Mihawk. Shanks was initially incredulous upon hearing the news. The new generation is indeed terrifying. Marines have really lost their respect this time. Sengoku must be having a headache. Beckman remarked quietly. The fact that the Navy's high-level intervention didn't yield any benefits indicated that capturing the White Demon would require at least 2 or even 3 admirals. But deploying such forces was too risky. Admirals couldn't be dispatched casually. Once he enters the new world, the dynamics will change. We better start preparing. Beckman said with a serious tone. Shanks's face grew heavy. Beckman was right, even if Ryujiro didn't clash with them, the presence of the White Demon pirates would alter the balance. The sea would become even more turbulent, and the Navy might seize the opportunity to act. The age of turmoil, Shanks reflected. Aside from Shanks, the other Yonko also learned of the news. They were somewhat surprised by Ryujiro's actions, but it didn't cause significant ripples among them. As rulers of the sea, the Yonko were rarely shaken by such events. Due to Ryujiro's actions, pirates across the world mocked the Navy's incompetence, even suggesting that admirals were not as formidable as they seemed. This had emboldened many pirates, though those who were ignorant of the Navy's strength had been suppressed and sent to impel down. On the sea, 2 pirate ships clashed, the Wolf Pirates and the Battleaxe Pirates. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of blades clashing filled the air, blood splattered, and bodies fell one after another. Conflicts between pirate crews were common, usually over interests. The clash between the Wolf Pirates and the Battleaxe Pirates was no different. The Battleaxe Pirates leader, his face dark with anger, confronted his vice-captain, Norsen. Norsen, so you're the one who leaked the information. Norsen was his most trusted vice-captain, but now he was revealed to be a traitor. Why, Norsen? The Battleaxe Pirates captain roared like an enraged lion. Norsen sneered, mocking, of course, I wanted more. The Battleaxe Pirates are no match for the Wolf Pirates. 1 devil fruit, and you wanted to keep it for yourself, even though your strength was already sufficient. I repeatedly tried to approach you, but you always avoided the topic. Talking about brotherhood was all nonsense. The Battleaxe Pirates captain's face turned ashen. Is that why you betrayed me? Not only that. I was already in contact with the Wolf Pirates. Didn't you wonder who leaked the ambush information? Norsen's cold laugh echoed. You bastard. You're the one. The Battleaxe Pirates captain gripped his axe, wishing he could split Norsen in half, but now he struggled even to stand. Captain. Help me. The Battleaxe Pirates crew were being controlled by the Wolf Pirates, and before the captain's eyes, they were being slaughtered one by one. Ah. Stop it, you bastards. Buffed. The captain, enraged, spat out blood, his face turning even paler. The leader of the Wolf Pirates, Walding, approached slowly. Remarkably, Walding's appearance was somewhat lupin. He had thick fur, a wolf's head, and human body, with claws that glinted ominously. Walding, devil fruit user, Inu no Mi, wolf form. Bounty, 85 million. Captain. Norsen's eyes showed fear as he saw Walding approach. He greeted him respectfully. The sight made the Battleaxe Pirates captain's expression twist in fury. This bastard. Walding's gaze turned cold as he looked at Norsen. In an instant, his sharp wolf claws pierced through Norsen's chest. Buffed. Blood sprayed onto the deck as Norsen clutched Walding's hand, looking at him in disbelief. Why? Walding said coldly, one day, you would betray me too. Why should I keep you around? With that, Walding crushed Norsen's heart. Norsen's pupils widened, his body stiffened, and he fell to the deck, becoming a cold corpse. Ha ha ha. Deserved it. Self-inflicted. Seeing Norsen's lifeless body, the Battleaxe Pirates captain felt a sense of satisfaction. Thud, thud, thud. Walding's heavy footsteps reached the captain's ears. Where is the devil fruit? The captain sneered, you want my devil fruit? Find it yourself. Don't think I'll tell you. Spit. The captain spat in Walding's face. Walding's rage flared. Just as Walding was about to strike, he suddenly felt an eerie chill run down his spine. An unknown figure had appeared on the ship. Walding turned his head stiffly. Boom, a thunderous sound exploded in his mind as Walding, trembling, stammered, why you? How are you here? Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Wind Fruit. Walding would never forget that face. Just a few days ago, he had seen this person's bounty poster. White Demon. Bounty, 1.53 billion. Nearly rivaling the bounties of the Yonko's top commanders. The air was thick with suffocating pressure. The wolf pirates' crew broke out in beads of sweat, feeling as though they were shackled by invisible chains that kept them immobile. Ignoring Walding, Ryujiro slowly approached the Battleaxe pirates' captain and used an illusion to hypnotize him. Where is the devil fruit? Ryujiro's voice was calm as he walked past Walding, who was as inconsequential as air. With a dazed expression and a vacant stare, the Battleaxe pirates' captain slowly answered, in the storage room downstairs, inside the box. What's happening? Walding was stunned. The captain had been defiant in front of him, but now, he revealed the location of the devil fruit so readily to Ryujiro. Even if it's you, I won't allow you to take my things. Walding roared, his aura suddenly becoming as ferocious as a wild beast. A scarlet cold light fixed on Ryujiro. As Walding tried to move, he was abruptly struck by an irresistible force and was flung out of the ship, falling into the sea. Devil fruit users are cursed by seawater, falling into the sea is as good as death for them. Boom. The air trembled under the immense pressure, and the overwhelming spiritual pressure made the wolf pirates' crew's souls quake. The fear was so profound that many of them fainted. The Battleaxe pirates' captain, in close proximity to Ryujiro, had his soul torn apart by the terrifying spiritual pressure. Boom. Ryujiro forcibly created a hole in the deck and leaped into the storage room below. With his senses fully extended, Ryujiro detected a faint energy coming from a box on his right, buried among the clutter. Using repulsion, he sent all the junk flying away, revealing a brown wooden box. Ryujiro opened the box to find a dark gray, peculiar fruit inside. The shape. Ryujiro squinted. It seemed to be a Logia-type devil fruit, an entirely new type he had never seen before. As Ryujiro touched the fruit, his expression stiffened, his pupils constricted, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. So that's how it is. The devil fruit itself contained considerable power. While the power was indeed impressive, to Ryujiro, it was nothing extraordinary. Moreover, this power had its flaws. Devil fruit users are vulnerable to seawater and sea stones, which are their natural nemeses. The power of the world. Without a doubt, devil fruits are manifestations of the world's own powers, part of the special power system that emerged at the dawn of the world. The power contained in the devil fruit wasn't particularly profound, it had been analyzed the moment he touched it. Back on the pirate ship, Ryujiro called Carmen and Kuin over. Both were surprised when they saw the devil fruit Ryujiro held. This is a devil fruit. That's right. Which one of you wants to eat this devil fruit? It's likely a Logia type. Ha! Carmen and Kuin both gasped. Logia. Everyone on the sea knew that devil fruits were divided into three types, Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia, with Logia being the most powerful. The fact that this was a Logia-type fruit was highly enticing. Recently, they had been feeling frustrated with their current strength, and the quickest way to gain immense power was through a devil fruit. Kuin hesitated for a moment and said to Carmen earnestly, Carmen, you should eat this fruit. Me. Carmen shook her head, you're the navigator. You're more important than me. You should eat this devil fruit. With Ryujiro and Miss Hinata's protection, I won't be in any danger. Kuin sighed, exactly because I'm the navigator, I shouldn't eat this devil fruit. Besides, Ryujiro is already teaching me martial arts. In the future, I'll be able to protect myself. You're a valuable chef on our ship. If you're gone, we might never taste your delicious food again. This. Carmen glanced at Ryujiro with hesitation. Ryujiro said indifferently, since Kuin has said so, you should eat it. All right then. Carmen took the devil fruit from Ryujiro's hand and stared at the strange fruit, swallowing nervously. She took a bite. Ugh. Carmen's face contorted. Though she had eaten many unpalatable foods, this fruit was by far the worst. The taste was unbearable. With her eyes shut, Carmen swallowed the fruit without chewing. Ryujiro frowned slightly. Carmen's body began to change as the devil fruit's power transformed her into a natural element. Interesting. This devil fruit was indeed more remarkable than Ryujiro had expected. Cough, cough, cough. Carmen coughed several times and quickly drank water to relieve the taste. Ryujiro, is one bite enough? Carmen couldn't imagine having to eat the entire fruit, it would be a hellish experience for her. Yes, one bite is enough to gain the ability. Feel what power you've acquired. Ryujiro said calmly. Hearing this, Carmen was relieved. At least she didn't have to eat more, as even her cooking skills wouldn't be able to make this fruit taste good. It was inedible. At that moment, Carmen clearly felt a new power within her. As she released this energy, a terrifying gale swept across the deck, sending everything flying. If Ryujiro hadn't stabilized the ship, everything would have been blown into the sea. Carmen's hair was a mess as he stood stunned. What is this? It seems my guess was correct, this is the Logia Wind fruit. This power is on par with the devil fruit abilities of the 3 marine admirals. If properly developed, you might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the admirals in the future. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Ascending to the Skypea. During the boring time at sea, Ryujiro helped Carmen develop her devil fruit abilities. The wind fruit was indeed a top-tier Logia-type devil fruit. Mastering the principles of the fruit could unleash world-destroying power. As the waves crashed against the ship, Ryujiro gazed into the distance. They should be approaching the White Sea soon. His goal was the Skypea, a mysterious island Ryujiro was eager to see for himself. After several hours, they finally arrived at the White Sea. Ryujiro, why did we come to the White Sea? Koen asked in confusion. A mysterious smile curved Ryujiro's lips. You'll find out soon enough. As he spoke, Koen felt their ship gradually ascending, and he grabbed a railing to steady himself. A few minutes later, Koen saw a massive shadow through the clouds. What is that? Koen's body trembled, and his expression turned increasingly excited as he recognized the enormous shadow. It's Sky Island. The Sky Island. Oh my goodness. The Sky Island really exists. I thought it was just a legend when I was a child. The Sky Island truly exists in this world. Tears of joy welled up in Koen's eyes as he saw the Skypea as if it had opened up a new world for him. Now Koen understood why Ryujiro had come to the White Sea, but how did Ryujiro know that the Skypea was floating 10,000 meters above? Breaking through the white clouds, Ryujiro's ship landed on the vast, white sea of clouds. Incredible. It's too incredible. This cloud, is it the sea? Koen looked around in excitement. Ryujiro's lips curved into a smile as he observed the surrounding clouds. This world is truly marvelous. Hinata walked up slowly and looked at Ryujiro seriously. Ryujiro-kun, how did you know there was an island up here? Well, Ryujiro said with a casual smile, it's just a hunch. A hunch. Hinata looked at Ryujiro skeptically, feeling a strange sensation in her heart as she gazed at the vast sea of clouds. This world was completely different from the ninja world. There were so many amazing things that it was hard to imagine a floating island 10,000 meters above. Ryujiro's purpose in coming to the Skypea was to see the so-called god of the Skypea and to test his own hypothesis. If Ryujiro remembered correctly, in the original story, devil fruit abilities could transfer to nearby fruits when the user died. If the devil fruit's power transfers to other fruits after the user's death, perhaps the thunder fruit. Someone was coming. Ryujiro's observation haki detected a presence rapidly approaching them. Enough. A masked Scypian flew rapidly towards them. Carmen's eyes narrowed. The calm of the Skypea was abruptly disturbed as a violent hurricane, like a tidal wave, engulfed the Scypian, leaving him terrified. Could you be? Under the fierce hurricane, the Scypian was swept into the sea of clouds. There were creatures in the sea of clouds similar to sea kings, so the Scypian was in grave danger. Well done, Carmen. You're handling things quite well now, Koen praised. Carmen, a bit embarrassed by the praise, humbly said, I'm still far from perfect. Whoosh. At that moment, another figure was rapidly approaching them, a knight in silver armor riding a pink Pegasus, heading straight towards them. Ryujiro recognized this person, but he remained silent. Carmen acted quickly, summoning another fierce hurricane, sending Gonfall flying away. What kind of ability is this? Gonfall's pupils dilated as he was helplessly swept away by the hurricane. This ability is similar to Enel's. What kind of people are these blue planet inhabitants? Gonfall had no idea where he would be blown to. The Pegasus below him struggled against the hurricane but was powerless to resist, so they could only wait for the storm to end. Ryujiro, observing the situation, wore a wry smile. Carmen's actions were a bit too efficient, leaving him no chance to speak. This minor incident didn't bother Ryujiro. He guided the ship steadily towards the Gate of Heaven. They encountered the guards at the Gate of Heaven, but Ryujiro paid them no mind and passed through the gate, ignoring the old woman. Ryujiro also sensed the eyes watching them from the shadows. Could it be Enel? His observation haki, enhanced by the thunder fruit, could cover the entire Skypea. Enel was indeed a genius. However, his early appearance and defeat by Luffy's protagonist Halo seemed a bit far-fetched. Ryujiro had once thought it absurd that Enel, a formidable force in the first half of the Grand Line, was defeated by Luffy. Despite his power being comparable to a marine admiral, his arrogance was his downfall. If Enel played his cards right, Ryujiro might have allowed him aboard the ship. If not, Enel would merely be a test subject. After all, Ryujiro wasn't sure if his experiment would succeed, it was a matter of probability. At the Celestial Palace. Enel had a curious smile on his face. Interesting blue planet inhabitants. That woman seems to possess a similar ability to mine. Perhaps I can learn something from these blue planet people. Gadatsu, Satori, Shura, Om. Bring the intruders to me. The 4 priests of Skypiea bowed respectfully. Yes. God. Ryujiro and his group did not encounter significant trouble as they entered the island. Occasionally, they were attacked by creatures similar to sea kings, but Carmen and Kuin used these encounters for practice. With Enel's appearance, Ryujiro didn't plan to act personally. Enel was an excellent training target. For Carmen, fighting Enel would quickly build her combat experience and refine her abilities. Training with Ryujiro alone wasn't enough. She needed to feel the pressure of real danger to complete her transformation. Are they coming? Ryujiro raised an eyebrow as 4 figures rapidly approached them. The 4 priests of Skypiea. Perfect. They're just the right opponents for Carmen and Kuin to practice against. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Crushing Defeat. Wings. Are these people angels? Does this place really have angels? Kuin exclaimed in shock at the sight of the 4 priests of Skypiea. The 4 priests stared coldly at Ryujiro and his group. Blue planet people, you have intruded into the Skypiea. By the will of God, we are to take you down. If you know what's good for you, you might suffer less. The 4 priests' eyes were icy as they addressed Ryujiro and his companions. God's will. Ryujiro sneered dismissively. It was just Enel, after all. Ryujiro, is there really a god on the Skypiea? Kuin asked. Ryujiro replied with a faint smile, that so-called god just claims to be one. He's nothing more than a devil fruit user, at most a bigger frog in a well. No wonder. So it turns out it's a devil fruit user. Ryujiro hadn't expected that the Skypiea also had devil fruit users. Impudent. How dare you lowly blue planet people insult God? We, the 4 priests, will not tolerate such blasphemy. Ryujiro glanced at Kuin and Carmen. These people are strong. I'll leave them to you. It will also serve as a good training opportunity. Let me see your abilities. Carmen and Kuin exchanged looks and nodded. A cold glint flashed in the 4 priests' eyes. You seek death. We will make you regret it. Om, be mindful. God's order is to capture them alive. Do not kill them. I know without you telling me, Om said coldly, glaring at Gadatsu. God's order? A bunch of frogs in a well. Carmen sneered and suddenly vanished, becoming a gust of wind that appeared behind Shura. Storm tornado. A ferocious tornado spun into existence, its massive suction drawing in the surrounding air, turning the white clouds into a white tornado. Rip. Shura's reaction came too late. The tornado's horrifying impact shattered his internal organs, causing him to spew blood. Splash. Shura fell into the sea of clouds, swiftly defeated without a chance. Not bad. It seems you're finding your path to development, Ryujiro observed with a hint of approval. Hinata watched the devil fruit abilities with wide eyes. The devil fruit was indeed the most fascinating thing in this world. Before this, Carmen's strength was probably not even at the level of a genin. But now, with the devil fruit's tricky power, even a jounin from the Naruto world would find it troublesome. How is this possible? What was that just now? An ability similar to God's? No. God is lightning. This person is windy. What kind of people are these blue planet inhabitants? Om's eyes widened with shock. At that moment, a gust of wind sliced through the air, and Om raised one arm to guard his head, receiving a heavy blow with a dull thud. So heavy. Om was shaken again. These blue planet people were unlike any they had encountered before. The blue planet people they had faced before were weak and powerless, merely ants for them to slaughter. Damn it. Blue planet people. Don't be so arrogant. Iron whip. Om roared angrily as his iron cloud sword transformed into a long whip, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Kuin knew that with his current strength, he couldn't directly withstand the sweeping iron whip. Bang bang bang. Moonwalk. Under pressure, one can unleash their full potential, Ryujiro said with a quiet laugh. The moonwalk was something he taught Kuin. The principles of the Rokushiki were not hard to grasp. At Kuin's current stage, the Rokushiki were the most suitable for his physical skills. And under Ryujiro's rigorous training, Kuin's growth rate had exceeded Ryujiro's expectations. What? You can actually walk in the air? Om was astonished. By the time he reacted, he was met with a blue vacuum slash. Rankyaku. Kuin kicked out, and a blue vacuum slash flew toward Om. Iron body. The iron cloud sword transformed into a white shield, blocking the vacuum slash of the Rankyaku. Kuin's physical skills were not bad, but Om's ability slightly countered him. Compared to Ohm's situation, the other two priests were under immense pressure. They were utterly helpless against Carmen's Logia-type abilities. This woman is like God. Ordinary attacks have no effect on her. Satori said grimly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he spoke, the air around them thinned due to the swirling winds, making it harder for Satori and Gadatsu to breathe and increasing their physical exhaustion. Boom. At that moment, an irresistible force controlled them, making their bodies sink, their feet deeply embedded in the ground. The immense pressure felt like a mountain pressing down, making it hard for them to breathe. Carmen clenched her fists, and the enveloping tornado emitted a sharp, ear-piercing whine, causing the two priests' eardrums to feel like they were being torn apart. The violent tornado concealed sharp blades, and in that instant, the two gods seemed to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Their screams echoed, and blood splattered continuously. Ohm looked back at his companions, fear etched on his face. Only God could handle this woman. They were no match for her. Fear and panic spread through Ohm's heart, and the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Before they arrived, they had never imagined they would suffer such a crushing defeat. As priests serving Enel, they had only ever slaughtered Blue Planet people. But now, the situation was entirely different from what they had faced before. Ohm's mind was already considering escape, but his fear of Enel suppressed the thought. At this moment of distraction for Ohm. Good opportunity. Kuin's eyes sharpened as he seized the moment of Ohm's distraction and delivered a powerful kick, slamming Ohm into the ground with tremendous force. Ohm was hammered, embedding himself into the earth. To the Scipians, the supposedly invincible four priests were defeated in a few exchanges. The four gods were strong, even among the experts in the Grand Line, but their inability to deal with the Logia-type abilities proved fatal. Even with observation haki, it was ineffective against Carmen's wind-based powers. It wasn't that observation haki was ineffective, but the four priests' training was insufficient. Chapter 200, Hollow Technique. You two are already quite impressive. Even a Marine Vice Admiral would have to take Carmen seriously. However, Marine Vice Admirals generally use haki, so Carmen would still face difficulties if not cautious. Ryujiro shifted his gaze to Kuin. Kuin's physical skills have reached the level of a Marine commander. He can be considered as a minor expert even on the Grand Line. You two have really surprised me this time. Ryujiro's gaze was filled with appreciation as he looked at the two. The two, feeling embarrassed, lowered their heads. If our strength were too lacking, we would only drag Captain down. Ryujiro remained silent, offering a faint smile. Raising his head, Ryujiro gazed at the sky. If Enel's senses truly covered the entire Skypiea, he would know the situation best. Could he really act as if nothing had happened? At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the clear sky, followed by the roaring sound of thunder. Boom, boom. The descending lightning transformed into a lightning column, but the terrifying lightning was instantly deflected by an invisible force. Kuin and Carmen were still trying to understand the situation when Ryujiro's figure suddenly vanished, crossing the space in an instant. In the shrine, Enel's brows furrowed. The aura of that guy had disappeared from Skypiea. How could that be? His mantra covered the entire Skypiea, and no one could evade his perception. Yet now, under his mantra, Ryujiro's aura was nowhere to be found. Strange. Suddenly, Enel's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with shock as he stared straight ahead. Ryujiro looked at Enel with a smile. Blue Planet people, when did you break into the shrine? Enel's face darkened. This was the domain of the gods. Anyone who entered the shrine without the gods' permission was offending the divine. Is that so? Did you not notice? I was already standing here a few seconds ago. Ryujiro said. Are you joking? This god will not believe your words. Enel shouted angrily. Ziz, ziz. The lightning crackled, as if thousands of birds were chirping. A brilliant bolt of lightning transformed into a silver snake that danced through the air. The lightning surged and roared. Ryujiro remained expressionless, extending his hand as green energy interlaced effortlessly to dissipate the lightning. Enel's once arrogant expression slowly became rigid. What have you done? His lightning had never been so easily neutralized. Lightning was his power, his claim to being God. Good power. But this power is only so much. Ryujiro remained composed and effortless throughout. Enel's expression turned fierce. He struck the drum behind him. A lightning bird, woven from lightning, flapped its wings and emitted a piercing sound. Screech. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Don't be so arrogant. God is beyond human reach. You scum who defy the gods, vanish in the thunder. 30 million volts, this was beyond human endurance. The previous discharge was only 10 million volts. This man could never be his opponent. The Thunderbird let out a thunderous cry that echoed for miles, its flapping wings like tearing lightning blades, heading straight for Ryujiro. Ryujiro's response was simple. With a single slap, as if the fierce thunderbird was made of paper, it was scattered effortlessly. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Enel's eyes widened in disbelief. The thunderbird was scattered with just one slap from Ryujiro. What kind of monster was this man? Suddenly, Enel's pupils narrowed. He lost sight of Ryujiro. Where did that person go? Enel desperately used his mantra to locate Ryujiro, but at that moment, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. In an instant, Enel shuddered, looking at the hand on his shoulder in disbelief. How is this possible? Since eating the rumble fruit, it had been years since anyone could touch him. He was the embodiment of lightning, how could a mere human touch him? So, you are just a slightly bigger frog in a well. Logia-type fruits don't mean invincibility. Even powerful Logia users have methods to counter them. Want to see a wider world? Come aboard my ship and see how vast this world really is. Enel's body trembled slightly. Ryujiro's words struck a chord within him, and he was indeed moved. But he could not accept that he was the same as before, that weak and bullied figure from the past. Enel. I am a god. I should control everything. Stop joking. I am a god. How can I be beneath mere humans? Unforgivable. You have offended the wrath of the gods. All of you shall die. Rubble flew, a terrifying wave of energy swept the surroundings, and cracks in the ground widened. The entire shrine was in ruins from the lightning's power. A cold glint flashed in Ryujiro's eyes as the lightning rampaged. Tiny silver snakes danced, and under the infinity, no lightning could touch Ryujiro. The lightning gathered, enveloping Enel. The lightning expanded violently into a giant hundreds of meters tall, its dazzling light shining across the entire Skypea. The Shandians hiding in the dark felt the destructive aura from the lightning giant, their faces showing fear. Is that Enel? Can we really defeat such a monster? Even from so far away, we can feel that suffocating power. Do we still have a chance to reclaim our homeland? The Shandians' minds were blank as they looked at Enel in this state, feeling that all their efforts so far had been in vain. Wiper's face was serious. What kind of person was fighting Enel? 200 million volts. Thunder God. Die at my hands. Enel roared angrily, and terrifying lightning surged, turning nearby buildings to dust with the pressure alone. Ryujiro exhaled a breath of foul air. Curse technique lapse, blue. Curse technique reversal, red. The two types of techniques overlapped, resulting in an irreversible change. For the first time, Enel, transformed into a thunder god, felt the crisis of death. Ryujiro flicked his fingers. Hollow technique, purple.